they called me a pawn until I became the dungeon master of doom. Selenia's 404 evolution room hummed in my veins, a glitch in the Apocalypse's code. My weapon? Players. Rabid, relentless, loot-drunk gamers hungry for chaos. I built them a sandbox of survival quests, NPCs, atomic warheads. Who needs grenades when your vocational college dropouts forge nukes between cafeteria raids? The wasteland quakes at our syllabus. Other survivors scavenge scraps, my army manufactures extinction. Donate your liver, I croon, and next month's gear update drops. They obey, raiding planet M78 like locusts in Kevlar. Alien warlords flee, we strip their vaults bare. The admin console blinks, new map unlocked. I grin. The apocalypse isn't hell, it's my server. And every mushroom cloud? Just a 5-star review. The scorching sun beat down as I sat on a tourist bus speeding along a winding mountain road. The bus was unbearably stuffy, no air conditioner in sight, making me feel hot and restless. Around me, everyone seemed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme their eyes and sway with the motion of the vehicle. Please note that we are about to arrive at our destination. Make sure you secure your luggage so you don't lose it, the tour guide announced with a smile as he held his microphone. Just as his words faded, the bus suddenly screeched to a halt. The abrupt braking caught many of us off guard, and I felt a jolt as my head bumped against the seat in front, accompanied by a painful groan. The driver, glancing into the rearview mirror, gave an apologetic smile and mumbled, "I'm sorry." Then, leaning out of the window, he shouted, "Are you blind on a horse?" I blinked in confusion, trying to make sense of where I was and who I was. As I looked around, the beautiful woman sitting beside me studied me with suspicion. "Brother Jia, what's wrong with you?" "Who are you?" she asked. I turned to her, my eyes narrowing. "And who might you be?" I replied cautiously. "Don't make a fuss, Brother Jia." "I'm Selenia," she declared. "Selenia?" I echoed, pausing to gather my thoughts. "So where exactly are we?" Selenia rolled her eyes. "I'm convinced this is northern Myanmar. The place where the boss was born, my dear colleague," she said. Boss Huang, known as the Iron Rooster, had chartered this bus to take over 50 employees from our company to his hometown in northern Myanmar. I couldn't help but glance at the scenery outside, half distracted by the surreal notion that I might have just crossed over into another world. A part of me even thought, with a touch of resignation, that I was already gone for good. I wondered silently, with a tinge of sadness, about my system, why it hadn't been activated. But perhaps this was fate. After all, I'd already died once, what was there to fear? Pushing aside my chaotic thoughts, I let a sense of novelty and anticipation settle in. I hoped that everything would go well and that I'd soon find my way back to something familiar. The bus eventually rolled onto a road bordered by lush greenery and towering trees, a stark contrast to the urban chaos I had left behind. Yet, as beautiful as the scenery was, I couldn't shake the thought that only money was eternal. After more than half an hour, we finally arrived at our destination, the capital of northern Myanmar, Wagang Ancient Village. The architecture here was a far cry from the splendor of the Dragon Kingdom. It was uneven, intricate, and reminiscent of an ancient city. As the bus entered a flat, open space, everyone exhaled in relief, craning their necks to admire the view. I heard excited murmurs around me, "Wow, this is truly an amazing place." "Yes, it may be a bit worn down, but it's free." "I'm so happy." "I don't know, isn't this like the news said?" Someone even joked, "Can you stop your crow's mouth? Do you really have a waist, old girl?" Laughter echoed until a sudden silence fell when a young female colleague pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, there are a few people standing there with guns, as if they're waiting for us." We all turned our gaze forward. "Don't be surprised. Maybe Boss Huang sent them to pick us up," someone suggested. Soon after, the driver called out for us to disembark with our luggage. The suspicious figures we had seen quickly pulled up their hoods, brandished various firearms, and boarded the bus. "Don't move, Boss Huang has already sold you out to us," the leader roared, ordering us to raise our hands and sit still. "Boss Huang, who are you kidding? Our Boss Huang is a big man in northern Myanmar." We're just ordinary Chinese citizens, you can't treat us like this. One of us shouted back. Another chimed in, yes, we're protected by the law. You're the one breaking it. A man in black then brandished a gun and barked at everyone, who are you? Do you dare to rob? Do you really think I won't call the police to arrest you? Quickly, lay down your weapons, or I'll be forced to act. We were all startled into compliance, our hands raised as we nervously echoed our protests. The leader of the group smirked and, pulling out his firearm, pointed it at our foreheads. Get off the bus, for Lao Tzu's sake. He bellowed. One by one, we stepped off the bus, our eyes fixed on the armed men with dread. The leader then locked his gaze on the bus driver and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Lao Lu, the capitation fee company will call you. See you next time. He said before waving his hand, prompting Lao Lu to drive the bus away. With a vicious sneer, the leader glared at me and the others. If you don't want to die, step up honestly. And if anyone dares to run, don't blame our brothers, there'll be no mercy. My heart pounded as I searched desperately for an escape phoneme. Alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme. Having just crossed over into this bizarre world, I wasn't about to end up gagged and helpless. Seizing a moment when the bandits in custody seemed inattentive, I smeared oil on the soles of my feet and bolted with long, determined strides. A gunshot rang out behind me, and I shut my eyes in resignation. Wake up, wake up. Are you okay? Selenia's voice brought me back as she appeared beside me in tight-fitting clothes. I slowly opened my eyes and looked at her. The beauty before me helped me sit up, though I still felt dazed by the surreal landscape of mountains, rivers, and forests. You are the savior I have chosen. Ask me if you have any questions, she said. I could only gaze at her in a daze as she sighed and led me to an iron container house. This is your base camp, she explained. Before I could fully process her words, Selenia took my index finger and bit it, causing a single drop of blood to fall on the floor. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped my entire body. Two messages flashed before my eyes. 404 Evolution House is activated, identity detection is being carried out, detection completed, officially bound to 404 Evolution House. In that moment, as my reality shifted once again, I knew my journey in this strange new world was only just beginning. Mind, and at the same time, instructions about 404 Evolution House also poured into his mind. Instructions for use. The 404 Evolution House is currently in the initial stage. The host can improve the progress of the 404 Evolution House by improving its own strength by any move in the source universe. The host dies in the source universe world, and needs to return to the original world to rest for an hour before entering the source universe again. The host can form their own faction to improve themselves and help the 404 Evolution House to improve their progress. Stunned for a long time, Zhang Jia's face was cloudy, and gradually the corners of his mouth rose, and his eyes lit up. So to speak, I don't need to fight monsters and upgrade by myself, just go to the real world and find a way to shake people. Hey, what do you want? Selenia asked, confused. Can you make a teleportation array and install it in the 404 Evolution House? Zhang Jia said the key question. Hearing this, Selenia was obviously stunned, her expression gradually stiffened, and her eyes brightened. Yes, why didn't I think it could be used like this? Zhang Jia looked at Selenia, who was a little excited. How about it? I'm amazing. I got this kind of little thing at my fingertips, guess why I did? Selenia stretched out her slender jade hand and emptied it on Zhang Jia's head, and Zhang Jia's personal information column appeared in front of her out of thin air. Name, Zhang Jia, age, 25 years old, former occupation, programmer, working for 2.5 years, single, usually have needs. Zhang Jia quickly interrupted and covered Selenia's red lips. You won, don't say it. Zhang Jia let go of the hand holding Selenia and looked apologetic. How about it? Can I realize this idea? No problem, if it's on me, isn't it just to build a game? I'm a 200-year-old internet addict girl, so there's no game I haven't played. Selenia patted her chest with excitement on her face. In this way, how about we take 30% of the player's monster fighting experience and use it to improve the progress of the 404 Evolution House? Zhang Jia waved his hand and sighed meaningfully. How can this be done? The draw will be set at 50%. Will it be too much? Selenia was a little surprised, worried that his appetite was too big and no one would play the game anymore. Zhang Jia looked confident. Don't worry, the bigger the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals wind wine slash phoneme and waves, the more fish. Selenia took Zhang Jia to the B2 floor, skillfully turned on the computer for programming. Zhang Jia was not idle, logged in to play the game website and uploaded his game client to the website. Afraid that it would not attract players enough, he deliberately made the game icon a beauty. When you're done, look at each other and smile. Zhang Jia suddenly remembered something. By the way, isn't it that I'm dying in northern Myanmar? Celia blushed and explained, actually, everything is just a dream. I am afraid that you will not believe it, so I created it. The purpose is to make you believe in the real existence of the 404 evolution house. 10 minutes. An hour. 2 hours. Zhang Jia and Selenia were all thankful for the flowers, and no one entered the game. Hey, it's so hard to get to the stars at the beginning of the season, numb. Lubo angrily threw his phone on the table, turned on the computer, and saw if there were any games on the game website that didn't use liver and helium. As a result, he was surprised to find that there was a new game that was really good. Lubo moved the mouse to click on the game introduction. It was a brother who pulled him to play together. There is no recharge system. The Source Universe open world game, take you to be immersive, feel a different world. Lubo sat in front of the computer and snorted disdainfully. It's the same as a flower, is it really that fun? He honestly helped him make a choice, clicked and downloaded this Source Universe game marked 10G, not for anything else. The black silk legs on the game icon attracted him. Ding! In less than a second, the game download was completed, and a crisp prompt sounded. Lubo was a little suspicious. Is my internet speed so good? Lubo put on his AR helmet, lay on the bed, and entered the game. Gradually, his eyes lit up. Lubo came to the door of the 404 evolution house, looked at himself, and found that there was nothing left except a big pants. Lubo looked confused. What is the situation? What about my black silk beautiful legs? He sighed and thought to himself, I'm here, let's talk about it later. Looking at the green mountains and green waters in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. Damn, this game world is too real. He looked at the world in disbelief and slapped his hand heavily on his face. Bang! Oops! Lubo rubbed his cheeks that had been marked with 5 fingerprints, and a monstrous wave set off in his heart. I'm actually in the game world. But why am I alone? He looked left and right, but found no one, not even an NPC. Could it be? Am I the first player to come in? Lubo scratched his head suspiciously, and his cheeks were red. This is really true. Huey took a deep breath to calm his agitated heart. Islet. This is much more exciting than Jedi Survival, no wonder it's called Source Universe game. Well, the setting of this game is very good. He looked around and found that there was nothing else but a forest. Well, if you want to get rich, you must first pick up the tree. Lubo found a stone that looked like an axe, and then found a branch and rattan to make a primitive axe. He walked to a tree, spread his hands, bowed his head to his hands, and began to play with a pair of pants. I have to say that this experience is really strange. It's so cool. It's so decompressive. Lubo called out comfortably. Every cell in his body was happy, and he felt as if he had become a magical tree. While masturbating, he sang, My brother is 28 years old this year, and he hasn't married yet. Where are you, sister? Come back and marry your daughter-in-law. Half an hour later, he finally stopped exercising and fell to the ground to rest. Wow! Playing games can also exercise your body, not bad, not bad. He looked up to the sky and roared, excited. Lubo suddenly saw a wild fruit on the ground. He trotted forward and bent down to pick it up, rubbed it on his chest, opened his mouth and took a bite, sweet and sour. Ha, this game is really getting more and more fun. It's so real to eat a fruit. On the other side, on the B2 floor of the 404 Evolution House, in front of Zhang Jia's computer screen, Lubo's every move was impressively displayed. This player can. Zhang Jia smiled, hee, I'm not afraid that this player will die. Wouldn't it be a pity if he hung up? You think everyone is like you, and you will be gagged in the waist just after crossing over. Selenia pouted. Zhang Jia coughed awkwardly, that. Let's move on. Cut. Selenia pursed her lips, not bothering to pay attention to him. On the other side, Lubo cut down a few more trees and found that there was no danger. Well, it should be almost. you can go and find the next line. He took the axe and walked in the direction of the forest. As soon as he walked a few steps, he saw a strange creature running from a distance. Lubo was startled, and quickly hid to the side. He hid in the grass and peeped at the slime. The slime is shaped like a water drop or an onion. In fact, the most similar shape is the clove of a one-headed garlic. This is a blue slime, 60 or 70 centimeters tall, transparent, and covered with a thin film on the surface of its body. The slime bounced happily back and forth, leaving strings of blue juice in their wake. Damn, it's a slime. Lubo was shocked, and then his eyes lit up. If I defeat him, will I be able to upgrade? By the way, how am I going to kill him? No matter, let's try it. He gripped the axe, revealing a look of eagerness. He crept up on the slime, trying to take advantage of his lack of attention and strike it out of the blue. The slime seemed to notice the abnormality. The slime jumped up, suddenly stopped, two blue round eyes dripping around, turned his head suddenly, and a pair of sapphire eyes stared at Lubo. Lubo thought of 100 combat methods and various countermeasures, but he didn't expect that the slime would find himself at such a time, and he was most afraid that the air would suddenly be quiet. Now it's okay. Embarrassed to go home, to open the door embarrassingly, embarrassed to get home. Lubo put the axe behind his buttocks, stretched out his left hand and waved his hand, and greeted him embarrassedly and politely, "Hi." Slime looked at Lubo, a disheveled exhibitionist, full of question marks, confused. Lubo greeted the slime embarrassedly. In the eyes of the slime, this human being is stupid enough, wearing a pair of pants and going out to go out. It's really stinky and shameless. Why did you come here? The slime ignored him, just looked at him with a nostril spray, and seemed to be very angry. Lubo touched his nose in embarrassment. Mr. Slime, you also feel very embarrassed. He simply didn't do anything, picked up the homemade stone axe and slashed at the slime. Bang sounded, and the slime's blood was reduced by 1. Lubo was confused, and the slime was also confused. Lubo never thought that he would hit the other party with a drop of blood with all his strength, and the slime also didn't expect that the human in front of him would be so disrespectful of martial virtues, and he would cut it when he came up. But what does it mean for you to hit me with a drop of blood? Is it a newly invented way of greeting by human beings? Out of politeness, the slime symbolically arched the human in front of him with his body. Lubo's blood bar directly came to a disappearance technique, which was emptied in an instant, and he lay on the ground on all fours, and then 2 big characters appeared, death. Directly force offline. The angry Lubo sat up from the bed, and the unbeliever entered the game again, only to show that he still had 59 minutes and 25 seconds to be resurrected. The angry Lubo jumped like thunder. Mudhorse, I masturbated the tree for a long time, and was killed by a slime. No, I can't be so sad alone. I want to pull a few people to kill this slime with me. He turned on his phone and entered the penguin colony. Lubo, brothers, I have discovered a new game, which is very fun. African little white face, what kind of game? Is it fun to have a king of pesticides? San Yen Xian crazy team captain, is it fun to have my poisoned milk powder? Lubo, an open world 3M masterpiece, the game is a real one. Sharing the bed, really, I don't believe it. The posture decides to be pregnant, then why don't you play? Lubo, I'm Nima, I was killed by a wild monster. The captain of the crazy team of San Yenxian, what strength don't you have to force yourself? If you go out, you won't be beaten like this if you buy a jungle knife and pull people in the group. You can do it, send it to you, go yourself. 5 minutes later, the captain of the crazy team, the little white face of Africa, the posture determines the pregnancy, resonates in the same bed, and enters the Source Universe game with the front and back feet. They stood at the door of the 404 Evolution House, looking at the green mountains and green waters in front of them, and couldn't help but grow their mouths. They all shouted in unison, "This game is too real." Several people nodded in agreement. The problem is that they only have a pair of big pants and no other props. Brothers, what should we do? Didn't Lubo say that he also has experience in cutting trees? Let's cut down trees first, and then fight monsters after upgrading? Well, it's a bit boring to cut down trees, but it's nice to be able to enjoy the scenery while cutting trees. The posture decided to be pregnant, and nodded in agreement. African little white face, in this case, let's start quickly. Whom. After a few people discussed, they simply made a few stone axes, and then began to cut down trees. Bang sounded, and a rabbit crashed into a tree and fainted. The people who were working hard to cut down the tree came forward curiously, looked at the rabbit with their belly facing the sky, and couldn't help but feel sorry. The story of waiting for the rabbit turned out to be true. There is really such a stupid rabbit. It's a pity. Why don't we overtake him? Do you need to talk about this? Of course, it's physical excess. Eat him. How can you eat tutu so cute? We don't have a fire. How can we roast it? I'll drill wood to make a fire. Half an hour later, it's so fragrant. This game is too real. The only fly in the ointment is that there is less spice. Several people were sitting around the fire, each holding a piece of roast rabbit meat in their hands. African white face, I think this game is pretty good. It's much more fun than other games. Bedmate, yes. I think it's fun. I like this game more than those garbage games. I also think that this game is more realistic and exciting. Lubo, I've been shouting to you in the group for an hour, and you all have barbecue in the game at this time, a familiar voice sounded. African little white face, I'm rubbing. Lubo, why did you enter the game too? Libo, when it's time for me to resurrect, I'll find you when I smell it. Resonate in the same bed, damn, we forgot about you. Lubo. The captain of the crazy team of San Yenshin, Lubo, you have made a great contribution this time and found such a fun game. Lubo stuffed something into his mouth and said, then you don't need to say, am I easy? San Yenshin, captain of the crazy team, I've decided, I'll die in this game in the future, maybe we can still dominate the list. Lubo, cut, just rely on your scum technology, dominate the list? The captain of the crazy team of San Yenshin, who are you talking about scum technology? Lubo, don't talk nonsense, you go and cut down trees first, and this forest will be handed over to you. The captain of the crazy team of San Yenshin, Lao Tzu fought with you. Posture decides to be pregnant, I think upgrading first is the king. Bed sharing resonance, I can't wait to see us dominate this game. African little white face, then I'm looking forward to it. Libo, me too. Bed resonance, anyway, when did this game come out? Why have you never heard of it? Lubo, just today. The captain of the crazy team of San Yenshin, are you sure? Lubo, of course. Didn't you see a few of us? Resonate in the same bed, okay, I suggest that we form a group to level up together, after all, this is a novice village. Lubo, okay, let's go to the woods and fight that slime. The men hit it off and ran towards the depths of the forest. At the same time, in the 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jie looked at several people on the computer screen, becoming more and more curious. Selenia had a lollipop in her mouth and said disdainfully, these fools are better than slimes. Zhang Jie asked curiously, why can't the 5 of them beat a slime? Selena smiled and said, the secret of heaven cannot be revealed. In the depths of the woods, Lubo and several people held stone axes in their hands, found the slime, and several people quickly stepped forward to surround the slime. The slime looked at the visitor with his own eyes, as if puzzled and a little frightened. Slime, squeak? Lubo, slime, I was careless just now and didn't flash, Lao Tzu is resurrected again, see if Lao Tzu doesn't kill you. After speaking, he raised the stone axe, brothers, help me avenge the shame. He arched me off the line. The rest of the people cut down the tree for a long time, and they were also very excited to be able to cut the monster now, and they all raised their weapons and rushed towards the slime, shouting and shouting. Let's go up together, hack this slime to death, maybe you can upgrade. The slime's body swelled several times, and the round body arched hard at them, and several people's blood bars immediately bottomed out, and they were killed. In the penguin group, Lubo, brothers, you are careless, you can't beat it. The captain of the crazy team of San Yenshin, I have decided, I will honestly cut down the tree, and then cut it to the full level. Bed sharing resonance, I'm the same. Then I'll cut down the trees and build a house. Libo, that's a good idea, let's find some more people to play with, what kind of chef? Carpenter. Blacksmith. Physics, chemistry. San Yenshin crazy team captain, well, it makes sense. Let's go to the major game forums to post and recruit people. After a brief discussion, Lubo and the others began to recruit people, which is much more concerned than Zhang Jie, the game administrator. In Zhang Jie's rental house, a sneeze. Zhang Jie rubbed his nose. How do I feel that someone is scolding me? Selenia ate a lollipop, sat on the bed and said dissatisfiedly, Master, no. There are only 5 people playing our game in a day, and if you want to evolve in the 404 evolution house, you have to wait until the year of the monkey. Zhang Jie stared at the computer screen and thought for a while. Yes, the aroma of wine is also afraid of deep alleys, and it seems that we need to find other ways to do it. He thought as he browsed the pages of the computer game forum. Suddenly, in a game forum, he found a new game contest event. Zhang Jie was in high spirits at once, quickly registered, filled in some relevant content, and his own contact information, and uploaded his own game client. After everything was completed, Zhang Jie realized that the current source universe world was too open, so that there was not even a shopping mall. He subconsciously looked at Selenia. Should we make a shopping mall for the game? Selenia tilted his head and thought for a while. Master, this is good to say that I can set up a virtual currency, but you can solve it yourself. Solve it yourself? This is simple, you can buy it in your real world and put it on the Source Universe World Mall to sell. Zhang Jie was shocked. What? This is okay? Selenia patted her small chest. Of course, who am I? But I can bring it most one suitcase at a time, no more, and I can only bring it once a week. Zhang Jie frowned and pondered for a moment. What is most lacking in the Source Universe world? Selenia's big eyes thought for a while. Pregnant. Edible salt. The seawater in the Source Universe is polluted, and there is the most shortage of edible salt. A hint of joy crossed Zhang Jie's eyes, and he muttered, edible salt. Selenia nodded. Edible salt can improve the nutritional value of meat and vegetables, and it can also strengthen various physiques of the body. Aren't the aborigines of the Source Universe world eating salt? Zhang Jie was a little puzzled. Well. Selenia thought for a moment. There are some well salts and mineral salts, but they are all protected by some forces. According to your words, they are monopolized by capital. Zhang Jie slapped his face. Okay, just do as you say, let's first order the salt and weapons. Zhang Jie returned to the Source Universe world, and saw through the computer monitor screen that Lu Bo and his growing team of players were exploring various ways to play in an orderly manner. At this time, in front of the hut built by Lu Bo and them, more than a dozen people were happily waiting for the meal. Xiao, chicken soup is coming. Their newly recruited gamer Zhonghua Laobei came over with the last chicken soup. Several people have long wanted to taste the food in the Source Universe, usually pick up some wild fruits on the ground to eat, but now they have found a chef known as a Michelin 5-star, and now they can finally feast on it. They held simple chopsticks made of branches, smelling the fragrance wafting. Tears had already flowed from the corners of their mouths, and one by one they scrambled to pick up the delicacies made by the Chinese Old North Nose and put them in their mouths, and the Chinese Old North Nose looked at them magically and nervously. How is it? Is it delicious? The faces of the first few people who ate the delicious food were colorful one by one, and finally spit out the food in their mouths. Poof. Didn't you say you graduated from New Oriental? Resonance in the same bed, that is, as far as the dishes you cook, my dog will do it. Zisei decided to get pregnant, and retorted, pull it down quickly. I don't think the dogs will eat it. Lu Bo, the food made by people can make people feel happy, and I feel that it is fast after eating the food you make. I'm about to be sent away by you. I'm a mother. I see black and white impermanence beckoning to me. Lu Bo said sarcastically. Ha, I agree with this, Lu Bo is right. The African little white face raised his hands and feet in support. Ha, Lu Bo, you were so bad. I like to hear you hurt people. The panda's bamboo shoots have been taken away by you. Zisei decided to get pregnant. You bastards, I'm going to break up with you. Can I blame me? I don't have any seasoning, and I'm also a clever woman who can't cook without rice. It's unpalatable, it's unpalatable. Then you'd better let your dog do it. Haha, everyone laughed, and Selenia looked at the player on the screen with sparkling eyes. In this case, do you have a way to help them tide over the predicament? Zhang Jie nodded. It's simple, I'll send them a gift later. Chapter 5. Lu Bo and their newly recruited player friends finished cutting down the tree, walked to the cabin, smelled the aroma of the food, their stomachs gurgled, and they couldn't help but swallow. Is it delicious? Asked the crippled man's good leg. Lu Bo glanced at everyone, nodded frantically and said, it's so delicious that it flies. Resonate in the same bed, yes. It's very delicious, it's not salty at all. It was not polite to kick the good leg of the lame man, picked up a branch on the ground and folded it, picked up a piece of stew, put it in his mouth, chewed a few bites. His face was pale, and he was about to vomit. Lubo stopped him and said, "Don't vomit." Helplessly, he kicked the good leg of the lame man and swallowed it forcibly. "I'm a mother, this game sells coolies, why is it going to die now? But this unpalatable taste is too real." At this time, Zhang Jie walked up to them, looked at a group of people enjoying themselves, and interrupted. "Hello players, how is this game playing?" Lubo saw Zhang Jie, a stranger, appear in front of his cabin, and immediately became vigilant, and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Zhang Jie smiled and explained, "Players, you misunderstood, I am not a bad person, I am the game administrator, my surname is Zhang Mingjie, I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme you to play in the future, welcome to join our post-apocalyptic game." As soon as they heard that it was the game administrator, everyone quickly stood up and asked respectfully, "What is the matter with you?" "Just kidding, the game administrator. If you make him happy, you can send some equipment casually, and you will be a big man." Zhang Jie waved his hand and smiled, "It's okay. I just want to ask you how the game experience is?" Zisei decided to die and replied with a smile, "It's good, the apocalyptic game." "Oh, that's good." Zhang Jie said, then took out 2 servings of salt from the package and handed them to Lubo and the lame man's good leg. "The game is not particularly perfect, give you 2 bags of salt so that the food should be a little better." Lubo took the salt and said, "Thank you, administrator." Zhang Jie looked at the wooden house in front of him and asked suspiciously, "There are no nails here, how did you build the house?" "This is simple, we have a team member who has learned carpentry, and the house he built is a mortise and tenon structure." Lubo replied with a slight smile. "I see, then you keep working hard, and I'll go first," Zhang Jie said. Admin walks slowly. Everyone replied in unison. "Well, goodbye." Zhang Jie turned and left. Lubo looked at Zhang Jie's back and said with a sigh, "We must win over the administrator to prompt the favorability. As long as we can get the administrator's appreciation, we will be much better in the future. Kick the lame man's good leg, well, we must do a good job and strive for an early upgrade. Zeiss decided to get pregnant, I think we should go outside. African little white face, how do you break in? Do you know what the outside of the novice village looks like? Besides, there are no weapons. Lubo, this is a problem, we have to get something to defend ourselves, otherwise what will we do if we encounter wild monsters in the future? African little white face, then what's the whole thing? Zisei decided to get pregnant, weapons, we can build them. But I think we'd better improve our strength first, and when I get stronger, I'll definitely go to the administrator and apply for a weapon with him. African little white face, that's okay, you go, I'll go to level up first. The posture decided to get pregnant, wait for me. Zhang Jie returned to the 404 Evolution House, looked at the innocent Selenia eating lollipops, and asked curiously, is there any place in this source universe world where I can get weapons? Selenia tilted her little head and thought for a moment, there should be. Many survivors will look for guns and ammunition and other things in order to defend themselves. However, it will be difficult for you to find survivors, after all, the world is too chaotic right now. Zhang Jie thought thoughtfully, thinking about whether he was going to try his luck too? Anyway, he was idle, so let's try it. Zhang Jie looked at Selenia and said, I'm going to go out and find the aborigines in the source universe world and exchange our salt for some weapons. Seeing Zhang Jie so positive, Selenia said a little worriedly, I'm afraid it's a bit dangerous for you to go out alone, right? Zhang Jie shook his head and said, it's okay, I can just use the AR headset to create a character, don't worry. Alright then, I'll check to see if there's a survivor colony nearby. Selena said no more, typing on the keyboard. 5 minutes later, Selena turned her head to look at Zhang Jie. I found it, there is a stronghold about 30 kilometers away from here, but there are more than 400 of them. Zhang Jie looked at Selena and asked with some confusion, how do you know? Selena grinned and said, because the 404 Evolution House can now see the situation within a radius of 50 kilometers and be able to monitor their movements. Zhang Jie said in surprise, so amazing? Selena nodded, well, yes, But now it's getting weaker and weaker, and it needs to consume a lot of energy, so you don't need it if you can usually use it. Zhang Jie nodded, indicating understanding. He patted his chest and promised, I will definitely come back safely, don't worry. After Zhang Jie finished speaking, put on the AR helmet and entered the game as a player, Selena looked at Zhang Jie with a backpack on his back and asked suspiciously, Are you going now? Zhang Jie replied with a smile, Yes, I want to go and see it, and visit this world by the way. Selena nodded, Well, stay safe on the road and don't get bitten to death by zombies. Zhang Jie smiled and said, I'm so handsome, how could I be bitten to death by zombies? Bah, by the way, there is a bicycle in the 404 Evolution House that you can ride to, after all, the road is far away. Selena reminded. Zhang Jie nodded and said, Okay, then you take care of yourself. Selena replied in a low voice, and she suddenly had a sense of foreboding. Zhang Jie rode his bicycle and rushed to the target stronghold. Lubo and the others were like beating chicken blood, frantically cutting down trees, and they decided to see Zhang Jie riding a bicycle not far away, and couldn't help shouting, Look, the administrator is running away on a bicycle. Chapter 6 Zhang Jie rode a bicycle to the place Selena told him, looking at the dilapidated houses around, overgrown with weeds, and there were many cobwebs and garbage heaps on the side of the road. He felt that this was a very desolate place, this should be the kind of suburban factory. He couldn't help but wonder, did he find the wrong one? Looking at the puddles that had dried up with bloodstains, Zhang Jie couldn't help but be stunned in his heart. What the hell is this place? He secretly scolded Selena in his heart for being unreliable, but he had to be cautious, this world was too dangerous, and he had no choice but to walk to a building fenced with barbed wire. The outer wall of this building was crawling with vines and plants, but it was not corroded. There is no gate here, and there is no elevator, but Zhang Jie saw a piece of clothing hanging on a closed window. The clothes were stained with blood and dust, and there were 2 sentries in leather clothes guarding the door of this building. Stop, one of the sentries shouted at Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie was startled, and quickly stopped. He knew that if he continued to walk, it was estimated that his life would be in danger. Who? I'm a survivor in the neighborhood and want to exchange some supplies with you. Wait a minute. A sentry commanded, turned around and walked into the building to report. After waiting for a few minutes, I heard footsteps coming, and saw a burly middle-aged man with a beard, shirtless, wearing a vest made of unknown animal skins, and 2 grenades hanging on his shoulders appeared in front of Zhang Jie's eyes. His face has resolute lines, deep contours, bright eyes, a high and straight nose, and thin lips, giving people a sense of perseverance and determination. The man glanced at Zhang Jie. What did you say was your name? The man asked. My name is Zhang Jie, and I'm from a nearby survivor village. Oh, I believe in you. What material can you exchange? Although the man's tone was flat, his eyes were sharp, as if he would burst out with killing intent at any time. Zhang Jie was stared at and his heart was beating wildly, and cold sweat was dripping on his forehead, but thinking that now was not the time for cowardice, he forced himself to calm down. I have table salt, and I want to change a gun and ammunition. The man interrupted him in disbelief. Zhang Jie was delighted. It seems that what Selenia said is indeed right. Salt in this world is more precious than gold, otherwise it would be impossible for a man to react so much. Yes, I have salt. Little brother, go in and say. The man led Zhang Jie into the abandoned building. As soon as he entered here, Zhang Jie smelled a pungent and choking smell, and his eyes suddenly couldn't open, it's so choking. He covered his nose. The man smiled, didn't answer, and took Zhang Jie up to the 3rd floor and pushed open a room. Why is there such a mess here? Asked Zhang Jie, looking around. It used to be a university, but it was abandoned. The man said, but don't worry, we've wiped out the zombies here. Are there really zombies? Zhang Jie showed an excited expression. Of course it's true. The man smiled and nodded. We lost a lot of brothers to kill all those zombies. The man sighed. Okay, don't talk about it, little brother. My name is Wang Defa. If you don't dislike it, just call me Brother Wang. Zhang Jie nodded. Brother Wang. Ha, little brother, quickly take out your salt and show it to me. Wang Defa rubbed his palms and said eagerly. Brother Wang, wait a minute. Zhang Jie took out a bag of salt from his backpack and handed it to Wang Defa. Wang Defa couldn't wait to pour out a handful. Wow, it's really salt. He took the salt excitedly and observed it carefully. Yes, it's much better than the coarse salt we use. Brother Wang, how is it? Wang Defa raised his head and showed a sincere smile. Little brother, how much salt do you have? I want it all, and the conditions are up to you. Brother Wang, how many guns can you exchange for such a bag of salt? Zhang Jia asked tentatively. Wang Defa shook his head. It's hard for me to say this, after all, this is your thing, you have the final say. I'll have the final say. Zhang Jia hesitated. If he said less, he would lose a lot of money. It's okay, you can make a bid as you like. Wang Defa said, this number. Zhang Jia stretched out a finger. He was afraid that Wang Defa would not agree to grab it directly. A gun? No. 10 handfuls. Zhang Jia hesitated for a moment and said, he felt that the lion still opened his mouth. 10? Wang Defa's eyes widened, and he was very surprised. What's wrong? Do I want more? Zhang Jia scratched his head in embarrassment. Wang Defa plucked out his ears. 10? Zhang Jia nodded desperately. Wang Defa swallowed. This stupid boy still doesn't seem to know how important salt is. The gun is just a weapon, and it is not that valuable. Little brother, are you sure? Brother Wang, I'm sure and sure. Puff ha ha ha. Wang Defa suddenly laughed. Deal, each gun will give you an extra 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Wang Defa patted Zhang Jia's shoulder heartily. I just like this kind of cheerful person. Happy cooperation. Zhang Jia breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the transaction would fail because of his greed. Good cooperation. But I don't have so many guns here right now, so you can give me a few bags of salt as a deposit, and you'll come back in a week to trade. No problem. Zhang Jia opened the backpack full of salt, put the 20 bags of salt on the table, and then left with the empty backpack. Hey! Little brother, Wang Defa shouted from behind, slow down on the road. Goodbye, Zhang Jia waved his hand and politely left. Looking at Zhang Jia, who was riding away on his own, Wang Defa's face was fierce. Humph. I actually dare to do business with Lao Tzu. Wait and see. He looked at the salt on the table again, his eyes were hot. So much salt, it must be sold for a good price. He snapped his fingers. Someone. Boss, do you need me to do anything? The yellow-haired broomhead next to him asked. Of course you do. Wang Defa said viciously, keep a good track of that guy and see where he lives, and don't startle him. Understood, the boss wants to eat black. Huang Mao's broomhead smiled evilly. The boss deserves to be the boss. Insidious enough. Hey. Ahem. Wang Defa coughed twice, signaling Huang Mao to pay attention to the impact. Huang Mao curled his smile. Boss, don't worry, I will complete the task perfectly. Chapter 7. The game website was founded by Kaishu-kun, but the world is declining, and domestic games have long been occupied by goose factories and pig factories, and there is no game company that can compete with it. Kaishu-kun, as a senior gamer and the person in charge of the game network, can only survive in the cracks. If it weren't for the fact that he has a billionaire dad to support him, I'm afraid he would only have the choice of going home to inherit the family business. Suddenly, a post about a new game caught his attention. He subconsciously clicked in and saw the introduction of the Source Universe World game. If it is a brother, pull in to play together. There is no recharge system. The Source Universe open world game, take you to the scene, feel a different world. Kaishu-kun picked up the coffee cup on the table and took a sip. What age is it? Will there be fools who believe this kind of trick of deceiving people to play games? If it is that kind of unscrupulous money-cheating game, Kaishu-kun, as the person in charge of the game website, must delete this kind of garbage game and permanently ban the other party's IP. By the way. Ding in a second, the game is ready, which reinforces the idea that this is a garbage game. Kaishu-kun put on an AR game helmet, slid his finger on the game desktop, found a game icon with black silk legs, and clicked on it. There was a burst of darkness, his head was spinning. When Kaishu-kun opened his eyes again, he had already appeared not far from the 404 Evolution House. He looked at the green mountains and green waters, rivers and lakes, and those towering ancient trees in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, where is this? How did I come out? This game is too real. Kaishu-kun's heart rose a strange feeling. Is this the Source Universe game? How do I feel like I've traveled through time? He looked around, but saw a group of players in the distance cutting trees in their pants. This is Kaishukuin looked into the distance with some shock. The sky in the distance was covered with black clouds, thunder roared, lightning danced like snakes, and the whole sky seemed to have fallen into the apocalypse. What the hell is going on? Kaishukuin trembled with excitement. What's going on? He hurriedly rushed over there to find out first, but he ignored a detail, that is, Wangshan ran a dead horse, and he stopped as he ran, wanting to see how big the map of the Source Universe World game was, but he was tired of running and panting, only to find that it was still far away from the place where the sky was anomaly just now. This. Kaishukuin was speechless for a while. He looked up, and could only vaguely see many dilapidated high-rise buildings in the distance. Could it be he suddenly thought of a possibility, his heart beating fast, and he ran all the way to the place where the sky vision was? One building after another broke and collapsed. From time to time, the roar of a beast was heard in my ears, which was deafening. From time to time, flames exploded on the ground. An inexplicably oppressive breath permeated the air, making it difficult to breathe. Kaishukuin looked into the distance, uneasy in his heart, and muttered, "Could it be that all these things are made by the Source Universe game? This is impossible. How can there be such a real game?" He shook his head again when he thought of this, and caught a glimpse of a red mushroom in the dark corner. He stepped forward and bent down to pick it up, and took a bite, which was bitter and astringent. Damn! I'm not lucky to be shit. This game can taste anything you eat. Kaishukuin was surprised and delighted. Originally he thought that this Source Universe World game was a gimmick to fool people, but he didn't expect such a real game to be unbelievable. Fuck! Kaishukuin couldn't help but scold his mother. This Source Universe game can create such a highly realistic game. This is unbelievable. He was so excited that he couldn't wait to look up to the sky and howl a few times. This kind of real game was not too cool. Ha! He noticed the red mushroom in his hand again. This mushroom seems to be quite interesting, too. He took a few more bites, and it didn't feel so unpalatable. It was very thirst-quenching, and it was refreshing. Just when Kaishukuin was overjoyed, suddenly a zombie with a rancid smell appeared behind him, and pounced on him with teeth and claws. "I'll wipe it." Kaishukuin felt wrong, turned his head and was startled. He hurriedly threw away the mushroom in his hand, and ran away. Damn! How can there be zombies? Kaishukuin turned back while running, only to see the zombies chasing after him. He was extremely anxious in his heart. He knew that with his current strength, he was simply a sacrifice for the tooth sacrifice of zombies, and he kept pounding his two legs, and finally ran 10 kilometers in a roundabout way. His left leg mixed with his right leg, the whole person fell to the ground, and his ass almost fell in half. Damn, it's troublesome. Looking at the zombie that pounced, Kaishukuin wanted to cry without tears. The zombie pounced on a vicious tiger, pressed him under him, opened his mouth and gnawed at his neck. Kaishukuin closed his eyes, let the zombie's sharp fangs cut through the skin, and the pain hit his whole body. Ah! Suddenly, Kaishukuin let out a scream, and a game prompt appeared: "You are dead." Kaishukuin opened his eyes, took off the AR helmet. The cold sweat on his back had soaked his short-sleeved vest. His heart was pounding. It took a long time to come back to his senses. Looking at the dark room, Kaishukuin frowned, picked up the mobile phone, and was surprised to find that it was already 2:30 in the morning. He took out a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and took a sip, and unwillingly put on the AR game helmet again and entered the Source Universe game world. A striking countdown appeared in the eye, and there were 55 minutes and 39 seconds left before the resurrection time. Kaishukuin, who was bullied, took off the AR game helmet and scolded. Is there any serious illness among the people who developed this Source Universe game, death and cooldown, and can they still play happily? Angry is angry. Kaishukuin can only compromise. Such a good game, the Goose Factory and the Pig Factory together may not be able to develop it. The more Kaishukuin thought about it, the more excited he became, and he picked up his mobile phone and dialed the director of the game website. "Hey, Director Lee will check the contact information of a poster for me, now." Immediately. Chapter 8. The noisy ringtone of the mobile phone woke up Kaishukuin in the early morning. He lay on the bed and fumbled around to pick up the mobile phone on the side, opened his sleepy eyes, and pressed the answer button. "Hey, Mr. Kai, I have found the contact information of the person who uploaded the client on the forum you were looking for, and the person did not leave contact information, but we contacted the telecommunications company through the IP address he uploaded and asked for his mobile phone number for opening an account." Stop. Li Feng also wanted to add how difficult it was for him to complete the task, but was interrupted by Kai Shukuan. Just send me his phone number. Kai Shukuan rubbed his temples and explained to Li Feng. Li Feng was stunned. This is not the same as imagined. Why did I work overtime to complete the task he assigned without even saying a word of thanks? Kai Shukuan saw that Li Feng on the phone did not reply, and urged, "Hey, hurry up." "Oh, okay, Mr. Kai immediately." Hanging up the phone, Li Feng slandered in his heart, "Nima capitalists are capitalists, and they are squeezing the labor force of employees all the time." Although he was dissatisfied, Li Feng's hand did not stop, and quickly edited the text message and sent the phone number to Kai Shukuan. Ding ding. Kai Shukuan looked at the phone number on the text message. His heart was pounding with excitement. It felt like he had finally gotten the phone number of the goddess who had been in love for 2.5 years. His hands holding the mobile phone trembled slightly, and his breathing was a lot shorter, as if he was afraid that the other party would suddenly run away. He exhaled a few deep breaths to calm his mood, and then dialed according to the phone number on his mobile phone. The phone beeped 3 times and was connected. Kai Shukuan swallowed his saliva nervously. Beep 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 beep. After ringing 5 or 6 times, the phone over there was connected. "Hey, hello, who are you?" said a calm man's voice on the phone. "I'm Kai Shukuan, the person in charge of the game website, and I want to talk to you about cooperation." "Cooperation?" Zhang Jia held his mobile phone and didn't believe his ears. "Yes, it's the Source Universe World game you're working on right now." Kai Shukuan continued to explain, "Don't worry, I know that the potential of this game is very high, and you must have invested a lot of money before, but I can assure you that as long as you agree to cooperate with us, as long as the money can solve the problem, it will not be a problem." Zhang Jia fell silent. Is this the world of rich people? Is this trying to smash me to death with money? I have to admit that Zhang Jia is really moved. If he can negotiate this business with Kai Shukuan, then it means that he can count the money every day to have cramps in his hands. How painful this happiness is. He couldn't help but lick his lips. How are you thinking about it? We must be more profitable to cooperate than you alone." Kai Shukuan patiently reiterated again. Let me think about it." Zhang Jia replied hesitantly. In fact, his heart was already churning at this moment. "Okay, you send me the address, and I'll go to you for an interview." Kai Shukuan said with joy in his tone. He knew that Zhang Jia would definitely agree to cooperate with them. After all, who doesn't want to make money? Well. Good. Zhang Jia hung up the phone and immediately took out his wallet and sent it to Kai Shukuan according to the address on his ID card. He didn't know which parallel world he had crossed over, so he sent him the city on his ID card. On the other side, Zhang Jia sat in the 404 evolution room and crossed Erlang's legs and thought for a moment, and finally he gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. "Selenia, I want to cooperate with game websites to increase the popularity of our game, so that more players will know about our game." "Well, okay, no problem." Selenia readily agreed. Zhang Jia looked at the bright smile on Selenia's face, and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Zhang Jia walked up to Selenia and said proudly, "I'll take you to eat a lot of money in the evening." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Kai Shukuan drove a Bugatti Veyron supercar to the door of the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the city where Zhang Jia is located. As soon as he stopped the car, the doorman of the hotel immediately opened the door of the main driver for him. "Welcome." He threw the sports car key to the parking brother and walked into the hotel with his head up. The hotel lobby was luxuriously decorated. Magnificent. He looked around looking for a target, and finally he locked on the 2 people who were looking at the beautiful women through the window, and at the same time, Zhang Jia saw the luxury car parked outside the hotel at a glance, and said in surprise, "How can there be such a sports car in a third-tier city like ours? Could it be a certain star?" "Sir, hello, are you Mr. Zhang Jia?" Kai Shukuan walked in front of Zhang Jia and asked politely. "I am. May I ask who you are?" Zhang Jia said lightly. Kai Shukuan's eyes lit up and he stretched out his hand. "Hello, I'm the person in charge of the game website who came to play." Zhang Jia shook hands with him and said, "It turned out to be Mr. Kai, who has admired his name for a long time, and he is disrespectful and disrespectful." He, don't dare to be it, don't take the liberty to disturb it today, please don't mind." Kai Shukuan said modestly, No, I am happy to conspire with Mr. Kai." Zhang Jia waved his hand. I like a bright person like you, let's eat and talk while walking." In the splendid hotel private room, a big dining table was full of delicacies from the mountains and seas. Zhang Jie and Selenia were not polite, picking up the 3-foot-long lobster and gnawing on the greasy mouth. Kaishukuin sat opposite them and looked at Zhang Jie and Selenia, the two starving ghosts, and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. It's been a long time since I eat. Kaishukuin couldn't care about being reserved, and there would be empty plates on the table a little later, so he grabbed the chicken wings on the plate and nibbled on them. Mr. Zhang, try this Australian king crab meat, it is tender and delicious. Mr. Kai, try this abalone to nourish your skin. Mr. Zhang, you taste this foie gras. Kaishukuin saw the two of them gobbling up, and said with a smile, eat slowly, it's not enough to order more. Half an hour later, the plates on the dining table were licked by the three of them, and the aunt who brushed the dishes in the hotel seemed to be in tears. This is the rhythm of being laid off. Hiccup. Zhang Jie and Selenia hiccuped at the same time. Their bulging stomachs were as big as basketballs, and they sat on the chair with a satisfied face. Kaishukuin saw that the time was ripe, and asked nervously, Boss Zhang, how about we talk about the game in the Source Universe world? No problem, Mr. Kai, you can say it. How do you want to cooperate? Chapter 9. Kaishukuin put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Zhang Jie and Selenia, his eyes revealing eagerness. Boss Zhang, I am very interested in the Source Universe world game developed by your company. You can make a price. This. Zhang Jie scratched his head and looked at Kaishukuin with some embarrassment. He just wanted to take Selenia to have a meal, and by the way, see if he could cooperate to promote the Source Universe world game, and he didn't even think about selling it. Just kidding, how to sell it? The Source Universe world is another world, and it is through the artifact bracelet given by Selenia that it can be connected to the real world. Even if he wants to sell it, he can't sell it. Even if it is sold, the buyer will look at their server. Where will he go? Ahem, that Mr. Kai, our company currently has no plans to sell the Source Universe world game. Zhang Jie coughed awkwardly and politely refused. Kaishukuin was not too surprised to stretch out a finger. A small goal, 100 million. 200 million. Kaishukuin continued with a domineering president. I'm sorry, Mr. Kai, it's not about money. Zhang Jie shook his head and refused. Kaishukuin's face did not change, and he stretched out 5 fingers. 500 million, you think about it. Kaishukuin is ready, and if he still refuses, he will continue to increase his weight. However, what disappointed him was that Zhang Jie still shook his head and refused. Kaishukuin was a little angry, his face sank. 1 billion. He felt that winning this small game with his own financial resources was a certainty. Still can't be sold. Zhang Jie still shook his head. 5 billion. Kaishukuin raised the price again. I'm sorry, Mr. Kai, it's still not good. Zhang Jie still shook his head firmly and refused. He was really forced, and if he really had to make a choice, he would not hesitate to choose to sell the Source Universe world. But he really can't sell it. Kaishukuin's face sank, and his tone was cold. 200 million, this is the highest bottom line. If Mr. Zhang is willing to sell the game to me, I will be responsible for the development of the Source Universe game. Zhang Jie and Selenia were both shocked. 200 million. If you buy a lollipop, you can eat your teeth. Selenia tilted her head, imagining that she was swimming in the sea of lollipops. It was not too cool. Zhang Jie was also shocked. He was not excited because Kaishukuin bid too much. On the contrary, he was very angry. Nima, actually smash them with money. Is the life of a rich person so boring? What do you like to smash with money? It's too bullying, it's just too insulting. But I like this feeling so much. 200 million. He may not be worth so much money in his life. I'm sorry, Mr. Kai, our company really doesn't plan to sell games. Zhang Jie once again emphasized that he didn't want to be stimulated like this. Okay then. In that case, please go back. Kaishukuin stood up, not wanting to say a word. Zhang Jie and Selenia couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Kaishukuin's eviction order, but they didn't have the idea of continuing. He took Selenia's little hand, stood up, and said with a smile, thanks to the hospitality, Mr. Kai, then we will leave first. Slow, how much do you want to sell? Originally, Kaishukuin wanted to make a move to capture the old man, but when he saw that Zhang Jie, who was not entering, said to leave, and finally compromised. No way, no game company has such a real game as the Source Universe World. This is really not a matter of money, our team mainly loves games, so the Source Universe World game is opened. Zhang Jie sighed helplessly. That's okay. If the gentleman doesn't take the favor of others, I won't force you, and the exclusive agent of the game can also be announced to me. Kaishu-kun had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. He believed that his strength and financial resources would definitely be able to successfully turn the Source Universe World game into a world-class super game IP. He doesn't expect to reach the top in one step. After all, he is not an immortal. It is impossible to do everything. What he wants now is to fight steadily, and climb up step by step. At that time, the Goose Factory and the Pig Factory can only be out of reach, and if you want to cheat Krypton, let's see if the gamers play your game first. Although you can't buy out the game copyright, you can have a connection with the Source Universe World game, and the game will be popular in the future, and you will definitely be able to make a lot of money. With his keen investment vision, it is definitely a profitable business. Mr. Kai, do you think this will work? I will take care of the things in the game, and we will discuss the things outside the game. Zhang Jie said with some hesitation. Kaishu-kun frowned slightly, but finally agreed. That's okay, Boss Zhang, then it's decided. I'll find you to sign the contract when the time comes. Kaishu-kun breathed a long sigh of relief. No problem, Mr. Kai has a happy cooperation. Zhang Jie agreed, so that he would no longer have to worry about no new players entering the game in the future. I still have something to ask for. I don't know if Boss Zhang can do me a little favor? Kaishu-kun changed his resolute behavior just now, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Jie was confused. What could he help with? But he was a rich man. Mr. Kai, we are already a partnership. If you need help, just say it. Can you give me some source stones? Kaishu-kun rubbed his hands and said a little embarrassed to ask this question. What? Zhang Jie was stunned. You come to play, the chairman of the game website actually wants the source stone, don't bring such a play. The Source Stone is the currency in the game where Selenia created the Source Universe World, which is used to reward players for direct transactions with players. Now the game is in its early stages, and the system of cutting down 10 trees will give 1 Source Stone as a reward, but at present, the game store only sells 2 things. One is edible salt for 10 Source Stones, and the other is a kitchen knife for 100 Source Stones. Mr. Kai, it turns out that this is the case. Zhang Jie suddenly realized, and then said with a smile, of course it's no problem. How about giving you 100 source stones? This. Can you give more? I can buy it with money, or I can exchange the Bugatti Veyron I drove with you. Kaishu-kun hurriedly spoke. He knew very well that this car was a limited edition in the world. This kind of luxury sports car, not to mention the source stone, is estimated to be difficult to buy even if someone pays for it. What's more, this is a limited edition of 3 Bugatti Veyron in the world. Zhang Jie secretly scolded the local tyrant in his heart. How rich this is, even the Bugatti Veyron is willing to give it away. But if you are willing to give it to me, I don't have any money to refuel. Mr. Kai, I really don't have any extra source stones. Zhang Jie smiled bitterly. Oh, well, 1,000 source stones will do. Although Kaishu-kun was unwilling, there was no way. The three chatted for a while, and Zhang Jie took Selenia back. Chapter 10. Under the vigorous promotion of the game website, the Source Universe World game has gradually gained popularity in the game circle, and there are about 500 daily active gamers. Kaishu-kun, as the most loyal Source Universe World gamer, is almost online 24 hours a day. This is all thanks to the development of AR technology, which allows players to play games while wearing a headset and lying in bed. Today, Kaishu-kun was cutting down trees as always, and at this time, a person ran in front of him and shouted in a panic. Boss is not good, the people of Yanyalu are killing our kitchen knife gang again. Kaishu-kun looked at the anxious expression on the man's face, and knew in his heart that the situation was serious, and it was the deputy leader of the kitchen knife gang who spoke. Scar is a sturdy middle-aged man, who usually looks fierce and vicious, but he is very obedient in front of Kaishu-kun. What? Kaishu-kun stopped cutting down trees, frowned and asked, why is Yanyalu making trouble again? Scar said helplessly, no way. Now the game content is too little, everyone can only cut trees, and the trees can't be refreshed, resulting in more people than trees. Everyone wants to cut down a few more trees and upgrade. And the leader of Yenyu Building is still a mysterious figure. No one has seen his true face, only knows that the boss of Yenyu Building is very strong, and the real world is a rich second generation. At this time, Lu Bo walked over and patted Kaishu-kun on the shoulder. Brother, it's okay. No matter how powerful the people in Yanyulu are, it is impossible to wipe out our entire kitchen knife gang. Kaishu-kun nodded and said to Lu Bo, yes, call all the brothers online, copy the guy, let's go meet him. 10 minutes later, all the players of the kitchen knife gang logged into the game one after another, and more than 300 people, wearing big pants and holding kitchen knives in their hands, rushed towards the Yenyu Building with great momentum. Look, there are so many people, do you want to fight in a group? I think it's like, the people of the Nima kitchen knife gang have always fought with Yanyulu, and the two gangs are basically incompatible. This time it should be because the people of Yanyulu are grabbing territory. Hurry up, let's go and have a look. Some of the players who didn't think it was a big deal to see the excitement talked a lot and followed behind the team. The site of Yanyulu was established not far from the 404 safe house. This area belongs to the jurisdiction of the kitchen knife gang. Kaishu-kun led a large number of people to the door of Yanyulu. There were 2 rows of people standing at the door of Yanyulu. They were also wearing big pants and holding kitchen knives. No way, everyone also wanted to wear clothes, but the game planning just didn't come out. If he dares to come out, these players dare to buy no matter how much money they have. There is nothing that Krypton can't solve with 1648, if there is, then Krypton 10648. The people in Yanyulu swallowed heavily, a little overwhelmed. Nima, what is this for? This battle is like a war, and although the Yanyulu side has the advantage in numbers, it can't help but be attacked by so many people from the kitchen knife gang. The two sides confronted each other, and the atmosphere became more and more tense, and even the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Damn, the Sun Thieves of Yenyu Building, get out of here and die. It's bullying our kitchen knife gang, I think you can retreat. This formation is too scary, and the head is black. Jia Yenyu, the boss of Yanyulu, looked at the people of the kitchen knife gang in front of him even more nervously, but his mouth was still stiff. Your sister, Kaishu-kun, you are looking for death. Kaishu-kun snorted coldly. Jia Yenyu, don't think I don't know what the hell you are doing. During this time, Yanyulu always sends people to grab the land, and you are a good bully when we are a kitchen knife gang? Jia Yenyu, the boss of Yanyulu, scolded angrily at Kaishu-kun. You can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. The old lady didn't send someone to rob your territory, you spew blood. Kaishu-kun sneered. Hee, I heard that you have frequently sent people to our side to sneak attack recently. I don't think you came to cut down trees and upgrade at all. Jia Yenyu gritted his teeth and said, we Yanyulu do our own tasks, we don't need you to interfere. If you know each other, hurry back to your own territory. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Hee, do you think I'm afraid that you won't succeed? Kaishu-kun did not show weakness. Brothers, copy guys. Jia Yenyu gritted his teeth, but said stiffly, hee, so what? Your kitchen knife gang is also the enemy of my Yenyu Building, and it is only natural for us to rob you of your things. Kaishu-kun laughed angrily. Ha, you are quite sharp-toothed. Jia Yenyu did not show weakness. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't accept it, you will do who is afraid of whom. But you have a lot of people today, let's fight it alone. Kaishu-kun glanced at her contemptuously, and said disdainfully, single-handed? You. Zhao Yan's tone nodded. What are you, you spicy chicken? Zhao Yan said angrily, okay, good, you kitchen knife gang wait, we Yanyulu will not let you go. After that, Zhao Yenyu waved his hand, everyone wins together, I will send red envelopes in the group. Kaishu-kun snorted coldly, humph, brothers, cut him. With Kaishu-kun's order, the players of the kitchen knife gang brandished their kitchen knives and slashed towards the players in Yanyulu. The players on both sides were instantly intertwined, the sound of fighting resounded in the sky, and one by one the kitchen knives emitted a cold light, slashing at the opponent in front of them. In the end, the kitchen knife gang led by Kaishu-kun knocked down all the players in Yanyulu with an overwhelming victory and cut down the Source Universe World game. Kaishu-kun looked at the kitchen knife in his hand with satisfaction, and he was proud in his heart. Hey, don't you say that the quality of the kitchen knives in the game is stronger than that in real life? And it is not bad to cut people, and it is many times stronger than the kitchen knives that can be broken by slapping garlic in some unscrupulous businesses. In the 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jie also had a headache when he looked at the infighting among the players on the computer screen. and he looked at Selenia with a begging gaze. Selenia licked the lollipop, looking like he didn't care about himself. You deserve it. Who asked you to give Kaishuku Yuancher? It's okay now. Zhang Jia kept nodding as if he was thinking, then what should I do now? What else can I do? All hope can only depend on Zhao Yanyu. I hope she can regain her strength and fight a beautiful turnaround. Selenia shrugged helplessly with the lollipop. Zhang Jia had no good choice, so he could only silently pray to Zhao Yanyu and his Yanyulu players, but don't be unable to bear the blow and retreat. Chapter 11 Guangjing City, the largest by Jinhan nightclub. Zhao Yingjun held a wine glass, a cigar in his mouth, leaning on the sofa, two beautiful women in cool clothes and long legs in black silk on the left and right, who kept beating his back and rubbing his shoulders. Zhao Yingjun squinted his eyes, looking at the stunner dancing pole dancing with a beer bottle in his mouth in front of him, and he was in a good mood. This chick has a lot of work. She is really good at playing. Oh. Brother Zhao, I'm calling. A coquettish voice came, and a hot beauty pointed to Zhao Yingjun's mobile phone on the table and said, "Damn. Hang, don't pick up." Zhao Yingjun scolded. The beauty on the side picked up the phone and pressed the phone. Zhao Yingjun took a sip of wine and continued to enjoy his gentle hometown. After a few minutes, the phone rang again, and the beauty pressed the phone again. I don't know how many times the phone rang, and the beauty couldn't help but persuade, "Brother Zhao, you better take it." Damn, it's really a disappointment. Zhao Yingjun was a little disappointed, but he still picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hey, who? Zhao Yingjun, are you dead on the horse? What? What's wrong? Zhao Yingjun sat up from the sofa. What else can happen? Someone beats me, you don't care? Zhao Yanyu said with a crying voice. Zhao Yingjun frowned, waved his hand to drive away the stereo in the box, and stopped abruptly. Damn, my Zhao Yingjun's own sister also dares to move. I'm impatient. I'm at home, you can call more people, the more the better. Zhao Yanyu sobbed. Well, you wait, I'll be there right away. Zhao Yingjun hung up the phone directly after agreeing, glanced at the beauties on the side, motioned for them to exit the private room, and then took out his mobile phone and made a few calls. Hey, Xiangzi, take your people and copy the guy to the eldest lady's villa. Zhao Yingjun drove the Range Rover SUV throttle towards Zhao Yinyu's villa. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yinyu's villa, 50 or 60 cars, and 2 buses stopped at the door. Zhao Yingjun knocked on the door of the villa in a hurry, followed by 200 or 300 brothers. Zhao Yanyu opened with a look of lovelessness. Brother, woo-woo. Sister, why are you like? Brother, they are not people, they are beasts, hundreds of people beat me. Zhao Yanyu hugged Zhao Yingjun and cried. Zhao Yingjun touched her head and comforted. Good girl, sister, don't worry, my brother will seek justice for you. Brother, I'm afraid. Zhao Yanyu grabbed Zhao Yingjun's arm, his face full of panic. Zhao Yingjun patted her on the head. Don't be afraid, my brother is here, don't worry, Grass Mudhorse. Dare to bully my sister. Zhao Yingjun roared angrily, turned his head and ordered the brothers around him, you all go in and abolish those people for me. Remember not to die. Yes. The brothers behind him shouted in unison. Zhao Yingjun kicked open the door and rushed into the villa with everyone. Fuck, people. Zhao Yingjun was furious, kicked a chair away, and scolded angrily, I'm fucking him, I'm going to chop up his whole family. Brother, it's not in our house, it's in the game. After Zhao Yanyu finished speaking, he couldn't help but complain, what? In the game, you don't sleep in the middle of the night, you play games and let people beat you, and ask me to avenge you? Zhao Yanyu pulled Zhao Yingjun's arm with rain. Brother, I don't care, you have to be the master for me. But there are so many of us, and we don't have so many game equipment at home, so let's go to a nearby internet cafe. Zhao Yingjun looked at the younger brothers and proposed helplessly. Okay, let's go to the internet cafe, and let's avenge me together. Zhao Yanyu wiped her tears and looked at her eldest brother with a smile. The Source Universe world, Yanyu building, has been occupied by the Kitchen Knife Gang at this time. Kaishukuan looked at his gang's brothers proudly, and laughed loudly. Brothers, now in the Source Universe world, there is only one of the largest gangs left in our Kitchen Knife Gang. That's right, only we are worthy of being called the #1 gang in the Source Universe world. When the time comes, we can run rampant and do whatever we want. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Lao Tzu will become a super god sooner or later. By that time, Lao Tzu will marry 10 or 8 girls. Ha ha. That's right, our brothers have a chance. All the resources belong to our kitchen knife gang. One of Kaishukuin's leaders chimed in, only our kitchen knife gang can become the boss of the source universe world. When the time comes, we can build our own dynasty like those interstellar empires. Ah, that's right. Kaishukuin nodded in appreciation. The president is mighty. The president is not good. What's wrong? Kaishukuin frowned. A small minion said in a panic, 300 or 400 people suddenly broke in outside. Surrounded our kitchen knife gang. What? Kaishukuin suddenly changed color. Why are so many people suddenly there? Don't they sleep at night? Impossible. Who dares to fight the idea of our kitchen knife gang? It was Zhao Yenyu who led her subordinates to fight over. Kaishukuin snorted coldly when he heard this. What are you afraid of? Our kitchen knife gang is now the #1 gang in the entire source universe world. Are you still afraid of them? President, Zhao Yenyu took a person and said that he wanted to talk to you. Oh, want me to talk? Kaishukuin snorted coldly and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme to walk out. I want to see who dares to talk to me. Many brothers from the kitchen knife gang also followed. Soon, thousands of players gathered. Kaishukuin looked at Zhao Yenyu and Zhao Yingjun and asked disdainfully, what? Not convinced, isn't it? Kaishukuin looked at Zhao Yenyu and sneered, I don't know how thick the sky is. Zhao Yenyu also did not show weakness and snorted coldly. Kaishukuin squinted his eyes and looked at the hundreds of people behind Zhao Yenyu, hee, what a big breath. I'll let you try what despair is today. Kaishukuin saw that Zhao Yenyu and Zhao Yingjun didn't answer, so he continued, I tell you, you must surrender to the feet of my kitchen knife gang today, otherwise, we will bloody your Zhao clan's Yenyu building today. Bah, it's up to you? Zhao Yingjun spat contemptuously, stinky boy, you are looking for death. Which green onion are you two counting? Do you dare to run back to make trouble? Zhao Yenyu snorted coldly, which green onion is your kitchen knife gang, and you dare to snatch my Yanyula base? What? Kaishukuin was furious, Zhao Yenyu, you say it again. Zhao Yenyu said disdainfully, I said that the old lady will beat you back today. Chapter 12 As expected, Zhao Yenyu also took advantage of the strength of the number of people this time, and directly cut off Kaishukuin and all the people of their kitchen knife gang. Kaishukuin took off the AR helmet, looked at the mobile phone, and the time was already 5 o'clock in the morning, and a bad breath made him unable to sleep at all. He directly dialed the phone number of Li Feng, the game website that came to play. Directorly, now notify all the employees of the game. Website to play, come to the game in the Shangyuan universe world, what? Do you need to go online with the cleaning ant and the janitor security guard? Aren't you talking nonsense? No one is missing, how many people come, what? Count double, employees' families, relatives and friends have one, as long as they play the game, they will all be paid. Early in the morning, Zhang Jia was lying on the simple spring bed in the 404 Evolution house and fell asleep. A pair of cold hands touched his 18-pack abs. Zhang Jia sat up with a spirit, hurriedly covered the important parts with a blanket, and looked at Selenia vigilantly. You. What are you going to do? I can tell you, if it weren't for your young age, I would have corrected you on the spot. Cut, if you have the heart or not, you can get up and take a look. Selenia disdainfully disdained him. Zhang Jia hurriedly put on his vest and sat on the computer chair. What's wrong? What's going on? Just look at it. Selenia said with a frown. Zhang Jia looked at the computer screen listlessly. All the players were divided into 2 factions and fought each other. Some of them held kitchen knives in their hands, some held stones, and many of them were barehanded. In short, the first large-scale player war in the Source Universe world began, and the forces on both sides were getting bigger and bigger, and every few minutes there would be fresh player blood to join them. No one would suffer losses, no one would give in, and they were all red-eyed. Zhang Jia subconsciously opened the game store, and the more than 1,000 kitchen knives sold before had already been sold out. He rubbed his eyes, opened the special forum for the Source Universe World game of the game website that came to play, and looked at the posts asking for a source stone to buy weapons, and the whole person was stunned. Zhao Yanlu helped collect people, collected the source stone for 1,200, and bought a kitchen knife for 1,500 yuan in cash. Lubo, unlimited purchase of source stones, as many as you want. Don't be afraid that I don't have money, I'm afraid that you don't have source stones. Captain of the crazy squad of Sanyan, Yanlu Garbage Guild, killing people indiscriminately, novice players will not let go, strongly resist, welcome everyone to join our united and friendly kitchen knife gang. Zhaoingjun, why doesn't there be a recharge channel in this official? Lao Tzu wants the source stone, you have to dare to open it, don't collapse your recharge channel, count me as losing. African little white face, collect the source stone, unlimited harvest, infinite harvest, pity me. Sell me a little. 1 piece or 2 is also love. The whole game forum is noisy, and the number of posts is still increasing. Look at the gang of kids. If you hadn't been able to find the address of the game developer, you probably would have sent the blade a long time ago. Except for the scolding battle between the two gangs of Zhao Yanlu's Yanlu and Kaishukuan's kitchen knife gang, the other players are all buying source stones. Zhang Jia watched the post of buying the source stone from 1 to 1 in the early morning, and now the local tyrant financial competition between the two guilds has risen to a price of 1 to 1,000, but even at this price, a large number of local tyrants who want Krypton gold still have nowhere to buy. Zhang Jia was stunned and looked at the various strange hell posts in the forum of the Source Universe World game. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. He finally understood why his kitchen knives were suddenly sold out, and they were all bought and slashed by these guys. Zhang Jia stared at the computer screen. This. What's going on? I'm just going to sleep. Why is this happening? Selinia rolled her eyes. What do you think? Isn't it? Don't. I'm going to get rich. Zhang Jia's eyes lit up, and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. What the hell do you want to do? Selinia was furious when she saw his stupid expression. He. Zhang Jia showed a lewd smile. Of course it's to make money, otherwise how can I have the money to support you? When Selinia heard this, she was immediately furious, and she stepped on the soles of Zhang Jia's feet. You. Well done. Zhang Jia smiled. Each other. But how did you sell them the source stone? Selinia tilted her head, confused. Zhang Jia laughed evilly. You just see. Zhang Jia put on an AR game helmet and used the game administrator authority to pinch his face, and after a while, a player with the image of a fat middle-aged uncle entered the Source Universe World game, and he sneakily sneaked into the base of Yanlu. Zhao Yanlu looked at this eye-catching gamer and asked vigilantly, "Who are you? Are you from the kitchen knife gang?" No, I'm here to do business with you." Zhang Jia waved his hand and signaled her to be quiet. Business? What kind of business? Zhao Yanlu frowned, feeling that this thief was eyebrow-eyed. Zhang Jia initiated the request transaction button and said to Zhao Yanlu, "Oh, do you see it? I have 1,000 source stones here." Zhao Yanlu looked at it. How to trade? I'll give you the source stone first, and then give you the bank card number. You can just send me money. Zhang Jia said indifferently. After the transaction was completed, Zhao Yanlu asked with some confusion, "How can you have so many source stones?" Zhang Jia was a little embarrassed. "You guys are fighting in the wild, and when I cut down trees, I sold all the kitchen knives and weapons you dropped to the system store." When Zhao Yanlu heard this, his face immediately darkened. "What did you say? This is all what you got by licking the bag? It seems that I will also send more people to lick more bags." Then I'll go first." "Well, nice to work with." Zhao Yanlu looked at Zhang Jia, who had disappeared, and turned to everyone. "Okay, let's hurry up and rest." Back in the real world, Zhang Jia looked at the bank card balance on the text message on his mobile phone and the snot bubbles bubbled out. 1 source stone is worth 1,000 yuan. I have made 1,000,000 yuan from this 1,000 source stones. This time 2 million can be easily obtained, and materials can be purchased in the real world. Chapter 13. In the days to come, Zhang Jia traveled back and forth between the two worlds to purchase new products, and now in the system store, there are not only kitchen knives, but also wrenches, pickaxes, shovels and other tools. In order to prevent the profiteers from picking wool, he could only purchase some hardware tools in the nearby hardware store, so that the owner of the hardware store thought that the neighborhood was going to be demolished, and the surrounding residents also hurriedly renovated their houses and asked for a lot of demolition money. The Wolf Legion is a thug who has done all the bad things in the last days. Usually they rely on powerful force and cruelty to oppress the survivors, steal resources, and even in battle, they will torture the enemy in the most cruel way and sell them to the slave market. Even though they flaunted their might in this troubled world, bullied men and women, and did all kinds of evil, no one dared to touch them. Because, if anyone dares to touch these people, then they will definitely be retaliated by the entire crazy Wolf Legion. And at this moment, the command room and the base of the Wild Wolf Legion. "Boss, when are we going to do it?" asked Huang Mao excitedly. Wang Defa took a bottle of liquor and took a sip. "Is your news reliable?" "Don't worry. Boss, I went to see it in person. The place where Zhang Jia's kid stayed was simply a paradise, not polluted, and the most important thing was that there were only about 100 survivors." Huang Mao licked his lips, his eyes full of longing. Wang Defa fell into deep thought. Huang Mao's face was full of lewdness and said, "Boss, or I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead phoneme someone to slaughter them directly." Smack! Wang Defa picked up the cup on the table and smashed it at Huang Mao. "Fools, kill them all. How do I know where their edible salt came from? Now our most important task is to find out where they got their edible salt." "Boss, then let's catch them alive. Those people don't have a gun, and the biggest lethal weapon is a kitchen knife. Beating them is the same as playing." "Well, indeed, it's a matter of strength." Wang Defa nodded in agreement. "But you still can't be careless. Call all the brothers urgently, bring enough weapons and ammunition, and be cautious." Hearing Wang Defa's words, many other high-level executives echoed him. Wang Defa sneered, picked up the wine bottle and threw it on his back, throwing the empty wine bottle to the ground. Boom! The wine bottle was torn apart, and the glass shards were splashed everywhere and scattered all over the ground. Wang Defa's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. He has already decided that this operation must be steady and ruthless, and the other party must be caught off guard. Otherwise, once the grass startles the snake and makes that kid run away, I am afraid it will be difficult. No matter how much it costs, Zhang Jia must be captured alive, and when the time comes, there is a way to pry open the kid's mouth. Humph, wait for Lao Tzu to catch that group of rabbit cubs, let them taste the taste of life worse than death one by one, and notify everyone to gather as quickly as possible. After speaking, Wang Defa turned around and walked out of the command room. The rest looked at each other. Huang Mao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered in a low voice, "Why is the boss angry again?" Soon, more than 500 people gathered at the base of the Wolf Legion, all of them with colorful hair, wearing leather coats with willowding, carrying magazines on their chests, grenades, and all kinds of cold weapons. This is their most commonly used equipment, because if they want to survive in the last days, if they don't have guns and weapons, they will probably die a miserable death when they encounter zombies. Each of them looks like a hanger, looking like hooligans who come out to have fun, but in fact, they are war thugs, and they are really killers who crawl out of the pile of death. Wang Defa wore-toed glasses, looked at the group of little brothers in front of him, and couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on his face. Although these guys are usually foolish, they are quite reliable at critical times, especially the sniper with a big bald head, who is definitely the master who makes the enemy fearful, and is definitely the sniper god in the Wolf Legion. "Brothers, I called you over today, mainly because there is one thing you need to do." "Boss, say it." "Yes, boss, what's the matter?" "As long as the boss tells us, we will never say anything." "Don't worry, boss. Everyone is licking blood from the knife edge, and there is nothing to fear." The guy who spoke was a burly man, with a fleshy face and a fierce look. Wang Defa nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Okay, then I won't talk nonsense, get in the car." Halala, everyone is well trained, jumping on the modified off-road open-top Jeep one by one, sitting in a uniform position, changing the appearance of the hangar just now, giving people a strong sense of security. And Wang Defa sat in the passenger seat of the leading off-road type. Then, the Jeep started slowly and drove towards the city. Jeep after Jeep, speeding through the dilapidated streets. These Jeeps belong to the Wolf Legion. There are more than 70 in total, of which 30 are modified bulletproof Jeeps, and the squad leader in each car gives the order. Target, Southern Forest. Purpose, to capture Zhang Jia alive and extract the origin of the edible salt. Brief description of the mission: burn, kill, loot, all useful resources. Stay safe and have the best of luck. At the gate of the kitchen knife gang base, Kaishukuin stood on a big rock, looked at the newly recruited 100-odd little brothers, and decided to pour them a bowl of chicken soup for the soul first, and then draw a flatbread by the way. After all, nothing is more important than morale. New brothers, don't look at us now, but I believe that with the strength of our kitchen knife gang, sooner or later one day we will unify this source universe world. Zhao Yanyu walked in front of everyone in Yanyalu. She came to dismantle the stage today. The two gangs have been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights. I don't know how many times I died, and I re-entered the game. Today, Zhao Yanyu wants to make a decision, and whoever loses will retire. Kaishukuin looked at the members of the Yanyu building behind Zhao Yanyu, and frowned. Zhao Yanyu, what do you want to do? Ran to the territory of my kitchen knife gang to spread wild? I see that you are impatient. Don't think I'm afraid of your kitchen knife gang. There are more people than me, and I am not bad in Yanyu building. More than money, can you Kaishukuin have more than me? Zhao Yanyu clasped his hands to his chest and said disdainfully. Kaishukuin's teeth are itching. I can buy a limited edition of Bugatti Veyron. I can have no money. Blame this game for not opening Krypton, otherwise I will Krypton him 1648 first. Just when the two sides were about to make a move, a series of machine gun sounds came. Chapter 14. At this time, Wang Defa turned out of the car, holding a machine gun in his hand and shooting indiscriminately at the players. Everyone quickly find cover and hide, pay attention to safety. Kaishukuin shouted, pulled Zhao Yanyu who was stunned on the side and ran. Zhao Yanyu came back to his senses, and quickly followed Kaishukuin to the side to dodge, and those players who didn't react were miserable. They were beaten into a sieve and fell to the ground and died. Many people didn't know how to die, they just felt that they were suddenly shot in the body. This feeling is so embarrassing. We will come back in an hour to take revenge. The two hid behind the boulder. Kaishukuin's eyes were excited. He had been playing the Source Universe World game for so long, and the planner finally went to work. But the feeling of this rain of bullets is too real. There is wood. In one word, absolutely. 2 words, stimulus. Looking at the dense fire suppression in front of him, as well as the realism of the various bullets hitting the objects that kept coming out, Kaishukuin was also secretly shocked in his heart. This Nima is even more powerful than modern warfare, worthy of being a top game team, and it is really tough. Kaishukuin was also glad that he was responsive, otherwise how would he have the opportunity to see the big scene of various funds burning? Kaishukuin couldn't help shouting, "Thai pants are spicy." I'll go. Do you say this gun can penetrate stones? Zhao Yanyu asked. Of course you can. Don't you see that the enemy's weapons and firearms are not ordinary? Kaishukuin said firmly. If we can't wear it, then wouldn't we have to die? Zhao Yanyu asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? It's a big deal to wait an hour before going online. Kaishukuin replied with a smile. Well, what you said is right. What are you afraid of? Let's fight with them. Zhao Yanyu nodded and looked at the enemy not far away. Yo, let's stop fighting the two gangs? Kaishukuin looked at Zhao Yanyu playfully. If you don't fight, you can still explode equipment if you have a monster, and it's a waste of life to fight with you. Now Zhao Yanyu's eyes are full of little stars, staring at the weapons in the enemy's hands, as if they were hers. Let's make a truce. Zhao Yan said coldly. Kaishukuin nodded. Okay, truce. It's not interesting to fight back and forth with your own people. It's better to get 2 guns. That's right. Zhao Yanyu said excitedly, and then heard Zhao Yanyu continue. How about you say that we robbed the enemy? Kaishukuin looked at the muzzle of the gun in the enemy's hand, his eyes lit up, and he wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth. Brothers of the kitchen knife gang, come to work with me. The opportunity is here, not to mention the experience of fighting monsters. Isn't it cool to explode a gun? The brothers of Yanyalu are also on the same page. Don't just grab the enemy's weapons, clothes are also good things. After Zhao Yanyu finished speaking, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and rushed out. Kaishukuin saw Zhao Yanyu rushing out, and hurriedly followed. This can make Wang Defa and his mad wolf army stunned all at once. Look at this posture is to take a fancy to the weapons in our hands. It seems that they want to rob the clothes, and they don't plan to leave them for us. This Nima, who robbed whom? Is it the other way around? Is the script wrong? Wang Defa is a ruthless man after all. He turned over and jumped out of the car with a submachine gun. Brothers, give these survivors a little color, and let them know how powerful our Wolf Legion is. Kaishukuin's target is a person with an AK on the enemy, and Zhao Yinyu's target is a person with a pink Sand Eagle pistol on the enemy, and the weapons of these two people have been greedy for a long time. Zhao Yinyu took out his kitchen knife, jumped a few meters away, and stabbed the enemy with a kitchen knife after landing. He proudly picked up the pink Sandhawk pistol and played with it lovingly. Kaishukuin is also a big crotch, and he slashed down with a kitchen knife against the hostility of holding AK in his hand, picked up AK on the ground, and laughed loudly. Brothers, hand-to-hand combat, don't be afraid of death. An hour later, he will be a good man again. As soon as Kaishukuin's voice fell, the people on both sides were entangled together. Kill. Bang. Dog day. Enemy weapons were fired indiscriminately, and white smoke was rising from the muzzles of their guns. Kaishukuin was distressed. He shouted anxiously, "Brothers, hand-to-hand combat, don't let them shoot, these are all our bullets. Save a little." Hearing this, Wang Defa burst into a rage and scolded, "It's your bullets. I came here on horseback to rob, not to send you warmth." Wang Defa roared angrily as he shot Kaishukuin in the head. Kaishukuin immediately squatted down to dodge. "Your sister, Lao Tzu, provoked you." Wang Defa's lungs are about to explode. "This kid is the most hateful, I have to kill him today." Bang! The bullet passed through Kaishukuin's chest, he gritted his teeth, and forcibly climbed in front of the people of the kitchen knife gang 10 meters away. Blood kept spilling from the corners of his mouth, he gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Brother Junior. Give me. Take care. Good. It's mine. AK. For a while. Online. Looking for you." The man took the AK no handed to him by Kaishukuin, looked at the gang leader lying on the ground and gradually dissipated, raised the AK rifle in his hand, and said while shooting at the enemy, "Woo, don't worry, I will be cool for an hour before you come back." Wang Defa's side was full of firepower, and the grenades were all beckoned. What they never expected was that as long as a player saw a grenade on the ground, he flew over and pressed it under him until it exploded. Looking at these survivors who were not afraid of death, Wang Defa was in a trance for a while, and he couldn't help but ask himself in the depths of his heart, who are the outlaws? "Mom, these people are so terrible, I want to go home." Huang Mao saw that Wang Defa was a little mentally disturbed, and hurriedly ran up and pulled him into a jeep. Wang Defa sat in the co-pilot, constantly wheezing. His mood was complicated, he felt that this operation was difficult to succeed again. Wang Defa suddenly felt that he had done something stupid. Why did he come to this troubled water? It was obviously a good thug, but they just wanted to provoke this group of guys who were not afraid of death. Your grandfather, I'm alive again." Wang Defa turned his head to look at Kaishukuin, who was killed by himself just now. As if hell, he woke up suddenly, quickly climbed to the driver's seat, and stepped on the accelerator. With a boom, the jeep was gone. Seeing this, the rest of the people also followed suit. Kaishukuin watched the jeep drive away, and couldn't help but sigh, "Ouch, hey, it's really TMD, I thought it was so tough." Kaishukuin looked at the fleeing enemy, and also sighed, and shook his head helplessly. Only Lu Bo was alone, desperately chasing after the fleeing wolf army, scolding in his mouth, "My big sniper, you leave the big sniper for me." Chapter 15. In the 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jie watched the players on the computer screen excitedly picking up the weapons and equipment dropped by the members of the Wolf Legion on the battlefield one by one, and felt distressed. "It's all money. If I put it all in the system store, it would be another windfall. Hey, it's a pity, it's cheaper for these players." Looking at 300 or 400 corpses, Zhang Jie asked, "What about these corpses?" Selenia licked the lollipop head and said without replying, "Don't worry, the 404 Evolution House will be automatically recycled in a while." What are you doing recovering these people's corpses?" Zhang Jie's eyes widened. "Of course it's refining. In the Source Universe world, all living beings can be refined," Selenia explained. Zhang Jie was puzzled. What about the refining? After the refining is completed, it can be converted into source power. Simply put, it is the electricity of your world, said Selenia, and took out a battery and handed it to him. Zhang Jie looked at the battery for a while, as if he understood something. "Look at the technology of the Source Universe is different." Zhang Jie shook his head and clicked on the forum of the game area of the Source Universe world, a game website to play. to see the reaction of the players. Resonance in the same bed, I'll rub, this time the harvest is quite rich. African little white face, has anyone grabbed the size 45 shoe? I'll change it with him with a grenade. Lubo sat in front of the computer and his mouth was almost grinning to the root of his ears, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it's really a profiteering industry. It would be nice if there were such quests every day. The captain of the young first crazy team, Lao Tzu only wants to be upgraded now, and I don't want to fight anymore, by the way, try the power of my rifle. Zhaoling Jun, I just want to upgrade now, the world is so big, I want to see it. Peppa Boar, I'm so angry that I've made a lot of people run away, this is all equipment. Who knows where their nest is, let's go and raid their house. Zhao Yanyu, Yanyulu recruits people, they must be robbed cleanly, for high-strength players, this guild will have benefits, and can provide support and help with equipment. Kaishukuan, the kitchen knife gang recruits active players, these robbers are too short-sighted, robbed us, and we are short of weapons, so they sent them and recruited people to rob the robbers together. 8L, collect bandits, hooligans, robbers, and source stones at a high price, don't hide them, the highest price in history, and collect unlimited amounts. Crayon Xiaoxin, cool. At least I touched the head of the robber leader, and it felt beautiful. At the end of this victory, players blew up the comment area and vented their inner excitement. Originally, it was a simple smashing and looting operation by Wang Defa, but he was robbed by the players in the game of the Source Universe world. This battle made the players realize that the game world had been fought, and they were just rookies who hadn't even gone out of the novice village, and the players became much more united, and there was no more infighting. The reason is very simple, because after experiencing this battle, the relationship between Kaishukuan and Zhao Yanyu has become a little delicate, and many players have seen them hugging each other in the grove. Although there is no explosion of players in the Source Universe game, there are still hundreds of new players entering every day. At the same time, there are a large number of people who buy and sell source stones at sky-high prices on major shopping websites and game trading websites, which can attract a large number of gold studios to enter. Of course, the gold studio is not a fuel-efficient lamp, they tried everything they could, and even crowdfunded to invite hackers from the dark web, wanting to crack the Source Universe world game. Many hackers took cracking the Source Universe world game as their ultimate goal. At first they were alone, and then they formed an expert group, and there was no progress at all. Adhering to the principle of destroying if you can't get it, hackers unscrupulously attack major well-known websites, putting the client of the Source Universe world game inside, and as long as someone clicks on the website, it will automatically download the game for them. Hackers don't believe it, there are 7 or 8 billion people in the world, and how many people can be on the server for such a big game? This time it is difficult for the Source Universe world not to be popular, thousands of people enter the game every day, and now there are 100,000 daily active players, but Zhang Jia is not satisfied, relying on Selenia, an all-round assistant, to connect the helmet and the 404 Evolution House server together, which solves the problem of players recording videos in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcasts in the game. This makes the men and women who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme drill the grove in the game a lot more restrained. Just kidding. It's a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast to watch the big show. Zhang Jia also intimately opened the reward function for the players who watched the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast, lighter 1 source stone, beer 5 source stones, rose 10 source stones, funny face 50 source stones, aircraft 100 source stones, sports car 500 source stones, rocket 1000 source stones, super rocket 2000 source stones, spaceship 5000 source stones. He was afraid that the anchors would get so many source stones, so he reluctantly opened the sharing mode, 50-50 sharing. As long as the player has a gift for the anchor, the two of them will be half of each person, and they will share the spoils fairly, not fairly. At this time, the small anchors of some phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast platforms have jumped ship and come to the game of the Source Universe world. Based on the current market situation, a source stone is 1000 yuan, even if it is divided into 55 yuan, there will be 500 yuan in hand. Why go to a big phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast platform and roll up with the big anchors? However, the disadvantages of the hot appearance of the game are not small. The 404 Evolution House is 10 miles away, and it is a crowded scene, not to mention cutting down trees to upgrade. You have the ability to find a piece of grass on the ground. Zhang Jia looked at Selenia for help. What should I do? There are too many people now. This little place in the novice village can't be occupied at all. Selenia tilted her head and thought for a while, and said with a smile, then guide the player to the nearby city to fight monsters and upgrade. But I'm afraid it's difficult for them to fight zombies when they come up. Zhang Jia said weakly. Then let their old players try it first. The people in Yanyalu and the kitchen knife gang all have guns. Selenia is confident. Well, let's hope they don't die a miserable death. Zhang Jia sighed helplessly. Don't worry, if the strength is not enough, let's think of other ways. You have to believe in their strength. Selenia said lightly. Okay. Zhang Jia sighed helplessly. In the distance, a pickup truck was speeding towards the direction of the 404 safe house, and the back of the pickup truck was tied to a zombie with iron chains, and its mouth made a howling sound. Chapter 16. In a hidden corner of the hillside, Wang Defa took 4 or 5 younger brothers in auspicious clothes to lie on the bare ground with binoculars in hand, looking at the direction of the 404 evolution house. The dense number of human heads is 10,000 people. Wang Defa swallowed heavily. Nima, what is the origin of this Zhang Jia? Where did I find so many living people in the past few days? Boss, what should we do? We can't take revenge yet, asked Huang Mao in a low voice. How to fight this horse? Now the Wild Wolf Legion, there are only dozens of people left. Last time, I was on my side, but I was fully armed and chased by this group of guys with kitchen knives. Now there are so many people and everyone, it's not an order of magnitude at all. Wang Defa gritted his teeth and said viciously word by word, must. Beard. Report. Chill, for the sake of our dead brother, let the zombie go. Let him open the meat. Okay, boss, just look at it. Directly infect them all. Huang Mao got up and walked to the back of the pickup truck, took 4 or 5 brothers to carry the zombie under the car, moved it to the hillside, took out the key to open the chain, and kicked the zombie down the hill while the zombie was stunned. In the 404 evolution room, the siren in the room flashed red lights and made a screeching sound, warning. Warn! A large wave of zombies approached. A large wave of zombies approached. Take precautions. Take precautions. Warning. Warn. A large wave of zombies approached. A large wave of zombies approached. Take precautions. Take precautions. Warning. Warn. A large wave of zombies approached. A large wave of zombies approached. Take precautions. Pay attention to precautions. Zhang Jia was excited, and hurriedly ran to the computer, and observed, but there were too many players, and he didn't find any zombies at all. In desperation, he could only use administrator privileges to send a server-wide announcement, warning. Warn. A large wave of zombies approached. A large wave of zombies approached. Take precautions. Take precautions. When the players saw the announcement of the whole server, they were instantly energetic, and resonated in the same bed. There are wild monsters refreshed again. What equipment can be exploded this time? African little white face, it's all out of the way. I want to see how big this zombie wave is, and I also specially issued a full server announcement. Zeiss decided to get pregnant, find a girlfriend quickly. What is the hunger and thirst? Zombies will not let go. Lubo, Madan, I can finally fight monsters and upgrade. I haven't grabbed a single tree in the past few days. Zhaoingjun, is it easy to work in capital? I didn't go to the nightclub, I played the game for a week, and I didn't get promoted to the next level, and I was blind to the leather coat my sister gave me. Zhao Yan said, don't kill the zombies directly when you see them, everyone should touch them first and gain some experience. Kaishu-kun, don't be afraid, zombies are not terrible. If you were bitten, it will be treated as a mosquito bite. I was bitten last time, and I died directly, and I can go back online in an hour. Zhao Yan said, everyone listen to him, everyone has a share. When everyone heard Zhao Yanyu's words, they lined up one after another. Kaishu-kun and Zhao Yanyu glanced at each other. Kaishu-kun, I'll go first, you should be careful not to be bitten by zombies for a while. Zhao Yanyu said, it's okay, I'll be with you, let's go together. Roar! The zombies in the distance roared and rushed towards the 404 evolution house. Lubo looked at the zombies that were getting closer and closer, and looked panicked. I'm rubbing, the zombies are coming. Who was talking about the big wave of zombies? Everyone immediately opened their posture and prepared to fight. Kaishukuan waved his hand. Everyone line up, I'll deal with this female zombie. Mom, it's really a big wave of zombies, damn. It's really a big wave of zombies. I'll wipe it. Brother Tai. Your taste is heavy enough. Please let us visit and learn the technology first. A group of players turned into LSPs, eager to try, and ready to be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme action directors. The zombies didn't care about so many of them, and opened their mouths to bite the nearest Kaishukuan. My day. Kaishukuan was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated. Stinky girl, don't hurt my helper. Bang, a player jumping up and kicking the zombie in the forehead, knocking it to the ground. Ouch, fuck, this guy is amazing, so fierce. Kaishukuan breathed a sigh of relief. This step down, I guess I'll have to kick out all its brains. As a result, the zombie stood up from the ground as if it was nothing, and rushed over quickly. Ha! Give you face, right? Kaishukuan shouted, raised the kitchen knife and slashed at the zombie's head. The zombie turned sideways slightly, and the knife slashed at his shoulder. However, the kitchen knife that cut the muscles of the zombie's shoulder was bounced away. Kaishukuan was taken aback. So hard? The zombie punched Kaishukuan. He didn't have time to dodge, he could only take this punch. Poof, fell to the ground. Kaishukuan covered his stomach. I'm Nima, Lao Tzu is fighting with you. The zombie walked towards him step by step, opened his mouth and bitten. Kaishukuan jumped up with a carp, took out the kitchen knife in his hand and slashed at the zombie's leg, but he didn't expect this knife to be bounced out. The zombie slapped him in the face, and Kaishukuan's whole person rolled out. Exclamation point. Kaishukuan hurriedly got up, turned around and ran. The zombie chased after him, and soon the zombie grabbed his shoulder. Kaishukuan, damn, brothers, leave me alone, I'll be back in an hour. Poof, the zombie bit him on the neck. His Kaishukuan was in unbearable pain and begged for his death soon. Bang Zhaoyanyu finally couldn't stand it anymore and shot the zombie in the head with one shot, blew the muzzle of the gun emitting white smoke, looked at the large wave of zombies twitching on the ground, and looked down at the airport where he was not yet fully developed. If you dare to take advantage of my man's cheapness, the zombies are amazing. Okay, brothers, let's go and have some experience. Chapter 17. Kaishukuan endured the pain in his shoulder and beckoned everyone, come on, line up while the zombies are not dead, and come to make up for it by one person. Wang Defa and Huang Mao looked at the long queue, and trampled on the zombies in an orderly and inhumane manner, and their backs were cold. I, Nima, are too brutal. They are more suitable than me to be a thug. Compared to them, I am at the level of kindergarten. Boss, what should we do? Shall we catch a few more zombies? I thought to myself, if I could catch 100 or so zombies, maybe the situation would be different, but after thinking about it, seeing that there were tens of thousands of people on the other side, the zombies were enough to choke. Wang Defa swallowed, forget it. Anyway, those zombies will smell it sooner or later. Well, the boss is right. Huang Mao hurriedly echoed, let's not be discovered by those bandit-like guys, after all, we are not enough people. You're not talking nonsense. Withdraw, don't want the base camp. Wang Defa glared at Huang Mao and sighed. Hearing this, Huang Mao was stunned. What's the situation? Boss, this is the rhythm of running. Boss, what's wrong? Let's not fight them? Don't take revenge? Revenge, hug your grandmother's legs, before they hit our hometown, don't run quickly, do you want to be trampled into a photo? Wang Defa slapped Huang Mao's head. Does this kid have a bag in his head? The enemy is outnumbered, can't you see it in such an obvious form? More than 200,000 people. One person can swim in the backstroke with a mouthful of spit. Huang Mao was filled with righteous indignation. Boss, if you are afraid of death, you can leave, I will take revenge myself. Killing one is to earn, killing two is to make a big profit. Wang Defa punched Huang Mao in the eye. Earn your grandmother's leg, do you see that person is going to be killed? Last time I obviously shot and killed him, but as a result, he was as good as no one. Oh, hey, you're too ruthless, boss, I've seen my dead grandmother. But are you telling the truth? Wang Defa nodded, it's true, that kid looks like a sissy, I can't be mistaken. That's. Boss, where are our brothers going? Huang Mao was a little dazed. Almost every town in the last days has its own forces under its control, let alone big cities, where there are also terrorist organizations that can control the zombie army. Wang Def aside, I'll go find my brother Wang Deek. Although I don't want to admit it, he is much better than me. Ha! Yellowfur was surprised. Wang Defa glanced at the 404 Evolution House wistfully. Let's go, in a few years, my Wang Defa will come back, isn't it just a thatched house? In the 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jie stared at the computer screen and looked at the zombies who were kicked into the ground and couldn't pick them out, and sent out sympathetic condolences in his heart. Isn't Selenia's zombie dead yet? 404 Evolution House hasn't accepted him for refining. Selenia pouted. Finally, a zombie appeared. These players have green eyes, is it easy for others? Zhang Jie nodded. Also, it seems that this can't go on like this, and the players must be guided to the city to develop. It seems that you have a goal. Selenia looked at him with some confusion. Zhang Jie crooked his lips and smiled. Of course, Wang Defa and his Wild Wolf Legion have deceived me into more than 20 bags of edible salt. Aha, we have to avenge this. Selenia nodded in agreement. Outside the 404 Evolution House, the players looked at the disappearing zombies with a look of pity. Alas, I haven't gained experience yet. Why did I die? It's really a pity. Why don't those zombies come more? You think too much. Those zombies are not something you can touch if you want to. Yes. We can't wait for the rabbits, we have to go outside, and there is no hare in the novice village. But then again, that zombie is really ferocious. Then again, is the leader of the kitchen knife gang bitten by a zombie? Won't it mutate? Ha 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 ha, mutated, just right. I don't know if I have the experience to kill him. I treat you as brothers, but you expect me to mutate and become zombies. Are you still human? The boat of friendship will capsize. Kai Shukuan scolded angrily. Zhao Yenyu listened to Kai Shukuan's complaints, looked down at his shoulder that was bitten by zombies, and couldn't help but worry. If he really mutated, he really can't do it. Of course, he can still make up for it. After all, there is experience, and everyone rubs together. Kai Shukuan only felt a chill behind him, looked up at Zhao Yenyu, and asked vigilantly, "Why are you looking at me like this? What do you want to do? People are worried about you when they see that you have been bitten by zombies." Zhao Yenyu explained. Pull it down. Saliva is flowing out, don't think I don't know, you wish I could mutate quickly. Kai Shukuan pierced mercilessly. Zhao Yenyu hurriedly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. What do you think of me? I'm not really afraid that you will mutate and bite other people. Then I can only be sorry. I was bitten by a zombie once when I played a game, and it didn't mutate. Kai Shukuan pouted and said. Zhao Yenyu looked regretful. Alas, that's really great. Hey, what did you mean by that expression just now? You shouldn't be expecting me to mutate. Kai Shukuan's eyes widened. You think too much, how can I have? Zhao Yenyu looked innocent. Kai Shukuan snorted coldly. Humph, there is no best, and you don't dare. Suddenly, Kai Shukuan only felt that the wound that had been bitten by the zombie was itchy, and his whole body was hot and uncomfortable. Kai Shukuan hurriedly touched the place where he had been bitten. Strange, how could it suddenly become so uncomfortable? He couldn't help but scratch. Kai Shukuan slapped with his hand while tickling. Ouch, mom. It's itching to death. Hiss. Why does it hurt so much again? Hiss, why does it hurt so much? Kai Shukuan groaned in pain, and Zhao Yenyu nervously supported him. What's wrong with you? Kai Shukuan staggered. It's okay, it should be that the wound is inflamed. Everyone looked at Kai Shukuan in surprise. Aren't you bitten by zombies? Isn't it going to mutate? Yes, everyone don't go, it's time to witness the miracle. That's it. I have experience again. Chapter 18. Roar. Kai Shukuan raised his head to the sky and roared, and the zombie virus in his body quickly roamed around his body, becoming more violent. The whole body became red like blood, and as time went on, the whole body became dry, the lips were gray-black, the eyes were deep, the teeth had turned into sharp fangs, and the whole body exuded a strong foul smell. Roar, roar. Kai Shukuan roared fiercely, and uncontrollably reached out to grab Zhao Yenyu's shoulder, wanting to tear her apart. Oh no! It's really mutated. Kaishukuin changed too much, and the players were so frightened that they hurriedly took a few steps back. Do you dare to do it? Zhao Yinyu's beautiful eyes were cold, and his cold eyes stared at Kaishukuin, revealing his murderous intentions. Roar Kaishukuin has lost his mind, only the most primitive bloodthirsty desire remains, and he pounced directly under anger. Looking for death. Zhao Yinyu raised his eyebrows, his right leg kicked the ground suddenly, and with the help of the recoil force, his body deftly dodged and fell to the side. Kaishukuin stuck to her like a dogskin plaster, stretching out his paws and grabbing her chest as he ran. Humph! Zhao Yinyu sneered. His body was short, he easily avoided the opponent's attack, and kicked the opponent's knee with his toes, causing him to fall to the ground. Bang bang bang! Zhao Yinyu flew up and slapped Kaishukuin's head several times in a row. A fishy green liquid sprayed out of Kaishukuin's mouth, and his body flew more than 3 meters away and smashed to the ground. Phew! Zhao Yinyu gasped, those 2 blows just now made her tired. Roar Kaishukuin slowly got up and roared hoarsely, his voice had an eerie and terrifying meaning, which made the players can't help but be creepy. At this moment, his head completely lost the appearance that a human should have, leaving only rotten muscles, and a viscous green liquid, which looked extremely ugly. Roar Kaishukuin pounced at Zhao Yinyu again, wanting to tear her apart with his teeth and claws. Zhao Yinyu picked up the rifle not far away, and said indifferently, "No, I can't waste time with him, I must solve it as soon as possible." Bang puff! Zhao Yinyu aimed at Kaishukuin, pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot through Kaishukuin's head, and suddenly green liquid splashed out. Roar Kaishukuin screamed, his body shook twice and fell to the ground, his body was steaming green, and he completely turned into a stiff corpse. The players looked at Zhao Yinyu blankly, and someone in the crowd applauded and shouted, "Awesome, it really deserves to be the goddess president of Yenyu building, and her strength is strong. Even if it's a zombie, I can't stop the goddess in my heart. The goddess is mighty." Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. The goddess Zhao Yenyu nodded slightly to everyone and thanked everyone. Yenyu Lu welcomes everyone to join. Come if you want to change gangs. I am willing to join Yenyu building. And me. By the way, what about the corpse of the president of the kitchen knife gang? I saw Kaishukuin, who was lying on the ground, disappearing as if he had evaporated. Zhao Yenyu frowned slightly, glanced at the players, and said indifferently, "Okay, let's disperse." It seems that it is imminent to solve the players' upgrade problem, and Zhang Jie can't think of where the players are going for a while, so he simply looks at the players' phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast in the player forum to find ideas. Soon a highlight post on the game forum caught his attention. A player named Swallow how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme without you and me had hand-drawn a topographical map of the mountains near the 404 Evolution House, and even marked the outskirts of the city where Wang Defa's Wild Wolf Legion was located. According to this player named Swallow who doesn't have how you and I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, he entered the game instead of cutting down trees and fighting monsters, but began to explore this source universe world with a traveling mentality. To his surprise, the game started out as a novice village, which was the primeval forest, and he thought it was nothing, but when he walked out of the primeval forest, he was completely stunned when he saw another picture. He saw a dilapidated city, which was completely mutilated and almost destroyed. But you can still see how prosperous it used to be. The air in the city is filled with the stench of decay. It has long been attacked by zombies. The city is full of devastation, flesh and blood are flying, some mutilated corpses, stumps and broken arms that have been torn by zombies, can be seen everywhere. He also saw many collapsed buildings, and the plaques of those buildings phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme XX red romantic, XXX Grand Hotel and so on, and in addition to that, he also saw a lot of zombies wandering around the streets. This immersive feeling of suffocation made him breathless. If it weren't for the game, I'm afraid he would have collapsed a long time ago, right? Curiosity kills the cat. Relying on his obscene and flexible position, he explores the center of the city, but unfortunately the closer he gets to the center of the city, the more zombies there are, and the stronger the strength of the zombies, and finally becomes a takeaway for the zombies. The real-life pictures of the game he took amazed the players. It turned out that the world was so big, and there were so many unknown existences. At the end of the post, he also specially reminded players that adventure requires strength, and in order to explore this source universe world, he decided to level up, add all skill points to defense, and then start his adventurer journey again. This post was also pinned to the top of the admin, which attracted the attention of many players and aroused the determination of many players to go outside. However, there are too many players, not to mention fighting monsters. It takes a lot of effort to cut down trees, and it is hard to wait until the tree is refreshed, and the tree has already been cut down by others as soon as the axe is picked up. Many players spontaneously put forward recharge requests on the forum, strongly asking the operators of the Source Universe World game to quickly open a recharge channel to enhance their game experience. Even because of this, Kaishu-kun, as the #1 fan player, personally called to ask. This made Zhang Jie scratch his head. In this Source Universe world where everything has to be done by himself and there is plenty of food and clothing, he has nothing to sell to players. Zhang Jie can only prevaricate the past with the reason that during the open beta of the game, free of charge can better develop the game and reduce the gap between players. That's it, Kaishu-kun is still unrelenting, and he is about to use the Bugatti Veyron to change the Source Stone. Helpless, Zhang Jie could only reveal that the game was about to be updated, and players could go to the new map to fight monsters and upgrade. After flickering Kaishu-kun, Zhang Jie hung up the phone and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Recharge? Chapter 19. In order to smoothly guide players to Ningding City, which is closest to the 404 Revolution House, to fight monsters and upgrade, Zhang Jie specially issued a full server announcement. The Source Universe World game has updated a new map, and players can go all the way north to Ningding City, and now all online players are boiling. They are suffocating in the novice village, and they can finally see the outside world, and they no longer have to cower and develop in the novice village. Tens of thousands of people moved to Ningding City. The quiet of the night was interrupted by the noise, and groups of figures appeared on the streets, wearing large trousers, tall, short, fat, thin, or dignified, and all kinds of people mixed together, which made people dazzle to see. However, when I got there, I realized that Ningding City had been captured by zombies. Kaishu-kun stood at the front and shouted, "Brothers, don't be afraid, for the sake of experience, what are you afraid of infection? An hour later, he will be a good man again." These words were very inciting, and most of them burned with fighting spirit in their hearts, and rushed towards the city at a faster pace. That's right, for the sake of experience, fight. Chong, kill the zombies. Upgrade. Countless figures swarmed towards the zombie gathering point. Soon, there were fierce fighting sounds in Ningding City, and gunshots and screams came one after another. The zombies drooled as they watched the humanoid food rush in, and they screamed frantically and rushed over in an attempt to shred the tiny food. They are extremely fast, and in an instant, they are overwhelmed by these players. Kaishu-kun took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme. He brandished the kitchen knife in his hand, cut down the two zombies, and then turned around and shouted to the players, "You follow my rhythm, let's rush together." Bang! A zombie suddenly pounced and bit a player's calf, and the bitten player did not hesitate to directly wipe his neck with a kitchen knife and commit suicide, disappearing, and the zombie was just about to bite the second bite when the person was gone, leaving only blood on the ground to suggest that this was not an illusion. Roar! The zombie roared. Roar, roar. The rest of the players watched their teammates kill themselves in order to prevent the mutation, and they became even more courageous. "Brothers, rush!" the players shouted excitedly, as if they had returned to the era of war before the end of the world, fighting bloody battles again and again, trampling the zombies to smithereens again and again. The zombies were furious, and they rushed towards this side with their teeth and claws. Bang, 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 bang! The sound of kitchen knives and various weapons colliding with the zombie body resounded. The zombies were slapped away again and again, and they got up again and again to continue the attack. After a moment of confusion, the zombies collapsed in a pool of blood. These humans are completely different from what they have encountered before. They can't even raise the desire to eat, they just want to escape from this place of right and wrong. A zombie in the distance suddenly raised its head to the sky and roared, and the remaining zombies seemed to have received an order to retreat, turning their heads and running, chasing. The players chased the zombies one after another. A dense strafing passed, and the zombies continued to flee even if they were injured. Green blood sprayed, scattered on the ground, and there was a fishy smell everywhere. Faded into the darkness. Phew, I am tired. Kaishu-kun slumped on the ground, so tired that he had to pant hard. Lao Kai has worked hard. Zhao Yanyu hurriedly pulled Kaishu-kun up. There are too many zombies, and the defense is too high. but fortunately, the number of players is huge to win. Kaishukuan and Zhao Yenyu took the players to a dilapidated hospital. Looking at the devastation, all kinds of plants more than one person high, the players muttered in their hearts, no wonder this is the real appearance of the end times? It's too desolate. It's so shabby, there's no way to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in it. Lubo frowned and said, let's go quickly, it's more reliable to find a better place to settle down. Kaishukuan sighed, alas, we are not here to travel, it would be nice to have a place, let's make do with it first, and then slowly find a better place when we come back. Zhao Yingjun nodded, yes, it's not like staying here all the time. Lao Kai is right, if you don't want to stay, you can find a place by yourself. Zhao Yenyu looked at all the players with displeasure. All of a sudden, the players were quiet, and no one dared to speak, because they knew that in this city full of zombies, being alone would definitely be the end of giving zombies a tooth sacrifice. Kaishukuan walked up to Zhao Yenyu and asked, Yenyu, what should we do next? Zhao Yenyu pondered for a while, let's rest first. It's night, and there is no light here, so I won't be able to send someone out to investigate during the day tomorrow. Everyone has no better way, nodded in unison, entered the hospital to find a place to rest. Kaishukuan was just about to step into the hospital when he saw a red mushroom in the corner, his eyes lit up, he quickly stepped forward to pick it off and put it in his pocket for a while, and then happily entered the hospital. In the hospital, Kaishukuan and Lubo found a ward to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. Kaishukuan carefully took out red mushrooms and observed them carefully by moonlight. Boss, what is this? Lubo leaned forward with a curious expression. You don't know. Kaishukuan proudly introduced the red mushroom. Lubo became interested at once, and asked eagerly, Boss, tell me how to use this thing, can it be eaten, and what does it do? Hee, of course you can eat it. Kaishukuan smiled obscenely, look at this color, how beautiful it is. He stretched out the tip of his tongue and licked his lips, it smells good, but it's not delicious to eat raw. Boss, have you eaten? Lubo's eyes widened. Kaishukuan said mysteriously, this is a good thing, the last time I ate it, I was bitten by a zombie, and it didn't get infected and mutated. Lubo's mouth opened wide, damn. It's so awesome, give me a taste of this thing? No problem. Kaishukuan directly handed the mushroom to Lubo, in fact, he wasn't sure how much it had to do with this red mushroom after not being infected and mutated last time. But it was true that last time he was bitten by a zombie after eating a mushroom and died directly. Since there are volunteer mice who want to try the effect of this red mushroom, Kaishukuan does not need to risk himself. Not only can he sell Lubo a favor, but he can also see the effect of this mushroom, which is like killing two birds with one stone. Lubo took the mushroom and put it directly into his mouth to chew, and the bitter feeling instantly filled his mouth, but when he thought of the magic of the mushroom, he still swallowed it in his stomach, and the rest was the expectation of the two of them. Chapter 20 Kaishukuan looked at Lubo expectantly, how is it? Do you feel anything abnormal in your body? Lubo shook his head, boss, no. I don't feel anything. Kaishukuan fell into deep thought, it shouldn't be. It stands to reason that more than 10 minutes have passed, how can Lubo still act like no one? Just when Kaishukuan wanted to give up, Lubo shouted excitedly, boss, come and feel it. I feel that my body is hot now. Kaishukuan's eyes lit up, and sure enough, Kaishukuan asked excitedly, can you feel your blood boiling? Lubo nodded, well, it seems like that. Kaishukuan jumped up with joy, great. Ha ha. Lubo asked suspiciously, boss, what are you laughing at? Kaishukuan also became excited, this is really God help me, and immediately got up and took Lubo's hand, let's find a zombie and let him bite you. Boss, it's not good, people are afraid of pain. Kaishukuan looked at Lubo seriously and comforted, Xiaobobo, don't be afraid, just let the zombies take a bite. Do you want to think that this mushroom can really be immune to zombie virus infection? You have made a great contribution. Okay, for the sake of all players, I died last time, what are you afraid of? Lubo suddenly got up, with a posture that I don't go to hell who will go to hell. Seeing Lubo so conscious, Kaishukuan nodded with satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder. Good Lubo, I really didn't misunderstand you, rest assured that if you are really infected and mutated, I, the boss, can't let you be wronged, and I will definitely give you a happy ending. Boss. Lu Bo, the two faced each other and held hands, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the entire room. Suddenly, Lu Bo's legs weakened, he lay on the ground, his limbs twitched constantly, and a lot of white foam came out of his mouth. Xiaobobo, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly spit foam? Kaishukuan was so frightened that his face turned white. Lu Bo, wake up. Don't scare me. Kaishukuan hurriedly pinched Lu Bo's middle of the people, but Lu Bo still didn't react. Kaishukuan looked at Lu Bo worriedly, and kept shaking his shoulder. Xiaobobo, what's wrong with you? You were fine just now, how can you say that it's gone? Kaishukuan looked at Lu Bo, who gradually disappeared in front of his eyes, and couldn't help but think of a song in his mind, red umbrella and white pole, and lay down together after eating. Lie on the board, sleep in the coffin, and then bury the mountain together. Buried mountains and mountains cried and shouted, and relatives and friends came to eat. There is an umbrella for dinner, and the whole village lies down together. In the following days, players continued to search for available materials in Dingning City, and they did not let go of anything valuable. A group of garbage pickers, strange to say, in this city, only players and zombies are there and there is no one in sight, but in the central square of Dingning, players dare not approach. There, shrouded in green poisonous gas smoke, you can vaguely see that there is a tall skyscraper inside, but it can't be approached. Every time a player approaches the building within 100 meters, they are corroded by green smoke and die. Players have speculated that this high-rise building is the lair of zombies, and there may be many unsolved mysteries in it, but who dares to break in rashly at this stage? Zisei decided to get pregnant. Why do I always feel that something is spying on us? Lu Bo, shhhhhh, don't talk, keep up with the line. Kaishukuan, there's no way to enter there for the time being, let's search the city for places like factories. So, the team moved on. Walking and walking, suddenly, the captain of the crazy team stopped. He turned back to the people behind him. Look at it, there are people on the street in the distance. It seems to be Zhao Jun from Yenyu building. Everyone heard the words and looked over, only to see Zhao Jun fighting with 5 or 6 zombies. Kaishukuan beckoned everyone, brothers, go up together. Kill the bunch. The crowd screamed and rushed to the battle circle. Zhao Jun heard the shouting sound behind him, paused, looked back, and saw dozens of players rushing towards him. At this moment, Zhao Jun rekindled hope. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect to be saved. Zhao Jun muttered to himself, and just as he was stunned, a zombie pounced from behind him, opened his mouth and bit it with blood. Kaishukuan raised his gun to aim, and shot at the zombie. Bang, the bullet exploded on the zombie's head. These bullets, made of special steel, penetrate. The power is huge, even zombies, it is difficult to escape the harm. Roar. After this zombie was injured, it became extremely manic. It roared and turned around, stared at the scarlet eyes, staring viciously at the people in front of them. The zombies roared angrily, and rushed towards the players. They roared wildly, waving their arms and swooping at the players. Bang, did players start fighting back, all sorts of weapons attacking the zombies. Soon all the zombies fell to the ground, not moving, and gradually disappeared into nothing. Zhao Jun patted the dust on his body, looked at Kaishukuan and said, "Thank you." Kaishukuan waved his hand. "Anyway, you saved me." Zhao Jun smiled. "Ha, it should be, Kaishukuan smiled. "How could you encounter so many zombies chasing and killing alone?" Zhao Jun said, "I don't know the specific situation. I found a factory when I was picking up garbage, and as a result, there were many zombies running out to chase me." Hearing the word factory, Kaishukuan's eyes straightened, and he was thinking about finding a suitable factory to see if he could produce weapons. Where is the factory? You quickly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phoneme the way. Kaishukuan was a little impatient. Zhao Jun pointed to a street next to him. Oh, it's there. Okay. Kaishukuan nodded without hesitation and immediately sped up. Boss. Wait for us. Kaishukuan's teammates hurriedly chased after him. Seeing this, the other players followed. Kaishukuan led the player to the door of a factory, looking at the big characters written on the signboard Dingning Iron and Steel Smelter, not to mention how happy he was. He pulled out a wire and inserted it into the lock. With a soft click, the dilapidated iron lock was opened, and the iron door of the factory was opened, and the players looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 21. In the factory compound, there are dozens of mutant vicious dogs, staring at this group of visitors with red eyes with big light bulbs. They are constantly spitting out fishy breath around, and a group of players are gathering at the gate of the factory. "Boss, what should we do now?" asked a burly player, who had been afraid of dogs since he was a child, not to mention that the vicious dogs in front of him were as big as calves, and if they were bitten, I would be amputated. They kept roaring, as if they could pounce on them at any moment and tear their prey apart. Wang Wang, Kaishukuan and the others stood in place and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Why don't we slowly retreat? Don't you fight with them? Don't you want to look at what your size is? Let's go back and find some explosives, grenades or something." Everyone whispered, and suddenly a zombie appeared out of nowhere, rushing towards the mutant vicious dog. The mutant vicious dogs barked wildly, pounced on the zombies with sharp teeth and bit the zombies around them, and suddenly the fishy smell filled the entire compound. The zombies were torn in half, and their intestines flowed far away, and these mutant vicious dogs rushed over like crazy when they saw the fresh food, and then ate each other cleanly. Players, it's too late to run, and after the mutant dogs have eaten the zombies, some of them are still unsatisfied, and they have turned their heads to stare at them. Kaishukuan picked up the rifle in his hand and said resolutely, "Brothers, we can't run, let's do it with them." "Boss, don't mess around." Did. Kaishukuan did not hesitate, and shot continuously at the mutant vicious dog that pounced on him. "Did, even if you die today, you have to pull a cushion," Kaishukuan said angrily. "Okay, then fight with them, I don't care anyway," someone shouted. The rest of the people responded, "Yes, kill them. Kill them. Yes, kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill." The players also took up their arms and prepared to fight to the death. Did. The two sides quickly exchanged fire, although the players' firepower is not as ferocious as the mutant vicious dogs, but they are by no means weaker than them. But the mutant vicious dogs have thick skin and thick flesh and high defense. Fortunately, they have no wisdom. A fierce gunshot sounded came, and countless bullets flew out. The mutant vicious dogs were shot and fell to the ground. But they quickly got up again, becoming more bloodthirsty and furious. Kaishukuan and the others were shocked. "Nima, I'm really not afraid of death. Keep shooting," Kaishukuan shouted calmly, and the players pulled the trigger one after another. Bang! The heads of the mutant vicious dogs burst and blood splashed everywhere, but they still roared wildly. One by one fell to the ground. Kaishukuan and the others immediately changed their magazines and continued to attack. Between the rain of bullets and bullets, blood flowers splashed on the body of the mutant vicious dog in many places, and the mutant vicious dog became more and more brave the more he fought. But after all, humans are human beings. Even if they have a body stronger than ordinary zombies, they will not escape death. This situation lasted for almost 5 minutes before it ended. Phew, snort. Poof, poof. All the mutant vicious dogs fell to the ground. "Ah, it's so cool. Happy." The players cheered excitedly. This real combat experience stimulated everyone's adrenaline, and they felt as if they were in a war, a hearty war. "It's a great feeling. Let's go inside the factory." Kaishukuan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Boss, I think it's better not to go. What if you encounter a mutant monster?" "That's it, just deal with these mutant vicious dogs at the door. We are almost running out of bullets, and if there is another big guy inside, we will be wiped out." Kaishukuan thought about it, and finally wanted to go into the factory to find out, and said to the rest of the players, "Okay, you guys go back first. If I die, we will meet at the base in an hour." "Yes, you can go back. I'll just go with the boss." Lubo reunited. "Are you going?" said the African little white face. Looked at the two of them worriedly. "Don't worry, we'll be fine. You guys hurry up, don't waste time, no problem." Lubo smiled. Kaishukuan patted Lubo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, let's explore it by ourselves." Crunch! The door of the plant was pushed open by Kaishukuan and the two of them. Many large-scale smelting equipment came into view, and a pungent smell of rust rushed to the face. Kaishukuan and the two glanced at each other, and slowly walked towards the depths of the plant. A lot of slag. A lot of scrap iron. The two couldn't help but sigh. "Alas, I didn't expect that there are still so many ores here, which are so versatile that they can be sold for money," Lubo said regretfully. "The corners of the smelting room are covered with dense black stones. Kaishukuin and the two looked around, but found no trace of people. Kaishukuin stepped forward, bent down, and picked up a black stone, and observed it carefully. Hey, this is coal. It seems that we are one step closer to the goal of surviving guns and ammunition. Lubo stepped forward and said excitedly, Boss, do you mean we can make our own guns without guns? Hey, I found that your kid became smart after eating poisonous mushrooms. Kaishukuin looked at Lubo with some surprise. Hey, boss, are you praising me, or are you hurting me? Lubo complained. Kaishukuin played with the coal in his hand, and the corners of his mouth rose. Of course I praised you, but the first task now is to send players to garrison here to prevent the zombies from destroying it. Lubo nodded in agreement. This is easy to say. Now our kitchen knife gang is the most important thing to lack is people. Well, you can arrange it, but there's a bigger problem ahead of us. Kaishukuin frowned. Although there is already a steel smelter, but the players don't know how to do smelting. You have to find an expert in this area, but the problem is how can any expert usually have the kung fu to play games? Lubo saw Kaishukuin's face leaking, and asked a little puzzled, Boss, what do you think? So difficult? Alas, you have seen the current situation, but where are we going to find an expert in smelting to guide us in the production of firearms? Is that all, boss? Just put your heart in your stomach. Lubo patted his chest proudly. Kaishukuin was overjoyed when he heard this. Okay, you can say what you need, I fully support you. Chapter 22 Lubo's grandfather, Lubagwa, was a technical engineer in the arsenal in the past, and was wanted by the Japanese army during the anti-Japanese war because he researched many imitation firearms. Later, after the defeat of the Japanese army, he also participated in many state-secret machinery production projects, and now Lubagwa, who is now 88 years old, retired at home. Due to his half-body failure, his legs and feet are also not very convenient to move. On this day, Mabagwa's anti-theft door was knocked non-stop. Mabagwa was on crutches, slowly opened the anti-theft door, and saw Lubo holding a helmet, rushing in a hurry. Lubo helped Lubagwa to sit on the sofa with a flattering face, put the helmet on the coffee table, picked up the teapot on the table, poured a glass of water, looked up and drank it, panted and said, Grandpa, the time has come for the organization to need you. Lubagwa looked at his precious grandson kindly. You drink slowly, let's talk about it. How much money will it cost this time? Phew, I'm not asking for money, I'm asking you to play games with me. Lubo looked embarrassed. Did I come to my grandfather's house to ask for money? But think about it, it is true, except for coming over with my parents for the New Year's holidays, that is, I came back when I was short of money. Play games, your grandfather has old arms and legs, but he can't play it. Alas, you better play by yourself. Lubagwa touched his left hand, which he had a hard time holding things. It's okay, Grandpa, I'll teach you. This game is very simple, I'll teach you. I promise to learn it as soon as you learn it. Lubo sat next to his grandfather and persuaded. You can play by yourself. Grandpa can't play with it. Mabagwa refused. Lubo picked up the AR helmet on the coffee table and put it on Lubagwa's head. Grandpa, just click on the icon of the black silk big beautiful legs to go in. Don't move and wait for me when you go in. Lubagwa entered the game according to Lubo's guidance. A burst of dizziness hit. When he opened his eyes, he was already at the door of the 404 Evolution House. He looked at the real scenery around him, slowly moved his legs, although there was no crutch, but he was able to walk like flying. This time Lubagwa trotted up excitedly, provoking the new players around him to think it was a mental illness. After a while, Lubo came in an open-top off-road vehicle. In front of Lubagwa, he hooked his hand proudly. Grandpa, get in the car, I'll take you for a ride. Lubagwa looked at Lubo suspiciously, and said in a somewhat depressed mood, Eldest grandson, you tell Grandpa, am I already dead? Do you know how to do spiritism? Are you going to take me to reincarnation? Lubo looked confused. He didn't expect his grandfather's brain circuit to be so fierce, and quickly explained, Where did you think of the old man? This is a game, not a netherworld, get in the car. Really? Lubagwa was a little incredulous. Really, it's more true than pearls, let's go, I'll take you for a ride. Lubo opened the co-pilot's door and pushed Lubagwa in, and closed the car door with his hand. Okay then. Lubagwa got into the car. Lubo started the car roared, the speed was very fast, like a wild dog out of the run, galloping towards the city of Dingning. Wow, this feeling, cool. Ha ha. I didn't expect a game to give him such a real experience, and now he seems to be back in his 20s, and for a man like a man who was buried in the dirt to his eyebrows, there is nothing happier than being young and having a strong body. At the door of the metal smelter, Kaishukuin led a dozen players to make a simple banner to welcome Lu Lao's guidance. Damn, here, our experts are here. Lu Bo drove an open-top off-road vehicle and parked at the gate of the metal smelter, attracting countless people to stop and watch. Good guy. Lu Bagua looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, don't do this next time. Kaishukuin heard Lu Bagua's praise, and his heart was also happy. After all, he was counting on the old man for his future arms business. Lu Bagua patted Kaishukuin on the shoulder. Young man, young and promising, as long as you work hard, your benefits are indispensable. Kaishukuin touched his head shyly. Old Lu, you're polite. Let's take a look at these machines first. Well, yes, I've forgotten about the business in a hurry. Let's go and have a look. Lu Bagua patted his head, and then remembered the task assigned by his precious grandson. Lu Bo drove the car and took Lu Bagua to the warehouse of the metal smelter. Just entered the warehouse, Lu Bagua's eyes suddenly lit up. There were all kinds of metal materials piled up in the factory. Lu Bagua carefully checked it. The materials here are very complete. They are all materials used to make equipment. There were also some mineral things that he didn't recognize, and these things made him marvel at the magic of the game world. Lu Bagua walked to the side of the metal smelting equipment, stretched out his trembling hands and rubbed them. After a long time, he wiped the excited tears from the corners of his eyes, and sighed. There is no big problem with the machine and metal materials, it's just... Kaishukuin said confidently. Lu Bagua nodded. I can help you debug these equipment, but grinding tool slotting, sample and polishing are not my specialty. What does Lu Lao mean, find a few fitters? Kaishukuin asked with a blazing look in his eyes. Lu Bagua nodded and shook his head. You're only half right. The fitter we're looking for is not from an ordinary technical school, and you must have the ability, so you know what I mean, right? Kaishukuin nodded thoughtfully. I understand, but it's hard to find such a talent. He was not wrong at all. The talent who can make such a high-precision thing is not easy to find at all, unless he is old and retired. Wait, retire. Kaishukuin seemed to grasp the point. He looked at Lu Bagua modestly. Lu Lao, do you have a suitable candidate? Well, the children can be taught. A little bit is thorough. I do have a candidate, but I don't know if he wants to or not. Lu Bagua said uncertainly. This is easy to do. The trouble of manpower is solved by Lu Lao. The more the better. I will provide you with a game helmet, and then hire a nanny for you to take care of your daily life and real life. Kaishukuin said excitedly. I'm afraid it's not good. Lu Bagua politely refused. Kaishukuin said indifferently, it's okay, Lu Lao, you don't know, this game doesn't have a recharge system, you have to do everything yourself, you have enough food and clothing, it doesn't cost much to buy game equipment and hire a nanny for you, and our weapons can still be sold for money. Lu Bagua nodded in agreement. Chapter 23. After Lu Bagua quit the game, he excitedly picked up the phone and called his old buddies one by one and asked them to come to his home. After a while, 5 or 6 old men gathered in Lu Bagua's country, and old man Wang looked at his former work partner sitting on the sofa in surprise and asked, Old Lu, what's wrong? You hurriedly called us to your house? Are you not in good health? You want to see us old guys? Fuck your uncle, you can't do it. I'm in good health. Lu Bagua complained angrily. Old man Li was puzzled. Then what are you asking us to do? Lu Bagua pointed to the AR game helmet on the coffee table and said, Oh, I asked you to play games with me. Several old people glanced at each other. They didn't know what medicine Lu Bagua was selling in the gourd. Old man Li asked suspiciously, Game? What game? The other 4 people were also at a loss, and they didn't understand what Lu Bagua was going to do. Lu Bagua glanced at a few people with a smile, and said triumphantly, You will know in a while, and I promise to make your trip worthwhile. Several old people nodded and agreed. Lu Bagua let them play, and they could only play with this old child for a while. Next, several old men gathered together, put on the game helmet that Lu Bo had just bought, and entered the game. Several old comrades in their 80s, with a burst of dizziness, appeared in the Source Universe World game, and they looked at this real scene, and their eyes were about to fall out. I was eaten by the old thing Lu. It seems that this old thing is afraid of loneliness when he walks alone, and he pulls a few companions before he dies. Just when they were at a loss, Lu Bagua drove an open-top off-road vehicle and came to them. Lu Bagua looked at his old guys proudly, and pressed the horn of the car. Old guys, get in the car. Old Man Lee and the other 4 old men looked at each other and smiled bitterly, but they still obediently obeyed the order and got into Lu Bagwa's car. The accelerator slipped away in the end, and several old comrades in the car were dumbfounded. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar city outside the car, the mood could not be calm for a long time, and after a long time, they finally came back to their senses and asked, "Lao Lu, where is this?" "That's it, Lao Lu, are you taking us to find a report on black and white impermanence?" "Lao Lu, can you let me go home first? I told my son the passbook password." "Lao Li, you just accept your fate. When you come, you will be fine, you can't go back." "No, you can dream." Lu Bagwa laughed while half driving, and was quite satisfied with the reaction of these old guys. "You old things, no culture, it's terrible, this is the game world, do you understand the game?" In the steel smelter, it has been cleaned by Kai Shukuan. Lu Bagwa walked into the factory with 5 old men, picked up the guns and ammunition on the table, and handed them to a few people. "Well, our mission is to develop and imitate these guys." "Lao Lu, what kind of thing is this? I feel like a gun, but I haven't seen the real thing." Old Man Lee took the heavy firearm in his hand and looked at it carefully, and several other old men next to him also came over to observe. Kai Shukuan stood beside him, looked at the weapons in the hands of several old men, and introduced with a smile, "Old men, there are 98K, AK-407, and Sand Eagle pistols here, you look at them." Lao Li too put down the gun in his hand and asked with some concern, "I'm a good girl, are we going into the bandits' den? Will it be illegal to do these things?" Lu Bagwa glanced at him disdainfully. "It's all said, this is a game, these guns are used to fight zombies, do you know what zombies are?" Several old comrades stood in place and nodded and shook their heads. "I've seen it on TV, but I haven't seen it really." "Like, where have we ever seen that thing?" "It's not that we say you, let alone zombies, or zombies haven't seen it before." Lu Bagwa slapped his forehead and scolded with some hatred, "You stupid people, how can you fight zombies without a gun?" After listening to Lu Bagwa's words, Old Man Lee was immediately frightened, and hurriedly threw away the gun in his hand. "Old Lu, this is unlikely, our old arms and legs still fight zombies?" A few old men suddenly realized, "Oh, I understand." Lu Bagwa took out the drawings he drew and instructed them how to imitate weapons. Although these old people are relatively old, but the foundation is very solid, they all belong to special technicians, and soon, several people disassembled all the guns into parts and studied them. In the 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jie looked at several Sunset Red players on the computer screen, studying the structure of the gun, and felt a pain in his flesh. If this really made them successful, who would go to his system store to buy kitchen knives in the future? Selenia held a lollipop in her mouth and said disdainfully, "Don't worry. It's useless for them to research it, and those coals can't support their large-scale mass production at all." Zhang Jie's eyes lit up. "So they can't make it?" Selenia nodded. "It can't be done, besides, those machines are not powered by electricity." "What? Don't you use electricity?" Zhang Jie asked suspiciously. Selenia pursed her lips. "Didn't I say that the energy of this world is the source power, which is stored by something like a battery? Then won't the players look for it themselves?" Zhang Jie was a little puzzled. "Don't worry, the source power battery is in short supply, and everything they find is running out." Selenia smiled. "So, they still have to ask us for help in the end." After listening to Selenia's words, Zhang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. If this was the case, his pressure would be much less. What he is most afraid of now is that those players have researched it, and when the time comes, his system store will become an ornament, and the players will make a lot of money, which is called pain. Thinking of this, Zhang Jie looked at Selenia with a melancholy expression. Selenia continued, "By the way, didn't you want to see how the source power came from?" Selenia took Zhang Jie's hand, walked to the elevator, pressed the button of -18, the elevator went down quickly, and when the elevator door opened, Zhang Jie was stunned. It's Chapter 24. Zhang Jie looked at the huge boiler in the center of the room, and was instantly dumbfounded. Good guy, this is the first time he has seen such a big boiler, and it is estimated that there is no problem with the heating of a city. Boom, the boiler runs on its own without anyone to control it. I saw a zombie corpse inexplicably appear on the conveyor belt at the door of the boiler. Slowly entering the boiler through the conveyor belt, the temperature of the boiler suddenly heated up, and it began to burn, but in a moment, it turned into a ball of ashes. Exclamation point. The corners of Zhang Jie's mouth twitched fiercely, and he couldn't help but burst into a foul mouth. Nima, what's going on here? This boiler seems to be a crematorium. Only then did he notice that the LCD on the crematorium had a few words, and the source power of the living was 0.01% after refining. Selenia stepped forward and patted Zhang Jia on the shoulder. How is it? It's quite shocking, but where did the zombies come from? Zhang Jia was puzzled. Are you stupid? Why did all the zombies and enemies killed by the player disappear out of thin air? Selenia reminded. Zhang Jia's eyes lit up. I understand, it turned out that they were all teleported here through the artifact bracelet and refined into energy in the crematorium. Yo-hee. This is all guessed by you. It seems that you are getting smarter and smarter. Selenia nodded with satisfaction. Hey, of course, he's a genius. Zhang Jia said. Selenia pursed her lips. Cut. Then what are you going to do next? Zhang Jia asked. Selenia smiled and walked towards the elevator, and Zhang Jia hurriedly followed. Zhang Jia touched his head and smiled. I know, then let's wait for them to take the initiative to come to the door. In the steel smelter, Lu Bagua and a few old guys studied the machine for a long time but did not succeed in starting, which hit several people who were originally full of confidence. Lao Lu, what can I do about this? This machine is a little weird. It's not electric at all. Lu Bagua was holding a number 5 battery-like thing and playing with it. It seems that this place is not the same as the real world. If we want to start this machine, we should start with this kind of battery. Kaishu-kun looked at the battery, his brows were tightened. He never thought that after all the calculations, he would finally be on the verge of a kick, and he would lose his efforts because of the power source problem. Although he didn't want to give up, if he wanted to produce guns and ammunition on a large scale, the problem of this power source could not be bypassed. But all players have never seen this kind of battery. Kaishu-kun humbly asked, Old Man Lu, if we don't use a steel-making furnace? Lu Bagua was helpless. Yes, we old guys can make a file for you, but the efficiency is not high, and we can make a gun in a day. After Kaishu-kun listened to what Lu Bagua said, he suddenly felt that his eyes were dark, and the whole person retreated in a daze. Old Man Lu, what else is going on with this matter? Don't be discouraged. Lu Bagua comforted, let's slowly build guns first, and you continue to look for them. Alright then. I'll try again. Kaishu-kun picked up a piece of number 5 battery-like things and played with them for a long time, but there was still no result. At this time, there was a car horn outside. Oh, how's Grandpa? Listening to the familiar voice, Lu Bagua smiled. My grandson is here, ask him if he has ever seen this kind of battery. After listening to what Lu Bagua said, Kaishu-kun instantly felt that his body was full of strength. He walked to the door and shouted towards the courtyard, Lubo, hurry up. Oh, here it is. Lubo ran into the house, and when he was in the yard just now, he saw Kaishu-kun in a daze at a battery-like thing. What's wrong? What's going on? Lubo asked as he looked at everyone's sad faces. Kaishu-kun handed the battery to Lubo. Have you ever seen this kind of battery? Lubo shook his head. Alas! I can only find it slowly. Kaishu-kun sighed. It seems that the military factory program can only be put on hold for the time being. Lubo took the battery and thought for a while, and a person appeared in his mind. Maybe he could solve this problem that bothered everyone. Lubo looked at Kaishu-kun and said mysteriously, Boss, I know who we can ask for help. Knock knock knock. Zhang Jia looked at the computer screen. Lubo took Kaishu-kun to the door of the 404 evolution house and knocked lightly. The corners of his mouth went up. Really, let Selenia say right, if they want to produce guns and ammunition, they need to use the source power battery, and the battery is only available in the 404 evolution house. Zhang Jia put on the AR helmet, logged in the character he created, slowly opened the door, and asked with a puzzled expression, Do you have anything to do with me? Kaishu-kun saw that there were people in the container in the novice village, and the boss with his mouth open. He always thought that this container was just ordinary waste in the game. Lubo smiled flatteringly and said respectfully, Lord Administrator, we want you to do a small favor. Zhang Jia pretended to be puzzled. Help? What help? Lubo hurriedly touched Kaishu-kun with his arm, and the latter reacted at this time, and hurriedly took out the source power battery and handed it over respectfully. Zhang Jie took the source power battery and asked, "What? Do you want the source power battery?" The two nodded excitedly. Zhang Jie glanced at the source power battery and said with some embarrassment, "I know the purpose of your visit, but I don't have many source power batteries." Seeing that the administrator wanted to speak and stopped, embarrassed, how could Kai Shukuan, who was a capitalist, not understand what he wanted? So Kai Shukuan proposed, "Lord Administrator, you don't have to be embarrassed, we can use the source stone to buy or charge the money, as long as you say a number, we will definitely not bargain." Zhang Jie sighed and returned the source power battery to Kai Shukuan. "I'm sorry. I can't help it. Unless," Kai Shukuan said anxiously. He doesn't believe that he can't handle a game manager as a capitalist, and if he doesn't agree, I'll smash you with money. Zhang Jie shook his head helplessly. "Our game company has strict regulations. This kind of source power battery, there is a limit on the number of batteries, and there is no way to produce it in the game, unless you agree to let us take a stake in your gunsmith factory." When Kai Shukuan heard Zhang Jie's words, he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. "Nima, how can this game be robbed while it is like in reality? Do game companies still want to pick up layers?" However, gun factories are a monopoly industry and are very profitable. When the time comes, all players will come to him to buy weapons, and the source stone is not a lot of money. Kai Shukuan thought for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay, how much do you want?" 5-5, how's it going, and all the guns you produce must be sold through the system store." Hearing the conditions for the dismissal of the administrator, Kai Shukuan, who was a capitalist, was about to shed tears. "It's black, it's too dark, and sure enough, the free ones are the most expensive." Chapter 25. Zhang Jie looked at Kai Shukuan, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and felt a little helplessly comforted. "I can't help it. For the balance of the game, I can't let you monopolize, don't you say?" "But, Lord Administrator, I won't be able to earn much source stone in this way." Kai Shukuan hung his head, and this time his road to fortune was directly cut in half. "You must know that the game administrator will take a 50% if he doesn't do anything. The remaining 50% is just to buy the metal materials picked up by the player, as well as the salary of the arsenal staff. There is not much left, and the most important thing is that the arsenal staff still need to eat food every day to replenish their physical strength to make weapons, otherwise they can only rest to recover slowly when their physical strength is exhausted, and this is a post-apocalyptic game. Food that can be eaten is already scarce, with the increase of players. Food is about to become a luxury. Even Kai Shukuan, the leader of the kitchen knife gang, sometimes in order to replenish physical strength, you have to eat tree bark, wild vegetables." Kai Shukuan thought about it, and finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Deal, I don't believe that I can lose money with my ability." "Okay, I'm optimistic about you." Zhang Jie nodded with satisfaction, put the battery without source power into his pocket, and took out a full source power battery and handed it to Kai Shukuan. Kai Shukuan took the source power battery, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. "Thank you, Lord Administrator. By the way, how long can this source power battery last?" Kai Shukuan asked with a smile. Zhang Jie explained according to what Selenia told him before. "Well, this source power battery can only be used for about 30 days, you have to save some use, and at the end of the month, this thing will run out of energy and be useless, but you can find me to replace it with a new one." "Well, then I understand. I'll go back and get ready and start producing." Kai Shukuan is now like a young man who has just started a business, eager to prove his strength and prove that he is no worse than others, but because of the source of the battery, he has been stuck in the neck. And Zhang Jie is like his bull, taking him to the top. Kai Shukuan took the source power battery in his hand, and felt that his whole body was boiling. Zhang Jie looked at the two people who drove away, and whispered, "Hey, this feeling of being a capitalist lying down to make money is so cool. Epsilon. Come and play the game website forum. A post in the game area of the Source Universe world is particularly eye-catching. Extraordinarily large notice, the Kitchen Knife Gang is now on limited acquisition of various metal materials. Players can go to Dingding Iron and Steel Smelter to trade. Source Stone Cache is okay. Don't be afraid that I don't have money, I'm afraid you don't have goods." At the bottom of the post, many players left messages to discuss. What's wrong with this Kitchen Knife Gang? I didn't fight zombies and upgraded, and I changed my career to open a scrapyard. My god, I feel like I've missed 100 million. I'm going, the boss is waiting, I'll be right away. It's not a scam this time, right? I haven't done a good job of psychological construction. What the hell is going on? I wiped it, it's true, I carried a trash can and went over for $50. I also changed the manhole cover for $50. I wiped it, and it turned out to be real. Damn, this is a great opportunity. No, I have to go, I'll go to the game to pick up garbage now. +1 upstairs. Plus 10,086. I also feel that I really lost a lot this time. +2 upstairs. +3 +4. For a while, the Source Universe World game was full of popularity again. Who doesn't want to pick up wool? Players are picking up all kinds of metal materials, cans and bottles, and collapsed building steel bars inside. Anyway, Ding Ding City has been turned upside down by them. The zombies in Ding Ding City phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme see some players holding all kinds of weapons while picking up garbage and beating them. Fortunately, these zombies are just beginner zombies who don't think, otherwise who can stand the inhumane destruction of this group of players. Soon a month passed. The arsenal was busy with the production of 100 weapons every day. This day Zhang Jie came to the arsenal, looked at the various types of guns, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that you are very self-motivated. Kai Shukuan rubbed his hands with a smile. Lord Administrator, you have won the award, this is what we should do. Kai Shukuan is now thinking very thoroughly. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme well in the game, you must have a good relationship with the game administrator. Even if the arsenal opportunity fails this time, if the administrator is happy, it will not be a loss to send him game equipment directly. Just when he wanted to get into trouble, he saw Zhang Jie wave his hand casually, and his palm emitted a burst of light, and more than 3,000 guns disappeared out of thin air. Kai Shukuan's mouth drooled. Is this the skill of Lord Administrator? I'm a good girl, the legendary spatial ability. Lord Administrator just doesn't have this kind of ability. Zhang Jie patted Kai Shukuan, who was still in a daze, on the shoulder. Yes, keep working hard. By the way, why is there only a gun and no bullets? Kai Shukuan came back to his senses and said, Lord Administrator, they are responsible for the production of gunpowder in Yanyelu, and they have developed black gunpowder made by mixing ammonium nitrate, sulfur, charcoal, etc. Then why not produce bullets? Zhang Jie was a little puzzled. Kai Shukuan said helplessly, the bullets made of this black gunpowder are not very sophisticated, and there are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme dud bullets, but fortunately, they have found a way to purify, and it won't be long before they can be mass-produced. What is the method of purification? Zhang Jie was a little curious. Kai Shukuan shook his head. I don't know about this. They found a military expert to enter the game and guide them specifically, but for security reasons, the most critical step is that the military experts come by themselves. Zhang Jie nodded, agreeing with the approach of military experts. After all, if the players have learned, it is not too easy to make explosives. If they are allowed to make guns and ammunition in the real world, their game will really become a gangster vocational and technical college. Combat skills can be learned from zombie fighting, and guns and ammunition can be proficient in everything sooner or later, and it only takes time to accumulate. But if they are allowed to build guns in the real world, Zhang Jie said that he is under a lot of pressure. But now he can only rely on them. I hope they are not too weak. After all, he still has to draw the players' experience to upgrade. Only with the players whether they can build it in the real world, we can only take one step at a time. If anyone really wants to build any weapons, there is no shortage of experience in this area on the internet. Chapter 26. A burly man walked out of the poisonous fog of the skyscraper in the center of Dingning, wearing a black trench coat, black super sunglasses, a cigar in his mouth, a submachine gun in his hand, and 2 daggers in his waist, just like a movie killer. He is John, that is, the booze-level figure behind the scenes of Dingning City. He looked a little tired, but his eyes were resolute, and the man looked up into the distance, where a group of zombies was rushing towards him. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed one of the players chasing the zombies, and his eyes were sharp, scanning the remaining 2 players beside him. Don't move, I'll ask you a few questions, and I'll spare your life if you answer honestly. The 3 players were taken aback by the sudden attack. The player who was choked by the neck stared at John. What do you say, kill Lao Tzu? If you call Lao Tzu, you will have the surname of Lao Tzu. The other 2 players did not have the intention of making a move, but instead held their hands on their chests and planned to watch a good show. If it weren't for the lack of materials in this world, it is estimated that a handful of melon seeds would have been taken out. John was stunned for a moment and wondered, aren't these people afraid of death? He suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Boy, do you know who I am? Dare to talk to me like this?" The player who was choked snorted disdainfully, "I don't care who you are, give Lao Tzu a good time, Lao Tzu will be a good man in an hour." John, who has always been short-tempered, was angry and itching. Originally he thought that these alien humans would be honest as long as they were a little scared. John's hand was slightly forced, and he pinched the player's neck. "Stupid human, since you are bent on death, then I will fulfill you." Click. The player's neck broke in response, but a magical scene appeared, and the player who was strangled by him turned into a little starlight and disappeared in the next second. The remaining two players were already unfazed, and one of them snorted coldly, "No matter how strong you are, what can you do?" John was even more furious when he heard this. This was simply a naked provocation. Another player sneered and echoed, "You're just a little booze, what's there to show off? Do you really think you're omnipotent? You." John didn't know what booze was, but he felt insulted by the attitudes of the two. "Ha, you'd better put down your weapons and surrender," the player mocked. John raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to be ridiculed by the three ants. He looked at the remaining two players grimly. "Since you're looking for death, it's no wonder I'm going to blame." With that, John's face turned pale. He glared at them fiercely, and pointed the submachine gun in his hand at the two men. The two players glanced at each other and smiled slightly. "Brother, you go to ventilate and report the news. I will meet him. If I can snatch his submachine gun, then I will make a lot of money." "Okay, then I'll leave first." "Good luck." The other player turned and ran, and John was furious. "You've me off and want to run?" Did John pull the trigger? The machine gun sparked and metal bullets flew towards the fleeing player. Did the bullet with the sound of breaking the air. The speed was extremely fast. The fleeing player felt a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPH equals win wine / phoneme behind him, and hurriedly dodged, but the speed of the bullet was too fast. He couldn't dodge. The bullet pierced his right shoulder, and the blood flowed. He hurriedly covered his shoulders, gritted his teeth, and ran desperately. John was stunned. He didn't expect that these invading humans were all so heroic. The machine gun in his hand was ready to be pulled again, leaving the player to deal with John to see the opportunity. Holding a kitchen knife in both hands, jumping forward, and slashing towards John, John smiled contemptuously, turned sideways slightly, easily dodged, and smashed him over with a backhand punch. "You." The player lay on the ground, wanted to get up but found that he had no strength. John walked up to him and squatted down and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. You still want to hurt me with your three-legged cat's kung fu? Do you have the strength?" Snap! Just when John got carried away, the player used all his strength and slashed at him with a kitchen knife in his hand. The kitchen knife slashed at John's chest, sending a spark of sparks, but it didn't even cut off the flesh. The player was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect the enemy's defense in front of him to be so high. He hit with all his strength, and the other party didn't have anything. "This defense is too high." John sneered, "I underestimate you. Even a little ant like you dare to resist. But everything is meaningless. Let's talk about it. Who are you? Where did you come from, and who is your boss?" The player stared at John. "Can a small character like you know the name of our boss?" "I can tell you very clearly. Don't want to know anything from me." John looked at the player with a playful expression. "Boy, I'm afraid you don't know. It's the same whether you say it or not. I can extract the soul and look at your memories." The player's face was dead. It seemed that this time he was really powerless. He silently closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. John really didn't disappoint him and grabbed his head with his right hand, trying to search for the player's memory fragments, and after a long time, John directly pinched the player's head in anger, muttering to himself in some incredulity, "Impossible. Why, he doesn't have a soul." The injured player, clutching his shoulder from the bullet and panting, limped to the door of the metal smelter. In front of him was a huge factory, and this was the place where he wanted to report the news. "Oh no," he shouted. "What's wrong?" A male voice came from inside the room, and then the iron door of the warehouse opened, and Lubo appeared by the door. Dressed in a black trench coat and a pair of sunglasses, he hurriedly ran forward and picked up the injured player, who was somewhat weak. "What happened? Why are you so badly injured?" "We met a very powerful enemy, presumably a booze-level character." The injured player told Lubo what he saw. and after he finished speaking, his body shook twice and almost fell. Li Bo looked at the player whose face was extremely pale and sweat slid down his forehead, and he was furious. "Brother, don't worry, I will avenge you." He turned his head to the bed behind him and said, "Inform all the brothers who are online, let's go and meet this booze together." Chapter 27. On the roof of a building near the steel smelter in Dingning City, John was coldly watching all kinds of players with weapons chasing zombies not far away. He didn't know why there were so many humans in the Dingning City area, and the most incredible thing for him was that even after these humans were infected by zombies, the number of them increased instead of decreasing. During this time, the zombie army that he had cultivated with great difficulty had been wiped out by players. So it caught John's attention, and he jumped from a dozen stories tall building to the grass below. You. What are you?" John had just landed when he heard a frightened question from the player in front of him. John sneered, disappeared in place in an instant, and appeared behind him in the next second, and attacked the black tiger with a move. The player had no way back, and before he died, he shouted, "Brothers, come here, booze is here." Looking at the players who disappeared into a little starlight, John sighed. Sure enough, it's still the same, these human beings, as long as they die, they will turn into nothingness in an instant. Players, looking down at John, who looked down at his hands in the distance, didn't dare to breathe. Players with guns took out their weapons one after another, held their breath and aimed. As long as the enemy was abnormal, they would be beaten into a hornet's nest in an instant. John sensed a hint of solemnity in the air. He frowned, turned his head to look at the players in all directions, and laughed loudly. "Ha, there are still a lot of people coming, so it's good to save me the effort to find them one by one." As he spoke, he raised the two submachine guns in his hand and aimed them at everyone. "In that case, then come." After speaking, he pulled the trigger without hesitation, and rotated his body while glancing, and the bullets were like a downpour, spilling all over the space. Kaishukuin was furious when he saw this scene. He shouted, "Shoot me," and then picked up the submachine gun in his hand and fired continuously in the direction of John. Seeing this, the rest of the players pulled the various types of firearms in their hands one after another. Bang! Kaishukuin gritted his teeth and looked at John not far away. He wanted to kill this scumbag with his eyes. But to no avail, the other party is too strong, and he is not an opponent at all. "Boss." The younger brother next to him shouted worriedly. Although they could also defeat the zombies, they couldn't defeat the enemy in front of them. Kaishukuin watched his body gradually become transparent. He was unwilling. "You. Who the hell are you?" John threw the empty submachine gun on the ground, patted his hand that was not stained with a trace of dust at all, and snorted coldly, "Hee, it's just a bunch of ants, and they are trying to compete with me? I really don't know how to write dead words." With that, John looked around at the thousands of players who had fallen to the ground, and he curled the corners of his lips into a mocking smile. Vulnerable waste. John approached Kaishukuin and stepped on his chest with his foot. "I'll tell you, Dingning City is my territory. If you know how to be interested, you should be obedient, otherwise." Bullets flew in, and 1,000 more players rushed to the scene to join the battle group. "Kill him, brothers! Kill him and take back our homeland! Kill him!" John narrowed his eyes and laughed contemptuously. "Oh, there are quite a few people here, but, unfortunately, you are all going to die here tonight." John's wrist flicked, and the two daggers immediately slashed through the void and stabbed at the player with a sharp sword. The players were dumbfounded. They had no idea that this man would be so vicious. John sneered and continued to wield the dagger to take the player's life. Poofa! The player's terrible screams resounded throughout the night sky, accompanied by countless pieces of flesh and blood. In a few moments, the player was all lying on the ground, corpses standing still, bright red liquid flowing from their necks. "Damn, fight with him. Brothers, come on." The players looked at John with 1,000, not afraid at all, but more and more. They didn't believe it. So many people went forward to attack one after another. Even if they couldn't kill John, they could exhaust him. John gradually became a little weak. After hacking a player to death, he saw the resurrected Kaishukuin slashing at himself with a kitchen knife. His eyes widened, and he was a little incredulous. "No way, didn't you just kill you?" Kaishukuin said disdainfully. "Lao Tzu is a Shochang who can't be killed. You just wash up and wait for me." Seeing that the blow was unsuccessful, Kaishukuin raised the kitchen knife again and slashed at John. As soon as John ducked, the kitchen knife slashed at the wall, and suddenly the stones shattered and the dust flew up. John's eyes flickered a few times, and suddenly he jumped up and jumped onto Kaishukuin's back, grabbed Kaishukuin's collar and lifted it up, and then he put a dagger on Kaishukuin's neck. What are you going to do? Kaishukuin roared angrily. What can I do? Of course I will kill you again. John sneered and swiped the dagger in his hand, and Kaishukuin turned into a little starlight again and disappeared offline. I'm fighting with you. Lubo rushed forward with a kitchen knife. John hurriedly dodged, but Lubo's skills were really superb, and every time he dodged, it was a fraction worse. John was forced into embarrassment, and he was accidentally cut off his left arm by Lubo. Heh, you can't stand it. It seems that you are not invincible. Lubo smiled mockingly. The other players saw that John was injured, and the hope of victory ignited in their eyes. They thought that with the current level of strength, it was impossible to win, but they didn't expect Booze to be injured as well, and all the players rushed over with their weapons in their hands, all wanting to see what equipment could be exploded by killing Booze. Chapter 28. John looked at the players' hungry and thirsty eyes, and couldn't help but feel cold in his crotch. Obediently, what kind of strange species are these human beings? In the past, as soon as he appeared on the battlefield, the enemy would lose his armor and flee in a hurry, but this group of players are not afraid of death? Taking advantage of John's stun kung fu, a bare-handed player sneaked up from behind him, opened his mouth and bit his arm. Other players also did the same, some twisted his waist and inner thighs tender meat, and there were small fists to beat his chest. Anyway, all kinds of kung fu are available. John was surrounded by players, the black crowd. From time to time there were fists on him to greet him. It was really a mess to kill the master. John was a little irritated by the beating, and let out an angry roar from his mouth. How could a dignified overlord have suffered such a wretched spirit? Enough! You guys give me death! The energy in his body exploded, directly shaking the players away. John looked at the more and more human armies like ants, sighed helplessly, jumped up, and kept shuttling between the dilapidated buildings to leave. The players watched Booze being beaten away by them, and there was no excitement on their faces, but some regret, but there was nothing they could do, and in the end they could only clean up the battlefield and continue their life of picking up garbage and fighting zombies. After this fierce battle, the players realized their weakness, and it turned out that in the Source Universe world, there are people who have heaven outside the sky, and only when they are strong enough can they not be bullied by others and protect their homes. Players are eager to become stronger, but the upgrade of fighting monsters is too slow, so they focus on weapons. Although there are guns and ammunition from Kaishukuin Arsenal for sale in the system store, but a pistol costs 1,000 source stones, and players like them who are not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme online do not have many source stones, and they can't afford to buy them at all. They also thought about collecting source stones offline, but all the game websites were buying source stones. After all, it was the time when the game was open up, and there were many players in demand. So all the players with a stomach full of resentment turned to play in the game website forum, have condemned the game developer as not humane at all, so take care of the player. Out of a recharge system. Other games are 3 days and 2 ends to cut the player's leak, eager to let the player take out a loan to play the game. The Source Universe world game is good, everything has to be made by yourself, this is not bullying honest people. Zhang Jie slid the mouse to browse the forum, ready to see the player's game experience. He clicked on a player at random to post. I was so cool, I gave Booze an electric cannon, but unfortunately I was only level 10, there was nothing to do with people in the past, it seems that I have to work hard to upgrade, and in the future, I will add all the skill points to the strength, and then you will be able to see One Punch Man. The players are also very excited to leave a message. What are you? I used the power of the wilderness to twist Booze's waist, I guess he is still green. Me too, I specialize in the lower 3 ways, and I twisted the inner thighs of Booze several times. It's a pity that he ran away, otherwise Lao Tzu would have killed him today. There are more and more comments, and the style of painting is becoming more and more strange. Zhang Jie quit this post, pressed the refresh button to continue browsing the post, and suddenly found that there were a lot of protest posts on the forum page, which phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme strongly asked the game developer to open the recharge, otherwise everyone will not be able to play. Booze has submachine guns, we only have kitchen knives and wooden sticks, this is not a level at all. Monster hot weapons, we still use cold weapons. We can't beat them at all. We also want to have guns, cannons and grenades, so it's fair to fight. As long as you open the recharge page, I have always been 10,648, warm up, it's better than letting those local tyrant players raise the price of the source stone every day. The ratio of the source stone is 1 to 1,500 yuan, and I can't receive it at all. It's too painful, let's go on like this. Don't play the Source Universe World game, let me slowly retire in it alone. At first, the players looked at the landlord's complaint and felt empathy, but when they saw that the landlord asked everyone to withdraw from the game and play by themselves, they were not calm in an instant. I'm Nima, I still want to sympathize with the landlord, but I want to trick me into quitting the pit and playing by myself. It's too unkind. That's it, retreat, everyone retreats together, whoever doesn't retreat is a dog. Damn, quit, quit. Agreed, quit. I agree. Yes, quit, let's find another game to play. This kind of game is a waste of time, to be honest, I really don't like to play this game. It's so boring. I don't like to play this game phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, but I can't help it, I earn more than moving bricks at work. Yes, quit. What do you mean upstairs? Would you rather be a dog than retreat? Zhang Jie finished reading the whole post, frowned, and then smiled helplessly. He understood this feeling of helplessness very well, but he couldn't help it. There were only 3,000 guns in the store, which was not enough to issue at all. Just when he had a headache about how to reasonably allocate guns, Selena walked back with a lollipop in her mouth, and she saw Zhang Jie, who was stupidly looking at the computer screen in a daze, patted him on the shoulder and said, "What's wrong?" So engrossed. Zhang Jie subconsciously blocked the computer screen and stammered to explain, "No, I don't talk nonsense, I'm a serious person." Selena pouted, her face full of disdain. "Then what are you blocking?" Zhang Jie was stunned. Yes, he was just watching the game for him, there was no need to be so sneaky. It seems that he is used to it, and he will change it in the future. He coughed awkwardly, pointed to the computer screen and said, "Look, players are going to get out of the pit. They all dislike their weapons are not good, and they don't have a source stone if they want to buy guns in the system store." That's right, this is indeed a bit of a drag on the player's progress, otherwise give each person a gun. Selenia looked at Zhang Jie with a wicked smile. I wanted to, but there are too many players, too few guns, and some players don't have source stones. Zhang Jie sighed helplessly. Selenia dragged her chin and pondered, how can we achieve fairness among players? We must not only let every player participate, but also ensure fairness, justice, and openness. Suddenly, Zhang Jie stood up from his chair and shouted, I have thought of a way to ensure that everyone has a share. Chapter 29. Zhang Jie's voice was frightened, Selenia was jumped, and Selenia couldn't help complaining, "What, scare me, let's talk about it, what is a good way to make you so excited?" Zhang Jie scratched his head a little embarrassed, "We can draw a lottery." Lottery? Selenia was a little confused. Zhang Jie nodded vigorously, yes, lottery, each player consumes a certain amount of source stones, draws a prize, the consolation prize is a bullet, and the grand prize is a variety of firearms. Selenia said with some concern, but in this case, will we lose money? After all, other people's games are lottery with money, and they don't lose money. What Selenia said is not unreasonable, other game companies are selling values, and how much they sell is profitable, they are different. Kaishukuan's arsenal smashed hundreds of thousands of dollars, just to collect those broken copper and iron to build guns. Zhang Jie patted his chest and looked very confident, I won't lose money, players will only feel that they have made a lot of money. Oh? Selenia asked with great interest, tell me what's going on. Zhang Jie explained, look at this lottery mechanism, as long as the probability of the lottery is low, it is impossible to lose money. Seeing that Selenia was still a little hesitant, Zhang Jie continued to persuade, you think that players can win the weapon jackpot by spending a small amount of source stones. And there are also commemorative bullets for you, how cost-effective you say. Selenia thought for a while, and it seemed to be really cost-effective. Okay, I'll add the lottery system to it, and let's do an unboxing event first to see the effect. Selenia sat in front of the computer screen, quickly typing out lines of code, and it didn't take long for the lottery system to be set up. Selenia clicked on the weapon lottery box in the system store, and then pressed the start button. The lottery box appeared in front of him, a burst of red light gradually dimmed, and then began to rotate slowly. Selenia put her hands on her cheeks, looking like she was carefully observing the lottery situation. Click, the lid of the weapon box opened, and a bullet appeared in his hand. Zhang Jie nodded with satisfaction. Well done, now we can make a windfall. Caught. Selenia snorted in disdain, ignored him, and concentrated on eating the lollipop. Zhang Jie clicked on the game website and released the first event announcement. In order for players to have a better game experience, after 3 days and 3 nights of a meeting with the company's senior management, a very fair and just activity was discussed: weapon box lottery. Players only need to open the system store, spend a source stone to click to buy a weapon box, and have a chance to win the weapon prize. Players who have not won the lottery do not have to be discouraged. We will also have a commemorative prize to be distributed to everyone. Warm reminder: the lottery is risky, players should do what they can, do not go up. The final interpretation right of this event belongs to the game of the Source Universe world. As soon as the announcement was issued, the players were excited, originally because they did not have the strength of the weak players, and saw the hope of catching up with the big players, and the lottery, very conscientious. A source stone can draw a prize, which makes everyone can afford to draw. Some players once thought that the game developer was engaged in charity. This activity is not too much even if it is a cash lottery. The post in the forum that originally retired from the tour was instantly overwhelmed. The post of this weapon box lottery was gone. In a post that pins and refines this event, the player actively spoke: "Great, it's finally out of the event, now I'm going to draw a gun even if I'm bankrupt. That's right. My wallet is already hungry and thirsty, but how is it a source stone lottery?" The little prince of the European emperor arrived, and he dodged it all to see how I drained the weapon pool. Wow! I think it's almost the same as the bankrupt little prince. This benevolent brother, your discipline is about to fall to the ground. It's shameless. I'm willing to exchange my tablemate's XX 10 years of life for an ultimate prize. Nima, is this the legendary life-burning technique? I think that if you use all the people in their household registration book, you may not be able to draw it. Okay, don't say it, let's go online, the event is out. At this moment, all the forums about the game of the Source Universe world, Post-it, Penguin Group, and WeChat Group were instantly quiet, and people were like evaporating from the world. All fell into silence, and players rushed to bring AR helmets to enter the game, click on the game system store, and all wanted to be the enviable dog support. Zhao Xian is a novice player who has just played the Source Universe world game for 2 days. Today he is as usual, in the novice village, cutting trees to upgrade. Suddenly there was a system announcement in front of him that the weapon box lottery was online. He cut down a towering tree, clicked on the system store to sell this wood, and looked at the system store showing that he already had 10 source stones. He was a little hesitant. I don't know if it was good to buy a kitchen knife. It's still all lottery. After thinking about it, Zhao Xian felt that if he was favored by the goddess of luck, he made up his mind and bought a weapon box from the system store. Click, a burst of purple light flashed, a bullet appeared in his hand. Zhao Xian regretted for a while. He knew that it was better to buy a kitchen knife directly. He held the bullet in his hand, sighed, and bought 9 weapon boxes from the store. He was secretly ruthless, and felt determined to let go, ignoring too much. Click, 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 click. Sure enough, the chance that this thing is not a civilian player can play. A series of 8 rounds are all commemorative awards. A bullet. This time he was a little panicked. He only had 1 weapon box left. If there was no more gun, the tree in the past 2 days would be cut in vain. He gritted his teeth and opened the weapon case. Give me out. Dad, please, give it to me. Click, the golden light flashed. This time there was no commemorative award, and there was also an assault rifle. Zhao Xian excitedly picked up this weapon and clicked. Ha ha ha, Lao Tzu finally shot. He looked up and laughed wildly, feeling that his life had reached its peak. As a result, tragedy followed. The gun was available, but there was no suitable bullet. None of the 9 bullets drawn in front of him could be used. Zhao Xian knelt on the ground decadently, raised his gun in both hands, and roared, "No! I don't believe it, it's not true." Chapter 30. The system banner scrolls. Congratulations to the player Zhao Xian for winning the grand prize in this weapon box lottery, an assault rifle. Players who were originally hesitant to draw the lottery were eager to try it instantly, but they didn't expect that someone would be able to win the jackpot after only 5 minutes of the event. In the game forum, there is also a person who studies accounting and calculates an account. A gun's current market sells for 800 or 900 source stones. That is simply a piece of cake, and if you take 10,000 steps back, even if you draw all the commemorative prize bullets, you will not lose money. Think about it carefully. Is it okay to have a gun without bullets? And the price of a bullet is also a source stone. This transaction is definitely a sure profit. With this kind of gambling dog mentality, more and more people, they play the game as direct stud. and take all the source stones to buy weapons lottery boxes. As for whether the family is bankrupt or the villa is by the sea, it can only be all up to luck. In the midst of a wail, he drew the lowest level pistol bullets, and suddenly, his whole body was Spartan. Nima, how could this be? What a source stone I had worked so hard to accumulate. All of them were lost. Fuck your mother. Captain Son Yen couldn't bear it anymore and scolded, Lao Tzu is gone. The captain of the Son Yen team felt that the sky was falling apart, and his face was confused. Next to him, the other two players also patted him on the shoulder sympathetically. Brother, let's mourn and change. Captain of the crazy team of Son Yen, fuck off. Seeing this, the other teammates fell into the well and shared the bed. Oh, brother, you are too unlucky, right? African little white face, who said it wasn't, I actually drew a pistol bullet. Zise decided to get pregnant. Alas, brother, let's mourn, I understand your feelings. Several of them can be described as difficult brothers, and they also took all the source stones to the lottery, and also drew a bunch of bullets of various types. At this moment, they sat on the ground dejectedly, perfectly interpreting what it means to gamble on the dog and have nothing. Not far away, Lubo walked over with a sniper rifle that had just been drawn, and walked over with a spring breeze on his face. Looking at his former good brother like this, he decided to add fuel to the fire. Comrades, come on, look at me. Hearing this, several people raised their heads weakly and glanced at them, and then they all lowered their heads in unison. I didn't bother to talk to him at all. Lubo's expression was quite proud. He sat on the ground with his buttocks, and put the sniper rifle in front of everyone. Let's see how about the sniper rifle I just drawn. The other three also showed resentment, and shouted in unison, brothers, him, I hate Emperor O the most. The barrel of the gun was bent for him. 20 minutes later, several people stood up panting, patted yes, and walked away, leaving only Lubo, who was sitting on the ground in disheveled clothes, holding a sniper rifle like a twisted flower, crying, it's too bullying, these people are purely envious, jealous, and hateful. Zhang Jia looked at the running water of the weapon box lottery on the computer screen, and couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect the player's desire to be so high. It only took a day, and it was in the account, more than 2 million source stones, and the guns were only drawn more than 500, and the unit price of each gun was 4,000 source stones. I don't know what the players think a gun with 1,000 source stones is too expensive. The lottery is not merciless. Zhang Jie smiled bitterly. It seems that this kind of lottery activity should be held phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme to improve the enthusiasm of players. After 3 days of the lottery in full swing, the players have no source stones, and many Krypton players complained, can't they develop a game recharge system to let everyone kryptonite? Zhang Jie was bored wandering around the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room in the Source Universe World game, and suddenly the title of a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room aroused his interest. In the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room, the anchor hoed on the afternoon of the day, wearing a pair of big pants and carrying a hoe, to show everyone how to open up the wasteland and farm all kinds of green crop seedlings, swaying with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme, and pointed to a seedling in the afternoon of hoeing day and explained, don't underestimate these unsightly weeds, these are wild crops that I wasted a lot of effort to find. Then he walked to a wooden house, where he saw a few colorful pheasants strolling leisurely in an open space enclosed by a simple fence. He sprinkled some grass seeds and fed them to the pheasants, and explained, these pheasants are also caught by me, and they have been domesticated by me, and a few hen pheasants have begun to lay eggs, and it is estimated that it will not be long before I can open a chicken farm. The audience was a little puzzled and typed in to ask, Anchor, what are you going to do to upgrade your chickens? Seeing the question in the afternoon of hoeing and day, he picked up a pheasant and stroked it and said, I don't like to fight and kill, it's good to raise chickens, you haven't eaten this kind of pheasant, the meat is firm, it's very delicious, it's not me who blows, if this is sold, someone will want 100 source stones. The audience questioned, you just blow it, I can't eat it. Hoey smiled slightly that afternoon, I'm not afraid if no one buys me. Do you know how much the system store recycling price is? 50 source stones. How many trees do you cut down and how many monsters do you fight to get 50 source stones? The audience was a little moved, but they didn't expect a little pheasant to be able to sell so many source stones. Anchor, can I mess with you? Just take care of the food, don't get paid. Anchor, take me, do I need to pay tuition? The barrage in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room quickly swiped the screen, and when he watched the Hode, his heart was full of flowers, and he looked arrogant. Of course I don't charge, it's all free teaching, just like a little bit for free, brothers. The anchor is atmospheric. The anchor also wants to learn to farm. Wow ka, I love, can the anchor give me 2 chickens? He put the pheasant back into the fence in the afternoon of Hode, and shook his head with a wry smile. Brothers, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't give it to you, the main thing is that the resources are limited. Let's wait for my chicks to hatch. Zhang Jie silently slid the mouse and clicked to follow to exit the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room. He leaned on the computer chair, and the prototype of a plan slowly appeared. After a long time, he suddenly became enlightened. Just do it, the food problem of these players can be solved. Chapter 31. Zhang Jie trotted excitedly beside Selena. Don't study how to slash, come shopping with me. Selena, who was working on mobile shopping software, raised her head. Do you have anything you need to buy? Don't bother me by yourself, I'm still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to withdrawing a penny. Looking at Selena, who was reluctant to leave, Zhang Jie snatched the mobile phone from her hand and put it in his pocket, took her hand and said, let's go. Go buy something with me, can't I buy you a lot of lollipops later? Selena, who had no resistance to lollipops, nodded happily. Deal, go shopping. At the door of the real-world farmer's market, Zhang Jie and Selena stood there. Selena pouted, pointed to the big words on the door of the farmer's market, and complained extremely dissatisfied. Are you stupid for me? Zhang Jie touched his head and smiled awkwardly. He is really here for a particularly important thing. The players are too bored to play in the Source Universe world game. All day long is to cut down trees, fight zombies, and after a long time, sooner or later they will have to retreat from the pit. So he had a new idea. Since they were bored, they should find something to do, something that is simple and not dangerous, and can also give players a sense of accomplishment? That is, give them some seeds and pets to keep them company, so that players need to play the game from time to time, take care of the crops they grow, and their pets. So Zhang Jie took Selena and bought a lot of seeds, fruits, vegetables, wheat and rice in the farmer's market. After buying these, Zhang Jie and Selena walked to a corner where no one was around, and looked around to make sure that there was no surveillance. Zhang Jie laughed evilly, took out a lollipop from his trouser pocket, and shook it in front of Selena's eyes. How about teleporting these things to the Source Universe world? This lollipop is yours. Zhang Jie was a little deflated and took out 2 lollipops from his pocket. 3 are satisfied now. There is no door, I am a principled person. Selena shook her head firmly. Zhang Jie gritted his teeth and took out 10 lollipops. This time Selena reluctantly accepted. For the sake of your sincerity, I'll help you. Zhang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it turns out that the principle of the old cadre is 13 lollipops. Selena smiled, took the lollipop handed over by Zhang Jie, licked it beautifully, and disappeared with a slight wave of her right hand on the purchased seeds. Well, where are we going next? Zhang Jie glanced at the shopping guide map next to him, pointed to the livestock area above and said, go buy some chickens, ducks and geese or something, this is almost enough. And Selena responded, and then asked, are you sure there is a place for so many things? Zhang Jie patted his chest confidently and said, don't worry. The environment near the 404 evolution house is good, and these animals and plants can survive. Source Universe World, Zhang Jie held a bulging plastic bag, which was filled with oxygen, and dense small fry swam around in it. He walked to the creek not far from the 404 evolution house, opened the bag and carefully poured the fish fry into the creek. Watching the fish fry swim happily in the creek, Zhang Jie smiled heartily. Grow up slowly. He got up and left, walked a few steps, suddenly remembered a problem, and hurriedly found a wooden plank, and made a simple sign with a clang. It is written crookedly, it is forbidden to catch fish fry, violators are banned from AR device permissions, and they will not be able to enter the Source Universe world game permanently. Admin stays. Zhang Jie nodded with satisfaction, patted the dust on his hands, and turned back to the 404 evolution house. He looked at the seeds and chickens, ducks and geese he bought today. His head was big for a while. If these things were to be cultivated by himself, it was estimated that they would die sooner or later. Zhang Jie closed his eyes and used the administrator authority to directly teleport the Hode Noon in front of him, and the Hode Noon that was originally pulling weeds in the farmland he had cleared felt a burst of suction. and the next second he came to the 404 evolution house. He looked around with some confusion and found that Zhang Jia, who was standing in front of him, was looking at him with a smile. Although he had never experienced this kind of thing on the afternoon of Ho Day, he knew that the person who could teleport him over in an instant must not be simple. He asked politely, "Who are you? Is there anything wrong with bringing me over?" Zhang Jia smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "I'm a game administrator, you can't be nervous. I called you here to find that you have a good talent in agriculture." The cold sweat was about to come down in the afternoon on Ho Day, and my heart trembled. He has a good talent in agriculture. Doesn't that mean that he used breeding and planting things to collect wool and the system store has been exposed? It seems that the game administrator is going to settle accounts with himself. I'll just say that this tin house is not ordinary to look at. The feeling is to arrest himself and go to prison. On the day of hoeing, his face was like ashes, and his pleading eyes looked at Zhang Jia. "Lord Administrator, I didn't know what would happen to selling my crops to the system store, and I promise that in the future, I will only fight monsters and upgrade, and I will no longer engage in this kind of wool gathering thing." Looking at the frightened Ho Day in the afternoon, Zhang Jia waved his hand. "Stop, I didn't say what I want to do with you, I just see that the plants you grow are good, and I want to trouble you to help." I was shocked, I thought I had committed a crime. He wiped the cold sweat on his face in the afternoon and put his mind at ease. Zhang Jia pointed to the bags of crop seeds piled up on a hill with some amusement and said, "These things are all handed over to you to plant. When the time comes, you can sell them directly to the system store, and the source stones obtained will be your reward. What do you think?" Zhang Jia nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, take these seeds and the chickens, ducks and geese next to you away." After speaking, he thought for a while. "By the way, are you busy coming here alone?" Chapter 32. It's too bullying. John angrily smashed the wine bottle in his hand on the holographic projection screen. The wine bottle passed through the holographic projection screen, smashed on the wall, and shattered instantly, and several outstanding-looking maids wearing white stockings hurriedly knelt on the ground in fright, afraid that John's anger would burn on himself. This can't blame John for being angry. The main reason is that the players deceive people too much. Who doesn't find a place to build an isolated area to resist the zombie invasion when they play the apocalyptic game, and then develop slowly in their own comfort zone? That's not all, they also fenced John's skyscraper with a fence, so that there are no zombies in Ding Ding City, and players who need to level up every day only need to fight zombie upgrades across the fence, which greatly improves their upgrade efficiency and personal safety. If it weren't for the poisonous gas enveloping the skyscraper, it is estimated that he would have rushed in and fought to the death with him. It's okay for a day or two, after all. There are hundreds of thousands of zombies in Ding Ding City. Just if these players fight, it's a big deal to pull out a group of slaves in the skyscraper and infect them to replenish the zombie troops. But I can't stop this group of players from on John's head, disgusting himself. John couldn't take it anymore. He picked up the shotgun on the table and wanted to teach these unseen guys a lesson. Suddenly, a man wearing a white coat with white hair on one side and black hair in the middle walked in. "What's wrong with John?" Unhurriedly, the doctor took out a test tube containing plasma from his pocket, put it under his nose and sniffed it, taking a sip, his face full of intoxication. "Isn't there anything urgent? Isn't it just a bunch of ordinary human beings?" John listened to the doctor's mocking words, and didn't know how to refute it, but he stiffened his neck and asked, "So, what do you say you should do now?" The doctor smiled even brighter. He licked his bright red lips and said, "It's simple, isn't it just that there are a lot of people? I'll build a radiation gun in a minute, and then you can kill them all." John listened to the words of the wise man, and hope welled up in his heart. Yes, how did he forget about it? Although the doctor likes to do research, his strength is definitely not weaker than that of any lord. He is the strongest inventor in the entire Source Universe world, and it was the doctor who took a fancy to his cruelty at the beginning, which was appreciated by the doctor and has today's achievements. John was pleasantly surprised and said excitedly, "Doctor, you are amazing." The doctor waved his hand and said disdainfully, "Don't be a sycophant, I'm going to talk nonsense, and if you really get this group of humans in, I won't help you. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, no one will be able to hurt a single hair of you." John patted his chest and said confidently, but the doctor poured a basin of cold water on John mercilessly. "I can tell you, if you fail this time, don't think about what I can do for you in the future." John scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Don't worry, doctor, success is guaranteed." The doctor smiled with satisfaction. "Then go and prepare." John nodded repeatedly, and as the doctor said, he took a few mates to prepare materials to make the radiation gun. Lubo took a few new gang members to the fence of the skyscraper, pointed to the zombies in the fence to teach everyone the characteristics of the zombies and where they were critical. The player raised his hand and asked, "Instructor, if we are bitten by zombies, is there an antidote or something?" Lubo shook his head and replied, "I don't know. There is no such potion as you mentioned yet, but you remember that if you are bitten, you will become a zombie, and you can only kill yourself immediately to avoid being infected and mutated, and if someone is scratched or bitten, you must kill them immediately, otherwise you will wait to become a zombie." What a terrible zombie virus, such a real game. That's. Why don't we go back? I didn't bother to name and put my arms around his shoulders. "Don't be afraid, brother, I'm here to protect you. I'm just afraid of some game, and it's not really dead." "Thank you, buddy, if you have a place for me in the future, just ask." The dung-smeared wall swept away the haze, and the two looked at each other and smiled. Lubo looked at the two of them and nodded in approval. Okay, now you guys are ready to prepare, and I will release a few zombies to practice first." Several players held the kitchen knives given to them when they joined the kitchen knife gang, and waited for the zombies that rushed out after Lubo opened the fence gate with a wary face. Lubo just opened a gap in the fence gate, and a hideous-looking zombie directly rushed through the fence gate, and flew towards the player in front, opening his bloody mouth and wanting to bite off his neck. Seeing this, Lubo immediately closed the fence gate to prevent more zombies from escaping, and then these rookie players estimated that their lives would be in danger. The player Long Outyen looked at the zombie that was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand, sneered, dodged sideways, and kicked it away with a whip leg. Seeing this, the others also rushed over to help. Lao Tzu caught him. The dung-smeared wall brandished a kitchen knife and slashed at the zombie, and the zombie was slashed by the kitchen knife and fell to the ground unable to move. "Good. Well done," gave a thumbs up. Lubo also clapped his hands and praised, "Not bad." Hearing the encouragement of the two people, he clenched his fists excitedly, as if he had seen a beautiful future. "Of course, I have won the Sonda Championship before." With an angry roar, he pounced directly on the two people who relaxed their vigilance, roaring. Looking at the zombie Lubo, who was a little far away from him, he shouted, "Be careful." The zombie went crazy and directly threw down the dung wall, exuding a rancid smell in his mouth, and the dung wall that was crushed to the ground, gritted his teeth, and pushed the zombie's chest hard to prevent the zombie from further attacking. "Brother! Come on! Help! Oh! It's coming!" I didn't bother to name it. I stood in place in a daze, heard a shout, and hurried to help. But the strength of the two is not at the same level as the zombies at all. Seeing that the wall was gradually losing its strength and giving up resistance, he closed his eyes in resignation, and said helplessly, "Brothers, I'll go first, and I'll see you in an hour." Suddenly a cold voice came, "Waste, look at my..." Chapter 33. Originally, Lubo and other players thought that when the dung-smeared wall was not saved this time, Long Outyen stood up. He was in the top 10 of the rankings in major games, and he has always been a top player with Krypton Gold and technology, because he was tired of the constant money in the game and wanted to find a game that could only rely on technology. He came to the Source Universe World game by chance at first. He thought that this kind of apocalyptic game was just a game to make himself strong by charging money, but after playing for a few hours, he realized that his idea was still too naive. In this Source Universe World game, any weapon has to be made by himself, although guns are also sold in the system store, but the Source Stone is needed to buy. Moreover, the Source Stone is not obtained by recharging, and must be sold through quests or by collecting valuable things to sell in the system store. Fortunately, when he entered the novice village, he met a gang of kitchen knives where he recruited players. As long as he entered the gang, he would issue a kitchen knife to each novice. Long Outyen originally wanted to refuse. After all, his arrogant character was there, and he also wanted to form his own gang. But when he opened the system store and saw that a kitchen knife was sold for 100 source stones, Long Outyen didn't say a word, and immediately applied to join the kitchen knife gang. It's so fragrant. I got a kitchen knife without doing anything, but I don't know, how about this kitchen knife to shoot garlic? Just when he was curious about the quality of the kitchen knife, the person had been pulled here. Long Outyen retracted his thoughts, and looked at the zombie attack player who was even more ferocious than in the movie. He stepped forward with the kitchen knife, and cut. Isn't it just a little zombie? Bang dang, the kitchen knife slashed at the back of the zombie, a graceful broken wireless, and then the kitchen knife that was originally in his hand bounced out directly. Long Out Yen's eyes widened in disbelief, not surprised by the quality of the kitchen knife, but in his unbelievable full blow, the zombie didn't even hurt a single fur. This time, the zombie who originally wanted to taste the fresh flesh and blood of the dung-smeared wall under his body was even more irritable, and with a flick of his arm, he knocked the dung-smeared wall and the lazy name two people away, howling and rushing towards Long Out Yen. The speed was much faster than before. Long Out Yen looked at his trembling hands, stunned. Can this kind of real sense be made by a game? But he is too weak. Zombies can't be beaten. However, the experience brought by this game is really, type answer spicy. Lubo grinned proudly at the embarrassed appearance of novice players. His goal has been achieved, that is, to let these guys who don't know the height of the sky know the sinister in the last days, that is, to let them know their weakness, so that this group of new little guys in the kitchen knife gang can trust their kitchen knife gang more. When the zombie was about to bite Long Out Yen's neck, Lubo kicked the zombie to the ground with a flying kick, and then stepped on its head and crushed it hard. The zombies let out a howl of pain and kept struggling. Big guy Lubo is mighty, and the other kitchen knife gangs slapped their ass. Lubo looked at Long Out Yen's frightened expression and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, you all remember, you must not be careless when encountering zombies in the future. If someone dies, then he will be teleported back to reality. Lubo let go of his foot, kicked the zombie aside, and turned to the rookie players of the kitchen knife gang behind him. Which of you wants to try it? Looking at the zombies that kept twitching, no one dared to step forward. After Long Out Yen saw Lubo's extraordinary skills, his admiring eyes were heartfelt, and he walked to Lubo's side and hugged his fists. Thank you, Brother Lu, for saving your life. Lubo smiled and said, it's just a gesture, you're welcome. Our kitchen knife gang relies on unity and friendship with one heart to support each other to get through the difficulties. Long Out Yen hurriedly nodded in agreement. What Brother Lu said is very true. I, Long Out Yen, decided to swear to follow Lubo to the death. Lubo looked at Long Out Yen and nodded with satisfaction. This novice is still a bit eyesight. He walked up to Long Out Yen, raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Well, yes, you have the eyesight to see. Listening to Lubo's words, Long Out Yen nodded excitedly in his heart, and was just about to say something, tweeting a few bullets like green lasers shot over. Players are provoking the zombies in the fence, and they don't even notice that someone is sneaking up. One of the players who was hit by the green laser, instantly surrounded by green light, struggling happily, constantly twisting and wailing. Lubo next to him was a little unbearable, ready to pull out a gun to give him a happy end. The next second, the player has turned into a puddle of green liquid, disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Said the man next to him in shock. Who knows, maybe it's some kind of high-tech. Damn! Lubo clenched his fists and said angrily, although they can be resurrected infinitely, but it is also the first time to see this kind of painful death. The enemy is too hateful, he must be found. Long Out Yen stood in place, and at this moment, a green laser shot at him. Lubo's eyes were quick, and he pushed Long Out Yen aside, dangerous, avoiding the attack. Long Out Yen sat on the ground, and before he could react, he was pulled by Lubo's arm and hit aside. Lubo patted Long Out Yen on the shoulder. How is it? I'm scared. Long Out Yen nodded and shook his head. Brother Lu, I'm fine. That's good, I'll go look for the enemy. You stay here honestly, there won't be any danger if you hide here and don't show your head, you know? Long Out Yen nodded again and agreed. Well, thank you, Brother Lu. Lubo then took out his sniper rifle and walked out cautiously. He must now find a commanding height, looking for a position for the enemy to shoot. Long Out Yen looked at his back as he walked away, and suddenly felt that he was a little lonely, and wanted to keep up but found that his legs and feet were sore, and he had a hard time walking, so he had to give up this plan and wait quietly for Lubo to return. At this moment, Lubo was in a room in a high-rise building, observing the enemy's position through the scope on his sniper rifle. He has now locked on the general location of the enemy, and as long as he is eliminated, the remaining zombies will not have anything to fear. But he can't act rashly, because there is only one opportunity, and if he misses it, he will be surprised. He took a closer look at the enemy's position and saw that the enemy was lying on the roof of a house, holding a strangely shaped gun in his hand and shooting at the player. Lubo held his breath and cautiously aimed at the enemy. Suddenly, he saw a red object flying in front of the window, and his face suddenly changed. I'm wiping, it's a zombie. As soon as Lubo's voice fell, the red object had already jumped into the house and pounced on him. Chapter 34. At the critical moment, Lubo hurriedly raised the sniper rifle, and before he had time to aim, he pulled the trigger on the zombie's head. Bang! The zombie instantly shot his head, and the green blood gushed out with a foul smell. Lu Bo endured the unpleasant smell, adjusted his mentality again, and looked for the enemy. On the other side, John took the radiation gun given to him by the doctor, shooting the players not far away one by one. He was so aggrieved for so long, he was so cool for the first time, killing a group of weak humans, making himself feel the supreme glory and pleasure. He didn't have any burden in his heart, only the desire for revenge. Looking at those who were killed by himself, he felt that he had inexhaustible strength. John felt the energy in his body fill more and more, and his eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. Chirp! John shot a player in the chest, and the player fell to the ground and died in a green light. Cool, kill so many zombies. Lao Tzu, let you pay for your blood today. He viciously aimed at a player and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet whistled past his ear. John quickly hid behind the cover on the side, and scolded, "Damn, which bastard sneaked up on me, and almost became an ear. Damn, there really are 2 brushes. I dodged 3 bullets. Lu Bo was so angry that he didn't succeed in shooting the other party 3 times in a row, and the other party was still unharmed, which shocked him very much. But fortunately, many players have rushed to the city center one after another after receiving the news, and seeing the human army assembled. The corners of John's mouth rose and he put on the anti-radiation clothes that had been prepared for a long time. Open a case, take out the accessories inside, and install it on the radiation gun. Holding the radiation device more than 1 meter high, John jumped down and came directly to the crowd of players from the top of the building 20 or 30 meters high. He knelt down on one knee and turned on the radiation device, and in the next second, within a radius of 10 meters around John, the radiant green light lit up, and the players and zombies in this area instantly burst into green light, and the green light continued to corrode everyone, and in the blink of an eye, they all turned into a pile of green water, dissipating into the air, and the number of players decreased sharply. John stood up in satisfaction and patted the radiation gun in his hand. Who else? It's up to you to see if I kill you. He smiled excitedly, his face full of madness. Zhao Yinyu couldn't help frowning when she saw the players dying in pieces. This kind of biochemical weapon is too powerful. She wanted to stop John from continuing to kill, but she couldn't do it at all. She turned her head to look at Zhao Yingjun and asked, "Brother, what do you say we should do now? If it continues, I'm afraid everyone will die." Zhao Yingjun is also silent. He plays this game purely for the existence of soy sauce. In fact, this can't be blamed on him. Usually the game which is not recharged to make you strong, but this Source Universe World game is not good. Without a recharge system, Krypton can only become a salted fish. In the office of the company, Kai Shukuan sat in the conference room and listened to the financial report of the financial director for this quarter. Due to the cooperation between our company and the Source Universe Game Company, the advertising revenue and views have achieved another good result, and the revenue of each quarter has increased by 80% year on year, and it is expected that the growth in the next quarter can reach the turnover of last year. Yes, continue to increase efforts to promote the Source Universe World game, so that we will. Ringing ring. Kai Shukuan was talking when he was interrupted by a noisy ringtone. He frowned, glared at Li Feng, who was hanging up his mobile phone. "Director Li, what's the matter with you? Sorry for bothering you with my question. Sit down." If anyone doesn't put their mobile phones on silent when they have another meeting in the future, they just get out of the way, delay everyone's time, and kill them for money. Kai Shukuan looked at everyone angrily. Originally he planned to take the gang members to find a place to build a new gang base camp today. As a result, he was told by the vice president that he had to be present at today's meeting. Can this not make him angry? Looking at the quiet managers in the conference room, Kai Shukuan sighed. "Go on, where did I talk about it just now?" Li Feng hurriedly reminded, "Increase the publicity investment of the Source Universe World game." Kai Shukuan then said, "Yes, increase the publicity and promotion investment of the Source Universe World game. Only in this way can our company be." Ringing ring. The phone rang again, and everyone looked at Li Feng. Li Feng said innocently, "Look at what I'm doing. It's not me, I'm all turned off." Kai Shukuan's face was gloomy. "It's endless, isn't it? Whose phone is it?" Everyone in the conference room looked at Kai Shukuan's teacup, and the mobile phone rang non-stop, and it was difficult to speak for a while, so they all turned their eyes to Li Feng, as if to say it again. "It was always you who made the dishes angry, and you went to remind them." Li Feng stiffened his head and said cautiously, "Mr. Kai, your phone." Kai Shukuan, who suddenly came to his senses, picked up the mobile phone on the table and saw that it was Lubo's call, thinking that something was wrong, and answered, "Hey, what's wrong?" "I'm in a meeting." Lubo's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Boss is not good, there is a booze level monster, everyone can't beat it, and many players have been taken offline." "What?" Kaishukuan suddenly got up. "Wait for me to play the game now. The situation is urgent, and there is no time to think about it." Kaishukuan looked at Li Yifeng, managerly. "Go get some AR headsets to the conference room, so that everyone can experience the Source Universe World game." "Okay, Mr. Kai, wait a minute." Li Yifeng trotted out of the office, and 5 minutes later, in the conference room, there was silence, and a strange scene appeared. Everyone was dressed in a straight suit and wore an AR helmet on their heads, sitting there, and the two newly recruited sweeping ants watched the group of executives hold a meeting through the crack in the door, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Alas, people are old and can't keep up with the trend of the times." High-tech companies hold meetings that are different from ordinary people's meetings, and I don't know what I'm doing with a safety helmet? Is it for safety? You don't understand this. That's not the helmet we wear when we ride electric cars, it's the equipment we wear to play games, and that helmet is the top of our salaries for several months. Chapter 35. Kaishukuan took the company's executives into the Source Universe World game, looking at John, who was still holding a radiation device to destroy players in the distance, gritting his teeth but helpless. This kind of high-tech has not been seen by any player, and they don't know how to deal with him. Zhao Yanyu saw Kaishukuan going online and hurriedly ran over. "Why are you here?" Kaishukuan frowned. "Can't you kill him with a gun?" "We've tried it a long time ago, and Booz has a protective shield and bullets can't break through his defenses at all," Zhao Yanyu said helplessly. Kaishukuan picked up the submachine gun with some unbelief and pointed it at Booz as a shuttle bullet. John didn't panic or dodge at all. The bullet hit him, just like Zhao Yanyu said. A shroud of light lit up around John's body, blocking all bullets. "Damn!" Kaishukuan scolded, secretly thinking about how to deal with John. Zhao Yanyu looked at the group of colleagues next to him and asked, "Do any of you have any good ideas?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Zhao Yanyu looked at the boss, who was still ravaging players in the distance, and said anxiously, "Then what should we do now?" "Don't worry, there are so many of us, I don't believe that I can't kill this Booz," Kaishukuan comforted. Li Yifeng looked at John, who was emitting green light in the distance and kept emitting radiation to erode the player. He was stunned, and he muttered to himself for a long time, "Why does this guy look more and more like a radiation soldier in the Red Police?" "Red Police?" Kaishukuan asked suspiciously. "What, Director Li, do you have any way?" Li Yifeng nodded. "Mr. Kai, if it doesn't work, we can try grenades." "Grenades? Does grenades work? The enemy's defense is amazing, you can see it." Zhao Yenyu's eyes lit up. "Yes, we can use grenades, grenades are very powerful." Li Yifeng proposed, "I think even if the Boo's defense is high and not afraid of bombing, his weapon may not be." Kaishukuan shook his head, feeling that Li Yifeng was whimsical. "Can it work?" "You." Kaishukuan suddenly paused. He seemed to think of something, his eyes widened suddenly, and his face showed ecstasy. "That's right, as long as you throw the grenade behind Booz and blow up his weapon, won't it be over?" Zhao Yenyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. At this time, as long as there is a way, he has to give it a try, and hurriedly said, "Quick, tell Lubo to send some grenades and explosives bags first." A few minutes later, Li Yifeng was strapped to all kinds of explosives, and the grenade was still holding an explosive bag, and he looked at Kaishukuan with tears in his eyes. "Mr. Kai, is it necessary to play such a big game? I'm still young, I don't want to die so early, Kaishukuan listened to the nagging in his mouth, and quickly interrupted. "Stop, what's so much nonsense, isn't it just for you to be a human bomber? This is a game, and you won't really die." Li Yifeng had a bitter face, but this is the first time for people. Hearing this, Kaishukuan had goosebumps. "Don't talk nonsense, take a paid vacation for a day." "But people are afraid of pain." Li Yifeng hesitated. Kaishukuan stretched out 3 fingers. "Go quickly, 3 days of paid leave." Li Yifeng was a little moved, but still shook his head. "But, Mr. Kai, if you are killed in the game, will there be any sequelae?" Kaishukuan held back his anger, gritted his back molars, and stretched out a finger. "A month of paid leave. If you don't want me, I'll find someone else." Li Yifeng's eyes lit up. the explosives bag in his hand became tighter, and he looked at his amiable boss with blazing eyes. Mr. Kai, it's appropriate to leave this kind of thing to relieve your worries to me. I won't tell you, I have been a running champion since I was a child, and I can complete the task beautifully with a 100-meter sprint. Kai Shukuen kicked his ass angrily. You hurry up, you're going home to sleep when you're rubbing booze. Li Yifeng rushed towards John with the explosive bag in his arms and sprinting at a speed of 100 meters. Originally everyone expected that this time it should be stable, so many explosives. Blasting a building is a simple matter, there is no accident at all, everyone just wait for booze and equipment to explode together. It is not too easy to deal with booze. Li Yifeng also lived up to expectations. He shouted while running fast, for Mr. Kai, I will not hesitate to sacrifice. Oops. The accident happened at an inadvertent moment. Li Yifeng may have lacked exercise all year round, his left leg tripped over his right leg, he fell hard, and he fell within the radiation range of John. Li Yifeng didn't come at all, and he was radiated into a pool of green water and forced to go offline. Kai Shukuen has a black line. Li Yifeng is too embarrassed to show himself. Not to mention dropping the chain at the critical moment, he also ran over to send explosives to booze. Isn't it wishing they would die quickly? Mr. Kai, we are willing to share the difficulties for you and deal with the enemy. I don't know if a month's paid vacation counts? And me, I'm also willing to take a month's paid leave, isn't it? It's to deal with the hateful enemy in front of you. It's the same with me. Executives, seeing that Li Yifeng was not able to grasp the opportunity of a 1-month paid vacation, they enthusiastically signed up and wanted to fight for it. The boss finally gave this opportunity, and he had to get the boss's wool. John looked at what Kai Shukuen wanted to do with himself, and laughed wildly. It's useless, just wait for death obediently, don't waste your efforts. It's not that John doesn't want to go over and kill them right now, it's just that the radiation equipment developed by the doctor is still an unfinished experiment, and every time radiation occurs, it must stay still for an hour. Kai Shukuen hated his teeth, turned his head to look at everyone. Everyone divided the grenades and threw them towards booze together. I don't believe it, so many grenades can't break his defense. Bang bang bang, grenades rained down and exploded around John, and his defensive light shield gradually weakened under the continuous shock and impact of the explosion, and cracks had appeared. John seemed to be fine, still tinkering with this radiation emission equipment. As long as he held on for a few more minutes, the radiation range could be expanded to where Kai Shukuen was standing. Zhao Yanyu noticed Booze's abnormal behavior, and ruthlessly took out a pink and tender grenade, and threw down John. I'm really sorry that the grenade is so cute. John saw the pink grenade hit his defensive mask, and instead of exploding, he rolled to the ground. Chapter 36. John saw the pink grenade hit his defensive light mask, and instead of exploding, he rolled to the ground, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Hee, what do you mean? I'm afraid of making a mistake. She also deliberately painted pink paint, but if the chain drops at the critical moment, it's a dud, and Booze laughs at her. So many players are looking at it, so she can't wait to find a crack in the ground to get into. Bang! The grenade lying quietly on the ground seemed to be quite competitive in order to save the dignity of the owner, and after a while of white smoke, it exploded. Under the impact of the huge force, John in the light mask shook his eyes with stars, and he shook his head vigorously, shaking off the buzzing sound in his ears before relieving himself. Ha! As soon as I spit out a syllable, I felt a pain in my abdomen. The clothes on his body had been cut into pieces by the shrapnel of the grenade, and it seemed that the wounds were very deep, and he was now very embarrassed. However, he was not reconciled. His defensive shield was actually blown up under the opponent's attack. John looked down at the radiation emitter that had been blown up, and knew that he couldn't go on like this, and that he had to get out of here for the long haul. He was unwilling, gritted his teeth and glared at the culprit girl. You wait, sooner or later, I will take revenge one day. With that, he ran away. Don't let Booze run away. Kill him and you'll be able to explode your equipment. The remaining players snorted, brandished their weapons, and chased after John. Stop it, or when the boss returns, we will all be doomed if we come up with some secret weapon. Someone shouted, reminding everyone. John ran in front, and the large army of players chased behind, and finally John got into the poisonous mist, which got rid of the entanglement of the players, and the players stood on the edge of the poisonous fog and regretted for a while, just a little bit, they could kill Booze, but it was a pity. I don't know how much experience I can give by killing Booze, and what peerless equipment will be exposed. In the game forum chat group, players have ignited their fighting spirit for this fiasco. Which game are they not? A knife 99 full screen crit seconds and seconds. I haven't encountered such an aggrieved thing at all. Change other games to become stronger. This kind of technical game not only did not dampen their enthusiasm, but made their cohesion more united, and they all thought about how to rush into the base camp of Booze to have a happy free trade. Resonance in the same bed. I was so aggrieved that Booze killed me several times, and I was finally resurrected, and Booze ran away. African little white face, what the hell is this? I finally broke the defense for the boss, but let the boss escape. It's so unpleasant. The captain of the crazy team of Sun Yinxian, yes, how can this Booze be better than a monkey, and he also escaped with him. Bed resonance, I haven't had enough. Alas, I really don't know why this game has such a cheating setting. Zsei decided to get pregnant. Don't say it's useless, think about how to break into the Booze lair. How do you fight? The Booze base camp is surrounded by poisonous gas, and you can't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at all, and there are no gas masks in this game. The plane stalled. Yes, this poisonous fog is really powerful, and it's not a problem to go on like this. Then we can only wait for Booze to come out and kill him, otherwise, we won't be able to beat him at all. Zsei decided to get pregnant. Having said that, how can you defeat Booze? The boss of this game can't let the water out, so we can win easily. African little white face, there will definitely be bugs in this game. I don't believe it, it's really the same as the apocalyptic world. Lubo, who said no, have you forgotten? Haven't everyone learned to escape from the fire? Long out Yin, oh. I see, we just need to wet the cloth and cover our mouths and noses, and rush into the Booze base camp, that's fine. The captain of the crazy team of Sun Yinxian, well, yes, smart, it's almost catching up with me. Zeiss decided to get pregnant, let's go to the game and try it later. Zhao Yin, you frowned, these people are really talking nonsense. Okay, don't talk about some things that you don't have, think of a serious way. The captain of the crazy team of Sun Yinxian, that's right to my sister-in-law, this method won't work. Zhao Yin said, who is your sister-in-law, and then call my sister-in-law to hack you to death. Zsei decided to get pregnant, then what should we do? Is it possible, let's wait here for the rabbit? Long out Yin, this method doesn't work, all of us players can't stay outside all the time. Zeiss decided to get pregnant, well, this is really difficult, and in case Booze reappears, we can't stop it. Therefore, I suggest that we take this opportunity to gather a large army and go to the boss together, and we all smoke more poison gas. Lubo, I'll wipe it, you're letting us be humanoid air purifiers. Zhaolingjun, no, this method doesn't work, the ghost knows how much poison gas there is in the Booze base camp. Lubo, let's deal with all the zombies in Dingning City first, and then Booze will be able to deal with it alone. Bed resonance, no, we can't give up, we have to kill Booze first. Lubo, why? Resonance in the same bed, because Booze energy is constantly making zombies, and there are many high-tech weapons that we haven't seen before. Kaishukuan, yo, it's quite lively, you don't have to think about it, I've already thought of a good way. What is the best way? Kaishukuan, we can build a batch of bazookas. The range of the grenade is not long enough, but the range of the bazooka is long. Long out Yin, do we have the bazooka? Kaishukuan, not yet, as long as there are manufacturing drawings of the bazooka, I believe that the steel smelter can definitely make it. Lubo, let's make bazookas? Is this okay? And where are you going to get drawings? It's illegal. Boss, if you can't do it, you can go in, and you can directly step on the sewing machine with a silver bracelet. Kaishukuan, it's okay, we just made it in the game, and we don't make it in the real world, what do you think of my proposal? Zhao Yanyu, I'll see the punishment. In the 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jie sat on the computer chair, shaking the red wine glass elegantly, diving and watching the players in the forum group. The words were getting more and more serious, and the red wine glass in his hand was about to be scared off. Selenia said, I don't know how they are, I know that your glass of Coke has been shaking for half an hour, and if you don't drink it anymore, you won't be out of gas. Chapter 37 Netname, the future can be expected to belong to the organization. Hacker Alliance Introduction, the founder of the earliest hacker organization in Huagua, the founder of the Hacker Alliance in China, and a veteran of the hacker industry in China. As the founder of the earliest organization in China's hacker community, it is expected that the Hacker Alliance will be recognized in the network and even in the wider field under his leadership in the future. He and his organization unveiled the history of hackers in China. He is personally loved by the hacker community because of this. Although he himself is now rarely seen in the hacker world, his organization has also existed in name only. But his contribution to the hacking community is still enormous. By chance, he saw that the Hacker Alliance group sent a bounty to crack the Source Universe World game. Not only did he crack the game, but he has become a heavy addicted player in the Source Universe World game. When he saw that the game group in the Source Universe World was struggling with how to make a bazooka in order to play booze, he recommended himself, "Hello everyone, I'm a hacker, and I might be able to get the blueprints of the bazooka." The little white face of Africa, really? Won't it be annoying? It's not good to break the law. It's okay to step on the sewing machine, just play games. The future is promising, don't worry. I won't let you down. Bed resonance, okay. Then you go and get the drawings, let's explain first. If you get caught, we can take care of it. In the future, he originally wanted to go directly into a foreign company to steal information and drawings, but the design drawings were too complicated, and even if they were stolen, there was no way to bring them into the game, so he simply went to the Source Universe World game first to see what the solution was. He just entered the game with his front foot, and the next second it was dark in front of him. Zhang Jia's 404 Evolution House, the future is promising, looking at Zhang Jia. Sitting in the computer chair with a red wine glass, the whole person is stupid. He stammered, "You. B. Who? This is. Where?" Zhang Jia took a sip of the coke in his wineglass, stood up and looked at him with a smile. "Hello, I'm the game administrator, it's nice to meet you. I heard that you can solve the problem of the bazooka blueprint, so I summoned you here. In the future, I can look around, look at the computer, and I can't imagine that there is a computer in the Source Universe world, and now the drawing problem can be solved." He nodded. "Hello, Lord Game Master, as long as you give me a computer, I believe that any company in the world that is connected to the internet, I can go in and watch whatever I want." Is it so powerful? Zhang Jia couldn't believe it. Future can expect to pat his chest. Of course, the company that can stop me hasn't been born yet. The corners of Zhang Jia's mouth rose. Is it? Can you crack the Source Universe World game? Future can expect to smile embarrassedly. "Except for your company, I can't find anything from your company on the internet, except for the forum and download client of the game website to play, as if the Source Universe World game is the same as not existing in this world." Zhang Jia hurriedly interrupted the topic. "Let's not talk about our game company, come and I'll give you the computer, you go to a hacked website to see if you can get something useful." Zhang Jia got up and gave up the computer chair to the future, and the future was not too polite. Sitting on the computer chair, the keyboard in his hand crackled, as if dancing on the keyboard. The company was founded in 1912 and is a beautiful aerospace manufacturer, which produced the first bomber in the United States, and during World War II, the company's aircraft manufacturing volume reached 60%, with extremely strong production strength, and is the world's first weapons manufacturer. Now I don't know why, someone has hacked into the network. The company's department responsible for network security 20 or 30 technicians, the first time to intercept, like their company's network technicians, one person can intercept hundreds of hackers at the same time, now are going all out to fight against the future can be expected to be a person's intrusion. They are busy on the computer to type out a variety of interception instructions, or is it cracked by the future can be expected to be understated. Jerry, the network director of Locke, stared at the computer screen with coffee, watching the company's firewall being disintegrated little by little. His brows were twisted together. He has been in Locke for more than 10 years, and there will be thousands of hacker attacks every day, but there has never been a hacker who can enter the company's intranet, and he looks at the firewall that is about to be broken by less than 12%. Hurriedly sent down the coffee cup in his hand, ready to intercept it in person. This is the third time he has come to the company, and he can know the severity of the situation without personally participating in many country-level cyber intrusions. However, in the future, it can be expected that while the keyboard in his hand keeps typing instructions, Locke's firewall is already 10% left. Jerry's face was dead, and he picked up the phone on the table and called. "Boss, no, the company has encountered a very powerful hacker, and our company's network security department is about to be unable to stop it." Tom's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I know, you try to hold him back, and I'll solve it immediately. Hanging up, Tom opens the laptop on the table and quickly intercepts it. Don't underestimate this laptop, it's connected to the company's supercomputer, and the computing power is amazing, which is a matter of minutes if you dig virtual currency. Sure enough, when Tom typed out a line of code and pressed enter, the firewall was broken at 1%. Tom looked at the progress bar on the laptop screen and sneered, just because you want to hack into the world's largest arms dealer company, it's quite bold to not have that strength. For Evolution House, the future can be expected to be beads of sweat on his forehead. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, shook his head with a bitter face. He almost succeeded. This time the previous work was wasted. Fortunately, the IP address itself has been encrypted, and Lot Company can't find out, otherwise it is possible to cause a war between the two countries. Zhang Jia patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, you're already very powerful, why don't you find another arms company to give it a try? The future can be expected to sigh and nodded. If the computer is a little better and the computing power is a little stronger, maybe it is still possible. At this time, Selenia came to the room, looked at the picture on the computer screen, and instantly understood, it's stupid, this didn't go in, look at me. Chapter 38. Zhang Jia looked at Selenia's disdainful eyes, and his eyes lit up. Selenia, do you have any way? Selenia conjured a lollipop out of nowhere and stuffed it into her mouth. What's so difficult about this? You press Alt and F1 to give it a try. The future can be expected to do it without hesitation. According to the method explained by Selenia, when Alt plus F1 pressed, a robot's voice came out of the computer speaker. The superbrain mode is activating, and now it's going to be countdown. 10, 9, 1, 0, superbrain mode startup completed. Future Ku expected slowly turned his head to look at Selenia, and then, this is good? Selenia smiled and nodded. Okay, it can beat 100% of the world's computers now, don't believe you try. Future Ku expected touched the keyboard excitedly, although he still didn't believe Selenia's big words in his heart. However, the Source Universe world game can indeed achieve the level that no hacker can hack, and I think there must be something special about their company. Click. The future can be expected to type out a string of codes and press enter, staring nervously at the computer screen. Victory or defeat is in one fell swoop. In the network security department of Lot Company, Jerry personally led the team to repair the firewall vulnerability, and suddenly a technical engineer opened his mouth wide, looked at the originally repaired firewall in disbelief, and stammered, Lord. Tube. Hell. Clearly. It's been reinforced. I'm in charge of. The firewall area has been broken down in an instant. What? Jerry finally finished his work at hand before picking up the coffee cup, and when he heard this bad news, he didn't have time to pick up the coffee cup in his hand when it fell to the ground, and beckon everyone. Everyone is on first level alert. It seems that this guy is prepared. 5 minutes later, looking at the computer screen showing that the firewall had been eaten, 99%, Jerry was in a cold sweat, and hurriedly picked up the phone and dialed over. Tom was looking at the scenery outside the window with a cup of coffee, and he also admired the hacker just now who could alarm himself out of the horse. Ring. A quick phone rang. He unhurriedly took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, pressed the answer button. Hey, Jerry, has the firewall been repaired? What? That hacker is hacking into the company's network again? Tom didn't have time to hang up the phone, turned around and trotted a few steps, pulled away the boss's chair, and hurriedly knocked the trash can to the ground. He didn't notice, hurriedly opened the laptop, and began his own counterattack. Both sides are quickly typing out new code instructions. At the beginning, every time he typed the command, the future can be expected to use a minute to fight back. Slowly the future can be expected to use the super brain computer. As if the warm-up is completed, there is no need for the future can be expected to operate. 0. 1 second will react. The future can be expected to look at the computer automatically code, while sighing, sure enough, it is worthy of being the most powerful superbrain in the Source Universe. Awesome. Awesome. This time, Mu is busy here, because the more fierce his attack, the stronger the opponent's attack. Soon, there was a tie between the two sides, and no one could help anyone. How is it possible? This is impossible. From the founding of our Lot Company to today, countless hackers have not attacked 55%. How can he have such a strong strength? Tom's face was full of shock. Such a powerful person, the world cannot find a one. Tom only felt that the opponent's offensive was getting more and more fierce. but because of his hasty preparations, and the opponent's offensive was very strong, he was still at a disadvantage for a while. Tom cursed in his heart, "Oh, God hell, who can help me?" In the future, it is expected to see Tom's suppressed retreat, 10 fingers dancing on the keyboard to type a string of ultimate code, press the enter key, he let out a sigh of relief, and soon Locke's firewall will be defeated, and all the information of Locke will be copied away, and there will be no pants left for him. Although Zhang Jie's hacking technology is not as powerful as the future, he also knows that he is about to succeed. He picked up the Coke bottle, opened the lid, poured it into a red wine glass, and patted the shoulder of the promising future. "Thank you for your hard work, come. Let's have a drink." The future can be expected to get up respectfully, bend down and take the red wine glass with both hands. "Lord Administrator, you are too polite, these are all things I should do. Besides, if I don't have a super brain, I guess I will be embarrassed today." Ding! The two of them touched the red wine glasses. Zhang Jie waved his hand. "Okay, don't say it, everything is in plain sight. The future is promising, drink it all, return to the computer, see that Locke's network has been cracked by himself, hurriedly copy." He is not stupid, he knows that this is not an ordinary computer, simply cut and paste it all in one go. Anyway, he has done bad things, and he will directly do the bad guys to the end. Tom stood up angrily, looked at the trash can lying down at his feet, and kicked it away. "Damn, don't let me catch you." Jerry hurriedly came to Tom's office, didn't even bother to knock on the door, and broke in directly. "Boss, what should I do? The hacker has invaded the company. As long as he wants, all the information can be easily obtained." Tom slapped the table heavily, "Quickly cut off all the company's internet, and you can save a little bit." 404 Evolution House. The future can be expected to stare at the computer regretfully. "It's a pity. I copied 50% of the information. If I give me some more time, I will directly empty the Locke company." Zhang Jie said indifferently, "It's okay, 50% of the information is enough, isn't it?" Selenia crossed her waist and pouted. "No, if you want to do it, you can do it beautifully. You press ATL plus F7 for me." The future can be expected to be Moon and nodded and pressed the button, and sure enough, the teleportation process moved quickly again. Jerry stood in Tom's office and whispered, "Boss, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Tom closed his eyes and rubbed his brows, and sat down in the boss's chair limply. "Good news. The good news is that we have cracked the hacker's hidden IP and found an address," Jerry reported truthfully. Tom nodded. "What about the bad news?" Jerry swallowed. "The bad news is that all of our company's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme has been copied by hackers, and all computers are cleaner than the heavy installation system." Chapter 39. Tom sat weakly in the boss's chair. He couldn't figure out how he could be hacked into the company and empty all the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme with the help of the world's top network security technology talents and supercomputers. The most annoying thing is that the network has been disconnected, and the other party doesn't know what means to use to connect to his network and continue to transfer all the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in the company's computer and database without leaving any behind. Jerry looked at Tom's empty eyes and said carefully, Boss. Are you okay?" Tom waved his hand weakly, and said weakly in a hoarse voice, "It's okay, you go down." In the White House presidential office, Trump Lingpu hung up the phone, was furious, and pressed the button on the landline. "Secretary Susie, call Colonel James over to me." Trump's face was solemn. "Our world's #1 arms dealer Locke company has been hacked into the network. You have to find the mastermind behind it at all costs, and directly send fighter jets to destroy his lair and prevent secrets from leaking." Colonel James gasped. "President Trump, will this cause a big war between the two countries? After all, it may not be appropriate to directly use armed force." Trump shook his head helplessly. "Let's do it according to my method first. If something goes wrong, I'll take care of it. You go check the hacker IP first." Colonel James gave a military salute and turned to leave. Chuan Lingpu picked up the pen on the table, sighed slightly. He turned the pen in his hand and fell into thought. "Seeing that the presidential election is coming, we must hurry up to solve this problem. If we let Bai Zhindeng, that old boy, seize the opportunity, it is estimated that his position as president will not be kept." 404 Evolution House. The future can be expected looking at the computer in front of him and gently stroking. Tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of his mouth. No wonder the world's top hackers have not succeeded in hacking the inside of the Source Universe World Game Company. With this super brain, with this powerful computing power, it is not too easy to kill them in seconds. If I had such a computer to mine virtual currency, the mining studio would have to go to the rooftop to blow the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and watch the scenery. Zhang Jia looked at the expression of the future. Can expect to keep stroking the computer, just like stroking a peerless beauty, a chill. Okay, don't touch it, it's almost covered by you. Ah. Zhang Jia waved his hand. It's okay, you take a rest first, I still have something to deal with. He turned his head to look at Selenia. My eldest lady, it's time for you to get out of the way. Selenia looked at him suspiciously, and pointed to her little nose. I? What do you need me to do? Zhang Jia pointed to the computer and said, you can't just give these weapon blueprints to the player, there is also a log of Lock Corporation on them. That's right, then it's up to me. Selenia said and sat on the computer chair, revising the design of the bazooka design for a while, and then soon the sound of printing drawings sounded. Zhang Jia picked up the freshly printed bazooka drawings and looked at them carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the shape is even cooler than the original bazooka, no one can see it all, the prototype of this thing is lock. He glanced at the future again, and saw that the other party was just sitting quietly watching Selenia operate the computer, and then pressed the elevator to return to the lobby room on the first floor of the 404 Evolution House. Zhang Jia closed his eyes and used the administrator privileges, and found that Kaishu-kun was not online, and he observed Lu Bo's dynamics again, only to see Lu Bo and a group of players teaching them to bully zombies. Administrator, do you have anything to do with me? Here, this is the design drawings of bazookas and rockets, you can take them and make them according to the drawings. Zhang Jia took out a stack of drawings that he had just printed and handed them to him. Lu Bo hurriedly pinned the kitchen knife to his trouser belt, rubbed his hand on his pants a few times, and took it with both hands. Thank you so much, Administrator, we're worried about this, but I didn't expect you to solve our biggest problem so quickly. Zhang Jia patted him on the shoulder. It's a trivial matter, tell everyone to go quickly, you must not embark on the road of breaking the law and committing crimes. What is missing to tell me? Just your ideas. Stepping on a sewing machine in the real world is small, and shooting is a big crime to burst with a submachine gun more than a dozen times. Lu Bo took the drawings and nodded repeatedly. The lesson of the administrator is that we don't dare in the future, and we must be a good citizen who abides by the law. Zhang Jia nodded with satisfaction. These players are too difficult to bring, and if they are not careful, they almost put them on the road of no return to crime. As for his own instigation of the promising Black Arms Company in the future, he also found a reason for himself to maintain world peace. After all, there is no harm if there is no buying and selling, and as long as there are no guns and ammunition lethal weapons in the world, what a beautiful existence the world will be. Lu Bo looked at the administrator standing there and smirked. The administrator. Administrator. Are you okay? Are you sick? Zhang Jia, who came back to his senses, waved his hand. It's okay, I'll think about something more, then. What, there's nothing left for you here, you can go. Bang Dang. Lu Bo walked out of the 404 Evolution House with his front foot, and the door of his back foot was closed. He stood outside the door and looked at the vigorous scenery of the novice village in front of him with a bitter face. I'll wipe it, Lord Administrator, this is a tube that doesn't matter if you send it. It's so far away from Dingning City, is this going to let me go back with my legs? Chapter 40. Zhang Jia returned to the lair where Selenia and the others were, looking at the future and not leaving at all. His head was big for a while. This is really easy to please God, it is difficult to send God. He is a participant in this free trade, if he leaks the news outside, his life may be lost. After thinking about it, there was no good way, so he walked up hard. Do you have any plans? The future can be expected. His eyes are shining. Lord Administrator, do you still recruit employees? Zhang Jia was stunned for a moment. Clams, recruiting employees, don't want salaries? The future can be expected to nod heavily. Yes, I don't want salary, I don't want 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, I just asked the administrator to give me a chance to get employed. Zhang Jia's head was dead. He never thought that the future could be expected to make such an unreasonable demand, but it was still a little tempting to think about it. Free labor. As a future capitalist, could he not be moved? After thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong, and whether there was any conspiracy in this future prospect. Seeing that Zhang Jie didn't promise the future, he was a little anxious. He tore his face and stayed, mainly because he was reluctant to let go of the computer with a super brain. As a top hacker, an excellent computer is even more important than his wife. With this kind of computer, with its powerful computing power, all his dreams can be realized. In the future, I don't want to give up this opportunity to become the world's top hacker, and I pleaded to look at the administrator. Administrator, I don't have any bad intentions, it's just that I am simply reluctant to give up this computer. No, I am reluctant to have the opportunity to study in your company, you see. But recruiting employees is not his own thing. After all, Selenia also has the right to vote, so he set his eyes on Selenia. Selenia shrugged indifferently, yes. Anyway, we are short of manpower, just give him a computer and let him work in the hall on the first floor. Zhang Jie and Selenia looked at each other and smiled, secretly refreshed in their hearts. They didn't expect that there were still people in the world who didn't need money to work. Hearing this, Selenia looked at him. Why don't you just send him out of the 404 evolution house? Future can expect to shout excitedly, don't. Lord Administrator, I must work hard and work in strict accordance with the company's regulations. Zhang Jie said helplessly, brother, I recruited you into the company to hurt you, understand? The company has no salary, does not give 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and what is even more terrifying is that the company implements the 007 work system. What is the 007 work system? There are some doubts about the future, Zhang Jie patiently answered. The 007 salary system is to work 24 hours a day and rest at 0 time, 7 days a week. The future is expected to be cold sweat down, little heart is pounding. Nima, isn't this just a year-round work, 24 hours a day? Is this how capitalists exploit the working people now? This guy, take a leave, and he will have to pour money to the company. But in order to be able to use a computer with a super brain, the future can be expected to drink out. What is reluctant to let the child not be a wolf? What is reluctant to let the daughter-in-law not be a hooligan? What is reluctant to be himself? Can't be a super brain. He gritted his teeth and was ruthless. Fuck, I did it. Don't say yes, I found money to work, and I did it with a loan. Zhang Jie glanced at the future with some surprise. This guy can. He nodded. Okay, then you can officially go to work now. The future can be expected to cry with joy. Thank you, thank you. I will work hard, I will definitely work hard. Selenia took them on the elevator, and found a computer and computer desk and chair from the warehouse. Zhang Jie and the future can be expected, and moved these miscellaneous things to the hall on the first floor, and the future can be expected to carefully wipe the dust on it, light up the computer, and finally have a computer of their own, although it is in exchange for the deed of sale, but it is worth it. Zhang Jie patted his shoulder unkindly and showed a sly smile. Okay, this is where you work and stay from now on. You can take a rest on the folding table behind you when you are tired every day, sleep when you are tired, and go to work when you wake up. The future is expected to be brainwashed now. Lord Administrator, are you considered a CPU? Zhang Jie furrowed his eyebrows and said seriously, what are you talking about? Do you think I am like that person? CPU, you don't exist. I call it PUA. It's an incentive for you. The future is promising. The chick keeps nodding his head like pecking rice, looking forward to a better future. It seems that he has lived for almost 30 years, which is the most correct decision he has made. Zhang Jie explained, your next job is very simple, that is, to enter the intranet of major companies around the world, see what we need, and let him not return to his original owner. The future can be expected with a black line. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless. Return the things to the original owner. Obviously it is a robbery, and it sounds so good, but people have to bow their heads under the eaves. I'm the #1 thug of the crime syndicate of the Source Universe World Game Company. If you come here, you can be safe. In the future, you can expect to ask, Administrator, which company is our next target? You can look at this, remember not to touch our country's own brand companies, other casual, especially give me a focus on taking care of foreign-funded companies dressed in domestic coats. He turned on the computer excitedly, don't worry, Lord Administrator, Lord Selenia Administrator has given me a Trojan software, as long as I install the other company's computer, my computer will be what I want to watch. Zhang Jie gasped, it seems that he is still too benevolent, good guy, in this way, the companies in the world are equivalent to their own back gardens. What they want to see, the core secrets of any company, there is no defense in front of them. Zhang Jie left satisfied, okay, it's almost over, now let's go and see the situation at the steel smelter. Chapter 41 in the Source Universe World Game Group, Lubo, good news, the design drawings of the bazooka have been found. Guess which big guy provided it? The little white face of Africa. What? I got the design of the bazooka? Who is so good? This is too punishing, isn't it? The same bed resonated. I just want to know how the brother who got the design is doing now? African little white face, that's for sure, otherwise what else can you do? Let me tell you, with the speed of our country's troops, it is already a miracle that this brother can send the drawings to Lubo. African little white face, damn, this is also brave. I respect that brother is a man. Zhang Jia, the boss is right, hurry up and come out and see who our brother is? Lubo, ha, you guessed wrong, that master didn't step on the sewing machine, nor did he put on a silver bracelet. Long Outyan, impossible, absolutely impossible, who has such great ability? Lubo, don't guess, I'll tell you the truth, the design drawings of the bazooka were given to me by the game master, and we can't do anything illegal. Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect that the administrator could know this kind of thing. It seems that he will have to be careful when he speaks in the future. If he is unknowingly banned, then his intestines will be repentant. Zhao Jun, okay, don't make trouble, since the rocket artillery design drawings have come out, what are the difficulties? Lubo, the only problem now is that there is no steel material, we need to build a large number of bazookas this time. The captain of the crazy team of San Yenshan, I think everyone should work harder and pick up more garbage. I think this is possible, but we don't have enough people. If we don't get newbies involved, if they do, we can pay them a certain amount. Posture decides to be pregnant. It makes sense not to underestimate the power of novice players. Zhao Jun, that's right, come on, maybe there will be a bazooka to use tomorrow. The same bed resonated. I suggest that we should concentrate our efforts on looting all the places, and then classify all the garbage, so that it will be convenient to use when the time comes. African little white face, okay, it's all a good way. Kaishukuan, I announce that 1 ton of metal junk will be replaced by a bazooka launcher. A week later, hundreds of players have successively owned bazooka launchers, and they came to the vicinity of John's skyscraper in the center of Dingning, one by one, like well-trained warriors, although their clothing is not uniform, but the weapons are neatly aligned, and they are carrying a 1-meter-long metal cylinder behind their backs. There were also 3 rockets on the chest. This scene attracted many ordinary players to watch. It's a pity that these people are not bandits. That's right. This posture, if put into the real world, can definitely defeat a small country. It's too ruthless. This is enough for booze to drink a pot. I think 80% of the booze base camp is going to be bombed to the ground. Listening to the comments of the players around them, this elite unit was expressionless. These people are all backbones and elites sent by various guilds, and they are ready to do a big job at this moment. Lubo, brothers, wait for my order, everyone charges. African little white face, no problem. Zhao Jun, guarantee to complete the task. Long Outyan, young master Lubo will fight wherever he is. Kaishukuan looked at the soldiers in front of him excitedly. He swallowed nervously. Warriors, let's disperse and besiege a circle near the booze base camp. When the time comes, we can carry out an all-round attack. I don't believe it, with our current firepower, we can't hit it. Yes. The soldiers quickly separated, and the soldiers stood in line more than 10 meters away from the Dingyuan building. Shouted in unison, yes. They quickly separated, forming a circle around the skyscraper. Kaishukuan, as the commander-in-chief of this operation, stood at a commanding height, holding a paper loudspeaker in his hand, raised it and shouted, "Attention to all units, all of them are there, now enter a state of readiness, prepare." More than 100 fighters, half kneeling on the ground, removed the bazooka launcher from their backs, plucked a rocket from their chests and filled it. Carrying it on their shoulders, they will launch without hesitation as soon as they give an order. Kaishukuan looked at the players who usually hang their children, and after 3 days of training by military experts invited by Zhao Yanyu, it was really an eye-opener to have such strict discipline. Is worthy of being a military expert, and he is not at the same level as these people at all. Kaishukuan, brothers, I believe in everyone's level, but after all, our opponent is booze. We have to prepare for the worst, and if we fail, I hope you will remember the lessons of today. He saw that everyone didn't answer, knowing that they couldn't board in and wanted to open fire. Kaishukuan didn't delay, everyone is in place, ready to fire. Boom boom, more than 100 rockets bombed from all corners in all directions without dead ends. The scene was very spectacular. Kaishukuan looked at the skyscraper excitedly, the corners of his mouth rose. For so long Booz pressed them to the ground every time and rubbed them, and then retreated. Now we stand up. 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Heshi, don't bully the young and poor. Lao Tzu is now a person with rocket artillery troops. Just when he was thinking about how to loot the treasure after rushing into the Booz base camp for a while, an accident appeared, and when the rocket hit the skyscraper, a transparent light mask lit up, preventing the first wave of attack. This result surprised all the players present. This is different from what they wanted. It seems that this time it will be useless. Kaishukuan saw that the soldiers whose morale was high was about to wither, so he hurriedly gave orders. Brothers, calm down, as long as you break the defensive cover of the enemy's base camp. Attention to all units, don't be polite, greet all the ammunition vigorously, the enemy will not last long. Not only the rocket troops, but also the other players who have guns and pick up stones without guns, at the same time, launched the strongest attack on the skyscrapers. They are united, and they all want to turn the Booz base camp upside down and have a free trade. Click. The skyscraper shield seems to be unable to hold on, and cracks have appeared. Chapter 42. On the top floor of the skyscraper, John and the doctor stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the dense bullets and cannonballs hitting the ripples on the defensive barrier. John couldn't help but be a little worried. These humans are just like dogskin plasters that stick to them and can't get down. They have already taught them a lesson twice, and it stands to reason that they should not have a few survivors left. But why did there be more and more of these humans, and the more they fought, the more brave they became? He looked at the small cracks in the defensive shield, and nervously turned his head to look at the doctor on the side. Doctor, what should I do? How long has the town been holding on to the tribe with the defensive shield? The doctor said confidently. What are you afraid of? It's still far from breaking through my defensive shield. Half an hour later, just like the doctor said, when the player's elixir was gone, the defensive shield was still strong and unharmed, and John watched the players leave dejectedly. Doctor, do you want me to go out and teach those damn humans a lesson? The doctor waved his hand. Forget it, let them go. My experiment is about to succeed. Now is not the time to provoke them, in case those human dogs jump off the wall and attack like crazy, and ruin my plan. You will wait to be transformed into zombies by me. John nodded in fright. He had seen the doctor's power. This stinging city was originally the doctor used an unknown liquid in a test tube to become what it is now. Yes, the doctor is right. The little ones are up to you. The doctor waved his hand impatiently. Get out of here, I still have something to do. In the group of gamers in the Source Universe world, the players summed up the lessons of the failure of this attack on the Booz base camp, and resonated in the same bed. We are still not fully prepared. African little white face. Yes, I thought today was the day of the decisive battle with Booz, and I couldn't get in if I didn't want to. Too lazy to name. Oh, I didn't expect it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either slash phoneme, but I picked up a lot of experience and upgraded to a level. My ZZ. I didn't expect it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. All the bullets that I managed to save were wasted. Lubo, it's not our fault, who made this wave of bosses too difficult. Lon Outyen, young Master Lubo is right. I also think that the difficulty coefficient of this Booz is 100 million points. Zhaoing Jun, if we launch another attack, we may not be able to get the first kill of the boss. African little white face, the enemy is too cunning. How to fight? The posture determines the fate. I think otherwise, although I can't get in, but it can be regarded as a dismount for Booz. Lubo, at least Booz is in a weak state now, otherwise why wouldn't he come out to fight? African little white face, you mean Booz is very fragile now? Lubo, according to my speculation, Booz is just defending now. According to his previous methods and temperament, he would have come out to fight with us a long time ago. Everyone fell into deep thought. What Lubo said did make some sense. It seems that Booz is hiding in the base camp and can't come out. There must be some ulterior secrets. The captain of the crazy team of San Yinxian, then what do you say? Shall we continue to fight or what? Lubo, the fight is determined to be fought. Since Booz has something unspeakable, then we might as well take advantage of his illness to kill him. Zhao Yanyu, Tell me about it. Lubo, personally, I think we should increase our efforts to produce guns and ammunition now. Kaishukuan, no problem, this is easy to do. I will send more people to the steel smelter to help, and strive for everyone to have a handy weapon. Lubo, and those of us players, when we start a war, it's a mess, and there is no organization or discipline at all, so there is no point at all. Kai Shukuan, do you have any good ideas? Lubo, if we can find someone from the army to train the players' combat skills, I believe that with our undead army, sooner or later we will be able to set foot in this source universe world. Jia Yin said, okay, just do what you say, train our players, I'll go and find that as long as everyone works together, I believe there is nothing that can't be done. Zhao Yinyu's 3-story villa. Zhao Yinyu simply dressed up, painted a light makeup. Today she wore a white shirt, a pink skirt, stepped on a pair of flat sandals, and jumped happily to the garage. She looked at a row of luxury cars, frowned, and didn't know which car to drive. Alas, no way, this is the boring life of the rich. In the end, Zhao Yinyu picked out a pink Porsche Roadster and left the house. A car with envious eyes from countless people, who cannot love a luxury car beauty. Squeak! After a shrill sound of car tire brakes, Zhao Yinyu came to a community. Her slender and white legs stepped out of the car door and walked towards one of the units. Knock knock. After 3 knocks on the door, a gray-haired woman opened the door and saw that it was Zhao Yinyu, and the woman took her hand. With a kind smile on his face, he said with disgust, Yinyu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you forgotten your Aunt Wang? Zhao Yinyu stuck out her tongue and shook Aunt Wang's arm playfully. How come, Aunt Wang? I'm just a little busy lately, and I'm not here to see your old man. Aunt Wang stretched out her right hand and hung it lightly on the tip of Zhao Yinyu's nose. You're busy, I see you're busy playing games. Zhao Yinyu's face flushed. Aunt Wang, look at what you said, I am an internet addict girl at home in your eyes. Aunt Wang looked at this girl who had seen the big girl since she was a child, and now she was a slim girl, and pulled her to sit in the living room to chat. For a long time, Zhao Yinyu said a little embarrassed, Aunt Wang, where is my Uncle Li, why didn't you see him? Aunt Wang said angrily, that bad old man went to the old cadre activity center to play chess at dawn in the morning, and came back at noon. Zhao Yinyu was a little lost. She came here to ask Li Bagwei to come out of the mountain to train players, but she didn't think of rushing to a late set early in the morning. Aunt Wang saw that Zhao Yinyu was a little absent-minded, and asked with concern, Yinyu girl, what's wrong? What's the important thing to find your Uncle Li, or I'll call him and ask him to come back now. Zhao Yinyu shook his head. It's okay, Aunt Wang, then I'll help you make lunch together. The simple 4 dishes and 1 soup were made quickly. Li Bagua was like stepping on a restaurant, and when he returned home, looking at the delicious aroma of the food on the table, he rubbed his hands and sat on the dining chair. Chapter 43. Aunt Wang walked out of the kitchen with dishes and chopsticks, and when she saw that her wife didn't even wash her hands when she came back, she picked up a handful of chopsticks and knocked it. Go, wash your hands, such a big person doesn't know how to pay attention to hygiene. Hee, what do you old woman know? After Li Bagua finished speaking, he saw Aunt Wang on the table with 3 pairs of dishes and chopsticks, and couldn't help but be curious. Hey, does the old woman have any guests here today? Aunt Wang glanced at him angrily. Say that you are old, you usually don't admit it, our family is here, you only know now, just say what kind of eyes you have. Li Bagua sat down to change the old child's temper. Who is here? Zhao Yinyu in the kitchen jumped and appeared in the living room. Uncle Li. Li Bagua's eyes lit up. Yinyu. Come, sit down, why are you here? Zhao Yinyu smiled and said sweetly, Uncle Li, I'll come to see you and Aunt Wang if it's okay today. Li Bagua nodded with a smile. Wait for me for a long time, I'm hungry. Come and eat. That is, how many years have you been retired? Don't keep holding on to your official shelf. Li Bagua was not afraid of the earth, he was afraid that his wife would be powerful, so he could only touch the tip of his nose with a smile, so he had to smile and say, okay, my fault, my mistake is not true? I just can't get rid of this stinky problem. Seeing this, Zhao Yinyu smiled and poured tea and water for the 2 old men. By the way, Uncle Li, don't you say that I forgot about the business. Li Bagua knew that this girl had nothing to do but go to the 3 treasures palace. Say, what's the matter? Zhao Yinyu blinked his eyes. Actually, there is nothing special, that is, do you remember the Source Universe World game that you asked you to play last time? Remember, why don't you remember, you asked me to make explosives in it last time. What's wrong? I'll just say no, you're going to let me do it. Zhao Yinyu hurriedly waved his hand. No, nothing happened, I'm just afraid that you will be bored at home and want you to play games with me. Li Bagua pointed at Zhao Yinyu, turned his head with a smile, and looked at his wife. Look at what I said, Yen knew this girl has a lot of quirky ideas since she was a child. I'll just say that she has something to do with me. Aunt Wang glared at her wife, crossed her waist. What nonsense! You can do whatever Yenyu asks you to do. Li Baoguo's face was embarrassed. It's not that I don't help her, it's just that this girl is tinkering with some dangerous things in the game. Aunt Wang made a mistake in protecting her calves. Danger is dangerous. She didn't do anything illegal and undisciplined, so you just say that you can't play this game. Li Baoguo was like a child who made a mistake with his head bowed and didn't dare to say more. Zhao Yenyu snickered and took over the conversation. By the way, Uncle Li, I heard that you have recently liked fish farming, and you have specially booked a fish tank abroad to arrive in a few days, and my father also called you and asked me about your physical condition, saying that you are very hard. Don't change the subject, I won't be bribed by your little favors. Zhao Yenyu pouted and looked at Aunt Wang aggrievedly. Aunt Wang got up and went back to the house and took a feather duster out, pointing at Li Baoguo. Is it a bribe? Come on, I will bribe you today and let you taste the feather duster and copy the old bacon. Zhao Yenyu hugged Aunt Wang's waist and comforted, Uncle Li, I know what you're worried about. But I'm not going to do anything wrong, I just want you to play with me, and you agree, and besides, you can also guide us players in battle. Looking at the play of the two women in front of him, Li Baoguo sighed helplessly, picked up the thermos cup and blew the floating tea leaves on it, and took a small sip. Okay, as long as you don't do anything illegal and undisciplined, I will play this game with you. Aunt Wang saw that the stubborn old man was soft, and threw the feather duster on the sofa. Humph, this is pretty much the same. By the way, what kind of game is Yenyu? Can you Aunt Wang play? Zhao Yenyu's eyes lit up. Aunt Wang, yes, so capable, you don't know, it's very real that you can do anything in the game. Aunt Wang was a little moved. Then why play? Teach me. If this old guy is sick and scares you, Aunt Wang will support you. Zhao Yenyu hurriedly got up, ran downstairs, took out 2 sets of brand new AR game helmets from the storage box of the front of the car. This time she came prepared. At first she soaked Li Baoguo hard before agreeing to be a military advisor to them, but after teaching Zhao Yenyu to produce gunpowder, she will never play again. Now it's okay, there is Aunt Wang who can lower Li Baoguo, and she can worry about it. It just so happened that Li Bao had an AR helmet in the country, and he brought 2 more AR helmets over, and all 3 of them used them. Zhao Yenyu happily ran back to Li Baoguo's house. The 3 people in Li Baoguo's living room wore AR game helmets to enter the game, and Aunt Wang stood in the novice village, a little unable to believe her eyes, looking at the butterflies fluttering in the flowers, smelling the fragrance of wildflowers, and listening to the sound of gurgling water. It seems that this real world is no different. If you have to pick a bone in the egg, that is, her old legs and feet have become neat. She excitedly walked to the wildflowers and bent down to pick them, and knitted a beautiful wreath for herself to take on her head. She subconsciously touched her mobile phone and wanted to take a beautiful selfie, only to find that there were only simple clothes on her body. Aunt Wang smiled bitterly and sighed slightly. Alas, it's a pity. It would be nice if I had a mobile phone to take a few selfies and go back to show the old sisters. Didi, a cyberpunk-style off-road vehicle in the distance, was driving towards him. Li Baoguo poked his head out of the main driver's window. Old woman, don't be stinky and beautiful, get in the car, I'll take you for a ride. Subconsciously, Aunt Wang wanted to take a feather duster with nothing. Looking at the cool off-road vehicle in front of her, Aunt Wang's driving skills were itchy. She came to the main driver, opened the car door, grabbed Li Baoguo's leather jacket collar and pulled him down. You get up, let me drive, I haven't driven for decades, and I don't know if my driving skills have regressed. Zhao Yenyu, the co-pilot, looked out of the car. Li Baoguo, who had a bitter face, got out of the car with a smile and invited him to the co-pilot's seat, opened the rear seat door and got into the car. Aunt Wang stretched out her hand and took off the towed mirror that Li Baoguo was carrying, put it on her face, and glanced at the rearview mirror. Everyone sit down, I'm going to drive. Li Baoguo was so frightened that he hurriedly fastened his seatbelt and grabbed the roof handle with both hands. Chapter 44. The dust and smoke are billowing all the way. Aunt Wang's driving skills are really not covered. Several tons of big guys. She drifts when she sees a bend, and accelerates in a straight line. Zhao Yan looked at the gas pedal and never left the floor after hitting the car. Good guy, if the car was not strong enough, the foot would have kicked into the engine. Squeak! An emergency brake. The wheel prints of the off-road vehicle have been stretched for dozens of meters. Rao's Li Baoguo was wearing a seatbelt. His face was attached to the front windshield of the car, and Aunt Wang stroked the steering wheel. Well, the car skills are so. How about it? gagged, vomited for a long time. Zhao Yanyu and Li Bagua looked pale and glanced at each other. Zhao Yanyu complained, "Uncle Li, vomit, this is, vomit your unkindness, why don't you stop my Aunt Wang's car skills?" Li Bagua, the former commander of the Huagua army, is now retired. Zhao Yanyu's father, Zhao Jianlin's comrade in arms, has no children and no daughters, and Zhao Jianlin is a comrade in arms and a world friend. Watching Zhao Yingjun and Zhao Yanyu grow up since childhood, and treating these two children as their own flesh and blood. Especially loves Zhao Yanyu, a clever and eccentric little girl. After Zhao Jianlin was demobilized as a soldier, the couple went to the sea to do business in other places. Zhao Yingjun and Zhao Yanyu were taken by Zhao Bagua and his wife Aunt Wang. Zhao Yingjun has a lively personality, likes to be lively, has no bad habits, and is very obedient. That is, he will make some trouble from time to time, and give everyone a surprise. And Zhao Yanyu is different. Since he was a child, he has always used Zhao Yingjun as a gunman, and when he does bad things, he can always put the basin on his brother Zhao Yingjun's head and pick himself clean. In the game of the Source Universe world, today as usual, Li Bagua trained the players. He looked at the standard standing posture and standard steps of the players, his heart was surging, and he couldn't imagine that the journey of military life when he was young was back. Aunt Wan walked next to her wife. "When I asked you to play the game, 100 people were unwilling, but now it's better, more positive than me." Li Bagua said stiffly, "What do you know? Look at these players I trained, they are all brave and good at fighting now. No worse than those recruits I trained in the army." Yes, you're amazing." Aunt Wang rolled her eyes. She knew her husband's temper, and the more exaggerated he said, the more true it was. Aunt Wang scolded her wife with a smile. "By the way, handsome, why haven't you come to train yet?" "Maybe it's because I'm too tired, let's go to bed." Li Bagua replied casually, "This stinky boy ran out to fool around again last night, and he didn't understand the rules at all." Aunt Wang nagged. Zhao Yanyu walked over with a plate of fruit and looked at the second elder with a smile. "Then you two elders have wronged my brother. Since he played this game, he is no longer phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals clause close slash phoneme to women." Aunt Wang put the fruit plate aside, and asked with some curiosity, "What? Is there something unspeakable about this handsome child? Don't you like women, like?" "Ha ha ha." Zhao Yanyu burst out laughing. "Aunt Wang, where do you want to go? My brother is addicted to playing games, and he has no time to mess with flowers." Aunt Wang patted her little heart, looking lost. "I thought I could hear some exciting news." "Okay, you two elders should also pay attention to their bodies. Taste the fruits in the game, crisp and delicious, but there is no one in the real world. The two old men have lived for half a lifetime. Opportunity to eat all the food in the world once." The two of them took the mediocre-looking fruit, and took a bite suspiciously. Click click, the two old men chewed a few bites, and the juice flowed down their throats to their stomachs, and sure enough, it was moderately sweet and sour, and the taste was very delicious, sweeter than the fruits they usually ate, and their eyes suddenly lit up. "Wow, this taste is really amazing." Aunt Wang took a few bites one after another, and said with admiration, "It's really delicious." The two fruits entered the stomach, the taste was really good, the sweet juice flowed down the throat, and the whole body felt warm. The two old men closed their eyes comfortably, and Zhao Yanyu secretly covered his mouth and smiled when he saw this. These two old children are like old naughty boys. 404 Evolution House. Zhang Jie and Selenia took the same fruit and watched the players train hard while eating. Click. Selenia, how is it? This group of players has consciously implemented militarized management. Click. Selenia took a bite of the fruit and nodded with satisfaction. "I didn't expect that the current players are so conscious. I knew that I would solve it alone, and I don't need you at all. By the way, where did you come from?" Zhang Jie took the red fruit and shook it in his hand a few times. "Did you say this?" This is a new variety that the player researched in their agricultural garden on the afternoon of hoeing day, and their fruits and crops are ripe a lot, and they are sold to the system store. Selenia nodded with satisfaction. "It tastes good. How much money do you buy their crops?" Zhang Jie said excitedly, "Vegetables and fruits or something, 1 source stone, 1 caddy, how about it?" "The price I set is quite reasonable." Selenia was a little curious. "Then how many source stones do you sell?" Zhang Jie scratched his head, and said with some embarrassment, 10 times the purchase price? Selenia's eyes widened. This guy is simply a profiteer. It's just a matter of turning his left hand into his right hand. He directly multiplied it tenfold. The capitalists wept when they saw it, the Jews saw it and their hearts were broken, and the Sakura country Chable felt guilty when they saw it. Capital is cold-blooded and ruthless, and you kill people and punish your heart. After the player buys it, he has to say, "Thank you." Zhang Jie's old face blushed. This is also no way. Now the wolf has more meat and less meat, and there are a number of materials and food, but the players are endless. Selenia pouted and inserted her waist. Then you can't do this. Where did the player get so many source stones? This is simply beyond his means. When the time comes, the players will run away, and I will see what you do. Zhang Jie lowered his head shyly, and said with some embarrassment, I have thought about this. In order to stabilize the market price of the source stone and the player's experience in the game, I have made it possible to sell the source stone at the market price in the future. Selenia covered her forehead and was speechless for a while. Zhang Jie, this guy has too many ideas, but it's not bad, but he doesn't have to show up for anything. Ding dong, suddenly the 404 doorbell rang, and the two looked at each other, not knowing who was coming. Chapter 45. Zhang Jie was a little puzzled. Now that everything is on the right track, it stands to reason that no one should come. He walked to the computer, slid his mouse, and looked at Kai Shukuan on the screen, who was standing at the door, pacing back and forth, and had already guessed a few points in his heart. It seemed that the source power battery of the steel smelter was about to run out. He pressed the elevator button to the hall on the first floor of the 404 Evolution House, and he could expect to see Administrator Zhang Jie appear in the future. Hurriedly put down the work at hand, stood up, and greeted him with a smile. Lord Administrator, are you here to work in the market? Zhang Jie smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, someone is visiting, I'll open the door. The future can be expected to be confused. He didn't hear a sound at all. How could the administrator know that there was someone outside? Seeing him at a loss, Zhang Jie smiled and explained, of course you can't hear it, don't look at our broken iron house. The sound insulation effect is very good. The future can be expected to understand, and nodded. Since the administrator is unwilling to say, there is no need for him to get to the bottom of it. Zhang Jie opened the door and invited Kai Shukuan in. Come, do you have anything to do with me? Kai Shukuan glanced at the promising future of the office in the house, and wondered in his heart, why is there another person? I haven't seen it before. Zhang Jie pointed to the future and introduced, this is our company's newly recruited programmer, and your bazooka is designed by him. Kai Shukuan respectfully stretched out his hand and shook hands politely. Hello, programmer, I'm player Kai Shukuan. Hello, hello. After a brief greeting, Kai Shukuan got to the point, Lord Administrator, our source power battery has run out, I want you to change it. Zhang Jie already knew the same and took out 2 source power batteries from his pocket. Give you 2. Give it to you, you will increase production during this time, it will definitely not be enough, give you 1 more as a backup. Kai Shukuan took the source power battery gratefully, and stopped talking. Zhang Jie looked at him like that and knew that something was wrong and asked, why is there anything else that needs help? Lord Administrator, during this time, our steel smelter has consumed a huge amount of source stones, can you settle the previous account? Zhang Jie nodded. It is true that the account of more than 3,000 weapons should be settled for others. It is not a matter to drag others all the time. According to a gun of 1,000 source stones, you will draw 50% of it. I want to pay Kai Shukuan 1.5 million source stones. Zhang Jie thinks about it. There are still hundreds of millions of dollars to be careful about, but how to operate with integrity, this is also what people deserve, and he still has to give it. That 1.5 million source stones, how about I send it to your account? Kai Shukuan shook his head and said a little embarrassed, that. Lord Administrator, I don't want the source stones, now the battle situation on the front line is tense, how about I want to exchange these source stones for steel materials? Zhang Jie touched his chin and thought, according to the current market, the price of source stones is equal to 100 yuan, and this 1.5 million source stones is equivalent to 15 million in cash. Earn 10 million by running a lap by yourself. This business is cost-effective and can be done. Kai Shukuan frowned and thought that the administrator was unwilling. He whispered, in this way, I won't embarrass you, the administrator, you give me a bank card number, and I will give you some benefit fees? Is there a naked bribe? Kai Shukuan, who does this guy think of me? I think that tens of thousands of yuan can buy me, an upright administrator, I look down on people too much. Zhang Jie sternly refused. The company has a clear rule that you can't privately receive small favors from players, but I agreed to exchange the source stone for steel. By the way, how much money are you going to give me? Kaishukuin said stupidly, since the administrator is unwilling to accept bribes, forget it. I also said that I will transfer 1 million to you first and ask you to spend whatever you want. Zhang Jie stood at the door of the 404 Evolution House and waved his hand, holding back his tears to send Kaishukuin away, regretting that he refused too early. Knew that Kaishukuin was rich, and he also knew that he would bribe himself, but who would have thought that the other party would give so much? Zhang Jie could only continue to comfort himself, not his own emo force. He rekindled his fighting spirit and walked to the side of future prospects. Zhang Jie patted him on the shoulder. Lao Wei. In Jinghai City, Zhang Jie has been wandering around the steel market on a shared bicycle for a whole morning, and he is shocked when he asks if he doesn't know. The price of steel is 4,523 yuan, 8 cents, and 6 cents a ton. Although there is a budget of 5 million, but this can only buy more than 1,000 tons, it seems that a lot of it, but the amount of the source universe world is there, and the consumption of more than 1,000 tons of steel is a matter of a few months. If it is made into guns and ammunition and distributed to the players, there is not much. I am afraid that the players will not be able to build the booze base camp in Dingning City. Helpless, Zhang Jie could only sit on the curb and look up at the sky. He didn't want to spend all the 15 million yuan he had so hard to get. Collect and sell the rags, refrigerators, color TVs, air conditioners, old mobile phones, old computers, and broken copper and iron. In the distance, an old man dressed ordinary, wearing a straw hat, riding a tricycle with a horn hanging on the handlebar, playing on a loop. Zhang Jie's eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Why did I have to hang myself from a tree? Steel is expensive. I can recycle scrap copper and rotten iron. He hurriedly called out to the uncle who collected scrap products. Uncle, how much is a pound of scrap iron? The uncle stopped the tricycle, took out the rolled dry tobacco from his jacket pocket, and took a puff. 9 cents and 5 cents a pound. What? How many do you have, young man? That, uncle, I don't have it. Can I collect 100 million if I want? Zhang Jie asked, a little embarrassed. The old man picked up the dry cigarette in his hand and put it in his mouth and took a sip, threw the cigarette but to the ground, looked the young man up and down, and muttered a little in his heart, I shouldn't have met my peers. But this young man didn't look like he was dressed. The old man looked at him vigilantly. Young man, what do you want scrap iron for? In order to dispel the uncle's suspicions, Zhang Jie lied. Uncle, don't think too much, my family has a metal smelter to recycle broken copper and iron for processing. The old man said disapprovingly, that's it. Broken copper and iron, non-ferrous metals, I have. How much do you need? Zhang Jie excitedly stretched out 5 fingers. The old man was a little puzzled. 5 yuan? Zhang Jie shook his head. Old man, 500 yuan? Zhang Jie shook his head again. The old man's heart was crossed. 50,000? Zhang Jie had a direct showdown. Uncle, don't guess, I'm going to collect 5 million. You say it again. Say it again. Many. How much does it cost? Chapter 46. Looking at the old man and looking at himself like a psychopath, Zhang Jie shook his head helplessly and sighed. Hey, I originally wanted to coexist peacefully with them as an ordinary person, but I had no choice. I exposed my identity as a rich man. Forget it, I still don't pretend. Let's have a showdown. Uncle, what I said is true. If you don't believe it, I'll go find someone else. The old man trembled and took out the quick-acting heart-saving pill from his trouser pocket, opened the bottle cap, swallowed the whole bottle, patted his chest and eased his mind. Young man, are you telling the truth? Don't lie to me, this old man. Zhang Jie was helpless. Look at what you always said, I'm full. Is it fun to fool you? Forget it, I'd better find someone else. Seeing that Zhang Jie was leaving, the old man grabbed Zhang Jie's arm. Don't go. I believe it, can't I believe it? Zhang Jie smiled. Okay, then let's talk. The old man said impatiently, what are you talking about? Go to my scrapyard and sit down and taste my good tea. At the scrap collection station, Zhang Jie looked at the waste products sorted in place like a hill, and opened his mouth wide. Your uncle is still your uncle. Who would have thought that an old man riding a tricycle on the road with such a strong strength would be so strong? It seems that there are really people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. The old man patted Zhang Jie on the shoulder. Come on, don't stand stupidly, young man, let's go into the house and talk. Zhang Jie nodded in agreement, followed the old man to the courtyard, and the old man took Zhang Jie to a simple wooden house, stopped, pushed the door in. The interior of the house was shabby, but it was very clean. The walls were plastered with all kinds of awards, trophies, bonuses, and all kinds of souvenirs, but other than that, there were only a few broken computers, which were the cheapest kind. The old man picked up the kettle on the table and poured a cup of tea for each of them, and then asked with an expectant face, "Young man, what metal did you just say?" Zhang Jie took a sip of water, moistened his throat, and said slowly, "Uncle, any metal can be made, just make 5 million. The old man's eyes suddenly widened, and he rubbed his palms excitedly. Really, young man, you have to count when you speak." Zhang Jie shrugged, "Uncle, I really didn't mean to make you happy. We can pay with one hand and deliver the goods with the other." The old man hurriedly denied, No, I believe you, so according to the market scrap purchase price, how about 800 yuan a ton for you? 800 yuan a ton, this is definitely a very cost-effective business. After all, the purchase price of scrap iron is like this, and it is relatively fair. But how could the profiteers say that the other party sold goods cheaply? Zhang Jie pretended to be surprised. 801 tons, wanted to fight for the price again. Aha, the old man nodded heavily. How about it, 801 tons, it's cheap enough. Zhang Jie swallowed his saliva. Cough, old man, can't it be cheaper? The old man shook his head helplessly. This is already lower than the market price, and it can't be cheap at all, or I'll give you 2 extra old hens I raised for you, both of which are chickens that can lay eggs, green and pollution-free, and high in nutrition. Zhang Jie agreed after thinking about it. It seems that it really can't be cheap. Zhang Jie nodded. Okay, then let's sign the contract now. Okay, sign the contract. The old man took out the contract book that had been prepared from the drawer and handed it to Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie glanced at it, unscrewed the pen cover on the table, and signed it. Looking at the contract, the old man was a little puzzled. Young man, how did you transport it away? Zhang Jie picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. That's it, old man. You also know that transportation is not very convenient during the day. You give me a key to the scrapyard. I will transport it myself at night. I can transfer the money to you first. The old man met such a refreshing guest for the first time, and took out a key and put it on the coffee table. Refreshing. The key is given to you, and when the time comes, I will compress it for you and put it in the yard. You can just pull it away. You can keep this key, and you can use it in the future. The night was dark and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme was high, and in the yard of the scrap collection station, Zhang Jie and Selenia stood there, looking at the broken copper and iron that had already been compressed. Zhang Jie nodded with satisfaction. The old man as Lisua has already compressed these scrap irons or something, and it seems that each of these square metal squares weighs a ton. He turned his head to look at Selenia. My eldest lady, start your show. Selenia pursed her lips, although she was a little reluctant to do so, since Zhang Jie's energy continued to bring fresh blood to the source universe world. Selenia's spatial ability has been greatly improved. I saw her facing these metal cubes a little void, and in the next second, these mountains of metal cubes disappeared, and directly teleported to Kaishukuan's steel smelter. Selenia wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. It seemed that she was a little consumed. Let's go back to the 404 Evolution House. I need to take a break. Back in the Source Universe world, Zhang Jie appeared in the steel smelter for a year. Kaishukuan saw the administrator personally guiding the work, and trotted forward. Why are you here, administrator? If there is anything, you can just call me. How can I bother you to come in person? In the face of Kaishukuan's sycophancy, Zhang Jie nodded with satisfaction. It's okay, I'm just going to see how your weapons are made. Kaishukuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the administrator was looking for an excuse to blackmail again. Oh, the steel smelter is working at full capacity 24 hours a day, and I believe it won't be long before players have a gun in their hands. Zhang Jie asked curiously, aren't you going to sell these weapons and ammunition to the system store? Kaishukuan shook his head. Forget it, don't sell it yet. I'm going to rent these guns to the players, and now the first task is to take down the booze base camp and completely occupy Dingning City. Zhang Jie nodded in agreement. After all, there is such a booze in Dingning City, which is always a safety hazard, although he will earn a lot less source stones, but in the overall situation, there is no need for him to intervene in it now. Cut the players' leaks. After all, no matter how many leaks there are, he can't help cutting them every day. He looked at Kaishukuan. When are you going to attack the booze base camp? Kaishukuan replied respectfully, in another week or so. It's almost enough. Instructor Li's training of players has already seen initial results, and now it's time to make another batch of bazookas and rockets. Zhang Jia nodded with satisfaction and said encouragingly, "Okay, then I wish you success and build the booze base camp in one fell swoop, and I just want to take advantage of this time to think about what rewards to give to your players who participate in this war. After all, the strength of the player is still too weak, and the victory can only be achieved by relying on the tactics of the crowd, but how to make the players have the enthusiasm to participate in this booze elimination battle, this is a huge problem, and we must go back to Pulse Lineate and the future can be expected to study it, come up with a plan, and when the time comes, directly send an event announcement, not only everyone who participates in the game, but also the active players. Must also be rewarded, it's easy to say, but what to send to the player is another problem. It's too good to send it and I'm going to break the bill again, and the player is too bad to send and have no motivation. Zhang Jia has a headache when he thinks about it, and sighs helplessly, forget it, I don't want to, there is still a future for this free labor force at home. If the results are not good, then let him, a temporary worker, take the blame, and if the response to the event is good, it will be all due to me, the administrator. Chapter 47. In order to mobilize the enthusiasm of the players, Jay Selenia and Future Ku expected to hold a meeting in the 404 Evolution House, and finally everyone brainstormed and came up with a good activity. Zhang Jia opened the official website of the Source Universe World game and released the reward statement for attacking the booze base camp in Dingning City. After 3 days and 3 nights of meetings with the senior executives of the Source Universe World Game Company, the game administrator actively fought for the interests of players, and now decided to open a new copy to attack the booze base camp in Dingning City in 3 days, and players can now attack and enter anyone who participates. In this copy, activity will receive the out-of-print title of Citizen of Dingning City. Players who perform well in entering the dungeon will be awarded the out-of-print title of Outstanding Citizen of Dingning City. Players who perform well in entering the dungeon will be issued with the out-of-print title Dingning City Elite. Rewards will be issued to gangs or guilds participating in the dungeon. 100 weapon draw boxes, and gang members can only receive rewards if they participate 100%, and the parentheses are over. Rewards will be issued to active gangs or guilds participating in the dungeon. 1000 weapon draw boxes, and gang members can only receive rewards if they participate 100%, and the parentheses are over. Rewards will be issued to gangs or guilds that perform well in participating in dungeons. 10 vehicle draw boxes, and gang members can only receive rewards if they participate 100%, and the parentheses are over. Rewards will be issued to gangs or guilds that participate in the dungeon. 100 vehicle lottery boxes, and gang members can only receive rewards if they participate 100%, and the brackets are complete. Event rules: the more teams or individuals kill enemies, the greater the activity. Hostages will appear in the dungeon, and players can also get the corresponding activity when rescued. Items dropped in quests belong to the player and can be sold in the system shop for source stones. Vehicle draw box description: the vehicle draw box belongs to the testing stage, and players who open the vehicle draw box have a chance to get a vehicle exchange coupon, and pay a certain amount of source stone to exchange for the corresponding vehicle. Vehicles are divided into 3 categories, including but not limited to land, roller skates, scooters, bicycles, battery cars, motorcycles, cars, grizzly tanks, rhinoceros tanks, apocalypse tanks, and so on. Flying classes, paragliding, hot air balloons, various fighter jets, and much more. Water classes, canoes, kayaks, sailboats, jet skis, cruise ships, destroyers, frigates, aircraft carriers, etc. In addition, the top 3 performers will personally award an out-of-print costume set by the administrator. Note: the right to interpret this event belongs to the Source Universe World Game Company. Players were very excited when they saw the announcement of this event. In the players' game group, all of a sudden the diving people came out to speak. Don't you see the announcement on the official website of the game? The administrator is too conscientious, let's attack the booze base camp and get rewards. Too lazy to name. Not only that, haven't you seen the gang rewards? You can draw vehicles. This is a key project in other games, and we plan to distribute it directly for free. Resonance in the same bed. I suspect that this game development company is doing charity? It won't go out of business if it goes on like this. African little white face, but don't go out of business. Such a conscientious and fun game is simply a once-in-a-lifetime event. Kaishukuan, anyway, I wish it went out of business. Don't worry, if he goes out of business, I will buy it. Lubo, boss, have you seen the gang rewards for this event? There are vehicles, planes and tanks, should we work harder? Kaishukuan, well, I must work harder, I haven't driven a tank yet. Zhao Yan said, Lao Kai, we are engaged in games and not arms dealers, you have really become a terrorist like this. Kaishukuan, then I also want to get a tank to drive, so it's cool, aren't you excited? African little white face, the boss is right, you must build a tank. Zeiss decided to get pregnant. When the time comes, whoever disobeys the cannon will blow him up and help him dismantle the house. Zhao Yanyu, childish, I still like bombers, it's not more exciting than tanks. Lu Bo, the weak interject, the strong guild will not necessarily win even if you get the vehicle lottery box. Zhao Yan said, that's it, you two talked to death this day. In the Source Universe World game, Li Bagua stood on the high platform, watching the players train more energetically one by one. Some monks were confused, strange things, usually this kind of high-intensity training will always be cheating and lazy or something. Today all players are working hard, no one is lazy, and they are all like taking a strong pill. In the past, everyone complained that the training was so hard, but then everyone gradually got used to it, and as the days went by, more and more, everyone found a strange thing. Now their physical fitness is very good, and their combat ability has been greatly improved, and they believe that with the improvement of their level, they will one day be able to single-handedly booze. But the most important thing is the booze dungeon. If you get some powerful high-tech weapons, the absolute ability to dominate the group, which player doesn't want to be the boss of the rankings? The game is not idle offline. 36 strategies, Sun Tzu's Art of War, Wilderness Survival Guide, in short, all the useless ones are learned. After all, there are many skills that are not pressed, and 360 lines are the champions. In the skyscraper, John saw that the human race was getting bigger and bigger, and knew that sooner or later he would have a life-and-death battle with the human race. He wanted to rush out and fight, but the doctor repeatedly told him not to mess around. His experiment was about to succeed, and if something went wrong at this time. John was scared when he thought about it. He sighed, picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all, gritted his teeth, as if he had made some major decision, got up and came to the door of the doctor's laboratory, raised his right hand to knock on the door, hesitated, and was afraid that disturbing the doctor would make him angry. He walked back and forth at the door of the laboratory. A cold voice came, "Come in." John was overjoyed, hurriedly opened the door to the laboratory, and walked in lightly. Without looking up, the doctor took 2 test tubes and poured the bubbling liquid into the beaker and stirred, then took out another syringe and drew 30 milliliters from the beaker. Holding the syringe, he walked up to a human who was sitting in a chair with a big flower. Woo-woo. The bound human struggled desperately, and the corners of the doctor's mouth rose. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt for a while, and then you will have great strength. The syringe was plunged into the arm of the desperate and helpless human, and the next moment, the human eyes were blood-red and bruised, the muscles continued to expand, and the human gradually lost resistance, replaced by endless bloodthirsty and irritable. He forcefully pushed the restraints on his body, and in an instant the ion chain with the thickness of his thumb was broken by him, and he got up and looked at the doctor quietly as if he was like a robot that only obeyed the doctor. The doctor laughed heartily. Ha ha, it worked, I finally succeeded. Now I want to see what those annoying humans do. John looked at the terrifying aura emanating from the transformed humans, and couldn't help but shudder. This guy seems to be quite strong, but I don't know how strong it can be. It seems that I can sit back and relax. With such a killer feature, I'm going to see what those annoying humans can do. Chapter 48. The day of the opening of the copy has arrived. The players have been divided into various combat units under the organization of Lu Bagua. This time they are well prepared. Hundreds of thousands of players have guns and bullets. They walk towards the skyscraper in the center of Dingning in accordance with each team. Lu Bagua's face was expressionless, and he gave the first order to the players: rocket troops, come out of line, and prepare for the skyscraper in front of the target. Whoa! 1,000 rocketeers knelt on one knee with bazookas, loaded them with rockets, and carried them on their shoulders. Lu Bagua took a deep breath and shouted loudly, all of them, launch. Boom boom! 1,000 rockets, launched in unison, hit the defensive barrier of the skyscraper, and the defensive barrier visible to the naked eye appeared with slight cracks. Lu Bagua took advantage of the victory to pursue. The rocket soldiers obeyed the order and continued to fire. Don't stop, until the last rocket is finished. Boom, boom! The rocket soldiers kept starting round after round of attacks, and the cracks in the defensive cover were getting more and more, until the last rocket was gone, and the defensive cover still did not break. Lu Bagua frowned. The situation was a little bad now, and he still overestimated the firepower on his side. Seeing that the cracks on the defensive cover were slowly repairing themselves, Lubagwa was a little helpless. Suddenly, a roar of cars sounded, and several off-road vehicles in the distance were quickly driving towards this side. Lubo jumped out of the car and walked in front of Lubagwa. "Instructor Lu, I brought you a more fierce guy, you see." Following the direction of Lubo's finger, Lubagwa saw that there was a cannon on the off-road vehicle, and there was more than one cannon, and it seemed that each of the 10 cars was equipped with a cannon. This time, he rekindled his fighting spirit, and with the help of these cannons, he would definitely be able to break through the defensive cover. He hurriedly summoned the players to unload the cannon from the car, and within the range of the placement, all the preparations were made, and the cannon roared. Boom, boom. The players all held their breath and looked at the energy shield nervously, and they prayed silently in their hearts, "Broken, please break it for me. Hurry up and shatter, Amatba, God, Hallelujah, Boropo Ruomi, Dawe Tianlong." The players cheered, and some of the people who couldn't bear it had already rushed in, but they forgot that there was still a poisonous fog in the skyscraper. The players who rushed in first fell to the ground and convulsed as soon as they came into contact with the poisonous gas, blackened and foamed at the mouth, corroded flesh and blood flew sideways, and died in a miserable state. The player in charge of the reconnaissance came back in horror and reported, "Instructor, there is poisonous gas in it." Seeing this, Lubagwa's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "Everyone go back, don't worry, just send a sniper to hit the poison mist launch device first." After speaking, Lubagwa and Lubo glanced at each other, the two nodded, and at the same time picked up the sniper rifle and pulled the trigger on the equipment that sprayed poisonous mist inside. Bang bang bang. Both of them have very good marksmanship, a bullet and a poisonous fog launching device, and the other snipers have done the same, and they have also knocked out the poisonous fog launching equipment on and around the skyscraper. Seeing that the poison gas dispersing equipment had all been knocked out, a player with a slippery head quietly broke away from the army and ran towards the skyscraper. "Ah, you fools, I'll go pick up the treasure first. You guys continue to stand there stupidly." Finally, one of the players couldn't help it and sneaked towards the skyscraper. "Hey, bro, let's go together," and a lewd-looking man caught up with the sneaking player. "Get out of here, Lao Tzu is going to find the baby. What are you doing here? Do you want to rob me?" The lewd man was not annoyed when he heard him, and smiled. "Brother, there must be a lot of treasures in such a big skyscraper, let's go together." When everyone looked over, they saw that their necks seemed to be entangled by something, and they slowly turned into dried corpses, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. Players scoffed at the tragic death of the two. "You deserve it, this is the consequence of greed, and by the time you two are resurrected, we will have already cleaned up the battlefield." At this time, John walked out of the skyscraper, followed by 2 mutants, one red and one green. John laughed loudly. "I can't imagine that you stupid humans dare to come to die. Today I will let you see the power of the mutants transformed by the doctor." He turned his head to look at the green mutants. "Green Vine is going to teach these humans a lesson, and let these guys know what will happen to me if they don't know what to do with me." Without saying a word, Green Vine stepped forward, half kneeling on the ground, and inserting his hands into the ground. Countless vines burst out of the ground, sucked their blood dry. The green vine roared, and the vines twisted and crossed like snakes, ravaging the players wildly. Poof poof poof. One player after another was torn into powder, blood, brains, and instantly stained a small piece of soil. The surviving players saw the scene in front of them, and felt a chill. Lubagwa was shocked to see this scene. Although this is a game, and the player will be resurrected when he dies, but how real this tragic scene is. He wanted to prevent the tragedy from happening, but he couldn't do it. He could provide military help in the war between the two armies, but now it was beyond his knowledge, and he had no way to deal with this kind of bullet hitting the vine like a mud cow into the sea. A feeling of despair welled up in his heart, and at this moment, he suddenly realized that he was too small, so small that he could only sit and wait for death. He gritted his teeth and looked at the green vine, and said viciously, "I will kill you." "Hee, stupid, can you do it?" said Midori, smirked disdainfully. Lubagwa clenched his fists, his eyes flickering. "Even if I fight for this old life today, I will solve you." He gritted his teeth, pulled out his matching gun from his waist, aimed at the green vine, and pulled the trigger. Hop up! The bullet hit the center of the green vine's eyebrows, and the green vine half knelt in place and didn't even dodge, allowing the bullet to pass through. His head was originally pierced by the bullet, and the next second slowly healed. How could this not surprise all the players present? Lubagwa stood in place with his hands hanging to the ground, and the gun in his hand slipped without noticing. He whispered, "It seems that I am really old and not suitable for this kind of game, so it is better to abdicate and leave Xian to the young man." John looked at the human commander in a daze, and hurriedly ordered, "Green Vine, quickly, kill that old man for me." Green Vine nodded in agreement when he heard the order. He urged a vine to drill into the ground, and a vine in the ground swam quickly, breaking through the ground at the tip of Li Bagua's toes, and penetrating his heart. Li Bagua, who was still stunned, had no time to dodge, and now he was already a fish on the display board to be slaughtered. At the moment of crisis, Aunt Wang came out of nowhere, rushed forward with a kitchen knife in her hand, and shouted anxiously, "Old man, what are you doing? Be careful." The vine writhed a few times, stopped moving, withered, and disappeared to the ground. Aunt Wang saw that the other party was so discouraged from martial arts, and dared to sneak attack her wife, who raised flowers and grass all the year round, knew the weakness of plants, took out a homemade Molotov cocktail, and picked up the lighter in her hand. "The man who dares to touch me, I will let you taste the power of my aunt and grandmother today." Chapter 49. Aunt Wang lit the Molotov cocktail and threw it in the direction of the green vine. The green vine was not moving, and the next second, the Molotov cocktail shattered in front of him, and the liquid inside splashed with sparks, and the surroundings quickly burned. The flames spread wantonly, and the green vine was terrified as if it had met a nemesis. "I tried my best to beat the flames on my body, but I couldn't stop the fire from spreading." Seeing this, the players also began to make Molotov cocktails and kept throwing them at him. The fire is getting more and more fierce, and the green vine is about to become a fireman. He frantically twists his body to try to extinguish the fire on his body, but the fire is too fierce for him to stop at all. "Help! Help!" Aunt Wang watched him struggle in pain with cold eyes, and her eyes were full of pleasure. "Phew, the tiger doesn't threaten you and I'm a kitten. This is the fate of my old man." John looked at the burning green vine and hurriedly beckoned to another mutant with a red body next to him and said, "Red Fire, don't stand there stupidly, hurry up and help the green vine." Crimson heard the command, raised his hand and grabbed at the void of the sea of fire. His hand seemed to have a suction force, and the flames burning and beating around him were actually sucked and pulled over, gathered in his hands, forming a raging fireball. Chihuahua put the fireball in his mouth and swallowed it with his head up, and then, his body ignited flames, and he looked at the players coldly, as if he had pronounced their death. John looked at the green vine lying on the ground weakly and had been burned beyond recognition, and snorted coldly, "Useless thing, I still think you are so powerful." Then he looked at Chihuahua and ordered, "Chihuahua, give it to me, let this group of humans who don't have long eyes see how powerful you are." The red fire surrounded by flames, a fireball condensed in his hand is an indiscriminate attack on the player. The players dodged the fireball, but they couldn't stand the heat wave. While dodging the fireball, while running out, the red fire saw this and threw out hundreds of fireballs in a hurry. The fireball fell in the middle of the player, and suddenly exploded. The fire rose into the sky, and the surrounding players screamed and fell to the ground. They were charred and black, even the bones were exposed, and the endless flames did not slowly extinguish until the player was burned to ashes. But the red fire seemed to be fine, and took out the fireballs and prepared to continue attacking the player. John laughed wildly. "Human, do you see? Is this the ability? I haven't made a move yet." In the face of the endless firepower of the red fire, the players were dumbfounded. It was not easy to solve a small booze that could control plants, and now there is a small booze that can control flames, and the most important thing is that there is still a big booze standing and there is no shot. Players had no choice but to retreat and hide in a safe area to find a way. The two forces are deadlocked, and neither can help the other. Kaishukuan looked at the fire hydrant not far away, turned his head and said to Lubo, "The weather is dry, give them a fire." Lubo nodded, "Okay, Long Outyan, let's go." "Ah, a bunch of fools, still there. I'm all resurrected. Since you haven't gone in yet, don't blame me for not leaving you any treasures." After the group of unorganized and undisciplined players finished taunting, they turned around and ran towards the skyscraper, and when they saw Chihuahua and John in front of them, they finally understood what was going on, and the emotional parties were ready to fight. They appeared in the middle of the two armies out of thin air. The obscene-looking player looked at John, swallowed his saliva, and said embarrassedly, "That eldest brother. What if I said, we're lost? You. Will you believe it?" John was stunned for a moment and then laughed, "Believe? Of course I believed. Come. Invite them in and be well treated." A few guards came out of the skyscraper, stepped forward with an indifferent face, and without saying a word, they grabbed the group of players and left. Come with us. The players want to cry without tears. It's not good when they will go online, just in time for this. It's okay now. It's good when you come, you can't go back, and you're a hostage. John's original intention was to take these players hostage and see how the humans reacted, and if they could rush up desperately, they would be wiped out, but the players were very happy to see these scum and the team being captured. This puzzled John. This group of human beings has always been very united. What's wrong today? Is it because you're afraid? The more he thought about it, the more he became complacent, and said to Chihua, don't waste your time, kill them, or the doctor will get angry again. Hearing the word doctor, Chihua shivered in fear. He raised his hands to the sky and roared, and the flames continued to erupt from his mouth, and finally formed a fire dragon hovering in midair. The red fire dragon kept hovering in the air, and the fire dragon spewed out a hot and scorching breath from its mouth, and then it opened its mouth and breathed in the direction of the player. Seeing that the pillar of fire was about to attack, Lu Bo ran to the front with a fire water belt full of sweat, turned his head and shouted, Long Out Yin, open the gate for me to release water. Puff! The water column and the fire pillar collided together, and the tongue of fire instantly soared high, but it was quickly pressed down, emitting steam, and the players were like taking an open-air sauna one by one, but they did not complain at all, instead of endless excitement. Lu Bo held the faucet of the fire hose and kept pouring it on the fire dragon, and the red dragon was all extinguished after a while, and Lu Bo, who was still unsatisfied, pointed the finger at the red fire, although he was strong and able to control the flames, but after all, it was the doctor's experiment. When he was hit by the water column, it was like a piece of red-hot charcoal being extinguished by water, and there was no vitality at all. Lu Bo saw that the water attack was useless, threw the faucet on the ground, and looked at John proudly. What other tricks? Let the horse come. Today the master will give you a soldier to cover the water. John gritted his teeth angrily, took out a dagger from his waist and threw it at the door in front of him. Lu Bo turned sideways, the dagger crossed his bangs, a few hairs fell to the ground. Long Out Yin, who ran over to help, saw Lu Bo being attacked, pointed at John and said, Presumptuous, you actually left a scar in Lu Bo Luhai, you made it clear that you didn't give me Long Out Yin face. John's head is big. What is this? Forget it, don't bother to pay attention to these humans, kill it. He attacked Lu Bo and Long Out Yin with force under his feet. Chapter 50. Lu Bo and Long Out Yin hurriedly retreated to dodge. John punched the ground, and the rest of the players saw Booze come out alone. Their eyes lit up. Brothers, go on. Ha, it's a fool not to seize such a good opportunity. On it, kill Booze and give everyone experience. Yes, this is a big boss of the dungeon, and it must be the best to burst out of the equipment. Rush. Everyone screamed and rushed to Booze, for fear that they would not even be able to gain experience if they ran too late. Lu Bo and Long Out Yin glanced at each other, and both of them were a little speechless. Is this Boo's brain broken? Yes, does he want to go head-to-head with our more than 200,000 players alone? Isn't it a little too confident? Many players passed by them quickly, and Lu Bo looked at the players who were like hungry wolves pounced on John, and said excitedly, I'll rub, hurry up, I won't even be able to gain experience later. Now John is surrounded by players, he holds 2 daggers and keeps blocking all kinds of attacks from players. His bean-sized beads of sweat flow from his forehead and gritted his teeth to insist, damn, these humans are simply beasts, and they can't kill a group of people to fill the vacant seats. Oops. Just as John stabbed at a player in front of him, the barrel of a black hole behind him passed through the gap in the crowd and plunged straight into his asshole. John grinned in pain. When did the king of Dingning City ever suffer this kind of injury? There are many people and he can solve it slowly. It is only a matter of time before he kills this group of humans with his own strength, and he is not afraid of sneak attacks. Anyway, his defense is thick enough. But what do you mean by sneaking up on the asshole? Isn't it too much to take Booze in your eyes? John held a dagger in his right hand and constantly resisted the attacks of various weapons, and pulled out the barrel of the gun inserted in the asshole with his left hand. Although he grinned in pain, but he didn't have time to check the injury on the chrysanthemum, and gradually the encirclement became smaller and smaller. John gasped, and the clothes on his body had already become strips of cloth. A few players even stretched out their guilty hands, hugged his legs and pulled hard, shouting loudly, brothers, help quickly. Hearing the shouts of his companions, the players helped pull from behind. John of the horse screamed in pain, and the next second he was pressed under the players' stacked arhats. If Sun Wukong saw it, he would have thanked the Buddha for his kindness, but fortunately, he was just pressed under Wuji Mountain at the beginning. If he was pressed below by this group of players, he would have become a photo long ago, and he still couldn't buckle it. The guards in the skyscraper saw that their leader was dying, and hurriedly picked up their submachine guns and fired. Suddenly some players who didn't touch booze still regretted that they couldn't get experience, and when they saw the guards rushing out, their eyes flashed with golden light, and they started shooting. John, who was almost crushed into a pie, was able to catch his breath, and with all his strength, he used all his strength to shake the players into the air before falling to the ground. He roared in his heart, but he couldn't control his trembling hands. He quickly got up and ran towards the skyscraper, screaming one after another. He finally escaped from danger, and without looking back, he entered the skyscraper without looking back, and pressed the elevator to the top floor. John limped to the door of the laboratory and pushed the door open. "Doctor, no, that group of humans is about to rush in, what should I do?" The doctor showed his white teeth. What are you afraid of? My mutation potion has new results, don't be afraid of them ants." John was overjoyed. "Great, I'll send a few humans right now to see the results." The doctor walked up to John with his left hand behind his back and patted him on the shoulder with his right hand. "No, it's too late." John looked at the doctor suspiciously. "Doctor, who is going to inject this potion?" The doctor was silent, and his left hand behind his back stabbed John into the neck with a syringe. "You are the best candidate for me." John covered his neck and stared wide, never dreaming that he would become a doctor's experiment. Plop, he knelt on the ground and his whole body was hot, his body was torn in pain, and his bones crackled. 10 minutes later, John had already changed beyond recognition, and now he was as tall as an orc. His shirt had already burst, and half of his pants were left. The doctor took out a test tube filled with blood and put it under his nose. The orc John smelled the blood, and became extremely eager. The doctor nodded in satisfaction, and drank the plasma in the test tube. "Do you want to taste the taste of blood? Then go down there and kill as much as you want." Downstairs, John's guards were not much left. Their faces were like ashes. Looking at the endless crowds of players, their hearts were a little shaken. In fact, they didn't have to give John a deal. It was not impossible to join if they couldn't fight. The captain of the guard hid behind the bunker and shouted, "Brothers on the other side, can you give away to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme?" The players actually don't want to waste time here. After all, the treasure inside is the most important thing. Kaishukuin shouted as the player representative. "It's not impossible to let you go, but what benefits can we get?" The captain of the guard thought for a while. "What benefits do you want?" Kaishukuin hadn't seen anything good since he played this Source Universe World game, so he thought about it. "That's it, after we go in, you will show us the way, and we will move what is worth first." "No problem, we'll be a family when the time comes, and I'll send someone to help you move together." The captain of the guard happily agreed, and he didn't get much oil and water by mixing with John, so maybe he would be more nourishing to follow this group of humans to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme a better life. Kaishukuin, "Okay, you throw out all your weapons, and I can promise you that you will not be killed." The captain of the guard ordered. All of them have thrown all their guns and bullets outside. The leader of John is already at the end of his crossbow, and it will be a dead end to mess with him sooner or later, and he will not let everyone change to a new way of living. Hearing what the captain said, the guards threw their guns and bullets outside. Kaishukuin saw the enemy disarm and surrender. "Okay, you guys come out." The captain of the guard, Dashi, walked out with someone, and there was an uproar. The glass on the top floor of the skyscraper shattered, and the orc John fell from the sky, grabbed the guard next to him with both hands and pulled it in half, and opened his mouth to drink blood greedily sucked. Chapter 51. Lubo saw such a violent mutant John, all rub. Long Out Yen complained, "Young master, your quality is 100 million points low." Lubo retorted, "Who said that I can still compose poetry? You listen, but I am not educated, and I go to the world in a slut." Long Out Yen covered his face, counted the young master he chose, and said that he would follow everything to the end. Roar John threw the dead transparent guard to the ground. He wiped his mouth and looked at the players with bloodthirsty eyes full of desire. Hey, you're all going to die for me. It doesn't matter who this ugly behemoth is, as long as they can gain experience and monsters can explode equipment. And the monster is so ferocious, Chong Duck, kill it. No matter how powerful he is, he will be resurrected after death. Long Out Yen watched his young master take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and rush forward, and he also followed closely behind. Many players rushed forward, looking like newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. Ha, what a stupid human being, who dares to confront powerful mutants and let you know what it means to be different. John laughed arrogantly. The scuffle of more than tens of thousands of people is called a tragedy. John punched a kid and beat him so hard. After a short time, all players entered the resurrection period. In the 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jia sat on a chair staring at the computer screen. His brows were furrowed. If it continued like this, the player army would be wiped out, but in this case, what should I do? Can I only give up the mission? Unwilling, absolutely unwilling, such an opportunity, once in a lifetime. I must find a way to stop it. Selenia walked up to Zhang Jia and quipped, "Our great administrator, what's wrong? All the players have gone to the booze base camp. Why are you still sullen?" Zhang Jia raised his head and sighed, "We're in trouble this time." Selenia blinked her eyes in confusion, "What's the matter?" Zhang Jia had a bitter face. "The player has been killed too much, and the waiting time for resurrection is too long. If the player loses confidence, there will be fewer and fewer people, and this operation will fail." Selenia nodded, "Well, you're right, our 404 Evolution House still relies on the experience shared by players to upgrade and evolve, so do you have any good ideas?" Zhang Jia pondered for a moment, his eyes lit up. "By the way, can we add a resurrection item to the system store?" Selenia looked excited. "That's right, then how about adding a resurrection potion to the system store?" Zhang Jia nodded and shook his head when he felt that something was wrong. Forget about the props that are directly resurrected, after all, they can be resurrected easily, and they will destroy the fairness of the game a bit, so it's better to. Ahem. Zhang Jia cleared his throat and said solemnly, "How about changing the resurrection potion into a resurrection coin?" Selenia tilted her head and was puzzled. "What's the difference? Aren't they all resurrection props, but they look different?" "Wrong, very wrong, these two things are not the same in nature. You can be resurrected by drinking resurrection water, and you have to know that there are heads and tails to resurrection coins." Selenia didn't care. "Cut, so what?" Zhang Jia leaned over to Selenia's side and smiled evilly. "Foreigner, you see, we can resurrect the resurrection coin on the front, and if it fails on the back, does the player have a 50% chance of resurrection?" Selenia nodded as if she didn't understand, and then? Zhang Jia looked like he hated iron and steel, and sighed, "Then the player will buy another resurrection coin. Our GDP has also gone up, don't you say?" Selenia suddenly realized, it turned out to be because of the problem of money. "Oh, I know, then what should we do?" Zhang Jia smiled sheepishly. "It's very simple, let's get a resurrection coin prop out. First adjust the resurrection chance to 30%, which can not only solve the problem of the player's death resurrection time, but also have a steady stream of source stones to earn, and wait until the end of this war we can secretly change and reduce the resurrection chance, so that we can balance the resurrection probability of the game." Selenia clapped her hands and praised, "Hey, I have some sympathy for this group of players now, it's a pity that you are not a profiteer." Zhang Jia touched his nose and continued to fool Selenia, "Isn't this all for the sake of our 404 Evolution House? Hurry up! In the delay, the players are all dead." Selenia reluctantly agreed. "Oh okay, your idea is okay, then I'll add the resurrection coins to the system store now." Zhang Jia nodded, "Okay, hurry up, I'll send a system announcement." The strength of Mutant John is terrifying, although the players are not afraid of life and death, but they are not fools. If they continue like this, they will be wiped out sooner or later. They didn't dare to come forward to fight for a while, and suddenly a full server announcement scrolled, "Great news, in order to take care of the player's game experience, now the system store has added resurrection coin props, and the player has a high chance of resurrection in situ after death. The opportunity cannot be missed, the loss will not come again, the grab is earned, and the regret of missing today is a year. The players who killed Booze for the first time also have a resurrection coin mystery gift package to take it." After reading it, the players rekindled their hopes, and the little white face of Africa said, "Lord Game Master, I think too much about our players, and I am worried about the death cooldown, so he has added a new resurrection item." The same bed resonated, "Don't you see, don't you make a profit at a loss? One source stone and one resurrection coin, the administrator will not lose money and can only take the bus." The dun smeared the wall, "That's it, the administrator is too conscientious, is it obviously charity? Zhaolingjun, no matter what, it's always useful, let's try to see if we can grab it, which dead player will be the first person to eat crabs?" The captain of the crazy team was killed by Booze and lay on the ground, and he hadn't gone offline yet, he hurriedly opened the system store and bought 100 resurrection coins. I'll be this guinea pig for everyone. Dingy used a resurrection coin without hesitation, and the direct resurrection coin kept rotating above his head, and the northward side of the resurrection coin appeared in front of him. In a moment a flash of lightning fell from the sky and slashed at his body. The players were dumbfounded. I don't know what the situation was, and John, who was fighting happily, was also confused. What is the situation? Chapter 52. The captain of the Son Yen pioneer team, who was already seriously injured, was now struck by lightning again. He was lying on the ground limply, his hair had been split by the willows, and a puff of smoke came out of his open mouth. How could this be? Didn't the resurrection coin have the function of resurrection? What does it mean to be able to summon lightning? Could it be that I opened it in the wrong way? He thought about it, and he didn't know what was going on, so he simply used another resurrection coin. Ding clicked. The captain of the crazy team of Son Yen, who used the resurrection coin again and again, was constantly struck by the thunder and lightning that appeared in the sky again and again, and his whole person is now black except for his eyes and teeth are white, and the players poured a cool breath and couldn't help but shiver. Oh my god. How many immoral things have been done to be punished to such an extent? Some players reacted, no, this is a resurrection coin, it's about to become a lightning rod. That's right. At this time, Long Outyen was also killed by booze. He didn't want to leave young Master Lu Bo to fight to the death alone, so he resolutely chose to use the resurrection coin. He didn't believe that he would be as unlucky as the captain of the crazy team in the first year. Ding Long Outyen used the resurrection coin, and the resurrection coin rotated above his head and soon appeared in front of his eyes. In an instant, he was resurrected with full blood and ran to Lu Bo's side to fight booze together. The players suddenly realized, it turned out that this was the correct way to open the resurrection coin. As for the inhuman-looking captain of the crazy team who was struck by lightning, his feelings were all personality problems, and he looked at him sympathetically. Brother, you have to wait for the resurrection time. This is about to be split for 50 minutes, and it will be resurrected in another 10 minutes. African Whiteface, yes. Your luck is not suitable for playing with chance. Son Yen Xian Crazy Team Captain, Lord Administrator, have you seen it? Will your conscience hurt? Zhang Jie saw through the computer screen that he was speechless for a while listening to his complaints, and Selenia sneered, you are the voice of the crowd every day, you look at the reaction of the players. Zhang Jie looked at Selenia with a dark face, Selenia covered her stomach and laughed, no, I'm laughing to death, tell me honestly if you want to inherit my little Aunt Huabe arrears. With Long Outyen's proofing, the rest of the players who died and fell to the ground rushed to use the resurrection coins to resurrect. Some were lucky, and they were directly resurrected with full blood, and some were lucky, and they could be resurrected after being struck by lightning a few times. Of course, there were also extremely bad luck. The 1-hour resurrection time was almost up, and they had not been resurrected. Mutant John watched the players miraculously resurrected. Not too surprised, he grinned. What can you do if you are resurrected? As soon as the words fell, he rushed into the crowd of players with daggers in both hands, and the daggers flew over, slashing through one fresh life after another. Bang! With the swing of his dagger, the players fell to the ground one after another, although the players were numerous, but they did not dare to melee with John at all. After all, John's strength is too strong, this is obvious to all. After a series of swords, the screams of the players began to rise and fall, one by one, and John slashed them with a dagger. The captain of the crazy team of Son Yenxian finally waited for the resurrection time, and when he saw this, he immediately jumped to his feet and scolded, Grass Mudhorse, you bastard, you dare to do it, I will fight with you. After that, he rushed up to fight with John. John was stunned, he knew the degree of unluck of this lightning rod, it was too unlucky, was there any, if he let him touch himself, bad luck for a month is not to say. He looked disgusted to dodge the attack of the captain of the crazy team of Son Yenxian, turned around and continued to hunt players frantically. The captain of the crazy team of Son Yen first chased after him, and slashed the kitchen knife in his hand. You stop me. The captain of the crazy team shouted angrily. John's brow furrowed slightly, and he ducked sideways, and the kitchen knife passed past his ear, grazing his ear. He looked coldly at the captain of the Son Yenxian crazy squad, his eyes were cold, as if he was going to freeze him. The captain of the crazy team couldn't help but take a step back, and John looked disgusted. You stay away from me, you unlucky guy, don't force me to make a move, kill you believe it or not. The captain of the crazy team of Son Yenxian, when he heard Booze say this, he felt that his personality was insulted. Wasn't it that he was hacked by the resurrection coin hundreds of times and didn't come back to life? As for looking down on himself so much? Said as if he was a dead star and turned around, and whoever he touched was unlucky. I really have a little bit of 100 million points, and I can't blame him. 404 Evolution House. Selenia looked at the computer screen. The players were beaten by John, there was not much left, stood up suddenly, and looked at Zhang Jia with a serious face. Okay, it's time for you to show the real skills. Zhang Jia pointed to his nose in disbelief. You asked me to fight booze? Selenia nodded. Yes, our great administrator, you don't want players to lose confidence in the game and quit the game en masse. Zhang Jia sighed helplessly. I understand the truth, but you let me be a powerless person. How can I use my own strength to go wild? The enemy is too powerful, I'm afraid I can't do it. Selenia stretched out her right index finger and swung it. No, how can a man say that he can't do it? Zhang Jia rolled his eyes. Death is death, and I will go. Selenia saw Zhang Jia walking towards the elevator with great righteousness, hurriedly stopped, and took out a capsule pill. Wait, eat this, you go now, it's no different from sending you to death. Zhang Jia took the capsule pill and looked at it carefully. My Miss Selenia, what is this? Is it a medicine to improve strength? Selenia nodded, sort of. To be precise, it's just an experience capsule, which is obtained by the players. Zhang Jia's eyes lit up, and he chose to swallow it without hesitation, and the next second he was covered with golden light, and his LV level suddenly reached level 50. Selenia carefully looked Zhang Jia's changes up and down, looked at Zhang Jia, shook her head and sighed in an ordinary sportswear. Follow me, how can you go to the battlefield without equipment? Selenia took Zhang Jia to a secret room and pointed to a dummy model. No, put him on and fight. Zhang Jia looked in the direction of Selenia's finger, opened his mouth wide, and exclaimed, this equipment is spicy. Chapter 53. Zhang Jia looked at the combat clothes worn by the model dummy in disbelief, pointed to the flashlight in the hand of the model dummy, puzzled. This dress is quite handsome, and there is a tactical vest, but what does that flashlight mean? Is it for me to open it and blind the enemy's eyes when I am fighting to the death with booze? Selenia admired Zhang Jia's imagination very much, and reluctantly walked up to the model dummy and picked up the flashlight-like thing in his hand. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, you see. Selenia held the flashlight in both hands, turned on the switch with her head up. The flashlight emitted a burst of dazzling white light to illuminate the entire room. Zhang Jia subconsciously closed his eyes, and secretly slandered in his heart, how about it? What I said is right. Isn't this a strong flashlight? Selene Asia Pacific is unreliable, and hitting booze with a flashlight is not looking for death. The white light gradually dissipated and condensed into a sword pillar more than a meter long. Selenia looked at Zhang Jia proudly, and found that this guy was still with his eyes closed, and the expression on his face was extremely rich. Hey! Hey! Selenia exclaimed angrily. Zhang Jia was still unmoved, and the angry Selenia walked up and grabbed his ear. You open your eyes and see what this is? Zhang Jia's tightly closed eyelids slowly raised, looking at the flashlight in Selenia's hand with a white sword pillar exactly like the lightsaber in the movie. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You won't tell me, this is the flashlight conjured. Selenia let go of Zhang Jia's ears, raised her head proudly, and smiled at Zhang Jia. How about it? I didn't lie to you. This is one of my proudest works, and it has been continuously optimized and improved by me. Do you want to try it? This. Selenia played with the lightsaber in her hand and asked Zhang Jia, why don't you believe in the power of the lightsaber, or don't believe in my strength? Zhang Jia didn't want to be cut by Selenia with the lightsaber, so he hurriedly snatched the lightsaber, looked up and down, patted his ass and said, N. It's amazing, it's perfect, it's even more handsome than in the TV show. I've never seen such a perfect weapon, and now I want to try his power. Selenia pouted. That's pretty much it, let's go and rescue our players. Okay. Zhang Jia nodded excitedly in agreement, but for the sake of his own life, he directly added all the 50 skill points to the defense. On the battlefield, John was dodging the constant entanglement of the captain of the crazy team while slashing one player after another. Bang! John was suddenly hit by a bullet and fell to the ground. How about it? The captain of the crazy team laughed excitedly and ran over. Damn bastard. John gritted his teeth and got up, glaring angrily at the captain of the crazy team. This human being is simply a toad falling to the surface of his feet, not biting and disgusting. If it weren't for the fear of his unlucky constitution, this guy would have died a long time ago, but this guy is too annoying. John sighed heavily, as if he had made a very big determination. Forget it, if you are unlucky, you will be unlucky. This guy is so annoying, even if I am unlucky for a month, I will kill him first. As he spoke, he rushed forward with an arrow step, and the captain of the crazy team was startled when he saw John suddenly attack him, but he still rushed up without hesitation and hugged John's waist, turned his head and shouted, "Brothers, shoot at me, I will die with this hateful booze today." Players see him, so brave and fearless dedication, can't help but admire from the bottom of their hearts. Look at the people, it's different. In order to allow players to aim and shoot, they would rather die with booze. Tens of thousands of players admired the captain of the crazy team of the first year of the year at the same time raised the gun to aim, and the mutant John felt the breath of death. But no matter how he broke free, the captain of the first crazy team of the first team of the year still hugged his waist. The angry mutant John slammed his elbow hard on his back. "Bastard, let go of me, you get out of here." Smack! John hit the captain of the Sanyan first crazy team on the back again. Poof! The captain of the Sanyan first crazy team spit out a mouthful of blood, still hugging the waist of the mutant John tightly. "Let go of me. Let go of me." The mutant John yelled angrily, "You can let go, but you must promise me one condition." The captain of the crazy team said with a gasp. John's hair stood on end, and he can only watch a group of people with pistols pointed at him, but there was nothing he could do. He was disheartened, and asked helplessly, "What do you want to do?" The corners of the bloody mouth of the captain of the Sonyensian crazy team rubbed against John. "It's very simple. Today all of our players just want to have a 0 yuan purchase. If you know each other, you obediently give way, and the uncle will spare your dog's life." John gritted his teeth, feeling that these humans were using his base camp as a supermarket. He could take whatever he wanted? Would the supermarket have to settle the bill at the end? Can these bandits settle the bill? John gritted his teeth and refused the request for free purchase, although he also knew that he might not be able to become the ultimate winner, but he didn't want to compromise. Maybe the doctor would make a move at a crisis. Hee, since you don't cooperate, then it's no wonder that we can't be blamed, said the captain of the crazy team with some regret. Bang bang bang, sudden burst, countless bullets poured down, and John had no choice but to resist the bullets with his strong body. Seeing that this could not hurt Booz in the slightest, the captain of the Sonyensian Mad team, who had already been beaten into a sieve, used the remaining 108 resurrection coins in batches with his last breath. Ding! For a while, 108 resurrection coins on the head of the captain of the first Mad team of Sonyen turned, and all of them appeared on the side of No. The sky was full of dark clouds, black clouds covered the sky, and the thunder was rolling, and the players stared at the sky with their eyes wide in disbelief. This is too unlucky. I'm rubbing talent. Resurrection coins can still be used like this. John looked at the players' expressions stupidly and knew that this unlucky guy had made a ghost again. He scolded, "You are unlucky. You don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and die far, can you? What do you mean by pulling me up?" The captain of the crazy team laughed. "That's not good. I have to make some contributions to everyone before I die. Let's die together." Boom! The thunder and lightning gathered together, making a terrifying sound, and in the next second, a bolt of thick lightning quickly slashed at the two of them. The captain of the crazy team of Sonyen decisively went offline, and went to wait for the resurrection time of death. He is not stupid how much it hurts for such a thick thunderbolt to split on his body. John's waist loosened, and he subconsciously lowered his head, and the captain of the crazy team had long since disappeared. He looked up at the thunder and lightning that was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme at hand, and the whole person froze in place, leaving a tear. Chapter 54. Click. The thick thunderbolt of the bowl slashed straight at the mutant John, and his whole body was blown into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Roar! John howled in pain, smoke rising from his body and his hair becoming an exploding head, as he felt like he was in the middle of a volcano, and the power in his body was constantly spilling out. John was miserable in his heart, and he knew that the captain of the crazy team of Sonyensian, the Morning Star, couldn't touch anyone who was unlucky, and now he was okay. He disappeared out of thin air, and he was struck by lightning. John couldn't get angry thinking about it. He took out a syringe from his pocket, gritted his teeth and stuck it in his arm. The needle tube contained a black liquid, and he forced the medicine into the bloodstream with the pain. As the fluid in the syringe became less and less, John's body began to slowly return to normal, and all the capillaries, blood clots, and sludge on the surface of the skin were detached from the body, revealing bronzed skin. John felt a surge of power surging through his body, and this power was filled to the extreme, ready to explode at any moment. John laughed and stood up. "Damn human, feel my fury." With that, he raised his arm and waved it forward, and with a loud hula sound, a black mist suddenly appeared in the air and quickly spread. This black mist instantly filled half of the city, and it continued to spread around, and everywhere it passed, all the trees and flowers withered. Looking at the rogue behavior of taking drugs if booze can't beat it, players suddenly feel a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. This copy booze is too perverted, and it can't be beaten at all. If it weren't for April 1st today, players would still think that the game company would treat them as April Fool's Day. At this time, John clenched his fists into the sky and slammed into the ground, only to hear a loud bang. The ground cracked, and many players fell into a huge pit with no depth. John looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Haha. I am already a god, and all of you are ants. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed in the sky. Zhang Jie was wearing a combat uniform, holding a lightsaber in both hands and falling from the sky. The lightsaber made a buzzing sound, and then, a piercing buzzing sound spread throughout the world, and everyone's eardrums felt a violent concussion, and their minds were dizzy. Zhang Jie's face was solemn, and his eyes stared at John fiercely. Whoever dares to bully me, look for death. John grinned. Another one will be sent to death, then I will kill you first. Zhang Jie sneered, his wrist flicked, and a dazzling white light appeared on the lightsaber in his hand from the sword body, heading straight for John. John hurriedly raised the dagger in both hands to block the attack, only to hear a bang. His whole person was knocked out again, and then, another dazzling white sword light pierced the sky. How the light slashed away with a sharp lethality. John was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged to the side. Poof dash. The light came as expected, cutting a ravine more than 10 meters deep where John had just stood. When the players saw that the person who came turned out to be the great administrator, they cheered. Great, the administrator has personally stepped in. It seems that he also knows that this dungeon is too difficult, so he helped us come. I'm just saying that the administrator won't watch us being bullied. How about he come and help? John licked his dry lips. So you're the leader of this group of humans. Before the words fell, he suddenly rushed towards Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie frowned slightly. He didn't expect that he was here in person. The other party was still not afraid, and it seemed to be very arrogant. It was really arrogant. Don't be too happy. It's not certain who loses and who wins. John disagreed. Really, let me send you to hell myself. Arrogant. Zhang Jie snorted coldly, and attacked John with a lightsaber again, and the two were entangled again, and between the blades, wisps of white breath fluttered out. The two of them didn't use any skills, but every move and every style contained great power. The two were entangled together. Each move was more dangerous than the other, but John's strength was obviously superior. Zhang Jie used a lightsaber to resist John's dagger, while constantly dodging John's attack. Zhang Jie blocked while dodging John's stormy attack. Bang! John kicked on Zhang Jie's chest. He took a step back, and a 45-yard footprint appeared on his tactical vest. Zhang Jie was distressed, patting the dust on the tactical vest. The new clothes he was wearing were so dirty. What a pity. John was stunned for a moment, but he used 90% of his strength, and the opponent just took a step back, and his defensive power was much higher than his own. His eyes widened, and he couldn't believe this fact. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can your defense be so strong? Zhang Jie didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. After all, there was no way to explain it clearly. He couldn't tell the truth that he was afraid of death, and 50 skill points were added to his defense. If you let the players know, you don't want to have your face. How to establish prestige in front of the players? No, you must not tell the truth, and you can't leave black spots on your tall and mighty image in the hearts of players. I want you to take care of it. I'm very talented. Zhang Jie picked up his lightsaber and slashed at John. John flashed sideways. The dagger in his hand was like a poisonous snake constantly swimming to find a breakthrough. Don't look at Zhang Jie's very powerful appearance. In fact, he is a paper tiger. The defense is indeed high and scary. The attack power depends on the power of the lightsaber, and he doesn't know any skills. Except for the power of the lightsaber, he is basically a reckless man. This fight lasted for about 10 minutes. Zhang Jie finally couldn't hold it anymore. John kicked Zhang Jie to the ground with a sweeping leg, and then quickly chased after him, an elbow blow, and hammered him hard in the chest. Zhang Jie snorted in pain, and stood up again as if he was nothing. John was tired and panting, and his muscles were a little trembling. Players gradually went online as time went on, watching the fierce battle between the administrator and Booze. One by one they found a safe place to sit and watch the battle. This kind of battle is not something they players can participate in. Rather than stepping forward to die in vain, it is better to sit on the side and cheer for the administrator. Maybe the administrator will be happy to give something good. Zhang Jie stood in place with a lightsaber in his hand, and suddenly his face was flushed and he was clutching his stomach, as if he had been seriously injured. Chapter 55. Looking at Zhang Jie's appearance, the players pinched a cold sweat. It's over, barbecue. The administrator seems to be injured too, and it's completely over now. John laughed wildly. Ha, I just said that there is no human being who can withstand my attack. The feeling is that you are relatively slow to react. Zhang Jie clutched his stomach and grinned. Can that be paused? Pause for a while? I'll go to the bathroom, and I'll be back later. John's eyes widened. What does it mean to pause going to the bathroom at a critical moment of life and death? He disdainfully mocked. It's hard to say if you want to go to the bathroom. I'll send you to hell right now. Before he could finish speaking, John's punching bag fist smashed towards Zhang Jie, and this time, with all his strength, he vowed to cripple Zhang Jie to death. If you are beaten, it will be absolutely shattered! Zhang Jie exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly dodged. However, this level of speed was too slow for John, and his fist rubbed his ear, bringing a trace of hot pain, and then, the fist fell Zhang Jie's back, and poof, Zhang Jie's entire body flew 5 meters away and fell to the wall, and then slid to the ground. He struggled to stand up. Okay, since you don't talk about martial arts, then I'm not welcome. Zhang Jie opened the lightsaber in his hand and chose to take the initiative to attack without hesitation. John hurriedly clenched the dagger with both hands and made a defensive posture, staring at Zhang Jie's every move with his 2 eyes, for fear of missing any detail. He didn't dare to relax in any way. Boom! 2 forces collide together, making a violent sound. The 2 of them had a fierce confrontation. Each of them took out the strength to eat, and neither of them would budge. John became more and more courageous. He knew that he could only survive by killing the man in front of him, so he had to kill Zhang Jie no matter what. Bang! Zhang Jie took a few steps back, directly smashed through the glass window at the door and flew into the skyscraper. This sudden change made all the players stunned. This booze is really awesome, and it actually knocked the administrator away. But soon, Zhang Jie stood up again, looked around the building, found the location of the bathroom, and ran in with his stomach covered. Leaving only regret standing in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme messy, the players began to attack violently to delay Zhang Jie in order to show themselves in front of the administrator, and half an hour later, Zhang Jie, who was dressed in a relaxed body, walked out of the skyscraper with his pants up, and saw that the players would rather sacrifice themselves to cover him, and nodded with satisfaction in order to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme up to the hopes of the players. Zhang Jie took the lightsaber, jumped more than 3 meters high, and slashed at John's head with a sword. Damn! John turned pale with fright, and hurriedly dodged. Bang! Zhang Jie's lightsaber grazed John's shoulder, drawing a bloody mark, and the players were shocked, but they didn't expect the administrator to be so terrifying, and he hit John hard with one move. John was now at the end of his crossbow. He looked up at the top floor of the skyscraper a little helplessly, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. He ran forward, hugged Zhang Jie, and pressed the bomb starter on his body. Now he is completely crazy, and he just wants to blow himself up and take away Zhang Jie, the leader of the human race. Let's die together. Even if your defense is high, what can you do? Even if I die, I will pull you to pad my back. Zhang Jie struggled hard, but his body was clamped to death. He sighed helplessly. Since he was dead no matter what, then die more glorious. He turned his head to look at the players and smiled charmingly. Everyone, stand back and don't let the aftermath of the bomb affect me. I'm fine. The players admired their administrator from the bottom of their hearts, and looked at the administrator's death and didn't think about the safety of the players' lives. It was so touching. Boom! There was a loud bang. The bomb on John's body exploded, and the dust was raised, and for a long time, the players were stunned to look at the bombed pit and the administrator who had no bones, and their eyes were moist in distress. Damn, what's wrong with the administrator? Who will give us benefits in the future? Lord Administrator, are you okay? In the pit, Zhang Jie, who was drowning in dust, stretched out a hand, and the players saw that they hurriedly jumped into the pit and played with their hands. 5 minutes later, Zhang Jie lay on the ground weakly, miraculously opened his eyes, and the players stood aside excitedly looking at him, resonating with the bed. Lord Administrator is still strong. Booze has been blown up and there is no scum left. You look at our Lord Administrator, except for the black spots on his face, he is like no one. African little white face, yes, the administrator is amazing. Wow, Thai pants are spicy, This is the most handsome moment of the administrator. Zhang Jia looked at the players who circled around him, and couldn't laugh or cry. Ahem, okay, get out of the way, I'm going to use the resurrection coin. Ding, a resurrection coin rotated above his head, and there was a sigh of no, click. A thunderbolt struck Zhang Jia, who was already weak, and he did not believe in the use of one resurrection coin after another. According to incomplete statistics, our great administrator used 88 resurrection coins, and only then did there appear yes side resurrection. Looking at the sympathetic eyes of the players, Zhang Jia said embarrassedly, in fact, the thunder and lightning on the side of the resurrection coin is to give the injured cardiac resuscitation of electric shock therapy, and the more serious the injury, the more times it will be struck by lightning. The players listened carefully and nodded seriously. I see, I said how to use the resurrection coin. Some people can succeed once, and some can't be resurrected hundreds of times, and the feelings are because of this. I'll just say that the administrator can't set such a low resurrection rate in order to deceive our source stones. The administrator is too conscientious. Such a good administrator can't be found with a lantern, don't you say? Zhang Jia's old face flushed. Okay, booze is dead, let's go and buy it for 0 yuan. Watching the players walk into the skyscraper, Zhang Jia sighed and shook his head. Hey, he did his own thing. He can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. The probability of resurrection coins adjusted by himself, who can blame him? Fortunately, he made up a reason to fool him. On the top floor of the skyscraper, the doctor teleported a jetpack, walked to the broken window, turned his head to look at his laboratory for many years, shook his head and sighed. It's a pity, it looks like I'm going to have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a different place. Zhang Jia looked up at the flying doctor and then at the floor he came out of, and his heart throbbed, as if something was calling him. Chapter 56. Zhang Jia's eyes lit up. It seems that there should be some great treasure in the skyscraper calling himself. He patted the dust on his body and walked into the skyscraper. In the building, more than 100,000 players are scattered on each floor, making 0 yuan purchases, and the humans who were enslaved by John did not panic at all when they saw them enter, but rekindled their yearning for the future. Zhang Jia walked to the elevator door, and the players gave way one after another, and the captain of the guard bowed respectfully. Hello, great administrator, is there anything I can do for you? Zhang Jia nodded. Take me to the top floor to have a look. The captain of the guard took out a device stuck in the elevator and swiped it. He respectfully opened the elevator door and invited him to enter. The elevator went straight to the top floor, and the captain of the guard made a gesture of please. Lord Administrator, please come with me, the villain will take you over. The two of them came to the door of the laboratory. Zhang Jia looked at the closed door and said, what was this used to do? The captain of the guard did not hide it, returning to the administrator. This is the doctor's laboratory. The doctor will do some research every day, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme ask us to send some healthy slaves to do phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme experiments, but none of the slaves who go in can come out again. Zhang Jia frowned. It seems that this doctor is the one who escaped with a jetpack just now, and he knew that he would be killed no matter what. Such a brutal experimental maniac must be full of evil, and killing him himself is equivalent to doing the right thing for heaven. It's a pity. The captain of the guard took out the magnetic card and swiped it on the door of the laboratory. The door of the laboratory slowly opened. Zhang Jia walked in, turned his head and ordered, okay, there is nothing for you to do here, you go and get busy. The captain of the guard saluted and left the laboratory. Okay, Lord Administrator, if you need any help, you can go to the hall on the first floor to find me. Players unscrupulously harvest all kinds of items in the skyscraper. They don't care what is useful and what is useless, as long as the eye goes, not a single inch of grass grows, and all are moved. Saltwater peanuts and a few players arrived. The door of the dungeon on the third floor of the skyscraper, smelling the foul smell, looking at the humans imprisoned in the cell and frowning. This group of humans is too pitiful. A guard explained to them, these people are all humans captured by the leader of John, and they are all people who are unwilling to be loyal to him. I love to eat saltwater peanuts and am shocked to use living people for human experiments. It seems that I want to rescue them. Do you have the key to the cell? Let's release these prisoners. The guard nodded, looking excited. He specially took these players to visit the dungeon in order to let them rescue these humans. It seems that this time they are right. They are really not as brutal as the leader of John, and treat other people's lives as playthings. Yes, I have. The saltwater peanut eater and the player followed the guards to open the innocent humans from cell to cell, and soon the kidnapped humans were released and all gathered together. thank you, we don't know how to thank you. One of the young women had ruddy eyes and tears rolling down. Thank you, thank you. We really didn't expect that there are still good people in the world, thank you. I'm going to get out of here, I don't want to stay for a moment, woo 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 woo. The many humans thanked Dade in gratitude. I love saltwater peanuts and said politely, you don't have to be polite, this is what we should do. Everyone was grateful, they didn't expect that they would be able to get out alive, and the guard reminded them that they love to eat saltwater peanuts. There is another layer, and there are also prisoners, do we want to rescue them? He turned his head to look at the rescued humans and comforted, let's go, you are free, and you will decide your own life in the future. He waved for everyone to go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, the many humans thanked them again, we went first, I wish you happiness. Take care, goodbye. Goodbye. Seeing the back of the human leaving, the guard asked the saltwater peanuts beside him, you just let them go so easily, don't you choose a few to be your slaves? The saltwater peanuts shook their heads, these are just ordinary people, they have their freedom, and it is their own right to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme as they want. The guard's eyes were rosy, and for the first time he heard the idea that he had his right to survive in the last days. They have suffered from the law of survival of the fittest since they were young, and only those who are strong can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a nourishing life, and it is the arrival of players who have given them a new world view of the survivors. The guard thanked Dade and vowed to join the player community and become the best among the players. Thank you, I will always remember your kindness. He waved his hand, no thanks, this is what we should do, let's go. Zhang Jie visited back and forth in the laboratory, all kinds of chemical experiment equipment were placed, and there was also a suite with all kinds of torture tools, tiger chairs, chili water, everything that he had never seen before, and the dried bloodstains on it reminded him from time to time that the horror of this thing. This made his hair stand on end, and he couldn't help but gasp. It seems that his thoughts are still too naive. He originally thought that the Source Universe world was a desolate world. He led the players, as long as they planted flowers and grass to change the living environment. Now it seems that it is not so simple at all. This world is not only desolate, but also full of unknown fear. Only by growing and conquering one city after another can you change the status quo. But what is a little strange is that where are the managers of this world? Roar a beast's roar interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Jie came back to his senses, listened carefully to the source of the sound, and judged that it was in this torture room according to the direction of the sound, and he looked around and found that behind the mural hanging on the wall was a secret door. Boom, he found a switch, the secret door opened, a fishy smell came from the pavement, a pair of green eyes stared at him in the distance. Like a fierce beast, Zhang Jie subconsciously took a half step back, wanting to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme the secret door. The beast noticed something strange, opened its mouth to show its sharp teeth and quickly rushed towards him. Zhang Jie smiled sadly and whispered, curiosity kills the cat. It looks like the protagonist can go offline to get a boxed lunch. Chapter 57. Zhang Jie only felt that some beast pounced on him. He lay down directly on the ground, he closed his eyes nervously. There is a debtor and a debtor. It's not me who closes you, I just opened the door out of kindness. But no one returned, and the next second the beast stuck out its tongue and licked it on his face. Zhang Jie had doubts, do all the beasts have a habit of cleanliness now? You have to lick it clean before eating people. Wang Wang the beast made a dog-like bark. Zhang Jie slowly opened his eyes, only to find that it was just a dog. He raised his hand and hesitantly touched the puppy's round head a few times, and the puppy squinted his eyes comfortably. Zhang Jie sat up and took the puppy into his arms, and then he took a closer look. The puppy was not big, his whole body was pitch black, and his long hair had not been combed for a long time and had begun to curl. The reason for the perennial hunger looks very thin, but it gives people a docile feeling. Zhang Jie gently stroked its fur, and the puppy also rubbed Zhang Jie comfortably, pleasing him. Little puppy, Zhang Jie shouted softly, and the puppy also cooperated with the barking twice. It's so good, I can't see that your weak body can knock me down, you can follow me in the future. Zhang Jie rubbed the puppy's chin with his fingers, the puppy barked, expressing agreement. Zhang Jie was very happy. Okay, I'll call you Black Lion in the future, how about it? Zhang Jie nodded with satisfaction. Let's go to where you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and take a look. Hearing this, the Black Lion jumped out of his arms and led the way into the secret room, where all kinds of human and animal bones were piled up everywhere. Zhang Jie seemed to understand why the humans sent to the laboratory did not come out, and his feelings were all eaten. Zhang Jia pointed to the skull of a human and asked, "Black Lion, are you eating all this?" The Black Lion shook his little head and denied it. Zhang Jia was puzzled. "Then what are you eating?" The Black Lion wagged his little tail and led the way to a corner at the end of the secret room, where there were hundreds of rotting giant dog corpses, exuding a foul smell. Zhang Jia covered his nose and squatted down. The Black Lion also followed his example and lay down. Zhang Jia glanced at the Black Lion in surprise. "Are these all you bitten to death?" "Wong wong." The Black Lion hurriedly barked 3 times. Zhang Jia was speechless. "Okay, you are amazing. There is a saying in my world called 10 dogs and 1 mastiff. You are even more ruthless, you seem to be weak, and you can survive to the end among so many vicious dogs that are bigger than you." The Black Lion tilted his head and looked at him suspiciously, as if asking what a mastiff was. Zhang Jia sighed helplessly and explained to it, "These 10 dogs and 1 mastiff. In order to get the best mastiffs, several young mastiffs of the same age are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme placed in a cellar pit. There is no food, maybe only very little food, only enough for 1 mastiff to eat. These mastiffs must go through cruel competition, and in the end only 1 mastiff can survive." The Black Lion shook his head when he heard this. Zhang Jia looked at its appearance, spread his hands and said, "Okay, I told you that you don't understand for a long time. Go out, it's too smelly here, I won't stay. If you don't let the Black Lion bite him to death, I will write the king upside down in the future." Looking at the smirking master, the Black Lion shook his head helplessly, lay on the ground and took a nap. Lu Bo sighed. He and Long Outyen came to John's office by mistake. There was a huge desk and a comfortable boss chair in the office. Lu Bo picked up the red wine on the table, walked to the sofa next to him, sat down, and patted the position next to him. "This booze will really enjoy it. Come and sit down and have a drink." Lu Bo picked up the red wine glass on the coffee table, poured 2 glasses of red wine, and handed it to Long Outyen. "Let's also taste the wine that booze drinks." As he spoke, Lu Bo raised his goblet and gently shook the red wine in the next glass. Lu Bo and Long Outyen both gently touched the cup in each other's hands with their cups, and then, Lu Bo raised his neck and poured all the red wine in the cup into his stomach in one go. Long Outyen put it under his nose and sniffed it, took a sip. Lu Bo looked at him like that, and said with a smile, "How about it? It tastes good. Booze products must be high quality. Do you know what the booze base camp is most valuable?" Long Outyen shook his head. "I don't know." Lu Bo took a sip of red wine, and calmly analyzed, "We can't be sure of the most valuable at the moment. You must know that there are absolutely no simple roles for people who can become booze, but booze phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme have a common character." "You are stupid. Booze is all with absolute strength. They are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme arrogant, and they will put the baby in their room casually." Long Outyen suddenly realized after hearing it, "I understand, young master, you mean that the baby is in this office." Lu Bo smiled and didn't answer his question, and the red wine glass shook slowly. Long Outyen couldn't help but admire his young master. He said that Lu Bo was usually unreliable, and his feelings were all pretended, just to hide his talent. After all, Musho's truth that Lin Feng must destroy is not everyone understands, only their young master can be as wise as foolish. Lu Bo, who was already a little drunk, gave himself another glass of red wine, leaned on the back of the sofa with the wineglass. He only felt that there was something on his waist, and subconsciously touched it. Lu Bo looked at the square box in his hand and there was a red button on it and was a little puzzled. "Hey, what is this? It seems to be a switch control." The dazed Long Outyen didn't even look at it. "Whatever, just press it." Lu Bo was itching in his heart. "Then I'll press it." Press. But everything was over, and there was a shrill siren sound from the skyscraper. Chapter 58 Alert. Alert! The self-destruct device has been activated. The skyscraper will blow up in 30 minutes. Lu Bo and Long Outyen stared at each other. Lu Bo took the switch and said blankly, "I'll wipe it, Outyen, and we seem to be in trouble." Long Outyen corrected, "Young master, it's not like, it's already in trouble, but this matter has nothing to do with me at all." Lu Bo was furious. "What do you mean it has nothing to do with you, but you asked me to press it?" Long Outyen picked himself cleanly. Lu Bo sighed speechlessly, and hurriedly got up. Long Outyen didn't understand what he was going to do, and asked, "Young master, what are you doing here?" Alert! Alert! The self-destruct device has been activated. The skyscraper will blow up in 30 minutes. The players in the skyscraper were originally hot for 0 yuan purchase, but after hearing the broadcast, they were stunned, and the scene was chaotic for a while. The little white face of Africa reacted and shouted to the players, "Don't panic, everyone, didn't the radio say that there are still 30 minutes? Yes, it's impossible to run, even if you are blown up, you have to move a little more things, it's a big deal, and you'll be a good man in an hour anyway." The players stopped the commotion, felt that this was the reason, and began another disciplined and organized sweep. Alert! Alert! The self-destruct device has been activated. The skyscraper will blow up in 30 minutes. In the laboratory, Zhang Jie looked at the room that had been swept away by himself and nodded with satisfaction. Hearing the broadcast on the loudspeaker, he frowned. Anyway, there was nothing to take here, so it was not interesting for him to stay here any longer. He turned his head to look at the black lion lying on the ground, and thought seriously. If you take the black lion to the 404 evolution house, I'm afraid it won't work, I'm not as good as a dog. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be most appropriate to raise it on the farm at noon on Hode, where the black lion would be taken care of by someone to eat and drink, and it could take care of the yard to the fullest. Thinking about everything, Zhang Jie beckoned the black lion to leave. Alert! Alert! The self-destruct device has been activated. The skyscraper will blow up in 30 minutes. As soon as he walked into one of the larger cells, he heard the sound of the radio, and the guard said worriedly, "The self-destruction device of the building has been activated, or let's go." He waved his hand disapprovingly. "I'm fine, you go first, you just give me the key to the cell." The guard was a little dazed. He never thought that this group of players would put their own lives and deaths out of the matter for the sake of other people's lives. How great it was. He was a little hesitant, and he wanted to stay and help, but his own life was also his life. The saltwater peanut patted the guard on the shoulder. "It's okay, you don't need you here, you run away, your life matters, don't waste time, give me the key, let's go." The guard gritted his teeth and handed him the key. "Take care, you must pay attention to safety, I'm leaving." The saltwater peanut nodded, and as the guard walked away, he turned back to the cell door, unchained the cage, and strode in. He hummed a little song, turned the key ring in his hand, turned his head to the other players and said, "I'm afraid of the yarn. This is all active. Death is not terrible, what is terrible is that you work in vain and don't get anything, everyone says it's right." The players laughed and said nothing. They didn't buy 0 yuan like other players, just to solve the slaves in exchange for active points, and now if they were scared, it would be even more uncomfortable than killing them. The doors of the cells were opened one by one, and the rescued humans were grateful. How could they be? For the sake of their lives, they could make the group of people who love saltwater peanuts not care about their lives. "Thank you, we owe you a lifetime. I am willing to be a cow and a horse for you, you saved our lives, and you are our parents." "Me too." Thank you, woo woo woo." A group of rescued humans hugged their heads and cried, their hearts full of complicated emotions. People who love saltwater peanuts looked at them silently and did not say a word. These people are also suffering from a hard life. They have been eating saltwater peanuts for a long time and said to them, "Okay, time is running out, I want to thank us for having time in the future, now is not the time, you better run for your lives." Everyone thanked them and left. They who love saltwater peanuts turned around and wanted to leave with satisfaction, when suddenly the voice of a cry for help sounded. He forgot about it, and found that it was several players who were locked in the cell. These players were the ones who had attacked the booze base camp and ran away without organization and discipline, and were finally caught here by John. The corners of his mouth rose as he looked at the player in the cell. "Yo, what a coincidence, are you on vacation in it?" The lewd player in the cell had a bitter face. "We know it's wrong, let us out." The saltwater peanut shook his head and rejected him. "You made a mistake, this is the punishment you deserve." The lewd player was anxious. "How can you be so vicious that you want to send us to death?" He grinned and grinned. "We are vicious," and then he said indifferently, "You are to blame for everything, and no one is to blame." With that, the saltwater peanut eater and the player turn around and leave the cell. On the skyscraper square, the survivors, looking at the players in the skyscraper, their hearts jumped to their throats. This group of people simply wanted money and died. The building was about to explode, and no one came out. Boom! The explosives inside the skyscraper were detonated, and the towering high-rise building collapsed, setting off a burst of dust, and the sky was also overcast and scary, and the rain was pouring down, and the survivors stood in the square waiting for a miracle to appear without sheltering from the rain, and they silently prayed that this group of savior-like players would be safe. Chapter 59. After the rain, the sky is clear. The rain washes away the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme. The original Ding Ding city is cloudy, the yellow sand is all over the sky, and the zombies are rampant in the city. Now the sun hangs in the sky for a long time, and the rain washes the whole city, as if bringing a new beginning. The survivors, looking around in disbelief, smelling the scent of the earth, asked themselves if this was still the end of the world? Zhang Jie settled the black lion, and the spatial teleportation appeared on the skyscraper square. He originally wanted to see how the players were, but only the ruins of the collapsed building in front of him shocked him. It seemed that none of the players escaped, and would rather die than let go of any wool that could be picked. It seems that the players are also poor. Since playing this Source Universe World game, it has been the norm to starve 9 meals in 3 days in the last days. Even if it is a piece of but paper, they can tear it into several parts. Now that I finally have the resources that don't need money, I can come to buy for 0 yuan happily. Who cares about life? Zhang Jie sighed helplessly, ready to leave. The captain of the guard in the distance found out, the administrator who saved them, and he said excitedly to the survivors, "Look, that person is the savior who brought the LinkedIn heroes to rescue us." Everyone followed his fingers, and sure enough, they saw a slender man standing in the ruins. Although he was far away, they could still feel his powerful momentum. You see, the heroes call him the administrator. You look at his appearance, he is so handsome, he is no different from the fairy who came out of the painting. And he's still young. The captain of the guard became more and more excited, and cheers rang out around him. Wow, that's amazing. I don't know if the gamekeeper is short of maids. I can warm the bed. Slut, get out of here. Lord Administrator is mine, and don't look in the mirror to say that your airfield has my 36DS attractive. The girls all showed adoring looks. And the male survivors are much more indifferent. They secretly curse in their hearts. A group of old ladies. How can the administrator look down on you vulgar fans? Maybe the administrator has a special taste and likes men. The captain of the guard, his eyes fiery. Okay, let's go and thank the administrator. Where are we going to find it when the people are gone? Yes, yes, yes. Your Excellency. Hearing him say this, the group reacted and followed in the footsteps of the captain of the guard to his side. When they came to Zhang Jie a few dozen meters away, they stopped. Whoa! Hundreds of survivors knelt neatly in front of Zhang Jie, and everyone knelt on the ground at the same time, kowtowing at the same time, and thanked in unison, "Thank you, Lord Administrator, for saving our lives." Zhang Jie looked at the survivors who were kneeling on the ground and kept kowtowing like garlic, pious like believers. A little surprised, he hurriedly stopped everyone. "Hurry up, what are you doing? Please accept our worship, and we are willing to serve you as a cow and a horse." Zhang Jie looked at the hundreds of people kneeling in front of him, and didn't know what to say for a while. "You guys get up first." Before the words fell, everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed again. "Please, take us in. You are our hope, and only you can save them. Please, please." They kept praying, their eyes were full of anticipation. Zhang Jie was silent. How could he help these people? His own players are enough for him to toss, and now that there are so many survivors, how can he settle them? Zhang Jie frowned in distress, and fell into a tangle, and the captain of the guard suddenly said, "My lord, I know you have difficulties, why don't you let us help you solve it?" "Oh?" Zhang Jie looked at him, looking at him with a smile. He always felt that this kid had bad intentions. The captain of the guard pleaded, "Your Excellency, we are all miserable people, without fathers, mothers, relatives or friends, and we have no other way but to beg you to accept us. Whatever price we pay, we are willing." "That's right, Lord Administrator, show mercy to us, and we will be taken and sold into slavery wherever we go. Please, we listen to you for everything, and being a slave under your hands is the happiest thing in the world." Listening to everyone's sincere words, Zhang Jie finally compromised. "Okay, if you want to stay, stay here, and I won't stop you if you want to be free." The survivors cheered excitedly. "Thank you, Lord Administrator, we are willing to serve you forever." "Thank you, Lord Administrator." Zhang Jie waved his hand and said, "You all get up, I will try my best to help you in the future, so that you can have a life." "Thank you, Administrator." "Thank you, Administrator, you're our reborn parent." "Thank you, Administrator, thank you, Administrator." The captain of the guard was moved to tears. "Administrator, since you promised to let us join, then we won't let you worry about it. If any of us want to break away from you or defect, I will be the first to kill him to make an example." Zhang Jie waved his hand. "It's okay, your fate should be in your own hands. we don't have any slave relationship, everyone fighting for a better future together is the king. After listening to Zhang Jie's words, the captain of the guard strengthened his inner belief. Yes, the administrator is right, we will do your job. Thank you, administrator, we are very proud of you. Thank you, administrator. At this time, the captain of the guard took out a key core and handed it to Zhang Jie. Lord Administrator, this is the dock key of Leader John. Originally I thought that if you didn't take in us survivors, I would take them out to sea, but now I don't need it, he belongs to you. Zhang Jie took the key with a smile and quipped, okay, I also kept a backhand for myself. Administrator, there's no way I can do it. The captain of the guard blushed. Zhang Jie looked at the people who were still kneeling on the ground. Okay, let's all get up. Yes. Zhang Jie is just when the players went online, leading the large army of survivors to walk in the direction of the 404 Evolution House. Chapter 60. Zhang Jie took the survivors to the farm, and the black lion ran to his side excitedly when he saw the owner coming back. On the afternoon of Ho Day, he saw the administrator turn back and hurriedly leaned the hoe against the fence wall, and trotted forward. Administrator, why are you back again? Zhang Jie smiled bitterly and pointed to the army of survivors behind him and said, I'm afraid these people need to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on your farm temporarily, and they can help you farm and raise chickens. He looked at this group of people in the afternoon and found that they were dressed differently from his own players, and he was a little puzzled. Lord Administrator, why don't these people look like players? Zhang Jie nodded, well, they are all survivors, and if you explain too much, you can just treat them as NPCs. He nodded that afternoon, thinking that these NPCs were NPCs anyway, and there was no need to be so serious. Okay then, he looked at the survivors at noon. Hello everyone, my name is Ho Harvest Day Noon, and in the future, we will work together to open up more wasteland and grow more crops, so that everyone can have enough to eat. The survivors were emotionally excited, not to mention having enough to eat, and it was a luxury to be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on a farm like this paradise. Seeing that they were silent for a long time, Zhang Jie said to the survivors, this is Mr. Hohiri Dangwu, the agricultural technical advisor here. You will follow him to learn how to farm and breed in the future, and after you master this skill, at least you will not starve to death when you leave here. Plop. The survivors knelt down in unison. Lord Administrator, are you trying to drive us away? Yes, Lord Administrator, didn't you say to take us in? We are willing to be cattle and horses for you. Lord Administrator, we know it's wrong, please give us another chance. The survivors begged Zhang Jie to take them in, but Zhang Jie shook his head. Don't get me wrong, I just want you to get stronger, so you must master this survival technique as soon as possible, or you won't be able to handle it. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Jie glanced at the survivors and said, okay, get up. How do you kneel here? The survivors got up one after another, and Zhang Jie looked at the noon of the Ho Day. Okay, I still have to leave in advance, and the rest will be left to you. Whoa! Countless hands stretched out from the ruins of the skyscraper, and the players found that they were buried alive after going online, and they tried their best to climb out. Listening to the sound of distress in the ruins, they tacitly went to the rescue and pulled people out. Thanks. Thanks. The player who was dragged out kept thanking him, and then joined the rescue army. There are many people really powerful, and the players have all been rescued in half a day, and the location of the skyscraper at this time has become an empty square, and the players are empty, and the invincible booze in the past has killed them, and even the base camp has been moved by them to the point that there is no hair left. The only fly in the ointment is that the skyscraper was blown up. This makes them feel more or less a pity, if such a good place is kept to phoneme alphabet equals IPA. PH equals live/phoneme. A lot of people. Zhao Yanyu looked at the players who were at a loss, and cheered, okay, what's going on with each of them? The players' eyes lit up, and they were enlightened. Why didn't they think of it? There is a boss behind the booze. As long as you win the boss, the whole city is theirs. Yes, let's go. We continue to attack the next city, fight more bosses, and get more rewards. That's right, let's move on. The excitement was high. Zhao Yan was speechless for a while. These militants knew how to fight, as if playing games was only about fighting and killing. She said to everyone in her hand, didn't you notice any changes? And the players looked up at the sky, no different than a sunset. In the past, there was no sun at all in Dingning City, only a dim light, and this dimness was not due to the weather, but but a special light source, just like the moon, which illuminated the surrounding environment. And tonight, a round fireball appeared in the sky, and it emitted a reddish light, reflecting the night. Everyone's mouths opened in surprise. Now the sun suddenly appeared. What's going on? I'll wipe it. It's not like we killed Booze and restored the former color of Dingning City, right? The players sighed for a while. What is the situation with this Nima? Could it be that they have changed Dingning City? Or is this the reward of the dungeon? We have defeated the strongest in the city and become the new master. We should build this place into our beautiful home. Zhao Yanyu proposed. That seems to be the case, the crowd agreed. Let's go. Well, let's go. Where are we going? You are stupid. Now you don't need money for land, hurry up and find a piece of land to occupy yourself. You don't know how expensive the real-world housing is? Yes, occupy the space, I also have a house. At the same time, Zhang Jia came to the beach according to the sketch drawn by the captain of the guard. He followed the instructions to look on the beach. There was a big mountain not far from the place where the sea was connected. He walked up to the front and carefully looked for a place where the key could be inserted, and finally found a lock hanging in a particularly secret corner. Phew! Zhang Jia wiped the sweat from his forehead. This place is really hard to find. Zhang Jia looked at the key in his hand and muttered, "You must not drop the chain." He picked up the key, inserted it into the lock, and clicked. The iron lock opened. "Huh, that's great," he said excitedly, and pushed the door open. He was about to walk in, but he heard footsteps in front of him. Zhang Jia immediately looked vigilantly, only to see a group of people swaying and running as if they had drunk too much. "Who are you?" Zhang Jia asked sharply. "Roar, roar, roar." All he answered was a beastly roar. Seeing this, Zhang Jia did not hesitate to turn on the lightsaber switch and slashed at the zombies. Clanging, the zombies were repelled a few meters, but soon they got up and continued to charge towards Zhang Jia. Poof, poof, poof. One by one, the heads flew into the sky, and the zombies were chopped into countless pieces and fell to the ground to die, and the blood stained the beach red. Seeing this, Zhang Jia breathed a sigh of relief, and then the light emitted by the lightsaber. Looking inside, it didn't matter, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "I'm obedient. What is this Nima?" Chapter 61. The lightsaber in Zhang Jia's hand shone brightly, and he looked at the steel battleship in front of him in shock, his emotions indescribably excited. He couldn't help but walk towards the battleship and touch the hull of the battleship. "It seems that you can set sail and conquer the sea." Just as he was in infinite reverie, a beast in the dark corner in the distance, baring its fangs and roaring at him, roared. Zhang Jia was startled, and hurriedly turned around to be on guard, dodging the beast's bite. The beast in front of him, his scarlet eyes stared at the prey, his hair stood upside down, and saliva flowed from his mouth. Its whole body is black, its head has a pair of sharp horns, and the two sharp teeth in its mouth are flashing with cold light. Its height is 2 heads taller than Zhang Jia, and its body is covered with heavy armor, like a ferocious hungry wolf, which will pounce on him again at any time and tear him apart. This is a giant mutated wolf, one of the great works of the Doctor and the guardian of this cave dock. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Zhang Jia. Bang! What is it? Zhang Jia felt a little cold sweat behind his back, but still mustered up the courage to ask. Roar! The beast roared twice, and suddenly pounced on Zhang Jia. Bang! Zhang Jia turned sideways to avoid. It's a wolf. Zhang Jia had this thought in his heart. He didn't flinch, but became even more excited. The lightsaber in his hand buzzed, emitting a strong light, and stabbed directly into the abdomen of the giant wolf. Boom! A powerful force was transmitted from the blade to Zhang Jia's arm and tiger's mouth, knocking him away for several meters. And the giant wolf seemed unharmed in the slightest. Zhang Jia was shocked in his heart. Isn't it afraid of pain? Why can't he even hurt this beast's fur? Woo! The giant wolf roared, and rushed towards him again. Zhang Jia rushed forward with a brisk step, aimed at the beast's neck and slashed at it. Poof! The sharp lightsaber cut through the hard skin of the wild wolf, and blood splashed everywhere. Woo! The giant wolf was in pain, and roared angrily. It quickly rolled away from Zhang Jia's attack range, rolled on the ground a few times, and whined. The giant wolf let out a howl of pain. It looked back at Zhang Jia in pain. Zhang Jia sighed helplessly. "I knew earlier I wouldn't have added all my skill points to defense, but now it's okay, and my full blow will only cut through the opponent's skin." He looked around to see what could be used around, and sure enough, there was a huge iron cage in the direction where the beast appeared just now. Zhang Jia's eyes lit up. It seems that the iron cage is for this beast. He moved his steps little by little, slowly approaching the iron cage. Suddenly, the originally quiet beast jumped up suddenly. Its movements were very fast, and it had rushed to Zhang Jie in an instant. Its claws were like sharp scimitars, slashing at Zhang Jie's chest. Zhang Jie's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly raised his lightsaber to block. The beast retreated a few meters, but Zhang Jie still didn't give up and slowly approached the iron cage, wanting to introduce it into the iron cage. Roar! The beast roared, rushed out, and grabbed Zhang Jie with its claws. Pada! Zhang Jie hurriedly dodged. He saw the beast slap one paw on the iron cage, and instantly slapped the iron cage into a deep dent. "I'll scrub it!" Wu the giant wolf roared, stared at Zhang Jie angrily, and then jumped up and pounced on him. Zhang Jie was already standing at the door of the iron cage. As long as he waited for it to enter, he could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door immediately. Bang dang! The situation was the same as he thought. Although the beast was fierce and had a worrying IQ, it pounced on the iron cage and staggered the iron cage. "Great, I've finally been caught." Zhang Jie was overjoyed, and reached out to pull out the key from the chain lock hanging on the cage. At this time, the beast began to destroy the iron cage with brute force. It hit the iron cage, shaking the top of the iron cage, and Zhang Jie yelled, "Be quiet for Lao Tzu." He looked up, only to find the wolf still standing there, staring at him with a fierce look in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Jie became angry and began to look around for the guy who took advantage of it. "Hey, I don't believe it, I can't cure you." The beast was blocked by the iron cage fence, and had to struggle to stretch out its sharp claws, scratching frantically like crazy, and the beast's head squeezed desperately into the gap in the fence, as if to break the fence. Even so, he still couldn't touch Zhang Jie. The beast's fangs were exposed, and he bared his teeth and let out an unwilling roar. Zhang Jie stepped forward proudly, and took the iron rod he just found was the output of a storm. For a long time, the beast cowered in the corner and remained motionless, like a wronged little daughter-in-law. Zhang Jie gasped and looked at it. "You're not trying to bite me?" The beast lowered its head and didn't say a word, knowing that it was already a prisoner, and resisting would only attract more beatings. Zhang Jie threw the iron rod on, stepped forward and was quite satisfied with its performance, wanted to open the iron cage door, thought for a while. He put his S phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the fence, patted his ass and said, "Come on, I'll bite me here." "Oh, fuck it." There were a few more holes in the butt of Zhang Jie's pants, who were originally proud. "If he hadn't defended against the sky, I was afraid that his butt would have been bitten into a sieve." He covered his ass and picked up the iron rod on the ground, which was an education of love. Woo woo woo. Whoa. Woo woo woo. The beast was full of big bags, pitifully squatting in the corner, tears rolling in his eyes. The heart said, "This human doesn't talk about martial arts, he himself just let me bite, I bitten, he still beat me, and there is no king law, and let the wolf not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme." Wu Wu would have thought that the beast that was still extremely fierce just now would be subdued by Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie sighed, "Okay, I won't embarrass you, give you two choices, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme immediately surrender to me, or I'll have a beast hot pot." The beast looked at the tears on the corner of Zhang Jie's mouth, shivered, and honestly crawled in the cage. Zhang Jie nodded with satisfaction. "It's pretty much the same. Can I state in advance, if I let you go, if you dare to attack me, I'll kill you, believe it or not?" The beast shook its head, as if it didn't dare to say anything more. But Zhang Jie thought it was unbelieving, and gave it a love education. Today's beasts are beaten with one big eye and one small eye, and they lie in their cages with big bags and sobbing quietly. Zhang Jie opened the door of the iron cage and said, "Okay, don't cry, can't I let you out now?" The beast raised its head and looked at him with big watery eyes. Now it has long eyes, who knows whether to nod or shake its head to avoid being beaten. Roar! The moment Zhang Jie opened the iron cage, the beast roared angrily and pounced on it. Chapter 62. Zhang Jie frowned. "Beasts are beasts that can't be relied on at all. What I just said is good. I promise to be my beast pet, and I will fight back." After opening the cage, he subconsciously wanted to take out his lightsaber to fight back, but the next second the beast's hair brushed his ears and pounced behind him. Zhang Jie looked back for a moment and saw the beast pounce on the zombie that was attacking his back. The beast's huge body directly threw the zombie to the ground, opened its bloody mouth, revealed its sharp fangs, and bit the zombie's neck fiercely, and green blood splattered out. Zhang Jie was stunned with fright. He couldn't speak for a long time. The green blood color flowed down the beast's mouth. It licked the wound with the tip of its tongue, and then raised its head again to look at Zhang Jie. The bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Zhang Jie was frightened when he saw this scene. The beast actually used zombies as food? It eats people? It looks like the next step is to eat me. The beast raised its head proudly, slowly walked to Zhang Jie's body and prostrated on the ground, worshipping reverently. Its movements were extremely slow and graceful, and Zhang Jie could even clearly feel the hot air brought by the slight oscillation of his chest when he breathed. Zhang Jie's heart beat faster and swallowed his saliva. You, don't move, I'm worried that I'll beat you again. The beast lowered its head, as if waiting for Zhang Jie's order. Zhang Jie was so nervous that even his palms were sweating. He took a deep breath and said, "Seeing that you saved the driver just now, I reluctantly accepted you. Be my little brother." The beast's eyes lit up, lowered his head, and reached out to his leg to rub it non-stop. Zhang Jie stretched out his hand to stroke its head. Is this still that terrifying beast? How did it suddenly become a husky? Is it because I subdued it? It seems that it is indeed a filial son under the stick. No, how can I have such an ugly son? Zhang Jie stroked its head and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, you will be my little brother in the future, seeing that you grow up like a wolf, and your fur is so black. How about you call it Black Wolf in the future? Zhang Jie patted the Black Wolf's head with a smile. Let's go and see my battleship. The Black Wolf stood up. Zhang Jie and the Black Wolf walked forward side by side, but the battleship was standing in place with one person and one wolf. Zhang Jie scratched his head and asked embarrassedly, "Since this is your territory, do you know how to go up?" The Black Wolf tilted his head and wagged his tail, indicating that he didn't know. Zhang Jie pointed to the battleship. "Go up, I'm going to go up and see my battleship." This time the Black Wolf understood. Its head drilled into Zhang Jie's crotch, and as soon as he raised his head and held him directly on his body, Zhang Jie grabbed his hair nervously. "Black Wolf, what are you going to do? Where is this taking me?" The Black Wolf ignored him, bent his limbs and kicked hard to the ground, and with a brush, he was directly transferred to the deck of the battleship. The Black Wolf put down Zhang Jie after standing firmly. Zhang Jie was unsteady on his feet and almost fell to the ground. Looking at the huge battleship in front of him with a bewildered expression, is this his battleship? It's really so big. It's bigger than all aircraft carriers in reality. The battleship as a whole is dark silver, the hull is made of steel, the shell is all made of metal, there are 2 rows of gun barrels and 3 tandem tracks above. Wow, it's so handsome, it's just handsome. Zhang Jiemu was dumbfounded, walked around the battleship, and said in amazement, "This ship is simply too big." He looked around excitedly, opened a cabin door. It was full of zombies, densely packed, there were hundreds of them. He took a few steps back in a panic. "Black Wolf, there are zombies here, run." The Black Wolf was unmoved, lowered his body and roared. Those zombies suddenly stiffened in place. Zhang Jie looked at it suspiciously. "What's the matter? Don't we run away from the Black Wolf?" The Black Wolf shook its huge head and rushed into the zombie group. It raised its paw and pressed the head of a zombie and pulled it hard, and the sound of tearing and screaming of zombies spread throughout every inch. For a long time, Zhang Jie looked at the picture of corpses all over the battleship, and he was in a cold sweat. "I drip. My mother, this Black Wolf's combat power is terrifying." Fortunately, he subdued it. If he had fought hard just now, his fate was estimated to be not much different from these zombies. Looking at the battleship full of zombie stumps, Zhang Jie smiled bitterly and shook his head. He originally planned to keep this battleship for his own use, but now it has been made into this appearance by the Black Wolf. How can he use it? And it has become a murderous ship, which is also too unlucky. Anyway, he doesn't want to take it here for a moment. He turned his head and glared at the Black Wolf viciously. "Look at you, make it like this. How can you let me set sail, the sea of stars?" The Black Wolf lowered his head like a child who made a mistake and did not say a word, looking like he was obedient and admitted his mistakes. Look at it, why did I accept you as a troublemaker, as a little brother? What do you say you can do in a day? You won't do anything but cause trouble. You can tell me about you." The Black Wolf hung his ears and scolded silently. Zhang Jie was helpless. "That's it. It just so happens that the player's mount lottery box activity doesn't have a suitable prize. This battleship is cheaper players. Let's go, let's find a new home for you." Zhang Jie rode the Black Wolf all the way back to the farm. This is the 3rd time he has come here today. The first time he has sent the Black Lion over, the second time he has settled the survivors on the farm, and this time he is going to settle the Black Wolf here as well. In the afternoon of Ho Day, he saw the administrator riding a giant wolf over. He was stunned for a moment, hurriedly greeted him, and said in surprise, "Yo, the administrator, you are here." Zhang Jie turned over and got off the wolf and patted the black wolf's head. "Well, I picked up this wolf, it is called the Black Wolf, and it will take care of the home with the Black Lion in the future." The black wolf saw the people on the farm looking at him in surprise. It shook its body excitedly, held its head high. "Wow." Smack! Zhang Jie slapped the black wolf angrily. "What's it called? Do you want me to give you a love education?" The black wolf, who was still snorting just now, shuddered, and immediately stopped chattering when he thought of the big bag on his head, and honestly lay on his footsteps. Zhang Jie nodded with satisfaction and looked at the afternoon of Ho Harry. "Okay, the black wolf will be handed over to you, you don't have to be polite, if you don't obey, you will be beaten." With that, he turned and left. There was a bitter word in the afternoon of Ho Day, looking at the distant administrator in the hole in his buttocks, and then looked at the giant wolf who was barking his teeth at him, and in an instant, his brain made up the fierce picture of the giant wolf, and he wanted to stop the administrator at noon, but the black wolf's terrible and fierce eyes glared at him, so frightened that he could only swallow the words into his stomach. Chapter 63. The black wolf lay on the ground, almost couldn't feel Zhang Jie's breath. It stood up proudly, showing its sharp fangs, spitting out rough breath, staring viciously at the noon of Ho Harry. "Now that the devil is gone, no one can cure himself now. It's time to give these weak humans a dismount, let them know who is the boss here." The captain of the guard was originally holding a hoe to reclaim the wasteland, but he noticed something strange and ran to the side of the hoe with a group of survivors with agricultural tools. "Don't be afraid, with us, this giant wolf doesn't want to hurt you." He looked at them gratefully that afternoon. "Thank you, but you better stay away and I'll fix it myself." This is his true words. He can be resurrected when he dies, but these survivors may not be resurrected. The black wolf glanced at the group of people with disdain, raised his head and roared, "Whoop!" The sound shook the sky, shook the mountains and forests, the surrounding birds scattered, and the leaves fell. This giant wolf, the strength is absolutely extraordinary, even compared to that booze. The deafening sound scared everyone stupid. They looked at the black wolf in a daze. The black wolf triumphantly opened his teeth and claws at them, as if to say, "How is it, scared, right? Tremble, fear. This is just the beginning." The people on the farm fell into despair, but they didn't expect the administrator to bring them a catastrophe, and snatched the hoe in the hand of the captain of the guard in the afternoon, raised it above his head, and shouted, "I'm fighting with you, beast." In fact, the black wolf is not stupid, it just wants to set up a horse, so that he will be the boss on the farm in the future, and it will not kill him. If it touches Zhang Jie's moldy head, he will definitely be tortured by this devil. Its current strength can't beat Zhang Jie, but sooner or later it will take revenge. When the time comes, even the devil can't help himself. Poof! Day spit out blood at noon, fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Day noon. The captain of the guard saw that the farmer was injured, and hurriedly rushed over. She held Hoiri noon. "Are you okay?" Hoiri shook his head. "It's okay." But even so, Zhao Juan's left arm was removed, and blood flowed down his arm, dripping into the soil. The black wolf raised his neck proudly and looked at the two of them proudly, as if to say, "Humph, you all have to die, and I will kill all of you." Its gaze shifted to the captain of the guard, and flew over. The captain of the guard was shocked, and hurriedly used his body to block the Ho Day in the afternoon, and at the critical moment, a black shadow flashed and bit towards the neck of the black wolf. "Black lion, don't you not be its opponent." On the afternoon of Ho Day, I saw the small black lion pounce on the giant wolf, and yell to stop. "The black lion is back." But the black lion didn't pay attention to what he was saying, and still pounced on it without hesitation. The black lion bit the black wolf's neck. The black wolf was in pain, and roared. The black wolf's reaction speed was extremely fast. It quickly waved its claws, and the black lion saw this, and let go of his mouth to dodge. A wolf and a dog looked at each other at a distance, and a beastly roar came out of their mouths. The black wolf looked at the few deep and shallow marks on his neck, and he was irritable. Enraged, it kicked its legs to the ground and leaped towards the black lion. The black lion is quick to dodge. Two animals, chasing each other, you come and go, you bite me, I peck you. Although the black wolf is big, strong attack, but not as flexible as the black lion. Gradually, it has been scarred, physical exhaustion, it gasped, depressed to the extreme. What is the matter today? First was beaten by the devil and accepted as a little brother, and now he is bullied by a dog. Seeing that the enemy was stunned and pursued after the victory, the black lion jumped onto the black wolf's back, biting its fur, and its sharp teeth pierced its back, dripping with blood. The black wolf fell to the ground with a wail, but the black lion unceremoniously continued to tear the black wolf. The black wolf was cornered, and howled like a madman. "Stop, black lion, bite it again and it will die, the administrator will be angry." On the afternoon of Ho Day, he saw the black lion driving the black wolf to a dead end, and quickly shouted to stop it. When the black lion heard that his master would be angry, he was unwilling to let go of his mouth, and barked twice at the dying black wolf, swearing his sovereignty. The black wolf lay on the ground and wanted to cry without tears. It swayed like fate and got up from the ground, prostrate in front of the black lion. At this moment it was bent on surrendering, and there was no idea of making a mistake. As for how to take revenge, it was not a matter of their own relationship. The black lion wagged his tail proudly and barked at the black wolf, and the black wolf hurriedly got up as if he was about to be amnesty, clamped his tail, and returned to his residence behind the black lion. Only the Ho Day and the captain of the guard were left in the afternoon, and they opened their mouths wide and were messy in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Zhang Jie dragged his tired body back to the 404 Evolution House. This day was too fulfilling. Selinia, who was standing at the door of the 404 Evolution House, saw Zhang Jie coming back. Selinia trotted to him and hugged his arm and said excitedly, "Master, our 404 Evolution House can be upgraded." Zhang Jie was stunned when he heard this. What? The 404 Evolution House can be upgraded? Selenia's eyes were full of joy, in the shape of a crescent moon. "I don't know about this. The 404 Evolution House upgrade requires administrator privileges, and this administrator privilege is only available to you." Zhang Jie urged. "Then what are you waiting for? How to upgrade and leave?" Selinia then remembered what was going on, and patronized and happily told him the good news, forgetting all the big things such as upgrading the 404 Evolution House first. She grimaced at Zhang Jie. "It's simple, you just need to press the 404 Evolution House upgrade option button on the computer." Hearing this, Zhang Jie was overjoyed to directly open the door of the 404 Evolution House and rushed in first. Selinia looked at a few holes in Zhang Jie's buttocks, a little distracted. "What the hell is this guy doing? Where can he hurt?" Zhang Jie turned his head and urged, "What are you doing in a daze? Come in." When the big iron door of the 404 Evolution House was closed, the future of the computer was promising. Watching the two of them enter the elevator in a hurry, he glanced at Zhang Jie's buttocks, and said with admiration, "Lord Administrator, it is different from ordinary players, and the places where you are injured are so chic." Chapter 64. Zhang Jie sat in front of the computer and turned his head to look at Selinia excitedly. "Do I just need to click confirm?" Selinia glanced at him and shook his head. "I don't know, you click confirm first to give it a try." Zhang Jie swallowed nervously, slid the mouse and clicked the confirmation button, and the next second the screen appeared that the 404 Evolution House system was being upgraded, and it was expected to be completed in 999 minutes. Zhang Jie breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at Selinia embarrassedly. "Is there still time to wait for the upgrade?" Selinia said angrily, "Aren't you talking nonsense?" After saying that, Selinia turned around and left. Zhang Jie sat in front of the computer screen and watched the countdown a little bored, so he opened the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast interface of the Source Universe World game to see what the players were doing. The anchors in the first few phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast rooms were all moving bricks to rebuild their homes in Dingning City, and he didn't have much interest after looking at it twice. He slid his mouse quickly, and suddenly the name of a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room attracted his attention. Beast trainer shouting, "Take you to train the same mount as the administrator." The corners of Zhang Jie's mouth rose, and he clicked into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room. Beast trainer shouting, in an abandoned factory building in Beast City, a neighboring city of Dingning City, he was holding a wooden stick and was educating a young wolf tied to a tree. The young wolf was beaten and screamed. Zhang Jie frowned. "This player is too cruel. This is simply animal cruelty." He kept criticizing the evil deeds of the animal trainer Xiao Ding in his heart, and he had completely forgotten how he beat the black wolf. After a long time, the animal trainer Xiao Ding threw the wooden stick in his hand aside, squatted down, and said to the young wolf, "This is called scolding in love, and I beat you for your own good, do you know?" Woo-woo. The young wolf lowered his ears and lowered his head, and let out a miserable cry in his mouth. and several dog lovers in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room issued a strong condemnation to him. Anchor, are you still not human? That's it, the little wolf is so pitiful. Please let the little wolf go, it's just a child. Anchor, hurry up and get rough. This kind of anchor with bad character can't deserve to play a game with us. Anchor, you're not human, you're just a beast. Streamer, you're really going too far, how can you do that? Look, it's all bleeding. Anchor, you'd better run away. You're going to die if you're caught, it's going to be ugly. The beast trainer Xiao Ding looked at the barrage and snorted coldly, what do you know? Don't look at him as small, but his beast nature is difficult to tame, I don't understand this is the best way. A few more barrages were swiped out in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room. Anchor, you are an excuse, I don't believe it. That's it, how can such a small wolf hurt you? The animal trainer Xiao Ding smiled, don't you believe it? Saying that, he put Bai Hua's thigh in front of the young wolf, patted his thigh twice, and said temptingly, little wolf, are you hungry, do you want to eat the white and fat ham here? The young wolf tilted his little head and looked at the strange person in front of him, unmoved, and the audience was angry. Look at what I said, the anchor is eye-catching, the young wolf has no lethality at all, and the anchor is animal cruelty. Yes, the anchor is really too much, we have to boycott him. That's it, Anchor, you are not allowed to play the Source Universe world in the future, otherwise the old lady will complain about you. Anchor, go and turn yourself in, you still have a chance to reduce the punishment. How can such a small animal hurt you? You must be trying to trick us into giving gifts. That's it, if you don't brush it, we won't give you a gift. Not only are we not going to give gifts, but we're going to report you tonight. Oops, the animal trainer Xiao Ding saw that it was useless to say anything, and was about to refute, but the young wolf jumped up directly to his white thighs, and the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room was speechless. It seems that everyone was deceived by the cute appearance of this young wolf, and the anchor was right, but they were too naive. Beast trainer Xiao Ding, dragging the young wolf's tail with painful teeth, grinning, loosen it, you let it go for me, if you don't let go, I'll bite you. After a lot of effort, the beast trainer Xiao Ding finally pulled the young wolf off his legs, and his thighs were already dripping with blood. On the other hand, the young wolf was still chewing a large piece of meat in his mouth, and he was full of blood on the side of his mouth, which looked like he had eaten some kind of food. This made Zhang Jia even more depressed. Is this Meow still a wolf? How can it be more cunning than me? No, how can it be more cunning than a fox? He sat on the ground and saw his wounds, and was so frightened that he hurriedly ran back to the room, took out the medicine box, cleaned his wounds, and stitched up the wounds, and the young wolf licked his mouth greedily, looking at this little fat man with some unfinished eyes. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. Zhang Jia watched this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme farce happily, and suddenly the doorbell of the 404 Evolution House was rang. Zhang Jia got up from the computer chair, took the elevator, went upstairs and opened the door. He stood at the door with the black lion and the black wolf in his arms in the afternoon, and before Zhang Jia could ask, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and said, Lord Administrator, please bring these two ancestors back. The chickens on the farm are almost exhausted by them. Zhang Jia looked puzzled, looked at the black lion, and the black lion in his arms stretched out his tongue and licked his mouth at noon on Ho Day, and hurriedly shook his head, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. He looked at the black wolf again. The black wolf shivered and hurriedly shook his head from side to deny, but the chicken feathers at the corner of his mouth slowly fell to the ground slowly, and he had betrayed it, and the black wolf embarrassedly pulled the chicken feathers with his front paws and stepped on his feet as if nothing happened. Zhang Jia looked at these two fierce beasts angrily and funny. These two guys still really don't let themselves worry. But there is no way, this is their nature. He talked for a while, and said to the Ho in the afternoon, okay, I know, give me the two of them. Thank you, Lord Administrator, on behalf of the few chickens, ducks, and geese on the farm, thank you for not killing them. You gave them the hope of making chickens, ducks, and geese from scratch. On the afternoon of Ho Day, I thanked Dade for putting the black lion on the ground, turned around and ran, for fear that the administrator would regret it. Zhang Jia watched these two culprits slap on the ground and obediently admit his mistakes. He was also a little big for a while. He didn't have time to take care of these two troublemakers, not to mention, if he put them in the 404 evolution room, maybe he would be able to poke out some kind of basket. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. Yes, how can I forget him? Isn't he the most suitable person? Chapter 65. Zhang Jie closed his eyes and used the administrator's authority, and the spatial teleportation brought these two guys to the animal trainer Xiaoding. The animal trainer Xiaoding, who was carefully bandaging the wound, was taken aback by the administrator. He hurriedly got up and limped forward and saluted respectfully. Welcome to the administrator. I don't know what the administrator has to do with me? Zhang Jie shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the black lion padding on the ground and the black wolf who was circling around the young wolf. Well, I've got two awesome guys for you to take care of me. Beast trainer Xiaoding looked at the tall and mighty black wolf, and his saliva was full of envy. He just heard from the players that the administrator had a black giant wolf as a mount, and now he was shocked to witness the majesty and domineering of the black wolf. He swallowed his saliva and calmed down the excitement in his heart. Lord Administrator, is this true? Do you really want to take care of them for me? Zhang Jie raised his eyebrows and nodded. What, I'm afraid that I won't be able to lie to you. Don't worry, you'll be my royal beast trainer from now on. The animal trainer Xiaoding's face turned red with excitement, and he promised again and again that he would take good care of these two guys and not let them suffer any grievances. Zhang Jie nodded. Okay, they will be taken care of by you. He took out a handful of source stones from his arms and handed them to the beast trainer Xiaoding. These are your hard work, and you have to take care of them more. The beast trainer Xiaoding took the source stone and smiled from ear to ear. No problem, Lord Administrator, you can put your heart in your stomach. As long as I have a bite to eat, they will not be hungry. Gollum, the belly of the animal trainer Xiaoding, protested uncontrollably. In fact, there was nothing wrong with what he said. It was indeed a matter of eating, and the black lion ate it first. He smiled awkwardly. Lord Administrator, you also know that this game is real, and the food is not easy to eat, but don't worry. Even if I cut the meat for them to eat, I will feed you for nothing. Zhang Jie waved his hand. Stop, you don't need to, you just let the two of them hunt by themselves in the beast city. After speaking, he turned to the beast trainer Xiaoding and said, Okay, I still have something to deal with first. The beast trainer nodded obediently. Okay, Lord Administrator, you go slowly. Zhang Jie waved his hand and teleported away from the place. After the animal trainer Xiaoding saw the administrator leave, he was about to brag to the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room, but found that his phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room didn't know when the flow was cut off. He hurriedly reopened the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast, and introduced to a few viewers who received the prompt to start broadcasting. Come on, take a look, take a look. Don't miss it when you pass by. The tall and powerful black giant wolf in front of you is the mount of the legendary administrator. Many of the viewers in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room saw the black wolf for the first time, and the corners of their mouths shed tears. My good man, is this the mount of the legendary administrator? Thai pants are spicy. This is a little too tough, this is too handsome. I really want to go up and touch it. You want to be beautiful? Don't think we don't know. You want to get your hands on the administrator's mount? Ah, really handsome. Wow, caca, I can't wait to catch one and go back as a pet. What should I do? Together. The barrage in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room was rolling rapidly. All kinds of praise were endless. The audience was shocked by the domineering appearance of the black wolf, and they were talking about it one by one. Beast trainer Xiaoding looked at the barrage swiping screen proudly, and then looked at the young wolf trembling in the corner. He stepped forward, picked up the young wolf and worked hard to promote. Brothers, see if this is the same mount as the administrator. Don't look at it as small now, sooner or later it will grow up one day. Do you want it? If you want, you can find me. I am the royal beast trainer of the administrator in the game of the Source Universe world. You must recognize me. Looking at the animal trainer Xiaoding, praising and introducing himself, the old audience dismantled the stage and said, Don't listen to him brag, the administrator must let him raise it for a few days. That's it, you didn't watch the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast just now, and such a small young wolf anchor can't do it. With such a weak strength, you can also be an animal trainer? I suspect that this is just a random attempt by the anchor to fool the audience. Looking at the ridicule on the barrage, the animal trainer Xiaoding was embarrassed, and once doubted whether he could be a beast trainer. Suddenly, the young wolf in his arms opened his mouth and bit him on the chest. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand. The animal trainer shouting didn't have time to react at all, and the black lion lying on the ground was just a look killing. The young wolf didn't dare to bite, and instantly became docile. The audience was stunned. There were dogs fighting people in the past, and now there are people fighting dogs. If there is no black lion and black wolf in this beast training field, it is estimated that it will be scattered. 404 Evolution House. Zhang Jie sat back in front of the computer, looking at the countdown that was about to complete the evolution and upgrade. Looking forward to it, Selenia also hurriedly came in with a pinch. How is it? How long is it? Zhang Jie looked at her. Don't worry, there is still 1 minute and 26 seconds. Soon the countdown was completed, but the 404 Evolution House did not change in the slightest, which made Zhang Jie a little puzzled. He looked at Selenia with an inquiring eye. Selenia pulled him from the computer chair and sat down, pressed the keyboard and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine right away." Boom 40 for the evolution room shook for a while, and Zhang Jie hurriedly grabbed the things on the table to avoid falling. Gradually, the 404 Evolution House returned to calm. Zhang Jie looked around suspiciously, and found that there was no change. He opened his mouth to ask, "My Miss Selenia, is this the end?" "There is no change." Selenia smiled proudly. "It's over." Zhang Jie walked out of the room suspiciously, and when he opened the 404 Evolution House and saw the scene in front of him, the whole person was stunned, and muttered in surprise, "What's going on?" Chapter 66. Zhang Jie walked out of the door, looked at the familiar place, and was stunned on the spot. From time to time a player passed by and greeted him and started his busy work again. Selenia walked up and stood behind him and patted him on the shoulder. "What's wrong? Why are people stupid?" Zhang Jie's eyebrows were twisted together, and after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out why the 404 Evolution House appeared in the center of Dingning City Square. Selenia smiled and explained, "Silly. Let me tell you that this is still part of the upgrade of the 404 Evolution House, and now as long as we occupy the place, a 404 Evolution House can appear in that city." Zhang Jie was a little puzzled. "What do you mean? You mean, now we have 2 evolution houses?" Selenia nodded and shook her head. "No, how can I say it? 404 Evolution House is still only one, this is quite a clone." Zhang Jie's eyes lit up. "So, the 404 Evolution House is quite a teleportation array. We can now go back and forth between the novice village and Dingning City, and we don't have to run back and forth." Selenia nodded appreciatively. "That's right, it can be understood in this way. It seems that you are still not too stupid." Zhang Jie thought thoughtfully. "Then can you make a portal at the gate of 404 to connect Dingning City and the novice village for players to use, so that it is much more convenient for players?" The corners of Selenia's mouth rose in praise. "Oh hey, I can't imagine that our administrator is quite considerate of the players. This kind of convenient method for players should not come out of the mouth of a capitalist like you." Zhang Jie blushed and touched the back of his head. Where, for the sake of the players, it is what I, the administrator, should do, but the players still have to pay for the source stone when they use the portal." Selenia crossed her waist and pouted. "Humph, I knew you didn't have a good heart." Seeing that Selenia was a little angry, Zhang Jie explained, "The main reason for the charge is that the players are afraid that they will use the portal frequently and indiscriminately every day." "Really?" Selenia didn't believe his words. Zhang Jie patted his chest. "What's the matter? I and the players are both cutters. Do you think I look like a person who cuts players' leaks?" Selenia shook her head heavily. "You're that kind of person." "Ah." Zhang Jie interrupted the topic awkwardly. "What is the function of that 404 Evolution House after it is upgraded? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot about business. Come, follow me." Saying that, Selenia took Zhang Jie's arm and entered the 404 Evolution House, and they took the elevator down to the next room, and there was a machine the size of a room in the room. The surrounding walls are gray and oppressive. This is a holographic 3D printing device. As long as there are drawings, anything can be printed. Selenia explained briefly. Zhang Jie asked suspiciously, "You want to tell me that this is what we got after the upgrade of the 404 Evolution House, so how does this big guy start?" Selenia glanced at him, walked towards the holographic 3D printing machine, stretched out her finger to enter the password on the screen, and a message popped up on the screen. "Please enter the items you want to print." Selenia turned to look at Zhang Jie and asked, "Do you have anything you want? I'll print one for you to see." Hearing this, Zhang Jie held his chin in his hand and thought seriously. What is the best thing to print? A kitchen knife? No, it's too simple. Come to a gun? No, now that there are guns, it's not much use to print this thing. Selenia urged impatiently, oh, hurry up, my administrator, just show you, why is it so slow? Thinking about it, Zhang Jia had a flash of inspiration. Yes, you can print a tank for me. Selenia glared at him viciously. Change 1, the tank is big and complicated, it's too much of a waste of time, and it will take at least 3 days to print the tank. Zhang Jia pouted and complained in a low voice, this doesn't work, that's not good, it's okay to get me a scooter. Selenia snorted coldly, scooters? This kind of low-grade goods, you don't need to print, you can assemble a lot of them just by buying a bunch. Zhang Jia was anxious, don't mind. Look, I finally came up with it, so let's just print it. Zhang Jia excitedly took the holographic 3D printed scooter and looked at it carefully, not to mention that it was exactly the same as the scooter played by children in the real world. Selenia saw that he liked it, and said happily, how about it, do you like it, try it out after a few laps. Zhang Jia couldn't wait. After 5 minutes of skating, he touched the handle of the scooter and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, when I have played enough, this scooter will be used as a prize in the horse lottery box. After sliding for a while, Zhang Jia asked excitedly, is there anything else good? Selenia spread her hands. No, this 404 evolution house upgrade has opened the authority of this room, but this can also solve our urgent needs, at least we don't have to rely on players to create anything. Zhang Jia nodded in understanding. Selenia continued, are there any difficulties that need help? If so, just say quickly, without me, you can go back to the house and put on the mask and sleep. Zhang Jia listened to Selenia's words, and looked at her gratefully. Thank you, Selenia, I will try to attract more people to play the Source Universe World game, I will definitely help you unify the Source Universe World. Selenia said with a smile, don't come to this set, get down to business, I have already seen your little bit of fancy. Zhang Jia is not hiding, now, players are rebuilding their homes in Dingning City, moving bricks every day is very fulfilling and happy, but the farm alone is not enough to support the players' food problem at noon. Most players are reluctant to buy food to supplement their physical strength after their physical strength is exhausted, and they can only choose to wait offline or hang up online. So the construction progress of Dingning City will be greatly discounted. He also thought about buying some food from the real world and teleporting it into the Source Universe world, but this was not a long-term solution at all, so the top priority was still the food problem. After all, the people took food as the sky, and only when they were full did they have the strength to work. Zhang Jia looked at Selenia and said, is there any way to solve the problem of food panic among the players? The players are hungry 9 times in 3 days, and it is not possible to go on like this. Selenia paced back and forth in the room. The environment and climate in the Source Universe world are too bad, I can't do anything. The two looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Zhang Jia suddenly remembered that this time booze was purchased for 0 yuan, and the players sold a lot of loot. He simply opened the system store and looked at it, and suddenly Zhang Jia looked at the stack of papers in the system store and shouted excitedly, there is. Chapter 67. Zhang Jia looked at the detailed introduction of the few pieces of paper in the system store, and was speechless with excitement, only to see that it was written, copy the central design drawing, you can copy everything. Note, living things can be copied once, and ordinary items can be copied 5 times. The seller Lu Bo, the purchase price is 99 source stones. Zhang Jia did not hesitate to pay the 99 source stones and took out the design of the reproduction center. He was as happy as a child. Selenia looked at Zhang Jia, who was holding a few crumpled scratch papers in his hand, and stepped forward with some curiosity to ask, what makes you so excited? We are rich. Zhang Jia wiped his saliva. Selenia tilted her head puzzled. What do you mean? Zhang Jia said patiently, copy the center blueprint, you can copy any object, big baby. What do you mean? Selenia wondered even more, what the hell was going on? Just look at it. Zhang Jia handed over the design drawing in his hand to Selenia, who took the design and looked at it carefully. The more she looked at it, the more surprised she became. Her eyes widened. This. How is this possible? She looked at the contents of the scratch paper with wide eyes in surprise. This machine can actually copy the same thing as him. Of course I can, the one that is not written is clear, as long as it can be used, I can copy it. Zhang Jia said triumphantly, that means, we can copy 5 apples so that the player's food will be lost. Selenia was excited, she didn't expect to be able to operate like this. Selenia imagined herself holding 2 apples, nibbling on apples with her left hand and taking a bite of apples with her right hand, and stuffing her mouth with apples. That feeling was so refreshing. Selenia asked worriedly, "Are you sure there is no problem with this replication center blueprint?" Zhang Jie nodded, "Well, I don't think there should be any problem, let's make one and try it." Selenia was still not reassured. "Can I eat the copied things?" "Of course I can." Zhang Jie patted his chest. "Not only that, but it can also make us full, otherwise who will be idle to do anything to copy?" Selenia was overjoyed, and immediately pulled Zhang Jie and said, "Quick, let's get one out and have a look now." She couldn't wait to scan the design of the replication center on the holographic 3D printer, and soon the holographic 3D printer began to work. Zhang Jie looked at the remaining completion time. It still took 35 hours, 56 minutes, and 28 seconds. He sighed helplessly. "Why does it take so long?" Zhang Jie was a little unhappy, and muttered, "He didn't wait to see the effect." Selenia touched the tip of her nose, and explained a little embarrassed, "This is already the fastest speed. This holographic 3D printer has not been upgraded, and it will be faster after the 404 Evolution House is upgraded." Zhang Jie shook his head. "Hey, then let the holographic 3D printer get it slowly." Zhang Jie stretched his waist and sat up from the bed, washed up briefly, sat in front of the computer with a cup of steaming coffee, and had nothing to do. He simply looked at how his 2 pets were doing. So he clicked into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room of the animal trainer shouting, and now the beast trainer shouting can be said to be different from the past. Everyone knows, he is the use of the animal trainer of the administrator, and the number of people in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room is tens of thousands every day, and witnessing the mount of the administrator is one of them, and more viewers want to learn the experience of taming beasts, and also want to domesticate a wild to be a mount. I saw that in front of the animal trainer shouting. There were 4 or 5 mutated beasts. They were not big, they looked like they should be young, but they were in good shape. Their legs were thick and powerful, their fangs were sharp, their claws were sharp, and their furry tails stood up like a spike. They roared at the trainer Xiaoding, trying to attack him. The animal trainer Xiaoding held a wooden stick and gestured behind the black lion. "Yohi, dare to give me teeth, I will domesticate you immediately." And the black lion was still lazily lying on the ground, dozing off, and did not care about their affairs at all. As for the black wolf, he had already run to the beast city to have fun. Several mutated beasts with different appearances and ferocious grinned at the beast trainer Xiaoding, as if they were going to tear him apart. The beast trainer Xiaoding was frightened. He pretended to be calm. "Yohi, you're still quite irritable? If you don't look at the color today, I really think I can't cure you." Roar! One of the mutant beasts bared its teeth and pounced on it and directly bit off the wooden stick in his hand. The beast trainer Xiaoding only felt that his crotch was cold. This little guy was quite powerful. He hurriedly ran to the side of the black lion and looked at his backer with big watery eyes, and pleaded, "Black lion boss, look at it, this guy simply doesn't take you as a boss in his eyes." The black lion slapped on the ground unmoved, and several little fierce beasts looked at the beast tamer shouting viciously, and the beast trainer shouting gritted his teeth and said ruthlessly, "In this way, the black lion boss, you just need to help me calm the field, and I will buy you a chicken in a while." The beast tamer Xiaoding was simply overjoyed and walked in front of several fierce beasts, and proudly inserted his waist and said, "Give me another." "Why aren't you crazy? Don't you want to bite me? Come, bite me, bite." Several fierce beasts did not dare to raise their heads, lowered their heads and trembled, did not dare to move. The audience saw this scene, and spoke one after another, "It really works. Is this the power of the beast trainer? The beast tamer is so handsome. Wow, the beast tamer is so cool. Beast trainer, hello man. I decided to fan you. These beasts have been tamed. Lord Beast Trainer is mighty and domineering, I love you." Ha, it's so funny. These fierce beasts were actually frightened by the beast trainer. It's really embarrassing. Ha ha, the animal trainer is awesome, and the animal trainer is domineering. Watching the beast trainer shouting majestic and tidying up a few fierce beasts like a dog, the audience was stunned. It turned out that he could still do this, and there was a proper person fighting a dog. I just don't know why the black lion can listen to him. It stands to reason that the anchor is so dish. It is impossible to tame such a powerful and domineering black lion. Chapter 68. Selenia trotted in excitedly and patted Zhang Jie on the shoulder, who was sitting in the computer chair. "Stop playing, the holographic 3D printer has made the replication center, let's go and have a look." Zhang Jia then remembered that he still had something to do, so he hurriedly got up. Yes, let's go and have a look. Selinia took Zhang Jia to the door of the room next to the holographic 3D printing, and Zhang Jia reminded, Selinia is not in this room, the 3D printer is in that room. Selinia explained with an inscrutable expression, are you stupid? How can a machine as big as the replication center fit two machines that are so big, so the holographically printed large items will be automatically teleported to the room where they can be placed? Zhang Jia didn't expect the holographic 3D printer to have such a magical function. He nodded suddenly, okay, then let's go and see how the replication center works. Zhang Jia curiously stepped forward and looked at the machine of the so-called cloning center printed by the holographic 3D printer. I didn't expect the 3D printer to make such a high-precision instrument, it is really not simple. You say, can it clone one me? Selinia smiled, then I'll have to bother the administrator to experience it for yourself. Bah, are you really stupid for me? I'm not a guinea pig, Zhang Jia said as I took an apple out of my pocket and took a bite, opened the glass door of one of the cloning machines, and put the apple inside. Selinia glanced at Zhang Jia and asked, what are you doing here? Can't you see this? After speaking, Zhang Jia trotted back to Selenia's side. It is better to leave this kind of high-tech thing to a professional to operate, after all, he can't do it as a big boss. Selinia looked at Zhang Jia with a grin, Lord Administrator, then I'm going to be ugly now. Selinia immediately controlled the cloning instrument controller to analyze Apple's cell molecules. When she pressed the copy button, the glass covers on the two machines glowed with a blinding white light, and the room instantly seemed like daylight. Gradually, the white light faded, and in the two cloning machines, a bitten apple and a whole apple appeared, and Selinia opened the glass door of the apple copied by the cloning machine. When Zhang Jia saw it, he shouted in surprise, wow, how about giving me a taste? Selinia smiled and shook her head, picked up the apple, handed it to Zhang Jia, and bit down a piece of meat. Zhang Jia couldn't wait to reach out and take the apple and chew it a few times, swallow it, and then closed his eyes contentedly to enjoy the feeling. No. It seems that the taste is not the same. Impossible, it stands to reason that the taste is the same, right? Selinia said with a frown. On the design drawings of the reproduction center, it is clearly written that the copied things are no different from the originals, and what the original looks like is what the copied ones are. Zhang Jia took out the apple that he had taken a bite of, took a bite and tasted it, and reluctantly handed the two apples to Selinia. It's just not the same, I don't believe you taste it. Selinia turned out to be apples, and took a small bite respectively. Sure enough, it was what Zhang Jia said, the original apples were sweeter than the copied apples. Selinia dragged her chin and fell into contemplation. It seems that there was a problem in which link led to the current result. As for which link went wrong, she didn't know for a while. In short, the copied apples were not good, this is a fact. Zhang Jia patted Selinia on the shoulder and comforted, it's okay, what's the big deal, isn't it just a failure? There is a saying, failure is success's mother, it's a big deal, let's do it again. Selinia sighed, okay, that's the only way. Zhang Jia nodded, okay, let's do it again. Saying that, Zhang Jia took out an apple from his pocket, took a bite, and prepared to put it in the replica glass cover. Selinia seemed to have found out which link was the problem, and hurriedly stopped, I'll come. Selinia personally opened the system store and bought an apple, carefully put it into the replication instrument room, and gently closed the door, and then walked to control the cloning instrument controller to analyze the cells and molecules of the apple. When the copy button was pressed again, the glass covers on the two machines emitted a blinding white light, and the room instantly seemed to be daylight. Gradually, the white light disappeared, and in the two cloning machines, two complete apples appeared again. Selinia opened the glass door of the apples copied by the cloning machine, and took a bite of herself. She nodded with satisfaction. The taste is good, sweet and sour. She went to open the other glass door of the cloning machine again, took out the sample apple and took a bite. Hey, don't you say that this apple smells like an apple? Zhang Jia asked nervously, how is it? Did you succeed this time? Selinia didn't say anything but handed him the apple. Zhang Jia hurriedly took the two apples and tasted them carefully, and after a while, only the core of the two apples remained, and he praised while chewing the apple in his mouth, how about it? You still need me to cheer you up, so our experiment can succeed. Let me tell you that I have more than half of the credit for the military merit medal. Selenia's face is now terrifying. and she finally figured out which link went wrong. That is, Zhang Jie took a bite of the apple as a sample, which caused the copied apple to reduce the original moisture and sugar content of the apple by a small part in order to restore the complete appearance of the apple, so that the taste of the two apples was differentiated as a result. Zhang Jie also took the credit for the success of the replication experiment on himself, and the angry Selenia directly jumped into the body and rewarded her with a brain melon. You are a sixth child, you are embarrassed to take credit, you know that it should be for you, how many brain cells have I died? Zhang Jie rubbed the head of the bag, looked at Selenia, who had not yet relieved his anger, begging for mercy. Stop fighting, I know it's wrong, I'll send a copy reward to the player later. Chapter 69. Selenia's hand stopped in midair, and looked at Zhang Jie, who was holding his head suspiciously. Quest reward? What reward? Zhang Jie distanced himself. The reward we told the player for capturing the booze base camp in Dingning City. Have you forgotten? Selenia tilted her head in embarrassment, denying, how can you forget, you think everyone is as unreliable as you. Zhang Jie rolled his eyes, obviously he forgot, but he was embarrassed to say me. Okay, then let me remind you again. Selenia rolled her eyes, her disdain overflowing, but she still nodded obediently. Thank you. By the way, are you ready for the prize of the Mount Lottery box? Of course, it's okay for me to be a game administrator. Zhang Jie patted the dust on his body and said with a smile. Selenia approached him curiously. What's there? Zhang Jie mysteriously leaned into her ear and whispered, the secret of heaven must not be revealed. Peace. Mix. Eggs. Selenia exploded on the spot, originally waiting with anticipation to hear what Zhang Jie said, but she was tricked by this kid, and she ran away in anger. Bang bang bang. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jie was already blue and swollen and couldn't say anything. Selenia carelessly intervened and asked, do you mean it or not? I said, don't do it. Zhang Jie originally wanted to resist, but when he heard the click of the joint and Selenia's hand being broken by him, he was still aggrieved and begged for mercy. Selenia nodded with satisfaction. It's pretty much the same, let's say. Zhang Jie said with a bitter face, this dungeon event didn't promise players to give active players Mount Lottery boxes, so I think it's all a chance anyway. Why don't I just buy some scooters, roller skates, or something, and I'll fool around, but... Selenia raised his eyebrows and motioned for him to continue. Zhang Jie swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, I found out that there was a ship in the dockyard left behind by booze, and I wanted to give it to one of the lucky players as the grand prize of the Mount Rafflebox event. Selenia stared at Zhang Jie with wide eyes. This guy slammed the door to an outrageous degree. How could he be so generous to give a battleship to the player as a prize? Selenia suddenly felt a little dangerous. She touched her chin and asked tentatively, do you want me to give something as a prize? Zhang Jie lowered his head weakly and replied hesitantly, This one. Belch. It's all up to you. I don't care. Selenia sighed helplessly, stretched out her index finger and shook it twice. I'm poorer than you, don't think about beating my idea. Zhang Jie spread his hands helplessly. If you don't come out, forget it, the temptation of this battleship is enough to make players crazy. Selenia nodded in agreement. This is also true, this level of boss is definitely not ordinary, but I don't know why Zhang Jie is unmoved. Selenia was suspicious. Hey, Zhang Jie, you shouldn't be lying to me, right? Why don't you keep such a good battleship for yourself? Zhang Jie's old face flushed. I'm seasick. Oh, Selenia touched her chin thoughtfully. Really, why don't I believe what you say? Zhang Jie was annoyed. What do you know about this woman? I gave up my love to the player for the sake of world peace. Selenia shrugged. That's my business, why do you love it? You. Zhang Jie was furious. This woman is really getting worse and worse. Okay, that battleship is an accident ship. The resentment is too big. My life is not hard enough. I can't hold it down. Selenia suddenly became energetic and asked curiously, tell me what's going on, let me be happy, cough. No, let me break it down for you. Zhang Jie frowned and groaned, and after a moment, he replied slowly and resolutely, actually, this matter is also very simple, that is, the battleship is full of zombie corpses, smelly and dirty, and it is not enough to clean up for a year and a half. Selenia pouted in disgust. I see, I don't want to give me such disgusting words, no wonder you're generous. Zhang Jie suddenly thought of something serious and asked seriously, by the way, can this replication center be bound to the system store? Selenia looked puzzled. What do you want to do? So that everything in the system store can be copied, and the saved labor can be copied one by one. Zhang Jie said with a wicked smile. After listening to Selenia's thoughtful chin of thought, Zhang Jie urged, what do you want? Hurry up and tell me whether this method will work or not. Selenia nodded, yes, but it will take a long time to get it done. After all, this is the first time for me to talk about these things. Zhang Jie was disappointed, but after thinking about it, maybe he was too greedy, so let the free temporary worker in the future add another job. Anyway, he has already hacked all the major capital companies in the real world, and there is no important work. Suddenly, Selenia yelled, pulling his thoughts back, yes, I figured it out, but this needs to be done by you, the administrator of the 404 Evolution House, yourself. Zhang Jie's eyes lit up, rubbed his hands and said excitedly, no problem, you tell me how to use it. Selenia told Zhang Jie in detail how to use it. Zhang Jie clenched his fists excitedly, okay. At this moment, Zhang Jie returned to his room. He sat in front of the computer screen, looked back at Selenia with a nervous face. Selenia nodded, don't worry, there's no problem, didn't you say it, failure is success hell, besides, it doesn't necessarily mean that the two of us will fail. Zhang Jie smiled bitterly, but is the price of this failure a little bit big? Failure 404 Evolution House will return to level 0, we have struggled for so long before we have been promoted to the next level, if this fails, my little heart can't stand it. Really, how did I hear that I bet on dogs, gamble until I have nothing in the end? Zhang Jie complained with disdain. Selenia rolled her eyes, who told you, you misheard. Saying that, he picked up his right hand and pressed it directly on the computer screen. On the computer screen, out of a line of red eye-catching words, has entered the administrator permission interface, now start to bind the replication center, bind successfully to obtain all the functions of the replication center, binding failed, the replication center self-detonated, will blow up the current 404 evolution house. Chapter 70. Zhang Jie and Selenia stared at the computer screen, as nervous as waiting for the lottery to be drawn. Winning or losing is only a matter of a moment. Success, and the things in the system store will be automatically copied out in 5 copies, and 1 copy of life. Failure, their experience that players have worked hard for in the past few months will be wasted. In fact, they can't be blamed for being lazy to add the copy function in the system store. The main thing is that there are too many things, and the manual operation is too troublesome and a waste of time, and some things that are resistant to preservation are good to say, and some foods have a shelf life of 2 or 3 days, and they will break down before they have time to copy, so it is still necessary for the system store to add the copy function. Ding, a crisp sound sounded, appeared on the computer screen, and the words successful addition of the copy function to the system store appeared. Zhang Jie and Selenia looked at the computer screen in disbelief, glanced at each other, and the excitement was indescribable. Selenia pounced and hugged Zhang Jie. Great, we actually succeeded in the bet. Exciting. Zhang Jie was hit by Selenia and almost fell to the ground, hurriedly hugged her soft body, smelling the fragrance emanating from her body. Zhang Jie, who has been a bachelor for more than 20 years, looked disgusted. Well. Don't make a fuss. Don't get excited, calm down first. Selenia pushed Zhang Jie away, straightened her hair, stood up straight, and reminded, quick, see if there are any changes in the system store? Zhang Jie nodded happily in agreement. He could finally have a moment to witness a miracle. This is simply a great feat for the benefit of all players. Players will never go offline hungry again, players will never go hungry again, players will never have to starve to death and wait for resurrection time, players. He couldn't wait to open the system store, and sure enough, there was still 1 apple in it, and now there were 6 apples left. The rest of the system is growing at a rate that is visible to the naked eye. Zhang Jie stood in place and smirked. 6 apples, the day when players can eat apples is not far off. Selenia was also excited, but she was much calmer than Zhang Jie. After all, she was a person who had experienced countless winds and waves. Okay, now tell our players the good news. Well, that makes sense, it's better to be alone than to be happy. I'll make a system update announcement right now. Zhang Jie trotted to the computer chair, typed on the keyboard, and after a while, on the official website of the Kung Fu Source Universe World game, there was an update announcement of the latest version 1.0002. System update announcement. Dear Source Universe World gamers, hello everyone. After the continuous efforts of the players, everyone has defeated the victory of the booze copy in Dingning City together. Your hard work, game stewards and game developers, and game planning are there for all to see. In order to commend all the players who participated in the dungeon this time, we worked overtime overnight to design the out-of-print titles that we promised you, and the rewards for players and guilds with excellent performance have also been counted, and the rewards will be sent to the players' backpacks after the update is completed at 000 tomorrow morning. Players who have not been rewarded should not be discouraged by your excellent performance in the next quest event. The ultimate prize of the Mount Lottery box is coming, in addition to giving free distribution to players who are active in the Booze Base Camp dungeon activity in Dingning City. In order to ensure the fairness, justice, openness, reasonableness, and humanized design of the game, the limited time purchase limit activity will be launched, and each player can buy a Mount Lottery box to try their luck. An ultimate prize is added to the lottery box issued this time, a super invincible and domineering ocean warship, and players have the opportunity to use it for life by luck. In addition to the grand prize, there are countless mounts and mount blueprints waiting for everyone. Mount blueprints related, players can spend a certain amount of source stones to create mount blueprints for mounts, and they can also sell the blueprints to players or the system store. The version is a major update, and many players have reported that there is a long-term lack of food in the Source Universe World game, resulting in insufficient physical strength, and the senior management of the Source Universe World Game Company is also a headache about this matter in order to take care of everyone's gaming experience. After a meeting of all the employees of the Source Universe World Game Company in 5 days and 5 nights of sleepless discussion, we have made a decision that violates the principle of our ancestors, and now we have added food and seeds to the system store for everyone to choose from in case of emergency. The most important thing is that we have increased the amount of food sold by 5 times, and the price is also intimate for the sake of the players. Usually the players would rather starve to death than buy food, right? Our goal is to let players have fun and no longer feel sorry for the source stones in your hands. Another note, the food in the system store is limited to purchase, so that everyone has a share, and after the purchase, it is not only a binding item, but also placed in players with ulterior motives to buy and resell and hoard. After the players saw the official website update announcement, they talked about it, and the captain of the crazy team in the first year of the year, I'm Damn, the Source Universe World Game Company, what's the matter? Wild Little Farmer, upstairs, I don't think it looks like it. Obviously, I really don't know how this game company makes money. African Little White Face, I think it's because our gods are too vegetable, so they changed their strategy, probably because they were afraid that we would starve to death in the game. Resonance in the same bed, as long as the Source Universe World Game Company doesn't go bankrupt, I'll keep playing, it's too capricious. The old Wang next door was serious. No, the food in the system store wasn't particularly expensive before, why did the price suddenly drop again? African Little White Face, what the upstairs said is right, but I feel that the price reduction is to take care of more players. Lubo, don't compete with me for the ultimate prize, the super battleship is mine. Lon Outyen, young Master Lubo is right, the super battleship is ours, and if you want to be the Pirate King with us, hurry up and sign up. Zhao Yan said, I'm ashamed, I don't have a dog to support my life, and I have a guy who has a dog to support my life. Now all the players are eager to try, just waiting for the system to be updated and draw the Mount Draw box. Chapter 71 at 11:30 in the evening, countless players waited excitedly in the game of the Source Universe world, and they were now sleepless all night as if they were waiting for New Year's Eve. Because there will be a Mount Lottery box in the store as soon as the 0-point system is crossed, this is definitely a great opportunity to get rich overnight. You must know that an ordinary pistol in the Source Universe World game is 10,000 yuan in real trading, which is still priceless. If anyone can draw the ultimate jackpot super battleship in the Mount Lottery box, there will definitely be someone who wants to buy it at a high price. As for how much the price can be sold in the end, it is estimated that it depends on how big the appetite of the owner of the super battleship is. Money is such a thing. For ordinary people that is their own goal, for rich people it is just a number. Fortunately, the Source Universe World game does not sell phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, otherwise the kryptonite bosses would have taken off a long time ago. How can they move bricks as honestly as they do? But the appearance of super battleships can change the status quo of the game, and whoever owns the only super battleship in this game will be able to explore unknown ocean areas, and may even become a sea supremacy. As soon as the name of the ultimate jackpot appears in the system, they will contact the player who won the jackpot as soon as possible and give him an unexpected price. Soon, the update time came, and some players received rewards from the system. Kaishu-kun looked at the 20 extra Mount Lottery boxes in his backpack. Happy like a child, he excitedly clicked on a Mount Lottery box and kept praying in his mouth, "Come to a tank. It doesn't matter what model, just ask me to drive a tank." Click in the Mount Lottery box, a scooter appeared in front of him. The corners of Kaishu-kun's mouth twitched, and he looked at the scooter reward with a confused expression. "I'm Nima, it's too high, children's scooters can be considered mounts?" The members of the kitchen knife gang looked at their helper with anti-creative expectations at first, and no one thought that they could open such a thing, and their helper was too weak. "Damn, what is this broken mount for?" "Yes, boss, don't tell me what kind of mount this thing is." "Brother Kai, our kitchen knife gang is counting on you to ride a scooter to take us to glory." "That's right, helper, you're so unlucky, you can even get a children's scooter, I thought you were unlucky." Everyone looked at their boss speechlessly. Kaishu-kun touched his nose in embarrassment. "Brothers, don't worry, where is this? Continue." "What roller skates, bicycles, scooters, everything is not a decent mount." Kaishu-kun felt that his body was hollowed out. He sat on the ground weakly, his eyes were empty. How can this be? How can this be? I want a tank." The players of the kitchen knife gang looked at the Mount Lottery box and were speechless for a while. "Helper, our kitchen knife gang is very strong even if we don't have tanks, you don't have to be so persistent." "Yes, the brothers are willing to fight alongside you, and it is okay without tanks." "Alas, it seems that this year, our kitchen knife gang is a little unlucky, and the lottery box is a souvenir every time." "It's okay, don't be too sad, don't be too sad. Our kitchen knife gang doesn't still have a steel smelter. Wait a few days to find a group of people to join us, and there will always be a mount." "That's it, boss, don't worry, these things are minor problems." "Boss, calm down, I just heard that it seems that a lucky person has drawn a bulldozer from the Mount's lottery box." "Damn, it's really fake." "Nonsense, of course it's true. My friend chatted with a few other guild friends today, and I heard that a player in their guild drew a bulldozer blueprint, as if you can get a bulldozer by handing in 10,000 source stones." Kaishu-kun was depressed, and it was not impossible to give himself a decent engineering vehicle. After all, Dingning City is now in ruins, and it is still relatively slow to rely on player manpower. If your guild has a decent engineering vehicle, it's also a good choice to go out and pick up some work. Suddenly, the little African white face pointed to a piece of paper pressed under the scooter, and shouted excitedly, "Boss, look, what is that?" Kaishu-kun looked in the direction of his finger, frowned, walked over and bent down to pick it up, and took a closer look. It doesn't matter what he looks like, he froze in place excitedly, and shouted happily in disbelief, "Haha, great, I'll just say that people can't be so unlucky, we won the excavator design." Kaishu-kun laughed while saying, "This was an unexpected surprise, I didn't expect to draw the design of the excavator, although they didn't have professionals in the kitchen knife gang to drive the excavator, but as long as you spend some source stones, you can get the excavator. Think about this wave is not a loss." With the excavator, the kitchen knife gang has the strength of infrastructure, and the construction speed of their own gang will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, the members of the kitchen knife gang gathered around. "Boss, how much does it cost to see the excavator design?" "Yes, helper, do you want to sell this excavator design?" Kaishu-kun shook his head. "No, although the excavator needs 10,000 source stones to exchange, but with the excavator, we can at least earn back this 10,000 source stones or even more." The people of the kitchen knife gang thought about it and felt that what the boss said made sense, and they all nodded in agreement. "Gang leader, do we have the money to buy it?" 10,000 source stones is not a small amount. "Yes, no, let's get together, brothers, it's really not good, let's stop building a house during this time, and go to Beast City to farm monsters." "I think it's okay, our kitchen knife gang is poor now, and we must solve the urgent need first, otherwise these brothers will farm monsters, in case something valuable is dropped." "What do you see?" Hearing this, Kaishu-kun fell into deep thought. Now it is estimated that it is too late to collect the source stone, since their kitchen knife gang can drive an excavator to exchange for 10,000 source stones, then other players will also open something good. The source stone will definitely be in excess of demand, and no player is even willing to sell it, but even if they smash the pot and sell the iron, they will have to get it. At this time, Zhao Yanyu walked over and looked at Kaishu-kun curiously with an expectant expression. "How is it?" Kaishu-kun handed the excavator design to Zhao Yanyu. "Oh, drive an excavator, what about you?" Chapter 72. Zhao Yanyu took the excavator design drawing handed over by Kaishu-kun, and sneered, "Ha, I'm laughing to death, don't you want to drive a tank?" As a result, I gave you an excavator? Kaishukuan had a black line on his face, and reluctantly urged, "Can you tell me what you opened?" Zhao Yenyu crossed his waist and said proudly, "I haven't opened it yet, I'll wait for you to pad the lottery pool first." Kaishukuan looked at her unflattened appearance, and couldn't wait to rush up and take a bite of this girl's mouth. But after thinking about it, so many people watched it, and they still gave up. "Okay. It's almost done, then you can start." Zhao Yenyu nodded. Kaishukuan walked up to Zhao Yenyu and patted her on the shoulder. "Come on. I'm optimistic about you. If you smoke worse than me, it will be a shame." Zhao Yenyu gave him a big roll of his eyes, but he secretly muttered in his heart, "It's strange that the old lady will lose to you." Zhao Yenyu has always known that he is lucky. Even if he doesn't draw a plane or something this time, he won't get a prize too bad, at least better than an excavator. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality, opened her backpack and clicked on a Mount Lottery box, and kept praying, "Come to the sky, come to the sky." With a flash of golden light, a parachute appeared in front of him. Everyone present was blinded. They had played a game of eating chicken, and knew that this was a parachute, but I didn't expect that Zhao Yenyu actually wanted to fly in the sky and really draw a flying in the sky, although this flying in the sky is not so reliable, but after all, if it is classified as not impossible to use as flying in the sky. Zhao Yenyu was stunned. She looked at the parachute in her hand in a daze, and there was only one sentence in her mind: could it be that this is fate? Zhao Yenyu, really want to fly? Is it a koi fish possessed or is my mouth too open? She stupidly stood in place with the parachute in her hand, and after a long time of coming back to her senses, she ran to Kaishukuan, excitedly hugged him next to her and jumped up, and shouted excitedly, "I drove to a sky and flew." Kaishukuan next to him was stunned for a moment, and responded, "Congratulations, but this thing can't be counted as your win." Zhao Yenyu let go of his hand, looked at his gloating appearance, pouted, and said angrily, "Okay, I'll keep driving, I won't believe that I can't win you." This time she directly opened all the Mount Lottery boxes in her backpack, and the dazzling golden light flashed, and in the next second, several Kaishukuan scooters of the same model appeared in front of her, and a piece of paper. She bent down excitedly to pick up the piece of paper and looked at it carefully. Kaishukuan also hurriedly leaned his head over to find out. It didn't matter, they gasped. I was obedient. This turned out to be a tower crane design drawing. Kaishukuan laughed wildly, "But that's it. I thought you could draw a reward better than me. It turned out to be a tower crane." Zhao Yan stared at him with a snort. "What's wrong with the tower crane? Doesn't it make me one step closer to the sky? You just drive your excavator to dig and dig and dig. Dig and dig, what's wrong? I might be able to dig up an ancient tomb." Kaishukuan smiled mockingly, thinking that this girl's tower crane was useless. Zhao Yenyu snorted coldly, raised his hand and pinched his elbow. Kaishukuan grinned in pain. "Ouch, mom, murder your husband." The two quarreled for a while, and Zhao Yenyu was also very helpless. Originally she thought that she could draw a fighter jet or a spaceship or something like that, but who would have thought that it would be a tower crane? Seeing the two flirting and scolding, the rest of the onlookers next to them shook their heads and sighed. The administrator is redundant to lower the price of the food in the system store, and they have eaten dog food every day. At this time, Lu Bo, who had been silent, had a light in his eyes, and remembered something. Excavators, bulldozers, tower cranes, and infrastructure construction. Are there any good helpers? With these three good mechanical helpers, does it mean that the construction of Dingning City can be contracted by them? When the time comes, the players will need to ask them for help when they build tall buildings. Lu Bo reminded Kaishukuan excitedly, "Boss, do you want to contact the gang that drew the bulldozer? I think the bulldozer and the excavator are more compatible together." Zhao Yenyu, who Kaishukuan had not yet spoken, asked strangely, "What are you doing? Aren't your kitchen knife gang trying to change their business to a demolition team?" Lu Bo looked excited. "That's right, sister-in-law, you're right, we just want to do a demolition team, and then you don't have a tower crane. Yu Yanulu is forming a construction team." "No. Absolutely not." Zhao Yenyu immediately refused. She would never agree to this kind of thing. She didn't want to engage in infrastructure. How could it be fun to fight monsters and upgrade by moving bricks? Lu Bo was speechless for a moment, and persuaded depressively, "Sister-in-law, it is important to fight monsters and upgrade your strength, but we have finally laid down Dingning City, and we also need to build it. Look at the current city is full of holes and tired. How do the players' phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? What if it is winter? Aren't the players all freezing to death? In order for Dingding City to have a new year, and for the players to have a warm home, should we sacrifice the little self and complete the big self? Zhao Yanyu was stunned for a moment. It seems to make sense. We do want to make a little effort for the players. Your kitchen knife gang has bulldozers and excavators responsible for demolition and reconstruction, and we have tower cranes in Yanula to build high-rise buildings. Everyone is deep in thought, in an infinite reverie about the future. Suddenly, Lubo broke the silence. Alas, don't mention it, our kitchen knife gang is in trouble. He sighed, the excavator is okay, it's just that the bulldozer isn't ours. Who is the bulldozer? Zhao Yanyu was a little puzzled. Lubo pulled the little white face of Africa to him, you say. Which gang does the bulldozer belong to? The African little white face touched his head and said embarrassedly, my friend said that the bulldozer was opened by their King's Landing gang, but our kitchen knife gang has a holiday with them, so it's hard to talk about it. After listening to his words, Zhao Yanyu frowned and thought for a while, and finally decided to agree to his request. Anyway, she was idle and had nothing to do, so she went to be this peacemaker. Kai Shukuan saw that she agreed, and nodded in agreement. He thought it was a very good idea, so he nodded in agreement. When several people were about to discuss countermeasures, an explosive message was broadcast from the whole server system. Congratulations to the player for winning the ultimate prize of the Mount Lottery Box event, Super Battleship. Chapter 73. Seeing the announcement of the whole server, Kai Shukuan and Zhao Yanyu glanced at each other. How could this kind of shit luck not fall on their heads? The administrator is too partial. How can he say that he is also a veteran player? Why can people draw super battleships? Young Fan can set sail, the stars and the sea, and we can only do the work of the demolition team and the construction team. Zhao Yanyu sighed bitterly. Okay, I'll contact the helper of King's Landing first. It just so happens that we have business dealings with them in Yanulu, and it is estimated that there is no problem with the bulldozer. Forced to wipe out an ordinary player, playing the Source Universe World game is to pass the time through a friend's introduction to play with friends. He saw that after the game was updated, many players went to draw out lottery boxes. Seeing that a few friends also drew roller skates and scooters, some guaranteed props, he summed it up: a Source Stone to buy a Mount Lottery box even if you drive a scooter is not a loss. Anyway, like him, a winning insulator who buys lottery tickets, the jackpot. Or something is still left to the dog. How can a game company be stupid enough to really give this kind of jackpot to players for free? This kind of super battleship doesn't need to think about it without recharging. He opened the system store, spent a Source Stone to buy a Mount Lottery box, opened it casually, the golden light flashed, and the announcement of the whole server scrolled on the screen. Congratulations to the players for winning the ultimate prize of this lucky draw box event, Super Battleship. This time, he couldn't be rectified directly, standing in place stupidly, holding the Super Battleship exchange coupon, and he was stunned for a while. I'm a dog. Many local Tyrant players saw the system announcement, and their hearts were instantly moved. Although they didn't get the Super Battleship, but they have the ability to make money, and they can use money to smash that dog to agree. For a time, in the Source Universe World game, the local Tyrant players launched a search for dog tray activities. Anyone who provides the position of the strong Source Stone, reward 100 Source Stones. After the players get the news, they don't move bricks, don't fight monsters, all start to look for strong dust. Don't underestimate this 100 Source Stones, this is hard currency. The current market is calculated according to the proportion of 100 Source Stones is equivalent to 1,000 yuan in cash. You can easily get it by finding someone, which is not much better than a part-time job. Soon someone found the protagonist of this event and forcibly disappeared, and many people came to see what the dog looked like. Chang took the exchange coupon in his hand and came to the central square of Dingding, where there was the 404 evolution house of the administrator, and he wanted to ask how to exchange for the super battleship. And slow. The young man's subordinates showed mercy and took a step to speak. Chang was gone, stopped and looked back, only to see a group of people running towards him. Seeing so many people, the momentum was violent. He subconsciously covered his chest with his hands. What do you want to do? Other. Misunderstand. I didn't. That. Hobby. I'm a male, I love women, although the name is easy to make you reverie, but I'm a genuine pure man. He hurriedly moved his steps to approach the 404 Evolution House, in case there was any movement. As long as he found that the situation was wrong, he would desperately knock on the door for help as long as the administrator comes out and has the support of the administrator. Everything is easy to say. The cave room is undefeated, and seeing the strong and slowly approaching the 404 evolution house, thinking that he is going to take the exchange coupon to exchange for the super battleship, he hurriedly ran forward, blocking his way with his right hand, and the audience was in an uproar. Fuck, is this what I can see? Two men are banging on the wall. Look! This picture is so fucking exciting, man. I don't know who can hold on first. This wave must be recorded and transmitted to the internet. This guy is good, he's very professional. I'll go, this cave house is undefeated and likes to do it. Don't you want to even accept people with battleships? Mom, these two guys are, phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals live live / phoneme broadcast, don't you want to be so exciting? He hurriedly defended, ladies and gentlemen, you have misunderstood, it is really not what you think, I don't believe you asked for it, we have only met for the first time. After saying that, he looked back at Chang and disappeared, but the distance between the two was 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close / phoneme, and he kissed directly on the mouth as soon as he turned around. The players who didn't think it was a big deal to see the excitement suddenly cheered, I'm damn, kiss, look at it. This guy is ruthless enough, he kissed him directly, cowbreak. This guy is fierce enough, he is really a. Is it so exciting? Ah, my eyes are blind. 666666, dog trays can be used to make a base. Come on, brother, I believe in you, you made me believe in love again, come on. This dog holder really has a set, and even the local tyrant like the undefeated cave house can be soaked. 666666, awesome. Oh fuck it, I can touch this special meow, I'm a knife and a spicy ass, open my eyes. This guy is ruthless enough, just kiss the mouth, amazing, admire and admire. He was still in shock at the moment when he was frightened by the sudden change. He didn't expect that this cave house was undefeated and kissed himself directly. The problem is that they are both men. The first kiss in his game is gone. Woo woo woo. The next second the two looked at each other affectionately, and they twisted to the side and vomited. After a long time, Dongfang was undefeated and explained guiltily, gross, I'm sorry. Brother, I really didn't mean to. As a super tyrant, Dongfang was undefeated, touched his lips, and said embarrassedly, that, I want to buy your super battleship, you name the number. Chang shook his hand and refused, sorry, don't sell, I'm a person with backbone and dignity, and I won't be impressed by your money offensive. Chapter 74 Yo-hee, it's quite backbone. I haven't said how much you bid, and you refused? Dongfang undefeated looked at Chang with some surprise. Beating him after he was born, no one, regardless of gender, old or young, could not be unimpressed by his own money offensive. It seems that today is a hard stubble. Forced to wipe off the ashes, politely refused, I'm sorry, I've had a dream since I was a child, I want to be a pirate king like Flyby, now I'm finally able to realize this wish, I don't want to miss it. Dongfang undefeated, full of confidence stretched out a finger, don't talk to me about the ideal number? Chang looked at his fingers and said suspiciously, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or 1 million. The players who were present to watch the excitement gasped, my mother, is this a rich man? Is it so domineering to talk about business? I also want this feeling of being humiliated by money. It's so handsome, I also want to be rich. Wake up, you don't have any money, so let's move bricks honestly. Tisk, sure enough. The local tyrants will do this, which is completely different from our ordinary people. Sure enough, he is rich and capricious, I just want to know what method he wants to use to make the other party compromise, I don't know, but it should be difficult, right? After all, where is there anything indestructible in this world? Dongfang undefeated enjoyed the awe-inspiring eyes of others, he knew that this matter was already 8 or 9 years old, okay, I'm not in a hurry, I can wait for you to think about it slowly. But who can guarantee that there are some priceless treasures waiting for them in the depths of the vast ocean in the source universe world? Maybe the value of the treasure will be higher, and it will not be much more than this 10 million earnings. After all, he is the only player who has a super battleship in the source universe world, and other players who want to grab it will have to wait for the follow-up game activities to go out to see vehicles. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more he affirmed his ideas, and in the end, he regretted refusal. I'm sorry, this big guy, I still can't promise you. After thinking about it. What? Isn't this guy stupid? The local tyrant is willing to pay 10 million or more, but he doesn't sell it? What's the idea? Is anyone really going to refuse wealth these days? I guess this is for fear of being deceived. It's possible, after all, the price has reached 10 million in such a short period of time. Who knows if the local tyrant is sick in the brain? What do you know? People are true love, and I believe that one day he will be prosperous. There must be treasures on the sea, and there may be glory and wealth at that time. Bah, have you ever seen someone spend money to kill someone? Have you ever seen someone desperately fight for a little virtual currency? Have you ever seen anyone give up their low-hanging fruit and wealth for a game statistic? It's not that he's stupid, it's that he's too smart. Think about it, if he sells this battleship, doesn't that mean that this person will get money that he can't spend for several lifetimes? But if he doesn't sell it, isn't it an opportunity? Dongfang's undefeated face darkened, staring coldly at Chang's ashes. Boy, I'll give you one last chance, 15 million in cash, how about it? This money is enough for you to buy a sports car and a nice house in the real world. Chang Shan shook his head and said in a resolute tone, I'm sorry, although I envy you for having so much money, but this doesn't hinder my choice. I only have one sentence, I can't sell it. 30 million. Chang still refused without hesitation. I said, it's not a matter of money, so please don't waste your efforts. The face of the undefeated cavehouse flashed with a dangerous light, and his body suddenly jumped to stand in front of the strong dust, raised his right hand and felt bitter in his heart. Alas, since this is the case, the gentleman does not take the favor of others, then I won't buy it, or do you think it's okay? Anyway, as long as you don't have a crew and startup capital for the super battleship, why don't we become a gang, and then you will be the captain, I will be the deputy captain, and I will pay for all the expenses at sea. How about it? Thinking about it carefully, it is true that the local tyrant has a bit of truth. He just has a battleship and nothing else. If he goes to sea and encounters the enemy, it is still a trivial matter if he is killed by himself. If the super battleship is snatched away by the enemy, it will be a big loss. He nodded in agreement. Okay, I agree with you. The treasure obtained in the future will be 3 points for the two of us, and the remaining 40% will be distributed to our crew. After all, we will go out together and mix. We are all brothers. Dongfang undefeated patted his chest and promised, no problem, it's not a problem, as long as I have a bite to eat in the future, the brothers will have a bowl to wash. Chang Chi-Chi asked suspiciously, what? A bowl wash, why isn't it a mouthful of soup? I'm sorry for the mouth. The cave room was undefeated and scratched his head in embarrassment to explain, turning his head to look at the players who were watching the excitement. Brothers, who is willing to join our great navigation gang, hurry up and sign up. Although I don't know how many people the super battleship can carry, but the number is limited, hurry up and sign up. Many players are more or less moved. I'm willing to join the Grand Voyage gang. I do. Count me in. And me, count me in. Soon, a group of players signed up, both men and women, but there were about 200 or 300 people. The cave room was undefeated and looked at the crowd that swarmed with great satisfaction, beckoned to the little brother next to him to invite these people into the gang, and then turned around, looking at the strong and dusty, and the strong and dusty also looked at him. The atmosphere became ambiguous, and suddenly, the door of the 404 Evolution House opened, and Zhang Zhuo appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 75. Everyone immediately became quiet when they saw the administrator come out. Zhang Jia looked at the group of players with a puzzled expression. What are you doing standing here all right? Do you want to make trouble? The players bowed their heads and didn't dare to speak. If this made the administrator unhappy, they wouldn't want to play the Source Universe World game in the future. Chang walked forward embarrassedly and took out the Super Battleship exchange coupon. Lord Administrator, don't get me wrong, I'm here to exchange for Super Battleship. These players are all here to have a good time, and by the way, I can see your demeanor, Lord Administrator. This sycophant is a good shot. It explains clearly why the players gathered at the door of the 404 Evolution House, and slapped the administrator's sycophant. The players cast their eyes of gratitude, and the cave room was undefeated and secretly gave him a thumbs up, and couldn't help but praise it in his heart. Talent. Zhang Jia smiled and nodded, took the battleship voucher and looked at it. Sure enough, there was his own autograph on it. Since you're here to exchange for a super battleship, I'll come with me. After speaking, Zhang Jia turned around and entered the 404 Evolution House, leaving the players with a chic and elegant back. Chang was relieved that he was gone. but fortunately, the administrator was very amiable and approachable, otherwise he would have been disqualified from the award. Wow! It's so handsome! What a male god! I love the administrator, the players chatted excitedly, and the cave room was undefeated and cheeky followed. In the hall of the 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jie looked at the two of them and frowned. What's the matter? Who of you belongs to this exchange coupon? How did the two people come in? Lord Administrator, this undefeated player in the cave house is my partner, and you also know that the source stone cost to raise such a super battleship must be an astronomical amount, and I alone estimate that I can only let the super battleship stop on the shore to bask in the sun, so we have specially set up a gang to recruit troops, and we will be able to open up the sea territory for you when the time comes. Dongfang nodded undefeated, looking at Zhang Jie expectantly. Zhang Jie listened to his words thoughtfully, and his originally frowning brows also stretched. You just said that you want to open up the maritime territory? Chang Fei nodded in ashes. That's right, Lord Administrator, now that players are engaged in infrastructure construction in Dingning City, they don't have time to explore new maps, and now you have given us super battleships, so we can explore the sea map for you. Zhang Jie waved his hand. Okay, I understand what you mean, rest assured that your super battleship will definitely be given to you. Let's go, take you to see what your sea vehicle super battleship looks like. Zhang Jie originally wanted to take them to the space to teleport over, but his current strength did not allow it, so he had no choice but to look at the two of them awkwardly. Then which of you has a car? Let's go to the dock now. Forcibly shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry. Administrator, I didn't. The undefeated and excited Mao Sui of the cave house recommended himself. Lord Administrator, I have, if you don't dislike it, you can take my car. It's a cyberpunk jeep with a big hole on it. Looking at the golden jeep in front of him, he was a little excited. The taste of the local tyrant is really extraordinary. In the last days when the materials are so scarce, he can convert the jeep into this. It is estimated that it has cost a lot of money. It seems that rich people play games to enjoy life, and ordinary people can only work hard to move bricks. He couldn't help but touch a few handfuls of the jeep and opened the passenger door. Lord Administrator, please get in the car. Zhang Jie nodded with satisfaction, sat in the co-pilot, and the three of them came to the dock. Zhang Jie opened the car door from the co-pilot and jumped down, opened the dock door, and snorted, "Oh, the big guy inside belongs to you." The two of them endured the excitement in their hearts, and finally saw the super battleship. I don't know what it will look like. The two of them walked towards the battleship. Wait a minute. Zhang Jie thought of something and hurriedly stopped the two. The two looked at the administrator suspiciously. I don't know why they suddenly stopped them. Is there anything else that the administrator has to do? Zhang Jie smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. There is a small matter that needs your help. Chang Shan patted his chest. Lord Administrator, if you have something to say, we think you can solve your problems. Yes, then please clean the dock by the way. Zhang Jie said embarrassedly. Hearing this, Dongfang undefeated breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Lord Administrator, you can leave these little things to us. Zhang Jie nodded. Okay, you guys are busy, I'll go first. As he spoke, he used the space to move and disappear, and the forced ashes in the cave house were undefeated and walked into the dock at each other, and a gust of sea breeze rushed towards him, with a hint of rancid smell. They looked around, and a silver battleship stood in the water in the middle of the empty dock, and their eyes widened in surprise. How much price and effort had been spent to build this super battleship? Such a battleship, an aircraft carrier, was his younger brother in front of him. The two of them finally climbed onto the deck of the battleship, looking at the zombie parts everywhere, and their stomachs kept churning. I dripped. I said, why don't you want to come in, Lord Administrator? This picture is too bloody. Although the blood has dried up, They couldn't imagine what a terrible battle was going on here. No way, they had promised the administrator before, otherwise they would have wanted to return the administrator. Looking at the mess of debris, they shook their heads helplessly. The cave room was undefeated and covered his nose. Lord Administrator, this is really a pit by you. Yes. Chanyang felt the same way. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and clean up. Dongfang said undefeated. Oh. The two picked up the broom and shovel not far away and began to clean. There was no reason to return the goods, there was no need to think about it, they could only admit it. Their own battleship, with tears in their eyes, also had to be cleaned. At this time, the undefeated #1 brother in the cave room rushed with a pot and rode a scooter. He stood under the battleship and shouted loudly, "Boss! Boss!" The cave room is undefeated and looked at the fence of the battleship with a shovel. "Carry the pot, Chong, you kid. Go to the door and take this door. All players who want to come in and visit, come in for free, as long as they clean up." Chang couldn't help but praise, "Yes. Brother Taheo, you are much worse than me." Chapter 76. Carrying the pot and sliding the scooter directly to the dock door, blocking the players who joined in the fun. The players glared at him angrily. "What are you doing? What are you doing here?" "We're going to go in and see what the super battleship looks like." "That's it, we're going to go in and see the super battleship." "Get out of the way." "We're going to see the super battleship." "Get out of the way." "I have to see the legendary super battleship today." "Why don't you let us see it? Are you too poor to see it? If you don't let us see the super battleship today, we'll block the door and not leave." "Do you want to sell tickets? How much? You can make a price, so that we poor guys will die of this heart." "Yes, if you don't let us in, we'll smash the super battleship." A crowd of people gathered around to block the dock door, but the pot was pushed by many players but did not move. Still standing firmly, he smiled and said, "Don't get excited, don't get excited, listen to my explanation. Just let us in, or we'll smash the ship." "Yes, yes, smash the ship." "Damn, you really dare to smash it? What don't you dare?" The players were aggressive, and a rather irascible man kicked him in the abdomen, and the pot was easily pushed back with his elbow. And then he pointed in the direction of the inside of the dock and said, "Brothers, if you want to visit the super battleship, you can, but there is a prerequisite. If you have something to say, talk about it quickly, let it fart quickly, don't waste time." "That's right, hurry up. Don't waste time," the players urged impatiently. Carrying the pot, Chong shrugged helplessly. "Our helper said that it is free to visit the super battleship, but we need everyone's help to clean up the super battleship." The players are all stunned. Just visit the super battleship for free and help clean up? Is the leader of this great voyage stupid? What a good opportunity to make money. If you sell tickets, you can definitely make a windfall, but you just ask them to help clean up. This kind of simple thing is used as a condition for visiting. Is there a disease in the head? The players nodded in agreement and shouted, "Don't worry, it's not a matter of having hands for such a trivial matter as cleaning. I'll wipe the deck for you to reflect, believe it or not." "What are you? It's a blessing for us to be able to kill a super battleship. See how I lick it clean with my tongue. It's just that it's not easy to do this kind of thing." "Don't worry, we'll be very careful about cleaning." "Don't worry. We promise to dress up the super battleship beautifully. I can also help you wipe the deck spotlessly." And me. None of you are allowed to rob it, I'll say it first." On the deck of the super battleship, 800 or 900 players who joined in the fun gasped as they watched the scene of corpses strewn all over the field. "I'm Nima, is there still a place to stand here? Look at your arms, your thighs, and your eyes, how many zombie parts are these? Don't talk nonsense, who just said that the deck was rubbed to the point of reflection? Please start your show." "Yes, and the one who said to lick it clean, let's go together." "Brothers, stop talking. Let's get to work." "Okay, brothers." Everyone started to clean up the entire super battleship in a hurry. The players piled up the corpses of the zombies outside the dock, and disappeared after a while. In the 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jia looked at the computer screen and turned his head to look at Selenia, puzzled. "Selenia, you explain to me why these zombies were not recovered by the 404 Evolution House when they killed these zombies?" Selenia shrugged her shoulders and walked to the computer screen to observe carefully. Her brows tightened and gradually eased. "Hey, it's not easy. Who killed the zombies in the first place?" Zhang Jia dragged his chin and thought seriously. "Me and the Black Wolf." "No, it seems that only the Black Wolf made a move." Selenia spread her hands. "That's it, the Black Wolf didn't come over through the 404 Evolution House." Zhang Jie thought for a while, and suddenly understood. "You mean, only the players extradited by the 404 Evolution House can be absorbed by killing monsters or other corpses, right?" Selenia gave him an angry look, turned around and walked out of the room. "I still have something to do, you idiot, figure it out for yourself." Zhang Jia looked remorseful. He knew that he would clean it up. Why bother giving away the super battleship he worked so hard to get for free? "It's okay now, I feel like I've lost 100 million. His heart was dripping blood, and his heart ached to click on the player's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast to divert his attention, and the title of a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room attracted his attention. Without a dog to support his life, he can still sail to the sea without asking for help. I saw that the starving player was tying up a few sawn logs, and after a while, a raft appeared in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, and he sat on the raft to explain to the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room. Have you seen it? Actually, sailing at sea is not as difficult as you think. What can we do without a super battleship? The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room called the barrage of questioning. Anchor, hurry up, is this thing sturdy? A wave will shoot you back on the beach again. I don't think it's reliable at all. Everyone should disperse, go back to their own homes, and find their own mothers. That's right, this anchor has attracted everyone's attention at first glance, and getting a few ropes to tie up broken wood is like going to sea? That's right, let's take a wave, there's no point in shutting it down. Hungry looked at the barrage and pointed to his raft angrily and explained, "Don't think this is an ordinary raft, this is made of wood soaked in tung oil. Do you know what tung oil is?" As the name suggests, tung oil is pressed from the fruit of tung oil. Tung oil is a natural vegetable oil. It has the ability to dry quickly, high temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, and other characteristics. Tung oil also has good waterproofness. Only after soaking in tung oil and then drying for 7 days can the wood be soaked in the sea for a long time without being corroded. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room will be suspicious. Say so much, you are rowing a raft to the sea. Let's take a look, take a look. Chapter 77. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room was a little angry when they saw the anchor starving, and immediately arched the fire. Anchor, then you hurry up and go to the sea. Let's see what is in the sea. That's it, it's been a few days, you won't really spend time at the beach, will you? Anchor, don't be funny, let's go. That's it, don't waste time, or I'll give you a gift. Anchor, so many people support you, hurry up. That's it, otherwise, what's the point of your phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast? The barrage rolls wildly. And the anchor was hungry, and he was helpless when he saw what the audience sent. He also wanted to go to sea, but how could things on the sea be so easy to find? 9 meals of hunger for 3 days were all small things, and it was really a bit difficult to ride a tiger at this time, so he decided to hob the knife, a big deal, shut down the broadcast and went to sleep. Brothers and sisters, I also know that you are in a hurry, but I am also very distressed now. I only have a raft now, and I don't have anything else. How about I prepare to prepare? Don't try to play tricks on the anchor, hurry up, we have to watch survival at sea. Yes, if you can't, then you should get out of here. I'll go, I've been watching it for a long time, but you want to get through the trick without survival equipment? Yes, hurry up, you can't do it today, we have to go to your phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room tomorrow. That's it, hurry up, do you think we won't be able to find you when you go on the air? Unless you don't play the Source Universe World game, or we will hunt you down every day. I've figured out that there are no dangerous creatures like sharks in this area. That's right, so hurry up. That's right, Anchor, you say, are you in trouble with how many source stones do you want? Yes, Anchor, we've known each other for a long time, and I trust you. That's right, Anchor, how many source stones do you want? Anchor, we are willing to believe you and will not lie to us. The barrage continued to speak, and the anchor was hungry and saw the barrage that the audience said, and his heart was even more bitter. I don't want to, I just want to sell a few rafts to cut leaks, but I was forced to survive in the wilderness. Zhang Jia watched it with relish, accidentally spilled the water cup on the table, and got it on the keyboard. He hurriedly wiped it up, and as a result, it happened to be a gift for the hungry, and a gift with a rocket effect appeared in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast screen, and everyone present was stunned when they saw the name of the gift, and the game administrator of the Source Universe world with the golden name appeared there. One by one, the players turned into shake-up warriors and began to lick violently. Administrator, Atmosphere. Big guy 666666666 Administrator, we're going to hug our thighs. Your Excellency, you're so handsome. Wow, the administrator has sent another gift. Administrator, can you add a friend? Administrator, please take care of you. Big guy, we love you so much, please take flying. I was quite happy that someone had a gift for me, but the person who brushed the gift was not calm for a moment. Lord Administrator, watch me phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast. If this is a trick and go off the air, does it mean that I can say goodbye to the Source Universe World game in the future? No, it seems that this time I have to go out to the sea to survive in the wilderness. If I make the Lord Administrator unhappy, I will be barbecue. In just a few seconds, he instantly figured out the pros and cons. He directly changed his face and said to the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, okay, since everyone and the administrator want to see me survive in the wilderness at sea, then I will drink it out today and let everyone see what a wilderness survival expert is. With that, he pouted and pushed the raft into the sea, and began to drift at sea with his oars. Sitting on the raft with the ups and downs of the waves, constantly drifting, the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room watch the ocean of the sea are a little aesthetically tired, drowsy. Suddenly, the sea is windy, the sky is lightning and thunder pierces the sky, the downpour rain pours down, and the stormy waves follow, as if the end of the world is coming. What the hell is this weather? Damn, won't I? I was just about to listen to the sound of the waves and go to sleep. A thunderbolt directly made me not sleepy. As a result, the sudden storm and the raging waves made him see the horror of the sea, and now the only thing he could do was to hold on to the raft to prevent himself from being swept away by the waves. Now he no longer has the energy to pay attention to the barrage in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, because he is soaked and embarrassed. The sea water flowed down his hair and beard, and fell to the ground in a small puddle of water, which was quickly carried away by the waves and disappeared. The sea rushed to the raft from all directions, and he found that it was a futile struggle. The waves grew fiercer and stronger, almost swallowing him up. Even if he wanted to desperately row the raft to escape now, he probably wouldn't have that chance. After all, in such bad weather, I am too small in front of the sea. The waves were so violent. In the end, he could only watch as he was swept away by the huge waves and slowly sank along with the raft. Help, help, who will save me? I don't want to die. His desperate cry echoed in the entire sea, and everyone in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room looked nervously at the sea to find the anchor's starving figure, and the time passed slowly, and the sea returned to calm on the sea. A few logs scattered and drifted to prove that the anchor had come, but there was no longer a starving figure. It seems that everything has already been destined, and the starving day is reclamation this time. The anchor has gone all the way and has been resurrected, so don't go on an adventure at sea, it's not for you. That's right, although I like the personality of the anchor, but I really advise you to forget it. Going to the sea in this weather is simply looking for death. Upstairs, I think sacrifice is a warning to be careful about the unknown. The anchor will definitely be drowned for a minute of silence. Anchor, don't do such a dangerous thing in the future, stay at home and have a few more babies. There was a whale in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, and it was obvious that the anchor's sacrifice of starvation was a warning to them. Seeing these comments, Zhang Jia knew that the starvation had been completely cooled, and there was no way to counterattack. He sighed that it was all his own fault, otherwise this player would not have taken the risk. Suddenly, the screen in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room switched to a small island. Chapter 78 The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room watched the anchor starving and motionless on the beach, and couldn't help but sweat for him. Look, the anchor is not dead, he is still alive. It should be alive, I don't know, the anchor is moving. The anchor's life is really big, and this has not been swept away by the waves. While the waves crashed on the beach, starving with the lapping of the waves, he was slowly pushed onto the beach. He slowly opened his eyes and spit out a large mouthful of seawater from his mouth. Ahem. Where is this? Am I still alive? The harsh sunlight kept him open, so he had to put his hands in front of him to block the strong sunlight and try to adapt to his surroundings. After getting used to the light, he took his hand down. However, when he saw what was happening in front of him clearly, the whole person was stunned. he found himself on a strange island, and it seemed that no one had been here for a long time, full of broken sand, and disorderly trees and all kinds of plants. He climbed with all his strength, took off his wet vest and wrung out the seawater, and Gerd the hungry stomach protested. He subconsciously wanted to click on the system store to buy some food, and suddenly he realized that he was still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcasting, and the wilderness survival expert blocked the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room from eating the food in the system store. So did you want to have that face? He looked at all kinds of food in the system store, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and resolutely chose to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the button. The name of starving is not called in vain. With his own ability, on this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme island, it will not be a problem to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme 10 or 8 years. He walked around the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme island of more than 200 square meters, and finally found a big tree to sit down. Although he is indeed quite able to bear hunger, after all, he has not eaten for a long time, and he must quickly replenish his strength. Relying on the roots of the tree, he definitely purified the sea before fresh water to replenish the water, but whether it is the distillation method or the seawater freezing method, there is no way to implement it now, and the distillation method requires a container, and he does not have it now. Seawater freezing method, now it's summer, and it's impossible to freeze seawater. He licked his dry mouth, and had no choice but to give up, so he could only stick 3 small wooden sticks on the beach and kneel down and pray to God to open his eyes. It will rain a little. This kind of commotion made the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room look stupid. I'm going to drop God. How about playing? How do I think the anchor looks like he is begging for rain? Look at his pious expression. Could it be that he is praying to the gods? Hey, it seems to be true. You look at the anchor's head, there is actually a dark cloud. What the hell? The anchor can't be possessed by the rain god, right? Don't make trouble upstairs. How can it be a good look? What kind of ghost is this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room? Say ask for rain, come to rain. I don't think the anchor is begging for rain, but more like doing it. What kind of fairy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast is this? It's amazing. I have to say that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast of Hungary is still relatively popular. His fans are gathering more and more, and soon more than 20,000 people. He is waiting for the rain to come while looking at his phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast statistics. This phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme makes him feel very satisfied. Anyway, this is his first phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast of survival in the wild, and it is already very good to have such a result. Boom, it was still sunny just now, and now it is raining lightly, starving, and there is no now. Picking a lot of banana fans, making them into containers and starting to receive rainwater. He actually has no superpowers to call the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and rain. In fact, when he was sitting under the tree, he saw that a few dark clouds were slowly drifting, and he felt that it would rain, so he would pretend to be mysterious and make a show effect if it rains. Everyone is happy. If it doesn't rain, it's a pleasure. The light rain continued, and now he drank heartily. A few bowls of water bottomed out, and his stomach was full. At this time, he found that there were already a lot of barrages in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room. Most of them were praising him 666, and a small number were mocking him. What kind of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast is this? There is no survival technology in the wild, it all depends on luck. That's it, if you have the ability, you can have something to eat. I don't believe it, there are still fish in the sea that jump ashore by themselves. Ha ha, I'm laughing to death, my huabe has been inherited by you. I guess this thing must have not eaten, and those who are hungry will have Venus in their eyes. Anchor, I believe you can do it, sit down until you slap your face. Hungry and looking at the barrage in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, he didn't bother with them. Anyway, he didn't have the strength to raise the bar with them now. But he still didn't give up, and bowed to the 3 wooden sticks inserted on the beach, in case a miracle happened. Many viewers in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room ridiculed. It's over, the anchor is really hungry and stupid, and he starts to engage in feudal superstition if he doesn't look for food. The anchor is the most uncommon sense anchor I've ever seen. This is all a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme island survival. Don't find a way to solve it yourself, just wait for pie to fall from the sky. Why do I feel that the anchor is begging for death? Alas, I have served the anchor, and I have no common sense of survival, and I still worship God at this time. Hey, don't be so stupid, you know a fart, this is called fate. Do you understand fate? I think so too. If the anchor could find something to eat, he would have looked for it a long time ago. Why would he wait so long? Hey, poor boy, I think he is more than lucky this time, or I'll donate a source stone to him. Let him buy something to eat in the system store. Just when the audience was talking, a distance of more than 10 meters high, rushing to the face, uproar, the huge wave instantly hit the trunk of the tree, and the originally swaying tree was immediately slapped crooked, almost overturning the starvation, and brought it into the sea. Fortunately, he stabilized his body, he looked at the calm sea in front of him in surprise. He originally thought that he was unlucky enough, but he didn't expect that there was more unlucky than him. Fortunately, he ran fast enough, otherwise he would have been knocked over by this wave. Oh my God. I was scared to death. Hungry and frightened, he looked around. There was a faint sound of ropes in the grass. He listened carefully for a while. Fish, big fish? Hungry ran into the grass excitedly, picked up the fish on the ground and kept struggling, and laughed proudly. Brothers, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You look at such a big sea fish, enough for me to eat several meals, but unfortunately you can't come, otherwise we will eat together. Chapter 79. Looking at the 1-meter fish that was growing up in the arms of the hungry man, the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room was stunned, who just said that the sea sent fish to the anchor? That's right. Brother, has your mouth been opened? 666666, anchor, you're awesome. Is the anchor interested in recruiting an island husband? I don't dislike you for being a man. 6666, the anchor is so beautiful, how is the anchor going to eat it? Wow! I really envy the anchor. I also want to taste what the fish tastes like. Ask the anchor to stew it, I haven't smelled meat for a long time. I was also surprised to be hungry, but I didn't expect this fish to come. God really doted on me. He hugged the sea fish and looked at the barrage. He smirked, and many people also gave him gifts. Thank you for the local tyrants reading villain novels, for sending electricity for love, and when you come back, I will invite you to the island for dinner. See you or leave. Wow, welcome local tyrants to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room. I thought the bigwigs liked to watch beautiful women dance, and they didn't like to watch phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcasts like mine. After a simple exchange with the fans in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, the starvation began. Dealing with this sea fish, he found a stone from the island, picked out a flat stone and sharpened it, and used it as a knife. He disemboweled, took out the internal organs and put it aside. These are all treasures, and then the fishing or anything depends on it. Then, he found a stone slab and cut the clean fish into thick slices with a stone knife. All that's left is how to make a fire in the wild. He knows how to drill wood to make fire, but for a clumsy person like him, it is estimated that it is an impossible task. Magnifying glass? There is no possibility. There is not even a glass bottle on this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme island. He sighed helplessly. He can only pick up 2 stones in his hand and knock them against each other. Click, a few weak sparks jumped on the hay he prepared, and slowly smoke came out. Hungry and carefully lying on the ground with both hands to block, blowing slowly, for fear that the sea breeze would take away his fire of hope, and the fire slowly became bigger. He hurriedly picked up the dry branches prepared on the side and put them on. After doing everything, he gently pushed the fire into the homemade stone stove. Zila, the heat on the slate slowly fried the pink fish fillet, because this kind of sea fish has its own fat, so it will not be firewood when eaten. Starting with 2 branches of the tree homemade simple chopsticks, he picked up a piece of fish meat and couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. Come on, fans, eat first. Oh, by the way, you can't eat it, then I'll taste the taste for you first. Phew, hot, brothers, it tastes great. He gave a thumbs up and introduced to the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, and the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room shed tears of anger at the corners of their mouths. Nima, I am too hateful. Is there any? Bullying us, can't eat it. Anchor, I want to buy a piece of fish. Anchor, you can buy as much as you want. Streamer, I advise you to be kind. Ha ha ha, I just like the anchor's cheap expression. It's cool and crooked. Hey, I'm crying. No, I'll make a pack of instant noodles now. This kind of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room is really unprecedented, and there is no one after. It's just that. It's not fair. Why can the anchor eat fish? We can't eat it. The anchor is discriminating. Don't eat it. Hurry up and sell the system store. I'm special, anchor. Didn't you say that you were hungry for 9 meals in 3 days? I'll do this kind of thing like eating. I'm going to Nima, and now I want to kill the anchor. Hungry didn't care about the feelings of the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room at all, and continued to roast. It's so fragrant. It's more fragrant than anything I've eaten before. I really want to take a bite. I want to drink a little now. This time the anger of the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room was completely ignited. Brothers, the anchor is definitely deliberately greedy for us. I also think, yes, it must be. No, I can't help but go surfing. No, I think it must be because the taste of the fish is so tempting. I can't help but continue watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast. +1 upstairs. +2, it's just that the anchor is too underwhelmed to beat him up, and he must be killed. If you don't die well, you don't deserve to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in this world. Mom, I'm going to kill the anchor. Brothers, rush the ducks, let's go together. +1 +2 +3 plus ID number. +10,086 I wish the anchor a chance to run into zombies. Ha, here you go, open your mouth again? Ahem, fans, calm down, listen to me explain, this fish is really delicious, and besides, I've been surviving in the wilderness on this island for a while now, why don't you wait for me to go down the island and bring you a little bit back? Hungry, seeing that the discussion in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room was a little out of control, he immediately said. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, seeing the anchor admit it, thought about what he said is indeed a bit reasonable. After all, there is still a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast of starving Germany and surviving in the wilderness on this uninhabited phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme island, and it is not good for everyone to try such a fish. For them they just want to try it, but for starvation, the meaning is different. Maybe it should be for this fish that his wilderness survival will fail. Okay, let you go, and remember that you owe everyone in our phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room. Yes, anchor, can't be ungrateful. Yes, can't be ungrateful, the anchor deserves to be an anchor, ruthless enough. Anchor, you won't forget about us, will you? Hee, I don't think so, the anchor is not this kind of person, right? Upstairs, you're too naive, I've already planned it, I'm going to steal the anchor's dried fish tonight. Me too, I'm going to steal his little dried fish. +1, come on, anchor, you're the best. Come on, anchor, you're the best. Anchor, if you can come back alive, I'll give you a monkey in the future. +2. Starved and looked at the barrage in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, secretly rejoicing in his heart, the big anchor was just around the corner. Whoa, a huge wave crashed on the reef on the beach, a dilapidated wooden boat loaded on the reef couldn't bear it and was instantly broken, a zombie in a tattered suit swayed from the sea and stood up, and the people in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room were instantly attracted. I'm damn, where is the open mouth? Isn't it the right one to be opened again? It's over, barbecue, it's over, this time the anchor doesn't have any weapons to fight with zombies. It's time to start a table, let's say okay first. I'll sit at the child's table, don't rob me of anyone. Yes, hurry up and start the table, I'm already hungry. Chapter 80. Roar. The zombie smelled the fragrance of the grilled fish, moved his steps quickly, starved, and was frightened when he saw the zombie suddenly appearing on the island, and hurriedly took out a thicker burning stick from the fire. These damn things. He scolded, waved the stick in his hand and rushed over. Bang. Roar. The zombie who was hit in the head shook his head and rushed over again. Mom, the zombie's brain is too hard, so much strength doesn't hurt him, but what should I do now if I only have a burning stick to defend myself? Seeing that the zombie was about to pounce on him and bite him to death, he nervously retreated, fell to the ground, and roared. A viscous and disgusting green liquid flowed from the corner of the zombie's mouth, and it tore the clothes in front of him and tore them away, revealing his strong chest. It's a little ashamed to look at starvation. Good guy, the zombie's muscles are even more developed than his own. Is this guy usually still fit? He stared at him in horror. It's over. Do you have to explain to this place today? No, he should think about running away now. It was he who struggled and wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but the clothes he was dragged by the zombie made him unable to get out. Roaring and roaring, the zombie grabbed his arm and lifted him up hard, and the zombie lowered its head and bit his neck. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room held their breath and nervously cheered for the anchor. Starving, but they didn't want the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room to see that they were bitten to death by zombies, otherwise it would become their own black history. How will you mix in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast circle in the future? He gritted his golden teeth and bent his legs to kick hard against the zombie's chest, so as to break free from the zombie's restraints. The zombie was stunned for a moment in the face of the resistance of the person in front of him, and then became angry and shook him off. Damn, Lao Tzu's ass. Hungry and fell to the ground, his buttocks hurt so badly that he couldn't help cursing. He raised his eyes and stared at the zombie with resentment, but saw the zombie roaring and pacing towards him slowly. Hungry subconsciously groped around. A stone the size of a brick was found by him. He picked up the stone and got up from the ground, ran on the spot, the stone in his hand, steadily smashed into the zombie's head. Bang. The zombie didn't pay attention to his movements, and was knocked to the ground by him. Poof. The zombie's blood splashed his face. He didn't care about these details at all, just kept smashing the zombie's bloody head again and again. It wasn't until the zombie stopped moving that he stopped what he was doing. Starved and breathed a long sigh of relief, finally safe. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room, seeing such a bloody picture, although they were a little uncomfortable, they still praised the anchor. Anchor, cow. Tear zombies by hand, it's okay. Anchor 66666, well done. Anchor 66666, the anchor is the most handsome. Anchor, the trick you just made was amazing, you can actually knock down the zombies. Anchor, where did you learn that trick just now? Anchor, ask for advice. Hungry wiped the sweat on his forehead, tidied up his appearance, looked at the barrage of the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room, and replied happily, "Work, it's just a small skill of carving insects." After that, he turned around and walked to the beach to wash his face. He looked at the mess on the island after the battle with the zombies just now, and then looked up at the son who was about to go home from work, and shook his head helplessly. It seems that he must get a shelter on the island, and sleep directly on the beach. It is estimated that he will not even be able to see the sun tomorrow. Who knows, there will be no zombies coming to his uninhabited island. However, the materials on the island are limited, and it is not enough to build a small cabin. Even if all the trees on the island are cut down, sleep on the tree. In case you turn over in the middle of the night, you will fall down directly, and if you don't fall to death, you will become a disability, and it is most reliable to dig an underground shelter after thinking about it. He summoned a flat stone as a shovel head, and found a suitable wooden stick as a shovel handle, simply tied it with rattan, and began to dig a pit in the center of the island, where the terrain is the highest, and it will not be poured back when it rains. His strength was great, the soil was not particularly difficult to dig, and almost as soon as he went down with a shovel, he dug out a small pit, and in a short time the ground became uneven. Hey, I'm tired. Hungry sat by the pit to rest. Seeing the mess around him, he was a little depressed. I knew that I wouldn't be able to come to survive in the wild, but now it's okay, I can only continue to do it. After complaining, Hungry hummed a little song while digging again. On a small phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert / phoneme island, dig and dig, dig and dig, dig and dig in the evening, he finally dug a shelter about 4 meters deep, enough for him to shelter from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme and rain, and he sat down on the ground tiredly, panting for breath, and was very satisfied with the shelter he had dug out with great effort and great physical strength. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise in the distance from the sea. He hurriedly packed up his small dried fish and went into the underground shelter. In order to prevent being attacked by zombies or beasts at night, he also deliberately covered the hole with wood on the hole of about half a meter, so that he could return to the small room of his underground shelter with peace of mind. The room was not big, only a few square meters or so, but he was already content. At least sleep here. People who don't fall asleep are gone. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room was also very impressed when they saw the anchor having such a sassy operation. Amazing. Anchor, this method can be figured out. That's it, the underground shelter. It's a pity that it's a little smaller, or it would be perfect. Anchor, I think you can make this shelter better. Yes, I'm sorry for myself if I don't dig a 3-bedroom apartment. I recommend digging a bed first so you can sleep comfortably at night. I think that's enough. It's nice to have a shelter from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme and rain on an island like this where birds don't. The anchor is really diligent, and I'm also a good talent. Talent +1, talent +2, talent +3, talent +10086, talent +9999. Zhang Jie seemed to be bored with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast for a while, and suddenly remembered that during this time, he had been handing over the source stone for future prospects, and he didn't know how much money he had made. He got up from the computer chair and walked towards the hall of the 404 Evolution House where the future was expected. Chapter 81 Ringing Zhang Jie only walked a few steps. The mobile phone suddenly rang. He groped for a mobile phone that he hadn't used for a long time. From his body in confusion, no one had called him for a long time. Who was it? He finally followed the mobile phone ringtone to find the mobile phone in his pocket, looked at the unfamiliar number on it and frowned. It can't be a scam call. It is also because people nowadays don't look for serious jobs, and they all like telephone fraud. Is there too many fools and not enough scammers? Or do you get money quickly by doing phone fraud, so that they take risks? He sighed and pressed the answer button. Zhang Jie, hello, who is it? A gentle woman's voice on the phone said with a little seriousness, hello, is it Mr. Zhang Jie? This is the Huagua Taxation Bureau, and we have recently found that you have a number of transfer records, and we suspect that you are suspected of fraud, money laundering and other illegal activities. Listening to the beautiful woman on the phone saying that he was cheating and laundering money, Zhang Jie was happy. He was an upright young man in society. How could he do things that violated the law and discipline? Besides, during this time, I have been staying in the 404 Evolution House, and I haven't returned to the real world at all. How can I have time to commit crimes? I also admire these scammers, and come up with such a reason to fool himself, but unfortunately his pockets are cleaner than his face. Don't scammers first investigate the other party's bank deposits before scamming? Hey! Feed! Mr. Zhang Jie, are you still listening? The woman on the other end of the phone asked. Zhang Jie's thoughts were pulled back, and he coughed lightly. I'm sorry. Sister, your little trick of deception became outdated 800 years ago, and you can't fool me, and besides, I have a national anti-fraud app on my mobile phone, and you are not professional. I am really the Huagua Taxation Bureau here. I don't believe you can use the national anti-fraud app to see where my phone number is. Zhang Jie smiled disdainfully. Yo-he, the business is quite professional. The phone number will be disguised. It's a pity that I don't have any money, otherwise I would really fall for you. As far as the money in my bank card is not enough for you to pay the phone bill. After speaking, he no longer listened to what the other party said, hung up the phone directly, and toot the beautiful Lu Yang on the other end of the phone listened to the busy sound coming from the phone, a little helpless, put down the landline phone receiver, hesitated for a moment and picked it up again, and when she was about to dial back again, someone suddenly looked for her, so she could only give up temporarily. Zhang Jie put the phone back in his pocket, hummed a little song, walked into the elevator and pressed the button on the first floor. He came to the future can be expected. Looking at the future can be expected to sort out and classify the information of the global technology companies that have been hacked during this time. He nodded with satisfaction. Well, good job. I didn't expect that the core information of so many technology companies has been obtained by you in the past few months. In the future, he turned his head and saw that it was the administrator, so he hurriedly got up and said respectfully, "The administrator, why are you here?" Zhang Jia waved his hand. It's okay, you don't have to be so restrained, everyone is a work partner, I just came to care about my subordinates. When I heard this, I was a little disappointed, and I thought that the administrator was going to give him some benefits, but I felt that I was thinking too much. After all, the administrator is also his superior, and he can't think anything wrong, at least until he finds a better computer than his current one. He has no complaints. The administrator laughed. Of course I know that you are for the good of your subordinates, do you have something to do with me? Zhang Jia pointed to the computer screen with a smile. Come and give me a copy first. The technical projects of these technology companies are put on a USB flash drive. The future can be expected to hear, relieved, feeling busy typing on his keyboard. Soon, the copy of the file was completed, and he handed the USB flash drive to Zhang Jia. The administrator has copied them all. There are the design drawings of the confidential documents of hundreds of technology companies, and the appearance and performance have also been improved, and their logs have been erased and replaced with the logo of the source universe. Even if the designer himself looks at it, he can't tell that this is their own product. Zhang Jia took the USB flash drive and hurriedly put this baby into his pocket. If there is a shortage of money, whoever will have a design drawing is a lot of wealth. He patted the future on the shoulder. Good job. Try to tell me if you have any difficulties, I will definitely satisfy you. The future can be expected to smile gratefully. Thank you, Lord Administrator, as long as you don't fire me, I will definitely do it until the company goes out of business. Don't worry, I will definitely report to the company for an excellent employee like you, and sign a lifelong labor contract for you. By the way, how is the source stone I handed over to you sell? Hearing that the future is promising, he didn't dare to speak. His face was red and white, and he wanted to cry without tears, and he was about to get through the probation period. Why did the administrator suddenly remember this? Zhang Jia saw that there seemed to be something unspeakable about the future, and patted him on the shoulder and comforted. It's okay, what are you afraid of? You are about to become a regular employee of the Source Universe World Game Company, you can say any difficulties. The future is promising, biting his lip and looking up at Zhang Jia. Then I'll just say it. Say. I really said it. Say. Zhang Jia replied without thinking. Good news. That. The good news is that during this time, I sold a total of more than 1 million source stones to players and gained more than 100 million. Zhang Jia smiled happily and nodded. It's a good thing. This shows that our company has made money. What about the bad news? Lord Administrator, you have to hold on. Zhang Jia glared. Come on, I have 100 million people, what are you afraid of? Haven't you heard a saying that good saying goes, can money make ghosts grind? Say, see how I use money to settle it. The future is promising, gritting his teeth and stomping his feet and saying, the bad news is. Chapter 82 Zhang Jia hurriedly urged when he saw that the future could be expected. Hurry up and don't grind, what is the bad news? The future can be expected to say helplessly, the bad news is that your bank card account is frozen, and you can't withdraw a penny. What? This is a bad omen for Zhang Jia. As soon as the front foot heard that he had become a billionaire, the back foot announced that the money in the bank card could only be seen and not spent. How did he accept this reality? No, he must hurry up and remedy. His small goal is all contributed by the cuts in the game of the Source Universe world. The cutters are willing to spend their money on me. This is a kind of trust, and they can't let the cutters chill, let alone cheapen the bank. This 100 million yuan of cash, and the interest is a lot a day. He shuddered and took out his mobile phone, dialed the bank's phone number, and soon the bank customer service answered the phone. Hello, is there anything you need help with Huagua Bank here? Well, I want to check why my bank card account is frozen. Okay, you wait a minute. Zhang Jia put his mobile phone to his ear, glared at the future expectantly viciously, and cursed in his heart, good boy, why didn't I tell me the news that I earned 100 million? Quickly freeze my bank card, and wait until I figure out the matter of the bank card to see how I clean you up. No, just fire the squid. The bank customer service on the other end of the phone said gently, hello sir, I checked in the background just now, and there are many unknown transfer and remittance records in your account, which are very suspicious. Zhang Jia wanted to cry without tears, nervously asking for details. Then how can I unfreeze my bank card account? Sorry sir, our bank does not have this authority. You need to go to the local Huagua Taxation Bureau with your ID card to handle it. Please forgive me for the inconvenience caused. Hey. Feed. Hey. Zhang Jie listened to the busy sound on the phone. People were stupid. The first time he encountered this situation for such a big time, he was at a loss for a while. Suddenly he thought that there seemed to be a person claiming to be the Huagua Taxation Bureau who had called him just now, and he thought it was a fraudulent call, so he ignored it, and now it seems that the other party is really a staff member of the Huagua Taxation Bureau. He hurriedly picked up his mobile phone to check the call history, and dialed the caller number. Just now the phone rang a few times, and the woman just now answered the phone. Hello, Huagua Taxation Bureau, do you have anything to do? Zhang Jie swallowed nervously. Hello, I'm Zhang Jie, my bank card account is indeed frozen, where can I find you? Oh, then you can come to the Huagua Taxation Bureau. Zhang Jie rode a shared bicycle according to the map navigation and came to the Huagua Taxation Bureau. He walked into an office according to the instructions, knocked on the door nervously, slowly pushed it open and walked in. He looked at the beautiful woman in uniform and explained embarrassedly, Hello, I'm Zhang Jie. Lu Yang, who was sorting out the information, looked up at the person who came and pointed to the chair opposite the desk. Let's do it. Zhang Jie sat down and asked softly, That, Comrade Beauty, did I commit something? Lu Yang pushed a thick stack of sorted bank information in front of him. Can you explain to me why so many people transfer money to you in your bank account? Zhang Jie looked at the information on the table, and was speechless for a while. This matter is really hard to say, you can't say that you are selling game currency. Seeing that Zhang Jie was silent, Lu Yang frowned. I advise you to explain truthfully, otherwise the matter will be very serious. Zhang Jie helplessly explained, I actually opened a game company, and I got all this money from selling game currency. Lu Yang cut off, Don't be funny, the game company recharges through the company's account, you are a personal account, I advise you to be honest, otherwise, believe it or not, I will send you to the Public Security Bureau and let them investigate. Zhang Jie hurriedly waved his hand, Sister, what I said is the truth, I haven't registered the company yet, everything is traded through a personal bank account, why don't you believe it? Smack. Lu Yang stood up violently and slapped the table heavily. Tell me honestly, did you defraud this money? Zhang Jie had a bitter face, he was simply at a loss for words now. There was no way to explain it all, and what he said was the truth, but no one believed it. At this moment, the door of the office was opened, and a kind and middle-aged man in uniform walked in with a thermos cup. Lu Yang turned his head to look at his captain, sighed and explained, Captain Wang, this person named Zhang Jie, in just a few months, his bank card account has received 100 million cash transferred from all over the country, and he can't tell the source. I asked him if he lied to me. Wang Fan was stunned for a moment, and looked at Zhang Jie with a thermos cup. He was really not good looking. He was able to cheat so much money at a young age, it seems that it was their mistake. He asked casually while opening the thermos cup, This little comrade, what do you do? Captain Wang, hello, I opened a game company, but I haven't registered it yet, and all this money is from selling game currency, and I really don't have fraud and money laundering. Captain Wang Fan nodded, put the thermos cup to his mouth, and pointed at him to continue. Zhang Jie said in detail, The game I developed is called Source Universe World, I don't know if you have heard of it? Poof. Hearing this, Wang Fan drank the water in his mouth and sprayed Zhang Jie directly on his face. The Source Universe World game. Good guy, the Source Universe World game company that has always been mysterious. Can you not be excited when the person in charge appears in front of him now? He hurriedly picked up the tablecloth on the table and apologized while wiping Zhang Jie's face. I'm sorry, Comrade Zhang Jie, I didn't mean to, I was just too excited, you don't know, I also play the Source Universe World game. Zhang Jie spit out the wolfberry in his mouth. It's okay, Captain Wang can be regarded as having met someone who understands, otherwise, I should have gone in and stepped on the sewing machine. Wang Fan poured the wolfberry water in the thermos cup into the glass and handed it to him. This thing is not easy to do. Even if you can explain where your money comes from, but with so much money, you will also constitute tax evasion. Chapter 83. Originally, Zhang Jie thought that when he met this captain who played the game of the Source Universe World, his own affairs would be solved, but he didn't expect that he still needed to pay taxes waiting for him. As an excellent law-abiding citizen, he agreed without thinking, Captain Wang, you can rest assured that paying taxes is the obligation of every citizen, just say how much you pay. Captain Wang thought for a while and said, To tell you the truth, you have to pay at least 10% of your personal income. Zhang Jie patted his chest, No problem, when my bank card is unfrozen, I will pay it immediately. Captain Wang sighed, But, you are now out of the statute of limitations, and you need to pay another fine, which is 10 million taxes, multiplied by 2, that is, 20 million. Captain Wang took a sip of water helplessly, and said seriously, "These are just tax issues, but your money, I know that it is useless that you earned in the game, you still don't know where you came from, and you still can't withdraw this money." Zhang Jia was stupid, the accounting had been troublesome for a long time, and the money still didn't come back. He didn't give up and leaned over to Captain Wang's side and whispered, "Captain Wang, how do you think this matter is handled? By the way, what is the name of your game ID? How about I send you a few game packs?" Captain Wang looked serious. "Comrade Zhang Jia, do you want to bribe me?" Zhang Jia hurriedly explained, "Captain Wang, how is it possible? I don't dare to bribe public officials. This gift package is only for rewarding active players in the game. You can rest assured that there are no source stones, they are all ordinary daily props." Captain Wang nodded, and the two looked at each other and smiled. "Okay, for the sake of you being a first-time offender, I'll show you the way. First you need to register a game company, and then you turn your personal bank card account into a company account, and then make up the personal income tax and fines for this period of time so that your money will not be frozen." Zhang Jia listened to the first three big, he didn't expect it to be so cumbersome, even if he had to do it step by step according to Captain Wang's words, but his bank card account was frozen. Where did he get the money to rent a house and set up a company? This is simply impossible to get. He looked at Captain Wang pitifully, and asked for help. "Captain Wang, I'll tell you the truth, my money is all in the bank card, and the money for the shared bicycles that I came to sweep today is still Huabei, and I don't have the money to run a company now." Captain Wang can't believe it, a dignified Source Universe World game company, until now, it doesn't even have a business license. This is not good. Is the people in this Source Universe World game company legally blind? Zhang San, an extra-legal fanatic, understands the law. How can such a big game company make such a good game? Captain Wang asked in disbelief, "Isn't there a single one in your company who understands the law?" Zhang Jia shook his head embarrassedly. "No, there are 3 people in our company plus me, one is engaged in technology, one is a temporary worker, and I am responsible for operations." Captain Wang, speechless for a while, the 5 bodies of admiration fell to the ground, and it is also great that 3 people can make a Source Universe World game, but now is not the time to admire them, now we have to find a way to solve their difficulties. But how to solve this difficulty? Thinking about it, Captain Wang had no choice. He sighed helplessly. "It's not that I don't want to help you, your situation is special, I have never encountered it, otherwise you go and ask the Public Security Bureau. How many years do you need to be sentenced in this situation?" How many years to sentence? Zhang Jia was confused. Why did he directly pronounce the sentence on himself? He didn't want to go in and step on the sewing machine, he still had a lot of things to do. He was in a hurry, took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and said, "Captain Wang, if I donate my R&D results to the country, will I be able to win a lenient treatment?" Captain Wang was puzzled. Although they were able to develop a good Source Universe World game, how could a game company develop an invention with significant research results? The problem is that there is only one way out now. If you don't help Zhang Jia, if the Source Universe World game goes out of business, you just don't play it, but offending so many player groups is enough for him to drink a pot. Wang Fa handed the USB flash drive to Lu Yang. "Xiao Lu, look at what is in here." "Okay, Captain." Lu Yang plugged the USB flash drive into the USB socket of the computer, opened the folder and checked it carefully. Captain Wang handed the water to Zhang Jia and comforted, "Let's open it a little, although this matter may not be possible, but if it really doesn't work, you just hand over all the money in the bank card account, maybe there is a glimmer of hope, right?" He continued to comfort Zhang Jia, and suddenly Lu Yang exclaimed, "Captain, come and take a look, these materials." Captain Wang frowned. "What's the big deal? It's worth making such a fuss." The scientific research carried out by the game company is nothing more than something related to the game industry. Can't the game company still be able to develop aircraft and cannons? This girl is still too impetuous, she has never experienced strong winds and waves, and it depends on her own captain for any major matter. With a displeased face, he walked to the computer, wanting to educate Lu Yang a few words, but when he caught a glimpse of the gun design drawing on the computer screen, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of scientific research design is this? Why are you stunned? Call your brother unit to come over, this matter is too big, we can't handle it." Lu Yang trembled and picked up the phone to dial a number, and half an hour later, 3 cold men appeared in the office, and Lu Feng, who was in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, looked at his old comrade in arms Wang Fan confused. "Old comrade in arms, what's the matter with you? Anything you have committed can alarm our National Security Bureau. Wang Fan helplessly explained, crazy. I don't want to call you over, but this matter is too big. It is not something that our tax bureau can solve. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows, let's hear it. Wang Fan pointed to Zhang Jia and introduced, this is the person in charge of the Source Universe World Game Company. We suspected him of tax evasion, so we invited him to come over to investigate, but in order to reduce the punishment, he directly took out a USB flash drive and said that he would hand it over to the state. This Wang Fan is also a veteran for many years. As for making a big fuss? He turned his head to his subordinates and ordered, go and see what's in the USB flash drive? Chapter 84. Hearing this, the staff next to Lu Feng walked straight to the computer and began to check. Lu Feng had nothing to do, and began to count his old comrades in arms again. Old comrades in arms. That is, if you were replaced by someone else, I would have been mad. Isn't this delaying our time? It's just a game company, you tell me what is worth our rejuvenation. Wang Fan snorted coldly, is it? Otherwise, let's make a bet to see who slaps his face in the end, and if he loses, how about drinking? Lu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with a secret smile in his heart, this kid really wants to find abuse. Since this is the case, I will satisfy him. Immediately responded, okay, I'm afraid you won't dare. Wang Fan smiled, hee hee. This is what you said, don't play tricks when the time comes. Ha ha ha. You. Lu Feng laughed 3 times, just don't play tricks. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Wang Fan's mouth, and then he turned around and looked at Lu Feng's little brother, who was disdainful at the beginning and was now surprised. A moment later, the staff member sitting in front of the computer screen stammered. Captain Lu, you better come and take a look at it yourself. Lu Feng also noticed that things seemed to be a little unsimple, and hurriedly ran to the computer to check. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. Could they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme these materials? Every research is a confidential document. He trembled and pulled out the USB flash drive, put it into a sealed bag, looked at Wang Fan, and said unconvinced, you won, I owe you a drink. Then he said to Zhang Jia very politely, Comrade Zhang Jia, please go back with us to assist in the investigation. Do you think you have time? Zhang Jia heard Lu Feng's words and nodded, okay. I'll go with you. Seeing this, Wang Fan hurriedly stepped forward, Comrade Zhang Jia, don't forget what you promised me. My game ID is called Zhou Yuan Evil Xian. Lu Feng was busy pouring tea and serving nuts and snacks back and forth in the office of the National Security Bureau. Zhang Jia sat on the sofa, looking at the coffee table that he couldn't put anything down, and hurriedly stopped. Captain Lu, take a rest, I'm fine, it's not so grand. Lu Feng picked up the teapot and filled the cup of tea he had just taken a sip of. I'm fine, my task now is to take care of you, just open your mouth if there is anything. Now Lu Feng did not have the slightest indifference when they met for the first time. Instead of a look of concern, which can't be blamed on him, after returning to the National Security Bureau, he handed over the USB flash drive to the director, and the director also opened the USB flash drive to check without care, and the result was that the director, who has always been calm and capable, was stunned and looked a little suspicious of life. Good guys, airplanes, artillery, tanks, aircraft, carriers, all kinds of militarized modern scientific and technological weapons design drawings, even a screw on it has a detailed introduction. This guy, just like making it, is enough to sentence him to death. The director took a deep breath, looked at Lu Feng, and just briefly explained, took good care of Zhang Jia, and went to the conference room with the USB flash drive. In less than half an hour, experts from all walks of life in China gathered together, and now in the office of the National Security Bureau, any person is a person who cannot be provoked in the conference room. The projector kept playing Zhang Jia's information, and each expert had a laptop in front of him, and the experts sometimes frowned and sometimes looked happy, as if they had solved the problems they had been troubled for many years. He could only look at Zhang Jia's profile boringly, saying that the profile was about to check the genealogy of their family, and the director took a sip of tea. This person named Zhang Jia is so ordinary, but the USB flash drive he handed in is not ordinary. Most of the information in it is the military weapons of European countries. If it weren't for the different logs above, he would have thought that this was a masterpiece of hackers. He didn't hear any news about this in the European countries. It seems that he has thought too much about it. At this time, a middle-aged man in an army uniform stretched his waist and said happily, I have looked at these tanks, all of them are European models. Not only that, but many details have been corrected, and they are more durable in terms of performance. A naval expert next to him nodded, "That's right, these warships too." The director breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that these design drawings are true, and there is a lot of room for improvement in the military field of Huagua. Seeing that the experts were still studying carefully, he couldn't interrupt, so he quietly walked out of the conference room. Knock knock. Hearing a knock on the door, Lu Feng opened the door quickly. The director of the National Security Bureau appeared in front of him. "Director." The director waved his hand to interrupt, walked up to Zhang Jia, who was sitting on the sofa and munched melon seeds, and stretched out his hand. "Hello Zhang Jia, I am Zhou Yunpeng, the director of the National Security Bureau." Zhang Jia hurriedly got up, wiped his hands on his body, shook hands and introduced, "Hello Director Zhou, my name is Zhang Jia." The two of them briefly introduced each other, and Zhou Yunpeng asked the doubts in his heart, "Can you tell me where the information in the USB flash drive came from?" Hearing this, Zhang Jia smiled. It seems that the time to come is still coming. Fortunately, he thought of the rhetoric when he ate melon seeds, otherwise he would really reveal his stuffing. He scratched his head embarrassedly and explained, "Director Zhou, I make games, and our games usually have to design these war weapons or something, so I researched through the information on the internet, and then improved them, and those things appeared." Director Zhou nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the other party is not talking nonsense, although these military weapons are similar to those of the European Union, but there are still some details that are not the same. He didn't want to ask any more questions, so he changed the subject. "Why do you want to donate these designs to the state for free?" Zhang Jia shook his head and nodded, thinking for a moment to explain, "Director Zhou, it's useless for me to put these design drawings here, it's better to donate them to the country, so that the country can be stronger, so that we can also be peaceful and peaceful, don't you say?" Director Zhou laughed. "This little doll has two brushes, and it can actually fight against himself. Okay, it's really a hero out of a teenager. Tell me your request." "I know you're also in trouble, aren't you?" Zhang Jia nodded helplessly. "Director Zhou, you should also know it, I did this mainly because my bank card was frozen, and my game company didn't have a business license." Director Zhou patted Zhang Jia on the shoulder. "This matter is no problem, I'll help you solve it." Chapter 85. Hearing this, Zhang Jia was overjoyed. This time the Source Universe World Game Company has a business license, and it can be legalized. At that time, there will not be so many verbose things. He looked at Director Zhou gratefully. "Thank you, Director Zhou, if it weren't for you, I would probably have gone in and stepped on the sewing machine." Just the things in your USB flash drive, let alone stepping on the sewing machine. It is not enough to shoot 100 times. Fortunately, you have a high consciousness, otherwise the National Rule of Law News will have your front page headlines sooner or later. Zhang Jia secretly rejoiced in his heart, but said modestly on the surface, "How can I be? I am just making my own contribution to the people of China." Director Zhou nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry, I'll help you get the business license and bank card account frozen of your game company, but I don't know what project your company is working on recently?" Zhang Jia touched his nose in embarrassment, thinking that he was just doing superficial work. "After all, I still want to mix outside, but I don't know what Director Zhou wants for this research project. By the way, isn't chip technology a technology blockade that a beautiful country is now engaged in? I can also provide lithography machines and chip technology. Isn't this tantamount to solving problems for the country?" So, his eyes flashed with shrewdness, and after he figured it out, he immediately replied, "In fact, there is no particularly big project, just get a few lithography machines to make some chips." Zhang Jia finished speaking, and glanced at Director Zhou. I was relieved to see that Director Zhou didn't show any different colors, but fortunately I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been recognized. Oh, Director Zhou was stunned after hearing this. "What? The lithography machine has been made by you?" This news is simply a bolt from the blue. At first he only symbolically and perfunctory promise, but now the whole person is shocked. The lithography machine, also known as the mask alignment exposure machine, exposure system, lithography system, etc., is the key equipment for manufacturing microelectromechanical, optoelectronic and diode large-scale integrated circuits. In other words, without an advanced lithography machine, advanced chips cannot be made at all, otherwise the beautiful country would not hide and even use some despicable means like this. This next week, the director didn't know what to do, and hurriedly turned around and left, and did not forget to tell Lu Feng to serve Zhang Jia well before leaving. 20 minutes later, Director Zhou walked in with a man wearing a black jacket and combing his back. The big leader smiled kindly and stretched out his hand, looking at Director Zhou's respectful appearance. No matter how stupid Zhang Jie was, he knew that Director Zhou brought an extraordinary person. He hurriedly got up and shook hands. Little comrade, I heard that you donated to the country a lot of military design materials, and now you want to donate lithography machine technology, right? Zhang Jie nodded hurriedly. Yes, I will donate the leader, and I will donate whatever the country lacks. This aroused his patriotism. He is not like those foreign dogs. I remember summing up those people at night. I am happy when I hear the length of foreigners, and I am anxious when I hear the shortcomings of foreigners. If you hear the shortcomings of the people, you will spray, and if you hear the strengths of the people, you will be suspicious. If a Chinese person dies, the government is to blame, and when a foreigner dies, he pretends to be a virgin. Measure my material strength to lick the dog, and form the favor of foreign adults. If there is one in China, it will sour you plagiarize. If there is no one in the country, you will not be able to scold you. Catching up at home ironizes you for not knowing the gap. If you don't rush at home, you will be scolded for not wanting to forge ahead. If you are good at home and bad abroad, you will be scolded for being arrogant and confident. If the domestic is bad and the foreign country is good, you need to reflect on yourself. Those who are poor at home and abroad say that studying Vietnam is the worst. Those who are good at home and abroad say that they can't afford to buy a house. If the domestic industry is backward, ask why your country didn't work hard back then. The domestic industry is advanced, and it is said that your country's lithography machine is several centuries behind. If the foreign industry is backward, it is said that other countries do not need the sunset industry. If the foreign industry is advanced, it is said that the talent of the race and the advantages of the system. The 40,000 kilometers of domestic railways say that it feels like it has not changed in 20 years. Foreign subways leak and dilapidated, and it is said that people are developed earlier than you. The construction of 2 new aircraft carriers in China is said to be a waste of military spending fascism. 10 foreign standing aircraft carriers are said to be the world's policemen. Those who obey me, whistleblowing warriors, dare to speak out. Those who go against me, the official mouthpiece of the whistleblower. Those who obey me are democratic and sober. Those who oppose me are populist and sleeping. Those who follow me think independently. Those who oppose me have been brainwashed. Those who follow me have clear thinking, reasonable and evidence-based. Those who oppose me changed their concepts and have just graduated. The big leader nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Okay, great, the country is short of talents like you, I personally thank you. Saying that the big leader was about to bow and thank him, Zhang Jie hurriedly stopped and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, the big leader didn't bring the design of the lithography machine with me now, otherwise I'll go back and get it. The big leader was almost laughing from ear to ear, but he didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so anxious, and it seemed that he was anxious. Okay, then I'm going to trouble you for a trip. Do you need me to send someone to drive you? No. Zhang Jie hurriedly waved his hand and refused to joke. If someone found out that he could shuttle through the source universe world, he would not be alive directly. 1000% would be arrested and used as a guinea pig. He made an excuse. Well, I'm a little anxious to urinate, so I'll go to the toilet first. The big leader and Director Zhou smiled at each other and hurriedly waved their hands. Go, don't suffocate. Seeing Zhang Jie leave, Director Zhou gave Lu Feng a look and motioned him to follow. Don't let Zhang Jie run away. Lu Feng nodded and closed the door of the office and went out. In the office, the big leader frowned. Xiao Zhou. Are the design drawings and information in the USB flash drive real? Director Zhou nodded again and again. Leader, it's true, all experts have studied it carefully, and the design drawings are true. The big leader breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, it seems that our Huagua's military strength can be much stronger, and by the way, Zhang Jie's identity is listed as a special secret, and no one can check it? Director Zhou was shocked. He didn't expect the big leader to attach so much importance to Zhang Jie, to know the identity of the special secret, which is not something that ordinary people have the right to access. He hurriedly nodded in agreement. Understand the leader, you can rest assured that this matter will be left to me. The big leader thought for a moment and added, didn't he open a game company, without violating the principle of the problem? Just try his best to do it for him, and it is not impossible to give him a green light all the way. How much money can a small game company make? Compared with these design drawings he donated, it is a drop in the bucket. By the way, why hasn't he come back for so long? Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, and Lu Feng pushed the door open. Oh no, Zhang Jie is gone. Chapter 86. Smack. Director Joe slapped the desk hard, pointed at Lu Feng and roared, "Are you a waste? No one is so big that I haven't looked at it. What do you say about you?" Lu Feng looked aggrieved. "Director, I didn't know this would happen. I saw Zhang Jie's kid squatting outside and waiting after he entered the cubicle in the bathroom. Who would have thought that he would be able to disappear out of thin air?" When Director Joe heard this, he was so angry that his beard fell crooked, and he was even more angry, and he roared at Lu Feng, "Fart and quibble, do you think it's a TV series? A good living person can disappear out of thin air? That. Lu Feng was speechless. Then we'll look for it now. Okay, don't talk about it. The top priority now is to find Zhang Jie as soon as possible. If he has any mistakes, we will lose a lot. Let's go. Yes, I'll go to the surveillance camera to find someone now. Lu Feng hurriedly ran out of the office. He was an atheist, and he didn't believe that this kind of thing would happen at all. Zhang Jie walked out of the office and observed the position of the camera all the way to the bathroom. He cautiously observed and confirmed that there was no one around, so he got into the partition of the bathroom and teleported back to the source universe world. In the 404 Evolution House, the administrator who could see him back in the future hurriedly got up to greet him. "Administrator, you're back." "Well, I'm back. By the way, do we have the design of the lithography machine?" Zhang Jie had just come back, and he didn't have time to rest, so he first asked the question he was most concerned about. The future can be expected to nod and say, "Yes, the lithography machine has already been completed, but it still needs a few tests before it can be used." Zhang Jie smiled. "Not bad. How many have you made?" The future can be expected to touch his head embarrassedly. During this time he has nothing to do, so he uses quantum 3D printing to produce a lot of messy things. "I have improved all the lithography machine drawings, and now we have more than 20 lithography machines, including 11 lithography machines, and 11 quantum optical instruments." Zhang Jie nodded. "Okay, copy a lithography machine drawing for me, and then prepare a lithography machine for me." Although I don't know what the administrator is going to do, as a qualified temporary worker, he still has self-cultivation, and he took out a new USB flash drive from the drawer and copied the design of the lithography machine. In the parking lot of the National Security Bureau, Zhang Jie found a blind spot of the camera, put the lithography machine there, and wanted to swagger back to Lu Feng's office, but felt that it was not safe for the lithography machine to be placed there so blatantly. After thinking about it, he decided to find something to cover the lithography machine first. In Lu Feng's office, Director Joe was pouring water and making tea for the big leader, and he also had a headache about Zhang Jie's sudden disappearance, and a big living person disappeared mysteriously in broad daylight for no reason. How to explain it? It can't be said that an alien took him with him. He carefully held the teacup in front of the big leader. "Big leader, you can drink some tea first." The big leader picked up the teacup and opened the lid of the cup, blew the tea leaves floating on the surface, and tasted it lightly. His brows were furrowed, not angry, and he gently tapped the table with his fingers. "Zhou Yunpeng, you are not too young. Can you tell me how you did things? Such a big living person actually disappeared out of thin air in your territory. Do you know how much the country attaches great importance to talents like Zhang Jie? You are good to lose people for me." Director Joe was covered in cold sweat, standing there without the majesty of the director at all. Like a frightened rabbit, he lowered his head tremblingly and replied, "I'm sorry, Chief, it's my work that was negligent. But it really has nothing to do with me. We have already investigated, and all the surveillance at that time did not capture any suspicious persons, and there were no clues at the scene. I have already arranged to search for Zhang Jie, but I haven't found it yet. Please rest assured, I will immediately send more people to continue the search." The more the big leader spoke, the more angry he became, his face flushed with anger. I. Zhou Yunpeng couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. How could he dare to ensure that Zhang Jie was foolproof? If he could ensure that Zhang Jie was foolproof, would he stand here and be scolded? "Chief, don't get excited." Director Joe was sweating profusely. "I don't want to hear your explanation." The big leader suddenly changed his tone and looked at Director Joe seriously and said, "Give you an hour, I must invite Zhang Jie back to me." "Chief." Director Joe wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by the big leader waving his hand. "Go quickly, I think you should do the work at hand first and then talk about other things." Director Zhou hurriedly stood up straight and made a military order. Chief, don't worry. I assure you, Zhang Jie will definitely not have an accident. If there is any accident, I am willing to accept the punishment. The big leader waved his hand to signal him to go out, and then slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the distant scenery. It is as if he has seen a new star rising, and he will become a kind new star in Huagua, leading the people to resist oppression and move towards a new future. Such talents are too scarce and must be cultivated well. His future is brilliant and very malleable, and he can soar and even change history with just a few words. Halala Director Zhou led a group of staff to the parking lot in a hurry, and saw a person sneaking in the corner and didn't know what to do. Who? Stop, said Director Zhou. Hey, Director Zhou, why are you here? Zhang Jie lay next to a black car, showing half of his face and shouting at Director Zhou with a smile. Director Zhou's hanging heart finally let go. Zhang Jie? What are you doing there? We've been looking for you for a long time. Everyone is going crazy. Look at me now, I'm about to take someone to your house to find you. Zhang Jie was startled, and pointed to the lithography machine not far away with some embarrassment, and said, Director Zhou, don't worry, come, show you my big baby. Chapter 87. Several female staff members behind Director Zhou blushed when they heard this, lowered their heads, and peeked at Zhang Jie. Even Director Zhou frowned. What do you mean to show me the big baby? There are so many people who don't know how to be shy. Zhang Jie stepped forward and took Director Zhou's arm and walked to the remote corner of the parking lot. Director Zhou, I mean seriously, come here, please, my big baby is there. Director Zhou was dragged forward quickly, and his heart began to fight and retreat. So many people watched. In case he had any bad intentions, he was about to retire at the age of retirement, and it was simply a bad night. Zhang Jie took Director Zhou to the corner of the parking lot, pointed to the lithography machine and asked, Director Zhou, take a look, is my big baby okay? Although he had not seen the lithography machine, he had seen the online news photos, and the lithography machine in front of him could not be said to be similar to the photo, it was exactly the same. This made him very excited. Damn, this big baby is good. Yes, this is the first time I have seen the real thing. The staff in the distance listened to their conversation and thought about it, especially Xiao Mei, brought by Director Zhou, who was even more embarrassed. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Director Zhou turned his head and glared at them. What are you laughing at? And then laughed. Believe it or not, Lao Tzu will drive you all out. Several staff members hurriedly covered their mouths, not daring to make any sound. Director Zhou turned his head and continued to chat with Zhang Jie. Director Zhou, do you like it? If you like it, I can give it to you. Zhang Jie smiled flatteringly. Oh, how can this work? This thing is so valuable, how dare I accept such a precious gift from you? Director Zhou waved his hand and refused. It's okay, it's going to be donated to the country. Zhang Jie said what he thought in his heart. Director Zhou also couldn't make up his mind, and hurriedly ordered Lu Feng to invite the big leader to the parking lot. Finally, there was an opportunity to make up for it, and Lu Feng didn't dare to delay, so he answered and trotted into the office building. 5 minutes later, the big leader stroked the lithography machine, excited beyond words. His trembling hand took out his glasses from his jacket pocket, put them on and carefully observed. The nameplate on the lithography machine was written with the name and log of the Source Universe World Company, as well as some detailed parameters. In addition to the number is the Chinese character, properly made in Huaxia, which shows that Huaxia also has its own lithography machine. If this matter is released, it will definitely be a blockbuster news, and it will definitely be able to shock the world. Of course, only the lithography machine is not enough, but also depends on the productivity of the lithography machine. The lithography machine of the beautiful country can make a 3-nanometer chip, otherwise it will not be far ahead of the world in terms of technology and technology. His requirements are not high. As long as this lithography machine can create a 4-nanometer chip, he will be content. It's not impossible to use 5-nanometer chips. Anyway, lithography machines can be manufactured now, and it is estimated that it will not take long to improve them slowly, and 3-nanometer chips are also a matter of time. The more the big leader thought about it, the more excited he became. He took off his glasses tremblingly, and shook hands with Zhang Jie. Comrade Zhang Jie, thank you very much. Zhang Jie looked flattered, and hurriedly shook his hand and said, No, don't be polite, leader. Then he said mysteriously, actually, this matter still needs your help to solve. Ha, no problem, you say. What's the matter? The big leader smiled heartily. When will my bank card account be unfrozen? Said with a smile, the big leader frowned and looked at Director Zhou with a serious face and asked, Xiao Zhou, what's the matter? Director Zhou hurriedly stepped forward to explain, Chief, it's all done, but I haven't had time to tell Zhang Jie yet. Zhang Jie thought about it and said a little embarrassedly, I have a small request for help. The big leader agreed without hesitation, patted his chest and said arrogantly, don't say it's a favor, even if it's 10, 100, or 1,000, I'll solve it for you. By the way, how many nanometers of chips can you make with this lithography machine? Hearing the big leader ask about the lithography machine chip, Zhang Jie, a layman, felt numb after hearing it, and what he was most afraid of was that someone would ask him about this kind of professional knowledge, so he asked a question about the future before leaving. He blurted out without thinking, at present, this lithography machine is not very successful in tuning, and it can only make 1 nanometer chips. The audience was silent, and the air was quiet. Zhang Jie had only one thought in his mind, it was over. It seemed that he was going to find a chance to run away, he said in a little panic, As I just said, this lithography machine is very powerful, and if I give me a little more time, I will definitely be able to adjust it better. The more he described, the darker and darker he looked, and he could only pin his hopes on Director Zhou, hoping that he could help him say something good. The big leader had a cannibalistic expression, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, How is it possible? You can make a nanometer chip? Director Zhou looked embarrassed, reached out to support his glasses, and coughed lightly to ease the atmosphere, ahem. The big leader patted Zhang Jie's shoulder heavily, Okay, tell me what conditions you have, I will definitely satisfy you. The flattered Zhang Jie touched his head embarrassedly, that big leader, our game company doesn't have a business license yet, and it's not easy to apply for this game version number. It is said that 2.5 years ago, many game companies have not applied for a game version number, you see. The big leader laughed, little things, these are all small things, I will solve them for you with a phone call, and how about your company's tax exemption? Then thank you leader, that. Zhang Jie was about to speak and stopped, and the big leader said with a smile, What's the matter? Just say it, how did you twist and pinch this kid? Well, I think you misunderstood, I didn't mean that, I mean I'm not short of money, and our company won't be less than any tax payable. The big leader looked at Director Zhou, and Director Zhou said knowingly, Yes, Chief, their company is so powerful, it must not be bad money, and there is no need for tax exemption. Hearing this, the big leader clapped his hands, Okay, it seems that I still underestimate you, but you have donated so many scientific and technological achievements to the country, I can't be stingy, I have a gift for you, let's say it first, don't refuse. Chapter 88 Zhang Jie was flattered and hurriedly thanked, Thank you, big leader, I'm useless. The big leader laughed heartily, How could it be? Just this lithography machine you donated for the country, I don't know what to give you. Zhang Jie hurriedly shook his head, It's nothing, that. It's actually just a coincidence, as long as the country needs it, our company can study it. The big leader nodded, Okay, then since that's the case, how about you look at the gift I prepared for you? The great leader. You are too polite. Zhang Jie excused himself but had to put it away, and then said with some trepidation, I didn't do anything, don't be like this envelope can't be a bank card, right? The big leader laughed, You can just look at it. Zhang Jie picked up the envelope and opened it, with a look of disbelief on his face, and then he became very excited, and he asked in a trembling voice, This is. The big leader patted him on the shoulder, This is a special certificate, as long as you have any difficulties, show it, I believe that no department in Huaxia dares to embarrass you. Hearing this, Zhang Jie was even more moved, but still insisted on refusing, Big leader, I really don't need it. The big leader raised his eyebrows, You can think clearly. I gave you this thing with a lot of effort. Zhang Jie took a deep breath, and once again expressed his most sincere gratitude to the big leader, and at the same time thought in his heart, This leader is really interesting. Zhang Jie remembered this kindness. The big leader nodded with satisfaction, You can accept it, I still have an important meeting in a while, so I won't accompany you. If you need help, ask Xiao Zhou to help you solve it. 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jie, who has been busy for a few days, finally has time to continue to check the daily life of the players. He sat on the computer chair, stared at the computer screen, and looked, the construction of Dingning City. The current Dingning City is simply a day. With the help of construction engineering vehicles, many dilapidated houses have been demolished and reslotted to build buildings. Not only that, players have set up many factories in the source universe world based on real work, with everything from food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In the past, players only had a pair of big pants, and if they wanted to have clothes, they could only rely on picking up rags or picking up clothes on zombies. But now, players have their own clothing factories, which can be mass-produced, so that they don't have clothes to their bodies. The bricks for the building are also fired from the player's own brick kiln. Zhang Jia is very satisfied with these. Anyway, the players are finally a bit like people. He clicked the mouse and switched to the farm. The current farm scale is also very large, the land is fertile, the seeds are excellent, and the crops grown are very tall and strong, thicker than the wheat, rice, and sorghum in the real world, and it seems that the yield is even higher. In addition to the fields, the entire farm is also well organized. There are many agricultural buildings such as windmills, water wheels, and granaries, as well as all kinds of vegetables, fruits, meat, mineral resources, etc. That's right, it seems that it is a wise decision to hand over the farm to Ho and take care of it in the afternoon, and he is worthy of being a top student of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Zhang Jia could see that the group of survivors who were saved were very happy to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on the farm. Although they now need to do a lot of farm work every day, everyone has a happy smile on their faces. Their current living conditions are simply two extremes compared to the last days they once lived in. This world is so wonderful that people can't bear to leave. It seems that I am not mistaken, these people are indeed good seedlings. I hope they can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme happily. Zhang Jia muttered to himself, and after looking at the farm, he turned his gaze back to the dock. Since the super battleship was given to the strong and wiped out, I don't know if they have gone to sea. I saw that on the deck of the super battleship, hundreds of players of the Great Navigation Guild performed their duties to carry out daily maintenance and preparation for the battleship. Only the president of the Great Navigation Guild was undefeated, as if he was introducing it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Zhang Jia was a little curious and clicked on his phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme broadcast room to watch. Dongfang undefeated is working hard to recruit players to join their Grand Navigation Guild. Come on, don't miss it. Our Great Navigation Guild is now recruiting powerful players to join. As long as you join our Great Maritime Guild, we will immediately take you to see the most beautiful scenery on the sea. Don't you want to have a trip that just goes? Are you tired of the fights and kills in the game? Tired of working from 9 to 9 in the real world and working 7 days a week? It's right to join us. It's better to take action than to be excited. The number is limited. First come, first served. The audience watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme broadcast didn't buy it at all. Pull it down. We've all listened to you fooling you for a month, and you tricked you into bed. No, the people who were deceived by you on the ship, in addition to being coolies or laborers, they didn't watch you sail away. That is, your Great Voyage Guild is a pit, man. Everything is a fool, and you have no way to really implement the so-called voyage in your mouth. We have seen through it. We're not stupid, so we won't believe your nonsense. Are you in the Great Navigation Guild short of source stoneflowers, and you want to cut our leaks? The people in the Great Navigation Guild are unreliable. Don't tempt us anymore. Upstairs +1. Upstairs +10086. You just blow it. What kind of voyage is nothing more than taking us to a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme island where birds don't? Don't believe him. This kind of old fritter is a liar. I have already figured out their minds. I won't be fooled. That is, how long has it been since you haven't been out to sea? If you have the ability, you can first drive a boat around the nearby waters. Dongfang undefeated looked at the barrage in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme broadcast room, and his face was dark. Everyone, don't be impatient, listen to me explain. It's not that we don't want to go to sea, it's just that the water level is too low now, and the volume of the super battleship is here. Unless we wait until the tide rises and the seawater backs up into the dock, it can completely make the super battleship float, otherwise the super battleship can't float at all, understand? We can only wait. As for when the tide can rise, it depends on God's arrangement, understand? The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme broadcast room was silent for a while, as if what the anchor said made some sense. Suddenly, a player from the Great Navigation Guild excitedly ran to the cave room and reported excitedly, "President, the tide is rising. The tide is rising. We can set sail." Chapter 89. Hearing that the cave house was undefeated, he hurriedly ran to the bow of the battleship deck to watch the slowly rising tide in the distance, waited for so long, and finally waited until today, and finally looked forward to the high tide of the sea for a long time, and now he can finally go to sea to explore, and finally no longer have to be sprayed by those little blacks. He probably said to the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room, "I once asked you to join the Great Voyage Guild, but you ignored it, and now I'm going to sail to the sea. It's too late for you to join the Great Voyage Guild and sail with me. I'm about to set sail now, and it's no longer a rush for you to join again." In the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room, many people were annoyed. "Alas, it seems that we have misunderstood the anchor. Is it too late to save it now? I also regret not joining the Great Navigation Guild earlier. Please join. Anchor. Give me a way to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. Don't. Anchor. We know. Wrong anchor. Yes, you can't abandon us like this. We haven't seen the sea yet, please take me. I also want to join some great sailing guild, as long as I can follow the anchor on an expedition to the sea. No, the anchor is ready to set sail, how can he turn back? I don't think it's okay, the anchor will definitely not give up the plan to sail for us. I haven't seen the sea yet, so I really want to go with it. Dongfang undefeated glanced at the barrage and sneered, "I can only say sorry to you. If you want to sail with me, please be early next time, okay? I'm going to go down, there are still a lot of preparations to be done on the ship, I can't waste time with you." Saying that, he directly closed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. He did it on purpose. Only by giving players unlimited space for reverie, the Great Voyage Guild will have a steady stream of fresh blood to join, so as to grow its guild. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room was messy. Anchor, I advise you to be kind, and start the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast as soon as you get acquainted. Nima. This thing is really bad. Nima. This kind of person is the boss, it's an insult to the Grand Voyage Guild. Anchor. Hurry up and start the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. Otherwise, we'll report you and tell the administrator. Anchor, turn on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. I want to see your ship. I want to watch it too. Please start the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. That's right, Anchor, turn on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast quickly. We promise not to scold you. That's it, Anchor, don't go, let's still chat. If you dare to leave, you will die, we promise to beat you. Anchor, just listen to your brother, start the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. You better save your worries, do you think the anchor is a fool? He did this to deliberately whet our appetites. Everyone is smart, of course they understand the anchor's mind, so let's not waste our efforts. I also know his purpose, but I'm still curious where his ship is going? Actually, the anchor hasn't sailed yet, he's just playing tricks. Yes, maybe it's just a trick to play with us. Yes, the anchor is not stupid, he will never start the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast because of this. Even if the anchor starts the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast, we may not be able to see where the anchor is. Yes, after all, it's too far away, and according to my speculation, the streamer's boat should be a few kilometers away. A few kilometers away, that's the super battleship given by the administrator, it's estimated that it has traveled tens of thousands of meters. On the deck of the shipyard super battleship, the cave room was undefeated and watched the strong dust disappear. How is it? Are you ready? The tide has risen to a water level suitable for the super battleship to sail. Then let's go. Have all the people from our guild boarded the ship? Asked Chung dusty and worried. After all, the first time to go to sea, none of them have experience. What can be encountered in the unknown deep sea is also an unknown, as the saying goes, be careful to sail a 10,000-year-old ship. There are many people with great strength, in case you encounter any fierce ocean monsters, as long as there are enough players, you can't kill the ocean monster, and it's not impossible to kill him. Dongfang undefeated sighed, rubbed his temples and said, the preparations before going to sea have been done, and the things that should be brought are not bad. More than 2,000 players in our Great Navigation Guild have also been notified, only 862 people are on the game, and the rest of the guild players are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either / phoneme going to work or have something, and now time waits for no one. Although he was the owner of a super battleship, he still thought that there was no cave room that was undefeated and comprehensive. He nodded in agreement and praised, it's still thoughtful, it seems that I can sit back and relax. The cave room is undefeated and laughed, and patted the strong shoulder beside him, that must be dropped. Then the cave room was undefeated and looked at the guild members who were in place, let's go into the cab to see what the situation is. Chang nodded and followed the cave room undefeated to the inside of the super battleship. The person in charge of driving the pot was carrying out in an orderly manner, all operations, all instruments were operating normally, everyone pay attention to safety. Sit in their respective positions according to the instructions, remember, don't run around. Okay. We're ready, you can go. Carrying the pot nodded and smiled, turned around and walked to the console, and picked up the walkie-talkie. All units, attention, each unit, check whether the equipment is complete and can be used normally. It's normal together, and you can be ready to go at any time. Listening to the situation reported on the walkie-talkie, Dongfang undefeated breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it seems that I was overly worried. Chang Yang nodded in ashes, but his eyes were suddenly attracted by the small round ball displayed on the meter, and he shouted in surprise, wow, what is this, what a beautiful planet. Wow. What is this? Hee, Captain, this is a smart brain. This ship is controlled by it. How is it? Amazing, said proudly, he was a technical otaku, and he was also admired by this three-dimensional ball. I didn't expect the super battleship in the Source Universe world game to be so high-tech. Dongfang undefeated patted him on the shoulder. Okay, the tide has risen to its highest point, it's time to set sail. Boom boom, the huge roller shutter door of the dock slowly rose, the sunlight shone into the dock, and a super battleship slowly moved and sailed out of the dock. Chapter 90. The supership sailed through the waves at sea, and 300 players gathered on the deck, slapping on the fence and spitting on it. Vomit to death me. Vomit, I never thought of it. I, a person who doesn't get motion sickness, would be seasick. Vomit, it's okay if you vomit clean. Vomit, yes, I'm used to it. These people never imagined that even if they were super warships, they could sail so steadily on the sea, and they would not be able to adapt to life with their feet off land. The interior of the cabin is brightly lit. Grope, brother. No more. Let's find an island to put things in order. Chang Fu frowned and held a bucket to propose. Damn. I didn't expect everyone to get seasick. Vomit. Dongfang gritted his teeth in resentment. He was a person who had been on a luxury cruise ship in the real world, and he was about to collapse as a result. Suddenly, he ran over anxiously with a pot. President, it's not good, I hit a glacier in front. Carrying the pot, Chong said impatiently, there is an iceberg 123 nautical miles ahead that is blocking our progress, and it is too late to change direction now. What? The cave house was undefeated and shocked. Isn't it okay to directly crash into the iceberg? Carrying the pot, Chong shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid not, the iceberg is too large. I'm afraid that the battleship will be damaged to varying degrees if it hits it directly. What should I do? Dongfang was undefeated and asked, after all, this kind of thing was the first time he had encountered it, and his opinion as the pilot of the super battleship was definitely more useful than his own hands-off shopkeeper. My opinion is to attack the iceberg with the cannon on the battleship first, and then hit the iceberg with the hull, so that our losses can be minimized. Dongfang undefeated nodded. Okay, then follow your plan. Carrying the pot, Chong hesitated, sighed, and said, this plan has a drawback. You need to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the iceberg to reach the range. In case of a mistake, I am afraid that the ship will be destroyed. Hearing this, Dongfang was undefeated and silent for a long time. We only have this one chance, you have to succeed, you can't fail. However, what if the iceberg is smashed by us and the ice hits our ship? What if the bottom of the ship is chiseled? He scratched his head in embarrassment, it's the subordinates who are too worried. Don't talk nonsense, implement the plan immediately. Although I am deeply worried about the proposal of carrying the pot and rushing the cave house, I have no choice but this plan now. Well, let's give it a try. Yes. In the wheelhouse of the super battleship, Chon looked at his battleship on the screen getting closer and closer to the iceberg on the sea. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva nervously, turned his head to look at the undefeated cave room and the strong man next to him. The two elders are about to enter the range of the iceberg. Who will shoot the cannon? The undefeated cave house is also secretly compared to an OK gesture. They are not fools. If this is missed, in case a battleship hits the iceberg, and the ship sinks at that time, isn't he a sinner for the ages? After thinking about the various stakes, Dongfang undefeated stepped forward and patted the shoulder of the Pachon. Are you the driver or you come? His tone was light and fluttering, but he was heavy in his heart. These two unreliable presidents have first-class skills in throwing the pot. If the co-authorship is successful, they have good leadership, and they have overcome difficulties through countless hardships, and if they fail, it is a mistake in the operation of temporary workers. This black pot must have been carried by himself, and the good guy directly welded the pot on my back. Alas, after all, I still carried everything by myself. That's it, I can't blame others. Who makes myself a backstabber? Carrying the pot, Chong raised his right hand and slowly put it on the launch button, staring at the screen, watching the battleship's position continue to approach the iceberg. The wisdom brain sent out a robot-like system prompt: warning, the super battleship is about to enter the range of the iceberg, and the plasma ray cannon is ready to be launched at any time. The two of them looked at each other, and they were a little flustered. They didn't know what the effect of this cannon would be. Carrying the pot, Chong took a hard breath of air, still resolutely pressed the start button. Go, launch! A deafening roar spread throughout the supership, and the two giant cannons on the deck of the supership spewed out violent beams of light and shot towards the iceberg. The iceberg was huge, and when the super battleship was still more than 100 meters away from it, the laser beam hit the iceberg. Boom! The behemoth-like iceberg was instantly pierced by the laser, and two large holes appeared, emitting white steam smoke. Click click, dense cracks appeared on the iceberg, as if a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme could blow it down, collapse with a bang, and fall apart. Haha took the pot to wipe the sweat beads off his forehead. It's finally solved. Ha, that's great, it's going to hit the iceberg. Great, it's going to be successful this time. Come on, the cave house was undefeated and strong, waving his fists excitedly to cheer for the super battleship. However, this is just the beginning. The super battleship rushed straight towards the precarious iceberg. Bang! The iceberg shattered. Boom! And the loud noise, the iceberg fell in response, and countless ice blocks smashed into the super battleship and fell into the sea. Oh yes! Victory! Ha, it's amazing. I knew that our Great Voyage Guild was the best in the world. The deck of the battleship resounded with the excited cheers of the crowd, and they immediately ran out of the cabin, all wanting to witness this once-in-a-lifetime feat. Suddenly, a player sees a beautiful blonde woman on a reef in front of them with her arms around her back to them. This made him puzzled and fell into silence. Why is there a beautiful woman sitting there alone on the reef in the deep sea? This is the distortion of human nature, or the degradation of morality, although he can't see the face, but from the figure it must be a beauty. No, how can he have a fish tail? Chapter 91. Looking at the suspected mermaid species on the island ahead, the player stammered, "You. Look. That one. Isn't it? Beauty. Person. Fish. Ah." Hearing the words, he was stunned. He also came out to join in the fun. He didn't want to be pulled by someone to ask questions. He leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. Sure enough, a blonde beauty with a bare back, combing her hair on the reef. A big fish tail on the edge of the reef at the edge of the waves lapping. The fish scales reflected the sun, shining like a beautiful diamond. She has a slender figure. Her skin is white and crystal like jade. Her curves are perfect. Her breasts are tall and straight. Her buttocks are round and full, and her waist is slender and plump. Maybe it's a little far away and can't see real, but it has an infinite charm that people can't help but look at her. Seems so. He replied, swallowing and stammering, knowing it in his heart, but still wanting to make sure that he didn't miss something. Dongfang undefeated stepped forward, looked at the like a strong masturbation and patted him on the shoulder and quipped, "Hey, what do you look at so fascinating? Saliva is flowing out. I want a woman to go crazy. Didn't your teacher tell you about it? I don't have any common sense, it's a shame." Chan Yang retorted unconvinced, your physiology and hygiene teacher told you about the structure of mermaids, and told you about the reproduction of mermaids? Mermaids? What mermaids? The cave house was undefeated and confused. Didn't they discuss the reproduction of human beings? Why did the mermaid thing suddenly appear? In this regard, he enters the cave room every day, and he can't be a new wolf every night. Chang snorted coldly, pointed to the distant reef. Oh, open your titanium pervert eyes and look carefully, mermaid, alive. He couldn't help laughing and scolding. I thought you kid was in the spring breeding season. After saying that, he felt that something was wrong. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, and this time he saw clearly, it was indeed a mermaid. He exclaimed in disbelief, what a mermaid! Quickly turn around and let the super battleship sail to the reef. I haven't fallen in love with a mermaid since I'm so old. Forced to lay on the railing, looked up at the cave room undefeated, and teased in the same tone, what? You are also spring, and it is the season of recovery of all things. What do you know? What you think about is how to mate, and all I think about is love. The cave room is undefeated, his face is not red, and his heart is not beating cheekily in quibble. The louder they talked, the louder they became, attracting the attention of the guild players on the deck, and one by one they also looked over the reef, mermaid. I'll rub, mermaid. Pay attention to quality, I've never seen the world, I'm, mermaid. Something is wrong, why doesn't she have legs? And she has a tail. Look at her figure, I'm going to get off the boat, I'm going to find my love. Look at the expressions of those people over there, I'm grass, it's really embarrassing, Sister Mermaid is not short of objects. I can satisfy you. Seeing that they were all shouting there, Dongfang undefeated yelled with some dissatisfaction, thinking to himself that these fools, when will they be as indifferent as themselves? Isn't it just a mermaid? Look at how ambitious my ambitions are, I must go to the mermaid's house to pick and choose one to see. Abak is fascinated by the 5 mysteries of what kind of system. Ha, ignore them, these turtles are in heat when they see their mother. Changshan smiled and leaned back, patted the undefeated shoulder of the cave house, and looked at the sea again, let's go. Let the Pachong change the course, or it will be far away in a while. The wheelhouse is frightened by the kettle, can you still play happily? Can you be less hasty when you say that you will turn around and turn around? He said helplessly with a bitter face, President, do you think this is okay? I'll give you a lifeboat, and you can row over it yourself not far anyway. Dongfang was undefeated and pondered carefully, in fact, it was good to talk to him alone, at least no one affected his performance, so he nodded, okay, just do what you said. While the cave house was undefeated and rowed the lifeboat towards the island where the mermaid was, he slowly approached the island. He went to the island and tied the rope of the lifeboat to the reef. Looking at the mermaid who did not move, a little ape, he greeted politely, beautiful mermaid lady, alone. The mermaid lowered her head and covered her mouth and smiled, I hate it, who are you fooling? Isn't that battleship yours? The cave house that was demolished by the mermaid in public was undefeated, and said without a red heart and a beating heart, oh, hee, this is just the smallest warship in our guild, if you are interested, you can visit it with me. The mermaid glanced at the battleship staying in the distance, and said with a smile, it turns out that you have already planned it, so what are you going to do? Dongfang undefeated smiled, of course I want to be friends with you. The mermaid turned her back to Dongfang undefeated and covered her face and said shyly, I hate it, but your hopes can be dashed, people already have a fiancé. You don't have to worry about this, after all, in the field of licking dogs, if you buy a solo show, there is a wall that I can climb, right? Who is the red apricot? The mermaid was puzzled, and the cave house was undefeated and explained, the red apricot is my name for you. Hearing this, the mermaid picked up the small shell on the side and didn't look at the cave house undefeated, and threw it away. A beautiful arc drilled into the sea, only to hear a snort in the cave room's undefeated ears, brother, you were so bad, I like it so much, do you want to go to my house to do it, I still have several sisters at home. The cave room was undefeated, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, looked at the mermaid figure that appeared on the sea from time to time, and shouted, little baby, wait for me, I'll come. Chapter 92 Hey, the cave house rode the lifeboat undefeated, chasing the mermaid, and didn't forget to wave and shout, brothers, the welfare is coming. The mermaid invited me to his house as a guest, keep up, there are a lot of mermaid sisters in his family, the number is limited, first come, first served. The members of the Great Navigation Guild on the battleship instantly became very excited after hearing it. The boss is interesting. The pickled girl didn't forget to call us together. There's nothing wrong with it, didn't the boss say it? First come, first served, I must pick one, beautiful. Hurry up, tell the driver to start the boat. Carrying the Potchome looked at the island in the distance and had mixed feelings. Nima, he was about to drive back to Dingning City, and it was only a few thousand nautical miles away from the dock at the time of departure. Chang patted him on the shoulder and comforted, don't be depressed, can't you pick the most beautiful mermaid first? Is it really possible? Chang wiped out the ashes and helplessly raised his forehead. Aha, you sullen pervert, of course, you think Lao Tzu was talking like a fart. Besides, who is with whom are the two of us? He. Alright, find a place to put the anchor down, don't drive any further and run aground. Chang walked to the deck as he spoke, looking at the guild players and announcing, okay, the battleship can only go here. If you want to go to the island to experience the exotic scenery of mermaids, you can stay here. There was a commotion in the crowd, you guys stay on the ship. Mermaids are naturally grumpy, I'll just go with the guild. Ah, yes, it's too dangerous. You bad old man is so bad, we won't be fooled. That's right. We don't want you to die, let's go ourselves. Yes. The players have protested, and even more have jumped off the boat. They also know the truth that wolves have more meat and less meat. Many players of the Great Navigation Guild are desperately swimming towards Mermaid Island, and more than a dozen mermaids on the island are standing in a row, wearing garlands on their heads. Their chests are straight, their waists are like willow leaves, their skin is greasy, their bodies are graceful, and their blue eyes are staring at everyone with a hint of charm, as if they have been ready for this group of guests from afar. An atmosphere that only adult men understand came to everyone's hearts, and he felt a little uncomfortable when he was forced to go up and smoke, and he couldn't help touching the tip of his nose, which reminded him of the plot of a movie full of mosaics. Carrying the pot and swallowing his saliva, damn it, she was more beautiful than any human he had ever seen. By the way, Captain, are we going to be undefeated in the cave house? Oh, 100 kilometers consumes 2 arms, calculate the time, and he is almost there rowing a lifeboat, said Chang Yen, looking at the sun that was about to set. In the distance, the cave house was undefeated rowing a lifeboat, and the oars were about to become Hot Wheels, until they paddled on the beach and stopped this time. Don't rob me, where is my red apricot? Hearing this, several mermaids laughed and trembled. Ouch, big brother, what are you doing in such a hurry? Our queen went to freshen up and dress up. That's it. You're so anxious, how embarrassing is it for people? One of the mermaids snorted angrily and hugged the undefeated arm of the cave room and shook it coquettishly. He looked at the few mermaids around him and looked shy. The most important thing is that they are called the Queen of Red Apricots, and it seems that their red apricots are even more beautiful than them. No, I have to be a little reserved now, see if I don't soak the red apricots in my hands. He suddenly became serious, and pushed away the mermaid lady who was pulling his arm in refusal. I'm sorry, this beauty, my heart already has a master, please respect yourself, it's not good if you were misunderstood by your queen. After speaking, he also put on a pose that he thought he was very handsome. Hey my damn charm. A coquettish laugh came from far and near, and the mermaid queen came with a veil, and he looked up and down at the undefeated cave room. You are really, I told you, I already have a fiancé, I advise you to die of this heart. Dongfang undefeated looked into her eyes and said, be with me for the rest of your life, if it doesn't work, I'll wait, if it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Dead ghost, you're so annoying. The mermaid queen was coquettish, and after speaking, she looked at the group of crazy players who were about to flow to the ground. Everyone has come from afar, and I don't have anything to prepare for you here, some simple food and drink, I hope you don't dislike it. Hearing the mermaid queen's words, everyone cheered. On Mermaid Island, there is a dense forest clearing. The players of the Great Navigation Guild sit on the ground, the mermaids of the mermaid tribe are warmly welcomed, and on the simple wooden table with a tablecloth made of tropical banana leaves, there are all kinds of fruits, and a pot of wine jugs decorated with shells. Players smell the aroma of fruit wine emitted from the jug, look at the moving figure of the mermaid lady, and are already a little drunk before drinking. The mermaid queen even announced a day of heavy news at this confusing time. Do you like the girl of our mermaid clan? If you like it, as long as you are happy, I will never say a word, and you will be happy. The group of LSPs of the Great Navigation Guild players were excited all of a sudden, and some even blew the hooligan whistle. Welfare Bureau. Think about the fact that I have been single for more than 30 years, and the first girlfriend I taught was a mermaid. Cow beep tsk this welfare bureau, I give full marks. Ha ha, I want what I want. Ahem. Looking at the scene that became more and more intense, the cave room was undefeated, and he slapped the table and quickly stopped it. Okay, pay attention to your own image, what they look like. Only then did everyone shut up and stop discussing. Dongfang undefeated turned his head to look at the mermaid queen sitting next to him, picked up her delicate and smooth jade hand, kissed it, and said expectantly, "Little baby, take off your veil." How panicked. Lying. Groove. Chapter 93. The appearance of the mermaid queen is amazing. The big face of the square is full of freckles, and the most important thing is that there is a matchmaker mole on the mouth, and there is a hair on the matchmaker's mole, swaying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, and the cave is undefeated and now wants to die. Ahem, it's a bit hot this weather, I'd better stay away from you. After saying that, he wanted to slip away quickly. He was really afraid that she would see any flaws. The mermaid queen laughed wildly. She touched the two huge balls on her chest with her hand, and said, "It's okay, I'm not hot, you can stay phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to me, besides, my appearance is so ugly." I can't help complaining in my heart, I'm a good girl, your appearance is simply ugly to a new height, and I'm about to die. He is very clear about the strength of his body. If he really does sports with this mermaid, his little brother will definitely not agree. I think I am undefeated in the cave room, and when I retreat, I am really ashamed of myself. His eyes for help looked at the undefeated and ugly mermaid queen in the cave room. This look did not matter. His stomach directly turned over the river and the sea, and there was a sense of admiration for the undefeated and undefeated cave house in his heart. He gave a thumbs up to express his admiration, and sure enough, the aesthetics of rich people are different from ordinary people. The mermaid queen picked up the conch-shaped wine glass on the table and looked at everyone. Come on, don't come to Mermaid Island politely, just like going back to your own home. You should eat, drink, play, and sleep. The players who were playing happily with the mermaid ladies and sisters, when they heard the mermaid queen say this, they all stopped their groping hands, raised their wine glasses, looked up, and originally wanted to say a few polite words, but after seeing the mermaid queen's strange face, everyone was stunned, stupidly holding the wine glass motionless. I'm dropping God. Is this like a flower? I'm dropping a mother. Is this a monster? Mom, hell mom, can anyone tell me what's going on? Is this a prank? Can I refuse? I want to go home. It's so terrifying, how can there be such an ugly monster in this world? Yes, what kind of goddess is this? It's clearly a piece of. Damn, the boss kissed her just now. Vomit. Hearing the discussion of other players, the mermaid queen looked at all the stunned players as usual, a group of stinky men who have never seen the world. They are the most beautiful mermaids in the world. He couldn't help but cry bitterly in his heart. He just wanted to end this farce as soon as possible and continue to sail away. Sure enough, the fairy tales are all lies. Mermaids, I'm few. Have you ever seen such an ugly mermaid? Hey, the baby is bitter in his heart. But the baby can't say that if he angers the mermaid queen, he and the players of the Great Navigation Guild are afraid that they will die here. Come on, queen, I'll have a drink with you. The mermaid queen punched him in the chest with a small fist. I hate you people are going to drink a glass of wine. Countless eyes came to cheer for the undefeated president of the Great Navigation Guild in the cave house. They suddenly felt some sympathy for their president, and when they met such an ugly woman who did not play cards according to common sense, I am afraid that his life would not be easy. The cave house was undefeated and forced to smile. He had already felt the tragic encounter tonight. The cave room is undefeated and scolded in his heart. Grass mudhorse, this mermaid queen is really a pervert. She actually wants to drink a glass of wine with me. This is more uncomfortable than killing me. He endured the disgust, and the mermaid queen's arms were wrapped around and exchanged wine glasses, and after the two of them drank 3 glasses of wine, the mermaid queen was willing to let go of the cave room undefeated, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, the aperitif has been drunk, and the appetizer has been eaten, now it's time to have some dinner. The cave room asked suspiciously, what else is there to eat? The mermaid queen laughed sinisterly, you'll know soon, my little darling. Plop dong flutter dong one by one, the players of the Great Navigation Guild suddenly fell unconscious, and the cave room was undefeated and looked at his brother fainting inexplicably, pointing to the mermaid queen's nose and asking, what's the matter? What kind of medicine did you give my brothers? The mermaid queen laughed heartily. What medicine else can it be? Of course it's a good thing. Just get some sleep, and everything will pass. You slut, you despicable, dare to drug my brother. You are dead. The Mermaid Queen looked at him with a grin, and said lightly, how can I let me fool you if I'm not despicable? You. Dongfang undefeated choked on her words, humph. The Mermaid Queen snorted coldly, I'll tell you the truth, you're all just delicacies on my plate. You cheap woman, I advise you to be kind, otherwise I will ask someone to set foot on your mermaid island, do you believe it? The Mermaid Queen was not afraid of his threat at all, and said with a coquettish smile, you bastard, dare to bully this queen, let you know now. Papa the Mermaid Queen picked up the leather whip on the side, gritted her teeth and began to whip him angrily, this kind of rhetorical carrot is the most hateful. That's enough. The blue and purple cave room that was smoked held the leather whip undefeated, the tiger is not powerful, you really treat me as a little sheep, today I will give you a little color to see, hey. Of the head. How? Why? So dizzy. The mermaid lady on the side asked, Queen, what should we do next? The Mermaid Queen glanced around coldly, they are all stewed. Yes, your majesty. Chapter 94 Gruntum, it's so hot. Where am I? Dongfang undefeated slowly opened his eyes, looking at himself being soaked in water, his body was tied up with flowers, and from time to time onions and carrots floated past him, as if he understood something. He exclaimed, it's hot to death, I'm cooking it for someone. Not far away, the strong man who woke up one step ahead of him disappeared, with a look of disdain, picked up the apple floating in front of him and took a bite and said angrily, be quiet, as for being so surprised? Just take a hot bath. While one after another players of the Great Navigation Guild came out of the water, and they were also tied by vines with a confused face, what's going on? But they were tied up and couldn't move, so they could only stare dryly. Hundreds of players were in a mess, and the noise resounded in the sky, but to no avail. Chang walked up to them and said with a smile, everyone, don't get excited, according to my years of watching cannibal movies, we are now in a huge pot, 80% of them are letting the people of the mermaid give us a pot of dumplings. Hearing the vice president's analysis, the players were extremely depressed, I'll rub, how can it be like this, it's good when you come, who wants to go back? That's it. Is this a mermaid or a piranha? Islet, it's terrible. Whether it's a mermaid or a piranha, in short, we have become the ingredients in someone's pot, and we're finished. Hearing their discussions, the undefeated cave house was a little big, and shouted, shut up Lao Tzu. Now let me ask you, do you want to be eaten, or how do you want to escape? Everyone, don't worry, although we are in trouble, but there is good news that we have enough food, and you can eat a little more before the water boils, at least not to be a starving ghost. That's right, the vice president is right, if you are full, you are on the road, at least you won't be hungry. One by one, the players looked at the various vegetables and fruits floating around, turned their grief and anger into strength, and began to eat frantically, and after a few minutes, there were no ingredients in the pot, and it became a pot of clear soup with little water. The cave house was undefeated and shouted wildly, what about the people of the mermaid clan? Do you want to eat the clear soup pot? The melons, fruits, and vegetables and the ingredients are gone. After a while, a fish head poked its head out of the pot to look at the situation in the pot, hurriedly panicked, walked on his little short legs, and ran to the Mermaid Queen to report, Lord Queen, no, all the ingredients we put in the pot have been eaten up by humans. The Mermaid Queen was drinking delicious fruit wine, waiting to enjoy the feast, and when she saw her little brother report like this, she was furious. Bang! He slammed the wine glass on the ground, looked at a half-meter-long fishman with arms and legs in front of him, and roared, then continue to add spices to me, don't be afraid of them eating, just pickle it to taste. I don't believe they can eat me. The mermaid led the order to retreat. The Mermaid Queen rubbed her forehead, thousands of calculations, never calculated that this group of humans died to the end of the pot into the pot, and can still find trouble for themselves. The seasoned vegetables and fruits in the pot are a month's rations for the mermaid clan. It will be eaten in a while. Fortunately, this group of people will be able to cook in a while, so these vegetables and fruits will not be a loss if they are exchanged for so many human meat delicacies. The players in the pot who didn't know how many waves of buffets had eaten their stomachs were already swollen, and they burped and said helplessly, no, I can't eat anymore, it's all in my throat. It's really fucking support, I guess I'm going to explode if I hold it again. Ha 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 ha. I can eat another grape. Me too. My stomach is about to burst. Oh my god, I'm going to throw up. You hold on, swallow it, don't vomit, everyone is in a pot, don't hurt the pond fish. At this moment, each of them ate with a round belly and slightly red cheeks. This kind of eating while taking a bath, it was okay when they were hungry at first, but now it is simply a kind of torture. For the attention of everyone, he said, the president has always told us not to be licking dogs. Originally I thought it was to reduce competitors. Brothers and you have a heart-to-heart, you and the brothers play with their brains. Later, I found out that the president has good intentions. Leave the ugly to yourself, and let the beautiful young lady give it to us. As soon as everyone heard this, they became excited, and began to praise without reservation, the cave house is undefeated, the president of the Great Navigation Guild. That's right, the president is really a role model for my generation, an example for us to learn. Yes. At first, I thought the mermaid queen was the most beautiful. I wanted to scold the president for eating alone, but the president stuck a knife in his brother's ribs and kept the ugliest one for himself. That's right, the president is really a model for my generation, I'm willing to follow the president to the death. Ha, that's right, the president's mind is as broad as the ocean. President, I'm sorry for you. I blame you. Listening to the players next to him boasting about themselves, the undefeated cave house was as happy as a flower. Ahem, it's actually not, after all, everyone knows that I am the president after all. If there is difficulty, of course I have to go first, ha ha ha. The cave room couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his mouth with a smile, but suddenly thought of the mermaid queen's matchmaker mole with a small hemp and a curly hair and the small pockmark, and suddenly couldn't stand the terrifying stimulation, and spit it out directly, and the pot was full of vomit. The rest of the players couldn't stand it anymore and started vomiting. Looking at these guys, he sighed with hatred, alas, what a waste of food. I'll go down first, bye-bye, there's time on it. If there is one, there will be two, and the players looked at the vomit in the pot, and many of them were vomited off the line. After a while, there was no one in the pot, leaving only a pot of vomit. The fishman in charge of guarding suddenly couldn't hear the movement in the pot, poked his head curiously and watched, frightened, and hurriedly reported the situation. Chapter 95. The fishman didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly reported the situation. Report, the queen is not good, something is wrong, the cooked human has flew, no, it is gone. The mermaid queen, her eyes widened, her nostrils were panting, the hairs on the matchmaker's mole were swaying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme, and the fishman who was in charge of guarding the cauldron was trembling and describing, the queen, the little one doesn't know what the situation is, and has been guarding there, and the humans in the pot were still noisy endlessly, but suddenly there was no sound, so I was curious to check the situation, and the result. As a result. Smack, the mermaid queen slapped the table angrily, what's the result? The mermaid swallowed a mouthful of saliva and broke out in a cold sweat. As a result, all the humans in the pot have disappeared, and it's a mess in the pot. The fishman bowed his head in a trembling manner. What, said the mermaid queen, puzzled, take me to see it. Who did this? The mermaid queen looked at the melon, fruit and vegetable vomit in the pot, pinched her nose and glared at the fishman brother. The pot is empty, and if there is nothing left, forget it, and endure it after eating so much of their food, but not even a single human hair is eaten, and it is too deceitful to brush the pot. Suddenly, the mermaid queen became irritable. Rice bucket, waste, so many human beings have not looked at any of them, what is the use of me saying that I keep you? Hearing this, the fishman hurriedly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lord Queen, spare the little one and know it's wrong, let the little one go. The mermaid queen rubbed her eyebrows and waved her hand helplessly, forget it, you can't be blamed for this, brush the pot first, it's disgusting to look at. The Great Navigation Guild chat group, carrying a pot and rushing, what should I do if the boss? We are playing the game now on Fishman Island, and we can't run away at all, and if we catch it, it will become a mermaid's appetizer. Surrender. There may be a glimmer of hope. Remarry the boy, it's really not good, let's go online collectively in the early morning, as long as those monsters don't touch us. Mingren doesn't fart, it makes sense, while the enemy is asleep, we will have a chance to escape. Xiao Filon, boss, you can say something. The brothers are all in a hurry. Dongfang is undefeated, what's the hurry? I already have a countermeasure. You just have to listen to my arrangement. Carry the pot and rush, boss, talk about it. What is the idea? Dongfang is undefeated, it's very simple, our combat effectiveness is not good, we can make it up with people. I'll go to the official game forum to post a post in a while, and you guys will see. What kind of post? Do you have any bad ideas again? The cave house is undefeated, hee hee, you guess. Pick up the pot and rush, boss, you are so bad. I like it so much. The cute man with the mouth said, in this case, can we kill monsters on Fishman Island openly and take revenge? The cave house is undefeated, this time I guarantee that you will be satisfied, and you can also have upgrade experience, you just wait. Carrying the pot and rushing, is it reliable? Boss? The cave house is undefeated, of course it is reliable. Chang masturbation is gone, can you reveal your plan in advance? The cave house is undefeated, confidential. Players. At this time, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Dongfang undefeated sat in front of the computer and looked at the chat group, the corners of his mouth went up, he got up and walked to the living room to open his coffee machine, scooped a spoonful of coffee beans from the coffee can next to him, and put it into the coffee machine. He waited for his coffee while thinking about how to attract more players to Mermaid Island. A few minutes later, the coffee machine finished its work, he put 2 sugar cubes into the coffee cup, and then he was satisfied with the coffee back to the bedroom. He gently put the coffee cup on the computer desktop, sat down and opened the Source Universe World Game official website forum, clicked on the development post, pondered for a long time and had no choice but to take a sip of coffee. Suddenly, the cave room was undefeated, and he quickly typed on the computer keyboard. More than half an hour passed, he clicked the post button, and after completing the one, he was finally relieved, got up and stretched a lazy waist, turned around and fell asleep on the bed. Tell you a good news, after a few days and nights of sleepless sea voyages, our Grand Navigation Guild has lived up to expectations and discovered a mermaid island on the sea, where the people are outstanding and hospitable. Not only do you have a mermaid lady with all kinds of charms to chat with, but also a variety of food to enjoy. Thinking of the players' hard work in building Ding Ding City and the boring monster fighting upgrades, after my heart's painful struggle. After thinking about it, it is better to be happy alone than to be happy with everyone, so I still decided to share this coordinate with everyone. If you don't believe it, it doesn't matter. I will start the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast at 12 o'clock at noon tomorrow for everyone to see with their own eyes. The sun was shining in the early morning, shining on the undefeated face of the cave room. He slowly opened his eyes, got up and washed up briefly, glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock. He hurriedly put on the AR game helmet, entered the Source Universe World Game, and finally brushed the pot overnight to clean it and prepare to squint for a while. It was still the cave room undefeated that reminded him, hey, why are you standing stupidly? Hurry up and boil the water. The little brother of the fishman rubbed the dark circles under his eyes, and stammered, why are you back again? He didn't have time to explain. He climbed directly into the big iron pot, and didn't forget to urge the mermaid to say, silly fish, don't be lucky, hurry up and add water. Do you still want to eat human flesh? Comfortably soaked in the water, the cave room was undefeated and smiled, and clicked on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast button. Chapter 96. Many players saw a post posted by the undefeated cave house in the game forum of the Source Universe World, and left a mocking message below, really fake, why don't I believe it so much? That said, I also think it's a bit mysterious. Just kidding. Return Mermaid Island, return Mermaid Lady, who knows if it's true? I've heard it's true. But isn't it strange that there are mermaids on the island? What's weird? Tell me clearly, what kind of weirdness is it? That's it, this is big news. How can there be mermaids in the Source Universe game? I'm also surprised. Think about it, we're playing a post-apocalyptic themed game, isn't it unreasonable for a mermaid species? I also think it's a little weird. It should be the Great Navigation Guild that deceived us. Do you think that everyone else is as idle as you and is going to the forum every day to spread rumors? You don't have no games? Just look at it. Impossible, right? Can there really be people from the Mermaid Great Navigation Guild thinking about us? Is there some kind of routine in this? Cut, who knows? Anyway, I'm full of interest in this matter now, and I want to see it. Me too. +1. The one who called the cave room undefeated, didn't he say that it would be broadcast phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme at 12 o'clock at noon? Yes, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme streaming. Yes, wait and see. Ha, I wish this mermaid was real. That's exciting. Yes, I think so too. Let's go and see. I can't wait. Me too, I'm ready. Time passed quickly, and it was 12 o'clock at noon in a blink of an eye, and at this time, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room of the undefeated game and the cave room had already fried the pot, because they all wanted to join in the fun to see what was going on. Time flies, when everyone enters the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room. After first seeing a deserted island, they see a warship anchored in the sea not far from the island. On the deck of the battleship, there is a huge shark man, who is lying on the deck sunbathing, indescribably comfortable, and then the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast screen is closer. In a super large cauldron, the cave room is undefeated in a leisurely dog planing swimming inside, and suddenly several graceful mermaid ladies are holding fruit bowls and pouring them directly into the pot. Dongfang undefeated picked up an apple floating over and took a bite, and said proudly, "Brothers, how come? Not surprised, not exciting, not happy. I will give you an iron pot, stew yourself." The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room, the attention was not on the anchor at all, but invariably watched. The mermaid lady on the edge of the big iron pot, one by one, turned into LSP, and began to discuss professional knowledge. I groove. There is really a mermaid lady. Oh my god, Miss Mermaid, this is too beautiful. This is the legendary mermaid lady, she can't be real. It must be true. You see that their skin is tender and delicate, and those internet celebrity faces are much more beautiful. Damn, you have a point. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to swim now. I feel like my nosebleeds are about to come out. No, I'm going to die. My heart is beating faster. Is this the legendary love? Woo, why are there such beautiful young ladies? Their skin is too delicate. The two little white rabbits on their chests are so cute. My mother, this is called love. I am now cutting trees to make rafts. Mermaid ladies and sisters are waiting for me. It's just a fairy descending to earth. I rub it. It's worthy of the Source Universe World game. Mermaid, I want to marry her. Get out, mermaids are all Lao Tzus alone. Phew, shameless, we are all men, why can't I? Unconvinced? Come to fight. Fight and fight, who is afraid of whom? Looking at the barrage that was about to quarrel, the cave room was undefeated and hurriedly persuaded to fight. His purpose was to lure the players over, in case they fought offline. Wouldn't their efforts be in vain? Brothers, let's get rid of our anger first. Let me tell you, Miss Mermaid has it. It depends on which of you is fast. First come, first served, and then secretly tell you a secret, the Mermaid Queen is the best. These mermaid sisters and the Mermaid Queen are instantly dim, believe it or not. This completely stimulated the desire of the players, and they spoke one after another. The anchor asks for the coordinates, and I can swim over if it is not far away. Anchor, is it too late to build a ship? I want to go too. Anchor, I'm going to Miss Mermaid's house to have treasures. I can't wait to meet them. Me too, I'm looking forward to it. Me too, I'm going too. Me too. I'm going too. Why don't we go together? Yes. Let's go too. We're all going. Looking at the barrage of this group of screaming audiences, the corners of the cave room are slightly upturned. You have everything you want, you have everything, only what you can't think of, and there are more things you don't see. What he said can be said to be half-truths and half-truths. There are indeed mermaid sisters, and there are treasures, but I don't know if this group of players has lost their reputation. Zhang Jie also noticed every move on Fishman Island in the 404 Evolution House, but he didn't think about solving this matter directly. After all, Booz let himself be killed, and the players are still playing a fart. Now players with strong hands-on ability have begun to build their own boats, and it seems that they can go to sea in half a day, but there are still most players who have no experience in shipbuilding at all, so they can only look away and cry silently when they look at the sea. This made Zhang Jia a little unbearable. Everyone is a brother, how can a brother not help if he is in trouble? He couldn't help sighing, silently opened the system store, put a new product on the shelves, inflatable kayaks, and finally had a particularly humane price for a kayak, 100 source stones, and he was reluctant to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the system store. Fortunately, you can rely on holographic 3D printers to achieve manufacturing freedom now, otherwise you will miss another opportunity to make a fortune. Zhang Jia stared at the busy players and muttered, alas, it's all cuts, I can only help you so far, and the rest depends on you. Chapter 97. Zhang Jia sat leisurely in the computer chair, his legs on the table and whistling. His heart was happy. It seems that it is another day to make a fortune. Who would have thought that players would be able to make a windfall by going to sea? Half an hour later, his excited heart trembled with his hands, clicked on the system store to see the sales of kayaks, and to his surprise, not a single kayak was sold, and now he was not good, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How could this be? It stands to reason that even if the sales are not good, not a single kayak will not be sold. Could it be that the price is too high? Looks like it's time for a change of marketing strategy. So he joined the swimming ring and entered the system store, and the price came directly to a fracture and a source stone. But after more than 20 minutes, when he opened the system store again to check the sales, there was still no one to buy. This time Zhang Jia was in a hurry. Time waits for no one. If you miss the opportunity, you won't be able to get the player's wool. He had no choice but to make a decision that went against his ancestors, and that was to issue a full server announcement. On the coast of Dingning City, more than 100,000 players, some are busy building boats on the beach, and some are sitting on the beach and are depressed. This time, the players who wanted to go to sea were like grasping a life-saving straw, and they became excited. The administrator takes too good care of the players, and when he knew that we wanted to go to sea, he immediately gave us new props. Your Excellency is so kind. But how do you use these things? Is it a hand stroke? And then go out to sea with a swimming ring? You're stupid, of course. But you're willing to row with your feet, and no one is holding you back. What did I see? Swimming rings, one source stone, so cheap. I don't have to worry about drowning, haha. Don't be too happy, it's your ability to swim to Fishman Island. So what? I don't care anyway, I have to go to sea today. That's a must. Who doesn't like the days of wandering at sea? The players had a heated discussion, and the players who were anxious had already bought it, and sailed straight to the direction of Mermaid Island. Now the players don't talk nonsense, they all bought kayaks or swimming rings, and went to the sea. The sea surface was densely crowded, and countless kayaks and swimming rings rose and fell in the sea, about more than 100,000 people. And there are people who continue to enter the water one after another. Some are still wearing wetsuits, and some are shirtless and naked, revealing their strong chests, and their bodies are full of strength and beauty. For a while, the entire sea area was crowded with players, and it was vast, spectacular, and lively. Zhao Jun was also mixed in the crowd at the moment. As the first affectionate in the nightclub, he decided to meet the legendary Best Mermaid Queen for a while. I'm rubbing, it's so spectacular. Yes, why are so many people going to sea? Do you want to grab Miss Mermaid with me? I guess I want to go to the sea to have some fun. So many people gathered, don't scare the mermaid lady. On Mermaid Island, the Mermaid Queen was in her room, snoring and falling asleep, and an exclamation scared her snot bubbles. Report the Queen has made a big noise. The Mermaid Queen scratched her buttocks, rubbed her eyes with a face full of anger, yawned, and stretched. How what's wrong? The stewed people in the pot are cooked. Don't worry, I'm eating when it's cold. The merfolk guard said sweatingly, No, Your Majesty, it's another group of humans coming towards Mermaid Island. It seems that the comber is not good. The Mermaid Queen suddenly got up and picked up the spear on the side, and gave an order, Go, gather all our people. Since these humans are willing to die, then there is no need for us to be polite, give them a pot of stew. Yes, Queen. Soon, the mermaid clan was all dispatched, and 2,000 or 3,000 mermaid soldiers gathered in one place, armed with weapons in hand, waiting for them. The Mermaid Queen looked at the sea in the distance, snorted coldly, and said to her subordinates, You take people out to meet the enemy immediately. Remember, try to keep your mouth alive, only those who are alive are delicious. When the Queen heard the order, they plunged into the sea. It was about 10 o'clock in the evening, and the whole sea was covered in darkness, and the sea was as calm as ever. except for the occasional breeze that gently drove the waves to crash against the shore. The players, who were still desperately rowing and swimming, rushed to the direction of Mermaid Island. Suddenly a player's kayak was punctured and fell into the sea, and just wanted to struggle when they were grabbed by an unknown thing and entered the depths of the sea. They could still struggle at first, but as time went on, their brains fell into a lack of oxygen and lost consciousness. It was already dark and windy, and they couldn't see anything clearly, and the sound of the waves disturbing the players' hearing, and slowly, there were fewer and fewer players on the sea, and they didn't perceive the crisis, so one player after another disappeared into thin air on the sea. In the early morning, the players who were caught were floating in a big iron cauldron, and they all slowly woke up under the sun, looking at the unfamiliar environment around them. A familiar picture appeared in their minds. Isn't this Nima the iron pot stewed by the undefeated performance of the anchor of the Great Navigation Guild? Originally, the players thought that it was all the effect of the show, but now that they are dying, they finally know why the undefeated cave house will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast the iron pot to stew themselves. Sure enough, things are not so simple. What mermaid sister, what food, altogether are lies. Mermaid sister has it, but the cave house is undefeated and did not say that the mermaid clan eats people. It's true that you can eat fruits and vegetables casually, but this is the ingredient for stewed human meat. The players soaked in the big iron pot and wanted to cry without tears, and began to complain. I, Nima, have been fooled, brothers. We have been fooled by the beautiful appearance of the mermaids. Damn, it's long overdue. There is no mermaid in this Nima, it is clearly a man-eating monster. MMP, we're stupid enough to marry someone else. I'm so stupid. Damn, who said it wasn't? How could the mermaid clan be so gentle? It's over, Lao Tzu is still a boy chicken. This time I will probably be served by the family law. Can anyone tell me I'm not dreaming? I don't care, after returning to China this time, I must buy a plane ticket to fly to China. Lao Tzu will never take a boat again. It's so exciting. It's a wonderful feeling. It's like I'd become braised pork. No, it's not like, it's real. Woo woo woo. Chapter 98. The hearts of the players were full of despair and sadness, and Zhao Jun suddenly proposed, brothers, don't panic, let's eat up the water in the pot first, let's eat all the food, can't we eat a little mermaid clan with so many of us? The players, who were originally in a low mood, lit up when they heard what he said. Yes, we have a lot of strength. If you want to eat, we have to see if he has the strength. That's right, everyone works together to eat the poor mermaids, and the opportunity for a free buffet is not very common. Yes. The players agreed, and began to eat and drink and overeat. For a while, everyone forgot their previous grief and helplessness, and they all accelerated their speeds, hoping to eat as soon as possible, so as to teach the mermaids a lesson. And at this moment, Mermaid Island is also very busy. The fish people frantically take out the food they put in the cellar and keep putting it into the big iron pot. Although they are a little distressed, these foods are saved by them for several years. But for the sake of being able to eat so many people's flesh, he was still ruthless and kept throwing it into the pot. This contest between the mermaids and the players lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and many players were already full of food and drink, and they couldn't eat anymore, so they had no choice but to go offline to relax. When the people of the mermaid clan thought that they could finally eat a human meat feast, the mermaid queen looked at the empty iron pot and cried angrily, woo woo. It's too much of a bully for a mermaid. Eat and wipe clean and disappear, and it's still played in turns, and the white prostitution is too thorough. Dalam. All the members of the mermaid clan protested. They were almost hungry for a week to eat this human meat feast. Now that the chickens and eggs have been beaten, there is nothing to eat. Can they only gnaw the bark and eat grass roots to fill their stomachs? Think about how my mermaid clan is also a hegemon. It's too embarrassing. Source: Universe World Game Forum. In the post of Cave House Undefeated, the players are actively discussing the next plan, and Mingren does not let out dark farts. Brothers, we are full of food and drink. What should we do next? Brother and love are not adaptable. Nonsense, of course I continue to eat and wait for death. Can't be beautiful and ugly, don't make trouble, you see, it's been a few days, we haven't done anything, we can't waste time like this anymore. Bird of paradise, what else can I do? Of course, find a place to sleep. Flame bear infested, however, there is no way to go on like this. As soon as we started the game, we were on Mermaid Island. What then? What can you do? Bird of Paradise, for example, let's set a time together to suddenly go on the game and catch the enemy by surprise, was sentenced to have no wife because he was too handsome. That's right, eat and drink enough to fight monsters and upgrade. The temptation of wildflowers, the man couldn't resist. Yes, we should unite and set foot on Mermaid Island. If you can't become a top student, let me become a boba, you said simply. How do we get out? It's full of enemies outside, and the combat effectiveness is strong, we can't beat it. Brothers, we can actually try it first. No matter how powerful they are, they shouldn't be able to stand up to our many people. Carrying the pot and rushing, that's right, try it and die. The suave and unruly young man, you really think about it? If you die, you can't blame me. That's right, everyone is afraid of breaking the jar. I'm going to heaven, yes, what's the fear of waiting for an hour if you die once anyway? A group of people were chattering and arguing. In the end, the plan for this raid was set at 3:30 in the morning, which should be the time when people were generally asleep, and they were ready to act quietly to catch their opponents by surprise and steal the bell. At night, the moon hangs high, the sound of crickets can occasionally be heard in the dense grass, and the waves gently beat the golden and soft sand, like countless beautiful elves dancing and dancing, and the center of the island can faintly see a group of buildings with faint lights. In these houses, the people of the mermaid clan have yellow and thin faces and eyes closed and make a faint snoring sound. For a whole week, they have not eaten a little food when they come out to drink water. When they are hungry, they can only sleep to relieve the embarrassment of an empty stomach and the desire for food. Suddenly, the players on the island went online en masse and started a night raid operation. Rush the Duck Brothers, kill them. I just like to watch this kind of large-scale battle scene, exciting. Our goal is to kill all of the Mermaid Island. Chang screamed excitedly, raised his hand and waved his arms. Kill. Kill all the animals. Carrying a pot is also passionate. Rush Duck. The undefeated cave house is even more exciting. Along the way, no matter who stood in his way, he eliminated him mercilessly. The sun came out from the east, and the mermaid island was already full of corpses, and the mermaid queen was holding a snake spear and a spear in her hand and gritted her teeth and looked at this group of annoying humans. If it weren't for her own people's hungry chests and backs, how could they have suffered heavy casualties? She was angry, but it didn't help. Damn humans, the mermaid queen said resentfully, and the mermaids behind her took up their arms, ready to resist. You really want to fight to the death with me? Dongfang undefeated sneered, then don't blame me for destroying flowers. Brothers, on. Wait a minute. Zhao Jun suddenly walked up to stop everyone. His idea was very simple, he just wanted to see the mermaid queen's face, and by the way, he slept with her, to ease the tense relationship between the two sides. What's so good about fighting and killing? We have to influence them with love and change the world. Zhao Jun persuaded everyone seriously, turned his head and smiled kindly at the mermaid queen. Just glanced at it slightly, and his whole person seemed to have been hit by a thunderbolt from the sky, and he was on the spot. I'm Nima, who told me that the mermaid queen looks incomparably different. Do you see me kill you? Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors, do you understand? This is a scam. Vomit. He hurriedly covered his mouth, calmed down the discomfort in his stomach, and changed the greatness just now. Brothers, I was wrong, we can still do it and try not to quarrel, on the beaten to death. Hula, the two waves of forces have launched a fierce battle again. In the deep sea in the distance, a humanoid unknown object wearing 100 years of diving equipment, holding an anchor, is speeding towards Mermaid Island. Which force invited the rescuers? Everything is unknown. Chapter 99. A bead of sweat slipped from the mermaid queen's forehead and fell to the ground, instantly absorbed by the earth. She held the snake spear tightly with both hands. Her breathing began to become heavy. She frowned, looking at more and more players in front of her, crying bitterly, these human beings, the combat effectiveness is not strong, but they can't finish killing. I have been killing these humans since dawn, and now that the sky is dawning, I didn't see much less people on the other side, but I suffered heavy losses on my side. This group of damn humans, eating and drinking me, and now they are still chasing after themselves? He also said that he was an evil creature, which was extremely shameless. Damn, what should I do? The mermaid queen said through gritted teeth. Red apricot baby, you are very powerful, you can hold on to it until now and you haven't fallen, it really impresses me. If you were someone else, you wouldn't be able to hold it a long time ago. The cave house was undefeated and the hippie smiled provocatively. You stupid humans dare to attack me? Do you know who I am? The Mermaid Queen dodged a kitchen knife and asked angrily. The players didn't have the heart to listen to him and attack directly. Your Majesty, how are you? A fishman in silver armor and holding a silver sword asked eagerly. The queen closed her eyes slightly and shook her head. It's okay. I can hold on for a while, so you guys stand down first. The armored fishman gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, don't worry, there is not a single misbreed in our mermaid clan. After saying that, he raised his sword and rushed to the player to fight, and the players were not used to him holding a kitchen knife and directly chopping him into fish paste. Don't the Mermaid Queen stretched out her hand to stop it, but it was too late. She sat limply on the ground, her face was like ashes, and now she still had to save her strength to meet the enemy, because she knew that this group of humans had not yet used all their strength to fight. If his own people are completely annihilated, then he will no longer have room to resist, and he does not know what kind of tragic end he has lived. She is so unwilling and helpless, she just hopes that time will pass quickly, that time will go back, that everything can be done again. I will never provoke this group of humans, but the reality is cruel, and the Mermaid Queen is desperate. She found that even if she tried her best, she could only barely delay for a while, and at this moment, she had to distract herself from protecting her clan and defending against attacks from outside, which was simply a lack of skills. The Mermaid Queen continues to stand up and fight the players with all her might. Haha, Mermaid Queen, it seems that our physical strength is about to run out. We have one. Yes, Mermaid Old Witch, you can't escape. Obediently admit defeat and surrender. Don't waste time, hurry up and get the Mermaid Queen back and marry us. Ha ha ha, Mermaid Queen, today is your death. Chang burst out laughing, and the kitchen knife in his hand slashed the last few people in his way to the ground. No! The Mermaid Queen shouted with wide eyes in despair. Between the lightning and Flint, a person more than 2 meters tall looked like a robot wearing a set of diving equipment more than 100 years ago. He held a huge anchor in his hand and swept himself hard to wipe out the strong and cut it in half, and the huge shockwave knocked all the players present to the ground. He hugged the Mermaid Queen, and comforted easily, Baby, how are you? Nothing to do. The Mermaid Queen looked at her fiancé affectionately, secretly sent Shobo, and shook her head. Honey, it's good that you came in time, otherwise this weak woman will spoil this group of humans. The players stood up from the ground grinning, and when they heard the Mermaid Queen coquettish and thought of her appearance, goosebumps were about to fall to the ground, and they complained, Nausea, it's disgusting. Damn, it's too numb, I can't stand it. She is worthy of the legendary Mermaid Queen, and she is so charming. It's so spicy. How can the Mermaid Queen be such a good person? How can such a disgusting person be worthy of our president? Mom, I can't stand it. Mom, I almost couldn't help it just now. Nima, this woman is really disgusting. The mystery man heard the players around him talking about his sweetheart, and he suddenly became angry. Shut up, I won't allow you to insult my sweetheart like this, and today I'll show you how good Edmund is. As he spoke, he lifted the anchor and rushed over. He was very fast, faster than the others. In an instant, he came to the players' camp, and with a wave of his arm, the huge anchor smashed into the players in the crowd, and the player couldn't resist his attack at all, and he smashed his head as soon as he anchored, turning into white light and going back to life. The rest of the players were also shocked. This guy is crazy. Before the players could react, Edmund held the anchor in his hand, and another sweep knocked all the players to the ground, and held the Mermaid Queen in his arms. Baby, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, let's go in love, let's go. Before the words fell, he directly walked towards the residence with a princess in his arms and the Mermaid Queen. In the Source Universe World Game Forum, players who had suffered a defeat once again gathered in the undefeated post of the cave room to discuss tactics, and rushed with a pot. What should I do, brothers? We seem to have provoked booze. The cute man with a cocked mouth, that's right. We can't beat it. Can't be beautiful and amazing, then ugly hook soul. What kind of fairy boss is this? For Mao is so strong. Brother and love are not adapted, no matter. When I'm resurrected, I'll fight booze for another 300 rounds. Angel Heart, that's a god-level character. We rookies, if we go up, we are looking for death. Can anyone else help with ideas? Mingren doesn't fart. How many times have the big brothers upstairs said it? Can we develop obscenely, don't wave? You and booze are not at the same level at all. The temptation of wildflowers, the man couldn't stop it, it's also because that booze is too strong. If it had been someone else, we would have won. Stop arguing, now let's think about how to deal with the boss. The cave house is undefeated, I have a chance to tell whether to talk about it or not. Zhao Jun, it doesn't matter if he's useful or not. Let's talk about it first. In the current situation, it's better to have a way than no way. Yes, 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 you say? Many players kept urging, but as a result, the cave room was undefeated and did not reply, and the players were a little anxious at this time. Chapter 100. For a long time, Dongfang was undefeated and slowly made his own proposal. Now we have about 200,000 players on Mermaid Island, we can implement a 3-shift policy, and constantly harass the enemy to give them a boiling eagle tactic. Forced to wipe out the ashes, it seems to make some sense. The temptation of wildflowers, the man couldn't stop, yes, why didn't I think of it? If the toad doesn't bite him on the surface of his feet, let's disgust him. Mingren doesn't fart, I think it's okay, I'm the first to sign up for someone else to harass booze. Brother and love are not adapted, I also signed up, and I also participated. The temptation of wildflowers, the man couldn't resist it, then you have to take me, Lao Tzu is also suffocated. I agree. Paint the wall a plus 10,086 in favor. Zhao Jun, I'll participate too. I also want to experience what it's like to be the boss. Angel kept pulling, okay, let's all go and make trouble for booze. After a long time, Dongfang slowly typed out, okay, you go first tonight, and the rest of the people will rest for the night, and when it is 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, you will be replaced. In the Mermaid Queen's room on Mermaid Island, Edmund threw the Mermaid Queen on the bed, and looked at the stunner in front of him with squinting eyes, and he was impatient to take off his armor. Little baby, I'm coming, did you miss me? The Mermaid Queen got up shyly, stroked the man's diving equipment in front of her and smiled charmingly. What do you say? People are about to kill you. When the two of them were in love, a stone smashed in through the window, knocking the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals VZV phoneme on the table to the ground and shattering it into pieces. Edward was furious, pushed open the window and scolded, damn. Dare to destroy Lao Tzu's good deeds. Do you know who Lao Tzu is? Lao Tzu is the king of Mermaid Island. Edward, get out of the way, otherwise I will make you regret being a man. Zhao Jun, I'll give 9 points for this forced pretend. After saying that, he bent down and picked up the stone on the ground and threw it at the window. Bang dash, there was a loud bang, the stone smashed the window, the glass shards splashed everywhere, and Edward was furious, and ran out with the anchor. What a thing are you, kid? How dare you be arrogant with Lao Tzu? Believe it or not, I'm going to kill you now. Zhao Jun laughed out loud without panic, and gave an order, brothers, run. Boom. The players immediately scattered and fled, and Edward picked up the anchor and pursued. Fuck your ancestors, don't run, Lao Tzu will kill you. I can't run. Zhao Jun stopped and hid behind a rock. Humph, you kid is smart. Edward walked over, just about to kick Zhao Jun, but suddenly found that the human in front of him disappeared out of thin air, although he was a little puzzled, but the beauty was still lying on the bed waiting for him. So he went back. Edward, who returned to the house, flew to bed directly, and was about to flirt, but was avoided by the Mermaid Queen's light flash, and Edward said embarrassedly, let's continue. The Mermaid Queen shook her head and sat on the edge of the bed. You want to take a bath? The smell of sweat. Edward nodded in agreement. No problem, I'll go wash incense, you wait for me here. He stood up and prepared to take a shower, when the next second, another stone flew in through the window. Bang dash, there was another loud bang, this time literally smashing the entire window. Edward looked at the scene in front of him for a long time, and the Mermaid Queen looked at him with a smile. Can't you deal with this group of humans? Edward jumped to his feet angrily. These bastards, I must not spare them. Cycle after cycle, 3 days and 3 nights passed. Edward sat at the door, his head leaned against the door, the red blood in his eyes crawled densely all over the eyeballs. He was already very tired. For 3 days and 3 nights in a row, he didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his eyes for a minute to rest. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that these humans take turns making trouble and won't let him sleep. His spirit had broken down. At the moment, he only hoped that another stone would fall on him, and he would be free. Alas, Edward sighed, listless and languid. Zhao Jun squatted in the grass in the distance to observe Boo's every move. Hey, do you dare to go over and provoke Boo's? The undefeated cave room on the side fanned the flames and proposed. Zhao Jun's eyes lit up. What's not to dare to do, you look at it. Zhao Jun walked over and patted Edward on the shoulder. Brother, you're tired. Take a break. I'm a muddy horse. Edward looked at Zhao Jun angrily. Are you fucking looking for a beating? Oh, I'll go, look at what you can bear. Just say this tone and attitude to you, believe it or not, I'll give you another 3 days and 3 nights and won't let you sleep. Zhao Jun said righteous words. You fucking kind, you just come. Edward sneered. Zhao Jun. I'm rubbing, I'm quite backbone, so let's write a donkey in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the record book, and we'll see. Edward snorted coldly when he heard this. You try? Zhao Jun was also energetic. Okay, try it and die. After the two stared at each other for a few seconds, Zhao Jun took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme and speaking. Forget it, I'll go, figure it out and call me. You're still meowing? Edward was furious. Don't accept it? Me, it. Edward angrily hit Zhao Jun, who greeted him with a stone. Bang bang. An hour later, Zhao Jun went online again, padded next to the undefeated cave room, and said viciously, damn, Boo still has the strength to fight back, continue to boil. Go on? Zhao Jun pouted, yes, I tried Boo's just now, and the attack power is still a little strong. The cave room was undefeated and coughed dryly. No, I said. Brother, your method won't work. You see, every time Boo's is provoked by you, it is a violent attack. Aren't you just looking for abuse? Zhao Jun raised an eyebrow, grabbed a handful of grass viciously, uprooted it directly, and showed a sinister and vicious smile. If we can't beat Boo's, we will survive him. If it goes on like this, it is estimated that there will be another 5, 6, 7, or 8 days, and Boo's will definitely not be able to hold on. Chapter 101 Who Understands the Family? Edward hasn't slept with his eyes closed for almost half a month. Now he can't say that he can fall asleep in a second with a pillow, but he can start snoring as soon as he closes his eyes. But these damn humans harassed him in shifts just to prevent him from closing his eyes and sleeping, and at first he could still walk away, regardless of whether the merfolk on Mermaid Island were dead or alive. But as time goes on, he's on the verge of being in danger now. Now he has already taken off his heavy diving equipment, naked and strong chest. No way, although the diving equipment defense is amazing, but he is too heavy, and with his strength, it is easy to deal with this group of weak humans. Edward scanned the jungle with his red eyes and roared, Human, if you have the ability to come out for me, and fight in a dignified manner, will you hide and hide? In the grass, Zhao Jun and Dongfang undefeated looked at each other and smiled. How is it? I'm right. Boo's is running out of steam. Dongfang undefeated nodded. It seems to be. What should we do next? Zhao Jun touched his smooth chin and thought for a moment, then smiled. What else can I do? Of course it is. Kill it. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Jun kicked the stones on the ground away, and the whole person sprinted towards Edward like an arrow off the string. Zhao Jun's actions on this side naturally woke up the players who were secretly observing next to him, and when they saw that someone was taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme in the charge, they also followed, shouting as they ran, Brothers, everyone will go up together when the time comes. Rush. Kill Boo's and we'll win. Kill. For wine, honor, and treasure, rush. Go rush. Kill the boss and get the equipment. For a while, the entire jungle suddenly became a mess, and countless players followed Zhao Jun all the way, and there were even many players who outflanked Edward from various angles. Although Edward had already guessed that humans would definitely not be able to bear it, he didn't expect so many humans to rush up in droves. Edward was slightly stunned at first when he saw this group of players who suddenly appeared, but quickly reacted and snorted coldly, Human, do you think this is a win? What a whims! With that, Edward dragged his tired body and jumped forward, the anchor in his hand slashed horizontally, and in an instant, more than a dozen lives returned to the west in an instant. The boss is really awesome. Zhao Jun patted his chest with palpitations. Fortunately, I dodged fast enough just now, otherwise it is estimated that I would have died for an hour. Well, it's pretty impressive. Dongfang undefeated nodded appreciatively. It seems that we still underestimate the strength of booze. However, at this critical moment, a player sneaked up on Edward from behind and plunged the dagger directly into Edward's abdomen. Booze. Hurt. The player shouted excitedly as he stabbed Edward in the abdomen with the knife. Oops, I'll wipe it. Edward covered the wound in his abdomen and punched the player who sneaked up on him. Seeing that Booze was injured, Zhao Jun and Dongfang were undefeated and felt that they could do it, and the fast meteor rushed towards Edward. Booze, you go to die. Edward gritted his teeth and directly repelled Zhao Jun, who was rushing towards him, a few meters away. At the same time, Edward raised his left leg and kicked it hard at the undefeated chest of the cave room. Zhao Jun was hit hard by Edward, and knew that such a hard fight was not a way, so he hurriedly changed his tactics, took advantage of the situation and jumped into the air, and a bright kitchen knife appeared in his hand and slashed at Edward. Zhao Jun's blow was menacing. Edward's face changed when he saw this. He could only give up attacking Dongfang undefeated, and quickly dodged Zhao Jun's attack sideways, but when he was about to turn around and attack Zhao Jun, he found that a player also appeared behind him. What the heck? Edward was shocked. These players are simply haunted. Forced to wipe out the ashes, he slashed at him. Edward was shocked when he saw this, and hurriedly turned sideways to avoid it, but Edward was still a step late. The kitchen knife slashed through his right shoulder, and Edward muffled, blood dripping down his arm. Seeing that Edward was injured, the players became even more excited. Brothers, Booze is obviously not good at fighting. Everyone work harder and send him away. Rush the duck. Go, yes, Booze, you can admit defeat and surrender, so that we can save some effort. I don't think you need to bother. How can a little Booze like you be able to match us? After saying that, everyone waved weapons to attack Edward. Edward was angry, and hurriedly resisted the kitchen knives that came out of nowhere from time to time, so the fight between humans and sea monsters officially began. Edward saw that he couldn't get rid of this group of people at all, so he could only grit his teeth and fight with them, and try to find an opportunity to kill them. After all, he didn't want to die. In this way, Edward led the remnants of the mermaid tribe, fought desperately, and swore to defend his glory, but in the end he was outnumbered. Edward's blood bar gradually decreased. He immediately took out a syringe and pierced it into the artery. He gasped and stood in place to rest, adjusted his physical state, and fought bloodily. The mermaid tribe was almost wiped out, and he was left standing alone. Holding on, Zhao Jun and the others were around him, eyeing him one by one, as if they were ready to pounce on him and tear him apart and devour him in the next moment. Ahem. Poof! Edward spat out a mouthful of blood. Unwilling. He slowly and with difficulty stretched out his finger and pointed at Zhao Jun. I'm going to kill you. Before the words fell, the muscles of Edward's body swelled several times, his eyes turned blood red. He looked at the dense players around him, licked his dry lips, and the corners of his mouth outlined a weird smile. You forced me. Today I will let you see my true strength. Tremble, weak human. The undefeated cave felt the terrifying coercion around him, knowing that Edward's strength had reached its peak now, and it was even much stronger than before, and he was familiar with Sun Tzu's art of war. Frowning, everyone listen to me, 36 strategies are the best strategy, we can't beat and run, everyone is in place, prepare, go offline. Edward, who was just about to prepare for a killing spree, looked at the human who had suddenly disappeared, and wanted to cry without tears, and suddenly felt like his fist was hitting the cotton. At this time, there was a momentum in the pile of mermaid corpses, and a faint voice came. Chapter 102. Hearing the sound, Edward turned his head and walked towards the corpse pile. A hand stretched out from it. He frowned, grabbed the man's arm with one hand, and pulled it out. Looking at the fishman creep who was still breathing, his eyes were puzzled. What's the matter with you? He wasn't even killed by humans. The fishman soldier gasped, King, if you hadn't saved me, I probably wouldn't have seen the sun tomorrow. Edward nodded and said, Okay, I'll give you a task. Now go to Jioma Island and invite my eldest brother Black Shark King over. Just say that his brother is in trouble. Go back quickly. The fishman soldier was stunned for a moment and said, But, the king, I'm like this. Edward said with a wave of his hand. Yes, I'll leave at once. The fishman creeps respectfully retreated. Looking at the back of the departing fishman creep, Edward stood in place and pondered, although this guy's strength is weak, it is not too much of a problem for me to run an errand and report a message. He turned his head to look at the pile of corpses, and a gloom appeared on his face. I really can't imagine that I still underestimated the combat effectiveness of this group of humans. I didn't expect that Mermaid Island would be wiped out, but where did these humans come from? Edward, who couldn't figure it out, didn't bother to think about it anymore, patrolling the surrounding situation, looking at the mermaid queen who died tragically in the distance. The corners of his mouth rose. Humph, ugly girls really think I like you? I'm just looking at your merfolk treasures. As he spoke, he turned and walked to the mermaid queen's room. He remembered that once the mermaid queen said that the mermaid treasures were hidden by her in the secret room of her room, and when the two got married, she would give all these treasures to Edward. This temptation was enough to make people take risks. Edward walked into the mermaid queen's room, licked his dry lips, and began to rummage around for the mechanism to enter the chamber. Soon, Edward found that there was a self-portrait of the mermaid queen in the center of the wall. He stepped forward proudly, took off the ugly self-portrait of the mermaid queen, pressed the button on the back. With the sound of the machine, the door of the secret room on the wall slowly opened. Edward smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, it seems that all the efforts have not been in vain. When the door of the secret room was completely completed, suddenly, he felt a labor pain in his ankle, and he looked down to see that his otherwise fair skin was covered with blood, and blood was running down his ankle to the floor. What bit me? Edward cried out in horror. A cold object poked out of Edward's naked foot, and it wrapped around Edward's naked foot and dragged it deeper into the secret room. What a thing! With a terrible scream, Edward was dragged into the dark red secret room. The temperature in the secret room was very cold, as if he had fallen into the 10,000-year-old ice cellar, which made Edward tremble immediately after. A strange-looking black snake opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, and bit down on his ankle. Ah! Edward screamed in a terrible pain. He kicked the strange snake with his other foot, but instead of kicking it away, he was wrapped around it and tightened it tighter and tighter. The strange snake spits a scarlet core. Its size is extremely large, and its body exudes a strong foul smell. Let go of me! The strange snake ignored Edward, but instead entangled Edward harder, and pulled him towards the sarcophagus. Edward struggled desperately and used all his strength, grabbed the slippery body of the strange snake with both hands, and pulled hard, trying to solve the beast with brute force. The strange snake was in pain, let go of Edward, and threw his tail on Edward. Edward flew out directly, hit the wall and fell to the ground. He coughed a few times and got up, looking at the huge strange snake in front of him. His heart was in despair. Damn it! Edward scolded. He never thought that the mermaid queen would die and still have such a backhand. But then again, that mermaid queen is really vicious enough, and she actually left such a fierce strange snake to guard the treasure. Edward swallowed, and he slowly approached the strange snake. The strange snake stared at Edward with a scarlet core, and crawled towards Edward step by step, looking at the hideous strange snake in front of him. Edward swallowed his saliva. He hurriedly picked up a golden sword on the side, pointed at the strange snake and roared, "Don't come phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to me, otherwise you will be killed." Hiss, the strange snake hissed. He touched the beads of sweat on his forehead, his eyes narrowed, and his mind kept thinking about how to escape the predicament in front of him. The strange snake was in trouble instantly. Edward gritted his teeth and raised the golden greatsword with both hands, and a sword slashed at the strange snake's body. The big sword slashed on the scales of the strange snake and made a crisp collision sound, and sparks splashed everywhere. The body of the strange snake was hard beyond imagination, only cutting through the scales of the strange snake, not hurting a bit. Looking at the scales that were cut, the strange snake let out an angry roar, opened its mouth and showed its sharp fangs and rushed towards Edward. Edward's pupils shrank suddenly. Wielding a golden sword to entangle with the strange snake, the two collided and sent out a pungent fishy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme. The strange snake and Edward retreated several meters one after another. The strange snake shook its head. It looked at its own broken scales, revealing a fierce gaze. It lifted its head, its mouth wide open, its barbed teeth glowing with a cold sheen, and it lunged towards Edward. A cloud of black liquid squirted out of his mouth, heading straight for Edward's chest. Looking at the black liquid, Edward was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged. He dodged to the left in a panic, but unfortunately the speed of the black liquid was extremely fast. He couldn't avoid it at all. He could only watch the black liquid attack. Edward's eyes widened, and he hurriedly waved the golden sword in his hand to attack the horizontal split, but fortunately, the super potion injected just now had not yet arrived, and this blow used 500% of his strength. Even the hardest stone can be cut in half. Bang! The golden sword could no longer bear it. It became torn apart. the head of the strange snake was also cut off, and the venom of the strange snake seemed to have penetrated into Edward's body, and he gradually lost his strength and passed out. A dazzling light shone into Edward's eyes, and Dongfang Undefeated and Zhao Yingjun glanced at each other. He smirked. See? This is called the praying mantis catching cicadas, and the yellow finch is behind. Chapter 103. Dongfang Undefeated and Zhao Yingjun squatted on the ground and looked at Edward, smiling obscenely. They never thought that booze would be so heavily poisoned. Originally they waited an hour to go online just to wait for the time for the medicine injected by booze, and then come up and fight him to the death. Well, now it's as easy to hack booze as it is to chop melons and vegetables, and the life and death of booze is all in their thoughts. You said that if booze hangs up, how much experience can we get? Dongfang Undefeated touched his chin and smiled obscenely. Surely it's not as simple as gaining a little experience. Besides, didn't you see the coffin in the secret room? There must be quite a few treasures. Zhao Yingjun's eyes were burning as he stared at the exquisitely carved crystal sarcophagus in front of him. The cave room was undefeated, wiped his saliva, and said with some worry, will there be any danger in this secret room? After all, booze is so powerful that it has suffered a loss. Zhao Yingjun patted Dongfang's undefeated shoulder and comforted, don't worry, booze has already made the way for us. Look at that strange snake. If we fight, it will really take some effort. Aha, that's right. Dongfang Undefeated thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he nodded and agreed to Zhao Yingjun's proposal. The two approached the coffin. Anyway, Edward's death was already a matter of time. It was better to leave it to other players to rub experience. Zhao Yingjun poked the crystal coffin slate with his finger. This crystal coffin should be made of jade, and the material of this jade is definitely valuable. Dongfang Undefeated looked at Zhao Yingjun. Do you know the name of this jade? Of course I do. Zhao Yingjun raised his chin arrogantly. It's called Bingyu. It's a name he spends on the fly, but it's also a fitting name. Ice jade? The name of this jade sounds so special. Could it be that this ice jade is filled with ice? The cave room was undefeated and touched the jade and pinched it, and found that the ice jade was much harder than ordinary jade, and it was very cold. You are stupid. Can there be real ice cubes in the ice jade? This jade is a treasure. Look at its color, crystal clear, smooth and translucent. It is definitely the best jade. Zhao Yingjun stretched out his index finger and swiped it over the ice jade, and said with a sigh. Dongfang Undefeated opened her eyes in surprise. She had never seen such a superb jade, and couldn't help asking, since this jade is so valuable, how can it be placed here? Zhao Yingjun smiled. This jade is not ordinary when it looks like it, plus it is in the shape of a coffin. There must be some peerless treasure in it. Zhao Yingjun looked at Bingyu with a gaze like a hungry wolf seeing meat, and he couldn't wait to take Bingyu for himself. Then let's open the coffin quickly. Dongfang Undefeated rubbed his hands and said. Zhao Yingjun glanced at the undefeated cave room with appreciation. Don't worry, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, let's follow the process. After saying that, he took out half of the red candle from his pocket and put it in the west corner of the secret room and lit it. The flames are swaying, red and bright, and very festive. What are you doing? Dongfang Undefeated looked at Zhao Yingjun strangely, and asked suspiciously. Zhao Yingjun pricked up his right ear and listened carefully to the movement in the secret room, and the cave room was undefeated and looked at Zhao Yingjun's strange movements, and stood aside with a confused expression. Hey, what are you doing? This is called a person to light a candle, a ghost blows out a lamp, and a rooster cries and the lamp is extinguished without touching the gold. This kind of thing is very effective, do you know? Zhao Yingjun glanced at the undefeated cave room and smiled mysteriously. Haven't you watched TV? This is all something I secretly studied while watching TV. The cave room is undefeated with a black line, a good apocalyptic game, and he was stunned to play Toon Robbery. What age is this? Who believes that? Zhao Yingjun snorted disdainfully, continued to carefully observe the movements in the secret room, and then cautiously walked to the crystal sarcophagus and pushed the coffin lid hard. Hey! Looking at the crystal sarcophagus that had not moved at all, Zhao Yingjun turned his head and shouted that the cave room was undefeated. Don't stand stupidly, come and help. Oh, the cave room was undefeated and ran to Zhao Yingjun's side, and the two of them pushed the crystal sarcophagus together. Holy! Zhao Yingjun groaned twice in pain. Fuck! They used all their strength to push open a gap. A cold air quickly floated out of the crystal sarcophagus, and the secret room suddenly dropped below freezing. making the two of them shiver. What's going on? Dongfang pouted undefeated and asked tremblingly. Are you sure there are any peerless treasures in this crystal sarcophagus? Why is this guy like a freezer, and there's a big scallop in it? The cave room is undefeated, and I suspect that Zhao Jun is fooling him. After wasting half a day's strength, looking through the gap in the crystal sarcophagus, there was only a huge scallop lying inside, and there was no treasure hair in it. Zhao Jun turned his head and glared at the cave room undefeated. Are you stupid? Do you think that such a large scallop is still preserved with such a good crystal sarcophagus, put in the secret room, and the most important thing is that there is a monster beast that can fight with booze? Can it be an ordinary scallop? Listening to Zhao Jun's remarks, the undefeated cave house suddenly realized. Makes sense. I'd like to see what's so strange about this thing, but if it doesn't work, I'll make it into garlic vermicelli and eat it. He stepped forward and observed carefully for a while, but he didn't find anything special, so he turned his head to look at Zhao Jun helplessly. Otherwise, let's sell it to the system store. Zhao Jun nodded. This super large scallop and this crystal sarcophagus are also cumbersome to keep. It is better to replace them with source stones. That's good, you can buy it. When the time comes, just give me the source stone I deserve. In the 404 Evolution House, Zhang Jie stared at Selenia, and he didn't know what this girl was smoking today, so she actually took back the crystal sarcophagus and the big scallops inside at a high price of 1 million source stones. According to his meaning, just give the players 10,000 source stones. Anyway, the players lack the source stones. He doesn't believe that the cave house is undefeated and refuses to sell. Now it's okay, it cost 100 times more source stones, which makes him feel distressed. Zhang Jie glared at Selenia angrily, and said angrily, explain. My eldest lady, is a broken shell and a coffin worth the price? You know 6, these two things are treasures. Selenia retorted dissatisfiedly. Zhang Jie had a headache, just about to educate him how difficult it is to make money. He should save some flowers, and when he used it reasonably, the mobile phone suddenly remembered. Zhang Jie, it's not good, something is wrong. If this continues, no one will play the Source Universe World game. Chapter 104. Zhang Jie subconsciously looked at the phone number, and found that it was Kaishu Kuan, the owner of the game website, who came to play. Called. He calmed down his mood and asked, don't worry about the dishes and say slowly, what's wrong? Kaishu Kuan on the other end of the phone said anxiously, this time, our Source Universe World game is facing a catastrophe. Blizzard and Gufus have partnered to develop a new generation of AR game warehouse. Zhang Jie snorted indifferently, so what? Can't we stop players from playing our games? Kaishu Kuan sighed, hey, the situation is about the same. They will have a symposium tomorrow and invite me, let's go and see. Zhang Jie frowned, you tell me the specific situation first. Kaishu Kuan took a deep breath, slowly spit it out, and told Zhang Jie in detail about the whole story. It turned out that last night, Blizzard and Gufus joined forces to jointly launch a new generation of AR game warehouse. This AR game warehouse, players can lie in it and play games more comfortably, and many new black technologies have been added to make the game more realistic. Okay. I'll write back to you when the time comes. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jie was a little puzzled. Why did this Blizzard company and Gufus company release the newly developed AR game warehouse at such a juncture? Didn't they know that this would have a serious impact on AR headsets? Both of these companies belong to the internet giants. If they really have a monopoly, what will they do with their own Source Universe World games? Is it to obey them, open a recharge channel, and then give them a share? But these are their hard-earned money. Why pay these vampires the so-called royalties? If you want to rob it, you can say it directly, and find a reasonable reason to make up for shame. There's no way but to take one step at a time. Anyway, the current Huaxia game companies have already occupied the top 10 on the game list. If Blizzard and Gufus really dare to do this, other game companies shouldn't agree. When the time comes, you can slip around and act when you see the opportunity. Zhang Jie thought angrily, but he didn't realize that Selenia had already slipped out of the room. He shook his head helplessly, no matter what, hoping that they could move in the direction he expected. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Blizzard and Gumian held a symposium in a 6-star hotel, the main content of which was to discuss matters related to the AR game warehouse. The conference room was full of people, including Alfredo, CEO of Gufus branch in China, who led his team to be in charge of the symposium. Well, everyone, the purpose of this symposium is to solve a problem that has plagued our company for several years. Alfredo, CEO of Gummy and Company, picked up the PPT materials prepared on the table and began to introduce them. Our company has researched a new AR game warehouse. This game warehouse can meet the needs of players for game realism. As far as the current research and development stage is concerned, at least the game can be increased to 80% realism. I don't know if you are interested in learning about it. This news is simply a bombshell in the game circle, although all of you are the bigwigs in the Chinese game industry, but no matter which company, the authenticity of their best games is only 70%, which is still because their company has accumulated decades in the game industry to reach the level. Now a company has suddenly popped up and researched an AR game warehouse that can improve the realism of the game, which has to be shocking. This made everyone's hearts flutter, and they looked at each other, nodded their heads, and agreed. Alfredo paused, glanced at the crowd in the venue, and continued, "Okay, since everyone wants to know about our AR game warehouse, it means that you all have a strong interest in AR game warehouse, and I won't sell it to you. I want your game to be implanted in the AR game warehouse, no problem, but the premise is that you need to give us 60% of the game's profits. Of course, this is still after tax." At this moment, the representatives of the game companies present began to be silent. Isn't this a lion's mouth? Taking away 60% of the game company's income, isn't this equivalent to working for them? Who wants to? It's a bloody deal. It made them feel humiliated. But they thought about it. MD, who let the family develop it? If they don't give it to them, wouldn't it be cheaper for competitors? There are so many people in the game, it depends on whose game can attract people, and if you give up, you don't necessarily have to give up other game companies. They are all businessmen, and they naturally understand the truth. Interests are always more reliable than feelings. The representatives of the companies were lost in thought, weighing the pros and cons. Alfredo, I don't think this is a good deal. You've got so much. Yes, I think you should have a little less. Alfredo smiled contemptuously. The AR game warehouse we developed is worth this price. If any game company thinks it is not suitable, you cannot cooperate. By the way, I forgot to remind you, the company that does not cooperate, we will block it, and when the time comes, we want to cooperate, but we will charge 80% of the profit. The game representatives present gasped. Nima, there is still this kind of operation. This is completely blackmail, but they are all businessmen, and they understand that this kind of extortion is the most common. If you don't agree to him, he will threaten you with strong means, and even talk about cooperation. This is a naked threat. Therefore, everyone present hesitated. Alfredo looked at everyone's appearance, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Don't be too pessimistic. After all, we have a win-win situation, isn't it? Our company will not treat you badly. This game warehouse, we will give it to the cooperative game providers for free for half a year, and the cooperation will officially start after half a year. Looking at the silent conference room, Alfredo shrugged helplessly. How are you thinking about it? If we don't cooperate, we'll retreat first. Alfredo finished speaking and prepared to leave the conference room, leaving the group of company representatives looking at each other. Wait, Alfredo, you are Robber Logic. Yes, your game warehouse has just been developed, and you want to take advantage of the fire. You don't give us any choice. We refuse to cooperate. Looking at the fierce resistance, Alfredo snorted coldly. Refusal? Do you have any options? This sentence completely blocked everyone's mouths, and they had to admit that they were fish on the sticky board to be slaughtered. Chapter 105. Alfredo looked at the representatives of the major game manufacturers with a regretful expression. Okay, since everyone is not willing to cooperate, I won't force it anymore. Good luck to everyone. After speaking, he gave a look to Zhang Jihua, the representative of the Goose Factory Game Company, and the two had already reached a consensus on cooperation in private, and now Alfredo gave him a code to let Zhang Jihua be this up-and-coming bird to cooperate with the acting. In the silent conference room, Zhang Jihua broke the silence and said, "Wait a minute, our Goose Factory agrees to cooperate with you." Hearing Zhang Jiahua's speech, Alfredo was ecstatic in his heart, but his expression was still very calm, and he pretended to step forward. Really? Thank you so much. Alfredo smiled brightly and amiably shook Zhang Jiahua's outstretched hand. Where it should be. Great, then, next I announce that we will carry out in-depth cooperation with your Goose Factory. The corners of Zhang Jiahua's mouth twitched, and he felt MMP in his heart, but he still had to keep smiling. Of course, we have no reason to refuse you. After all, this is a good thing for both parties, and only by developing and improving together can the game industry be even more brilliant in the future. The game manufacturers in the conference room, seeing that the largest game manufacturers in China have cooperated with the Valley Face Company, they also started their own calculations. After all, the patented technology of the AR game warehouse is in the hands of others. They have no choice. If you refuse to cooperate with your own gamers, it is likely that the players will suddenly decay. Waiting for them is only death, although cooperation with the Valley Face Company will take away most of the benefits. But as far as the current situation is concerned, being alive is more important than anything else. As for the future, who knows, maybe when the time comes, Huagua's science and technology will advance by leaps and bounds, and it may surpass the United States. Seeing this, Alfredo sneered in his heart. These game manufacturers are all clever people, they are just some businessmen who forget their interests. How can they give up this piece of fat? How are you thinking about it? I'm going to fly to other countries to talk about cooperation in the future. At this time, Ding Daji, the representative of the pig factory, couldn't sit still. Wait a minute, Mr. Alfredo, our pig factory is also willing to cooperate. Oh? Mr. Ding, are you willing to do the same in your pig factory? Alfredo's face was delighted. That's great. Alfredo's heart was happy. He was worried that the pig factory would not be willing to cooperate, but he did not expect the other party to offer to cooperate with them. God help him. At this time, the two major game companies in China have all reached an agreement with them, and their own company can be said to have monopolized the game market in China, and it is impossible for other game companies to disagree. Okay, then let's sign the contract. After such an episode, all game manufacturers no longer had any hope of resisting, so they also began to sign contracts. In the corner, Kaishu-kun poked Zhang Jie with his elbow, and Zhang Jie, who was about to fall asleep, "Brother, what should we do? To sign or not to sign?" Zhang Jie yawned, covered his mouth with his hand, and stretched. Sign. Sign his grandmother's legs. These spineless game manufacturers, kneeling, are used to it. They are Valley Face Company. Here is clearly a forced buy and sell. Kaishu-kun rubbed his forehead. Brother, you're right, but people have the technology, so we can only let others slaughter us. Zhang Jie raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Isn't it just an AR game warehouse? What's so difficult about this? Let's just make one ourselves. Kaishu-kun sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid this won't work. People's AR game warehouse has just been released, and it hasn't been listed yet. Even if it's listed, let's buy a sample and then disassemble and imitate it. It will take time, besides. Kaishu-kun smiled bitterly and explained helplessly, the chip of the AR game warehouse, the core technology of programming or something, these things are all encrypted, and it takes time to crack them. By the time we finish everything, the company has occupied all the market share, and all the investments in our AR game warehouse will be wasted. Zhang Jie dragged his chin and pondered for a moment. He really didn't think about these things, because this is not a problem. Anyway, the technology can be directly taken from the Guyan company, directly made with a holographic 3D printer. After figuring out everything, he said to Kaishu-kun mysteriously, Don't worry, brother Kai, everything has me. Kaishu-kun looked at Zhang Jie, who swore to promise, opened his mouth wide in surprise, and responded slowly after half a sound, N. How? Kaishu-kun looked at Zhang Jie curiously. It's very simple. Zhang Jie blinked mysteriously, leaned phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Kaishu-kun's ear and whispered, Trade secrets, can't be leaked, but tomorrow I can give you a sample of the AR game warehouse, and then you can mass produce it. Really? Can it really be? What's not to do with this? It's not a simple matter for our Source Universe company to make an AR game warehouse. Kaishu-kun stroked his chin, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of cunning. It seems that you have been prepared for a long time. I said, why are you not in a hurry at all? So what now? Shall we go? Zhang Jie looked around and found that no one was paying attention to them. He nodded. Anyway, it was a waste of time here. Seeing these people flattering here, they were embarrassed to death. He gave Kaishu-kun a look. Let's go. Why are you staying here? Let's retreat. After saying that, they secretly got up and prepared to leave this place of right and wrong. Alfredo had already noticed Zhang Jie and Kaishu-kun, two sneaky people, in the distance. If it weren't for the fact that this cooperation symposium had been strictly investigated, and he thought that the two of them were commercial spies sent by a hostile company to inquire about the news. He waved his hand, beckoned to his assistant Alice behind him, and asked her, who else has not signed a cooperation contract with these game manufacturers we invited? Alice hurriedly took out her tablet to check. President, We have invited a total of 367 game manufacturers to this cooperation fair, and so far 366 game manufacturers have signed, and only one game manufacturer has not signed a long-term cooperation strategic agreement. Alfredo nodded after listening to my assistant's report, and pointed to Zhang Jia and the others who were sneaking away against the wall. Are they the only game manufacturers who haven't signed a long-term strategic cooperation? Alice hurriedly picked up the tablet to check the information. President, that's right, it's that they haven't signed a long-term strategic cooperation contract. Alfredo knew it and shouted at the door, wait a minute. Chapter 106. Zhang Jia and Kai Shukuan, who were about to sneak out of the door, turned their heads to look at the sound, and saw Alfredo looking at him. Zhang Jia looked around, and continued to walk slowly towards the door as if he was nothing. Even if he had always been calm in the mall, he couldn't sit still. He shouted to the staff standing guard at the door of the conference room, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door for me. No one can go out of this gate without my permission. At this point, no matter how stupid Zhang Jia was, he knew that Alfredo was coming for him. He paused and looked at Alfredo without being humble or arrogant, and asked, what? Isn't the Valley Face Company going to let people go? Alfredo sneered, that's not it, I'm just curious about which game manufacturer here has a masterpiece of the game that can be taken. Why can you Source Universe Game Company refuse our AR game warehouse? There's no reason, our Source Universe games just don't want to cooperate. Is this reason okay? Hearing Zhang Jia's words, Kai Shukuan next to him also frowned nervously. He pulled Zhang Jia's sleeve and signaled Zhang Jia not to talk nonsense. After all, their current strength can't compete with Gummy and Company. If this really provokes them to ban the game industry, I'm afraid that the previous efforts will be in vain. But Zhang Jia shook off his hand and asked with a slight anger, Mr. Alfredo, can we go? Hearing the tone of Zhang Jia's words, Kai Shukuan chuckled in his heart, and hurriedly interjected, Alfredo, don't get us wrong. Alfredo sneered, no matter how urgent things are, they won't delay your signing. Hearing this, Zhang Jia frowned. It seemed that it was not so easy to leave today. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. I'm very sorry, Mr. Alfredo, our Source Universe games can achieve 99% realism of the game without the help of AR game warehouses. After Zhang Jia finished speaking, he turned to the others and said, everyone, please feel free. Thank you for your hospitality. Kai Shukuan also followed behind Zhang Jia and greeted the rest with a smile, but he didn't hide the ridicule in his heart at all. He wanted to leave in a low-key manner, and the result of his secret development was discovered by others, and now there is no need to pretend anymore, and there is a direct showdown. The sky is falling, and there is a high carry. Alfredo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Looking at the two who left in style, Alice asked in a low voice, President, what should I do? Do you want to stop them from the Source Universe game manufacturers? Alfredo shook his head, forget it, let them go. The way is different. Arrange for me, directly block the use of the AR game warehouse of the Source Universe Game Company, and issue a statement. I want to make an example of the monkey. After Alfredo finished speaking, Alice stepped out, and Alfredo stood alone and stared at the backs of the two. It wasn't until the two of them disappeared from view that Alfredo withdrew his gaze, his eyes sharpening. Source Universe Games. Isn't it amazing? With the influence of our Valley Face, you just wait for the company to go bankrupt. After Zhang Jia returned to Kai Shukuan's car, he couldn't help but Alfredo after he finished speaking. Alice retreated, and Alfredo stood alone staring at the backs of the two. It wasn't until the two of them disappeared from view that Alfredo withdrew his gaze, his eyes sharpening. After Zhang Jia returned to the car, he couldn't help but scold, damn. Alfredo, this bastard. You also want us to sign a contract. Kai Shukuan sighed and said, this is normal, whoever has an AR game warehouse can empty gloves White Wolf, now we are the first bird. I advise you to finally strive to build our AR game warehouse as quickly as possible, otherwise the Source Universe World game will only have a dead end. Zhang Jia pursed his lips disdainfully, do you think we are qualified to negotiate now? Although our Source Universe company is newly established, I believe that one day, it will be able to surpass Gumi's company. Then you can only work on your own. Kai Shukuan was also bitter. Where are you going? I'll send you. Zhang Jia waved his hand and opened the car door. I'll go back by myself, and I'll contact you when I'm done with the AR game warehouse. For Evolution House, the future can be expected to be sorting out computer phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme. Suddenly Zhang Jia appeared out of thin air. heard the voice, he hurriedly got up. Lord Administrator, is there something wrong? Let yourself be there. Zhang Jie nodded. Do we have any internal scientific research materials of Gummy and Company? The future can be expected to be expected, Lord Administrator, not at the moment. That kind of technology company is not in my invasion range. Zhang Jie scratched his head. Then is it okay to enter the Valley Face Company now? Can you help me check the core confidential phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme of Gyufus? I would like to know its specific operating model and market prospects, as well as the direction of science and technology that their company is involved in. In the future, I can expect to sit back in the computer chair, quickly tap on the computer keyboard, and the lines of code on the computer screen will keep scrolling. His eyes suddenly lit up. There you have, all the information of Guyan Company has been completed. Zhang Jie patted the table excitedly. Okay, find out for me if there are any AR game warehouse manufacturing drawings. The future can be expected to respond, and began to operate the computer search. Soon he found a computer folder. Lord Administrator, please take a look at the manufacturing drawings of the AR game warehouse, but due to special programming, it cannot be put into production for the time being. Zhang Jie couldn't wait to step forward and slide the mouse, flipped through it, and found that the drawing was an oval box. Well, yes, it's quite similar. These drawings are 3 kinds of game warehouses. Each game warehouse has similar functions, but the performance has its own merits. The most important thing is to improve the realism of the game can be achieved at most 10%. It's not what Alfredo said at all, to put it bluntly, he just drew a big pie. Trick game manufacturers all over the world into signing contracts. That's why, Alfredo just had to force himself to sign a contract in the conference room, and now he didn't have to worry about the revenge of the Valley Face Company. But this drawing made Zhang Jie fall into deep thought, and he carefully observed every detail on the drawing, and found that this drawing seemed to have been obtained after careful calculation. The future is promising. Can this drawing help improve it? In the future, I can look at the AR game warehouse drawings on the computer for a while, and my eyes light up. No problem, I can give it a try. Administrator, wait a minute. Chapter 107. A few hours later, the future is already sweating profusely, but he is still full of confidence. But the more he modifies, the more surprised he becomes. He looks up at Zhang Jie with a wry smile. Lord Administrator, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. This AR game warehouse is a large AR game helmet that can lie down. Isn't that possible? No, there's no problem, it's just. Future smiled bitterly and showed Zhang Jie the things he had changed just now. These things are actually designed based on AR game headsets, but chip programming has improved some game performance. Oh? Zhang Jie was a little surprised, but it was also expected. How could a super invention say that the eye can be studied? He also sighed helplessly. You continue to revise. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. The future can only devote herself to the intense work again, and Celia on the other side noticed that Zhang Jie has been studying sneakily in the future since he returned to the 404 Evolution House. She came to the hall on the first floor curiously, saw the future can be expected keyboard crackling, and looked at Zhang Jie who was lying on the bed and sleeping. She kicked Zhang Jie angrily, pouting angrily. Hey, what's the matter with you? So that the future can be expected to work, and you sleep by yourself? Temporary workers can't do that. Zhang Jie sat up from the bed with a spirit, and after seeing the person who beat him, he didn't have a temper. My eldest lady, who said I have nothing to do. Do you know? If I don't work hard, all the players in our source universe will run out. Celia was shocked. She and Zhang Jie finally occupied a city. If the loss of players was serious, it was estimated that if there were invaders, they would not be able to hold it at all. She crossed her waist angrily, frowned, stared at her eyes, and asked angrily, what's the matter? Which guy who doesn't have long eyes is looking for trouble? Tell me what's going on. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Zhang Jie pointed to the computer screen. At this time, the future can be expected to continue to modify the design drawings of the AR game warehouse, he explained with a wry smile. Oh, this is the latest AR game warehouse developed by Gyufus in the real world. They have signed strategic cooperation agreements with global game manufacturers. I estimate that only our source universe world game has not signed an agreement with them. It is estimated that it will not be long before our source universe game will be blocked. Celia was unimpressed. So what's the matter? Block, ban. Zhang Jie sighed. How can it be so simple? Do you know what that means? Ha? What does that mean? Celia shook her head and said she didn't know. It means that our Source Universe World game will not be able to provide players with play and use through the AR game warehouse of Doofus Company. That's it. Celia nodded as if she didn't understand, but soon she thought of something. Wait, what does this have to do with us? Isn't it the same with an AR gaming headset? Zhang Jia reluctantly continued to explain, the AR game helmet is also made by Guyan Company. Celia's eyes widened, a little incredulous. In this way, doesn't it mean that there is no way for players to enter the Source Universe World game? Do you have any countermeasures? Zhang Jia pouted, I mean we have to take the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals lead lead slash phoneme in developing the AR game warehouse by Doofus, so that we can seize the opportunity and earn more market share. Celia was stunned. It turned out that the world in which Zhang Jia lived was darker than the world of the Source Universe, and the world of the Source Universe was at least directly done by the real swords and guns of the aboveboard and upright, and his world was all deceitful, and a careless pants were deceived by someone, and he was stupid to help people count money. After thinking about everything, Celia no longer hesitated, and patted her shoulder, which had a promising future. You get up. Look at me. Future can expect to wipe the sweat from his forehead, hurriedly stood up and gave up his seat, only to see Celia directly start the Superbrain system, and let Superbrain start scanning the AR game warehouse from the new design and programming. The Ultra Brain system was scanned successfully. The project will take 10 minutes, please wait. 10 minutes later, Celia's Superbrain had completed the first draft. She looked at the first draft in her hand, nodded with satisfaction, and clapped her hands. Okay. That's it, it's done. Now it's good. We have the Source Universe World Game Warehouse. Zhang Jia looked at the Superbrain flashing red on the computer screen, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Your technology is too rebellious, right? 10 minutes to get it done? Celia smiled mysteriously. This is just the beginning, and the best is yet to come. As soon as the words fell, a huge virtual 3D diorama slowly emerged in the room, and an AR game warehouse similar to Zhang Jia was presented in front of everyone. The difference is that this AR game warehouse is 2 meters high, and its color is forgive green, and the pattern on it is also forgively green. This looks very embarrassing, while your AR game warehouse is greener than some people's hats. Isn't it a bit excessive? Zhang Jia was sarcastic, but he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. No matter how to say that the AR game warehouse has finally been developed and improved. He touched his chin. Well, the appearance is still a bit conservative, and the color is not very good. I just don't know how the function is. Zhang Jia muttered to himself, and Celia fought back angrily. Humph. This AR game vault of mine is much better than those guys. They are a fake at best, and my feature is impeccable. Zhang Jia shook his head. I don't believe it, unless you make a finished product first. Celia sneered, clicked the mouse to turn on the holographic 3D printing. Hey! I see that you just don't cry when you don't see the coffin. You wait for my AR game warehouse to be built. If you say something I don't like to hear, this game warehouse will directly become your coffin. Zhang Jia smiled and asked embarrassedly, are you murdering your husband? After Celia heard Zhang Jia's words, her face instantly turned red. She glanced at Zhang Jia with disgust, and reached out to pinch Zhang Jia's ears. Don't talk nonsense. You'll give me a try as a guinea pig in a while. Zhang Jia didn't have time to resist at all, and was directly stuffed into the AR game warehouse by Celia, and the cover of the AR game warehouse he was lying in was closed. He slowly closed his eyes, and casually downloaded a few games to start playing. Chapter 108 The one who should come will always come. Just as Zhang Jia expected, Guface Company issued an announcement on its official website, regarding the Source Universe World Game Company's breach of the cooperation agreement. The company hereby declares that after the decision of Guface Company, blocked the Source Universe World Game use permission, the date is set for August 1st of next month. The games of other game companies will not be affected, and players can choose to play other games. We apologize to players who have already played the Source Universe game again, and remind players not to recharge in the Source Universe game to avoid unnecessary property losses. As soon as the announcement of the Valley Face Company came out, it undoubtedly directly forced Zhang Jia to a dead end, and many players in the Source Universe world instantly exploded after seeing this news. In the Source Universe World Game Forum, the African Little White Face, brothers, something is wrong. The Valley Face Company directly banned AR equipment. We can't play the Source Universe World game. Bed Resonance, what's the situation? Why is Guface banning the Source Universe game? Hair smeared on the wall. It is said that it is because the Source Universe Game Company breached the contract and violated the contract with the Valley Face Company, so it is now blocked by the Valley Face Company. The spring breeze can't blow you for 10 miles. Not really. Today's sleeping position determines the hairstyle of labor and management tomorrow. Give them face? Why are you only banning our games? Take me to pretend to be forced to fly with me. I finally built a room in the Source Universe world. Why was it suddenly banned? Mrs. Sure, borrow a kiss. What should I do then? Do you still play the Source Universe game? I wish to win the heart of one person so as not to go on an old blind date play. It's a day to be able to play. Maybe the Source Universe World Game Company has long known that it will be banned. It's studying countermeasures. Look at my slap just right for your face. That's right, let's just wait. I'm not going to change the game anyway, feel free. All kinds of posts are spread all over the forums and web pages of the Source Universe world, and some are even directly reprinted on Weibo, Tieba, and forums. Of course, some people express their incomprehension and feel that Gyufus Company is bullying, but soon these questioners were sprayed to the ground. And the players in the Source Universe world are surprisingly united, and none of them quit the game, and they all express their dissatisfaction in various ways. Many foreign gamers originally didn't know about the Source Universe world game, but after such a disguised publicity by the Valley Face Company, they also knew that there was such a game, and many curious people also started to download the Source Universe world game while there was still half a month. There was even a blowout, and players from all over the world were deeply attracted by the almost 100% realism of the game after entering the Source Universe world game, and soon became addicted to this unforgettable game. Although there is no plot in the game, and there are no mission rewards, there is a different kind of charm that makes all players want to stop. Especially some newcomers from the novice village, when they walked to Dingning City, which was rebuilt by old players, they looked at the dilapidated and bustling city streets, their eyes widened in surprise, and they sighed that this place had suffered a lot of vicissitudes. They dare not imagine that such a beautiful and rich city was once a ruined city in the last days. Still, even if they don't believe it, they still have to admit that this game is definitely one of the best games yet. It's a pity that such a good game is also played one day less. In the 404 Evolution room, Zhang Jia was lying in the AR game warehouse, pressing the button in the cabin. The warehouse lid slowly opened, and coming out of it, Zhang Jia stretched his waist and moved his body. Celia, you are too powerful. I didn't expect this AR game warehouse to be so good. Celia snorted arrogantly with her chest puffed. Of course, this little thing is simple to be out today. Zhang Jia nodded and agreed. Well, it's really great, thank you this time, help me get this thing done. Celia shook her head. This matter is not your business alone, and it is also related to the Source Universe world, so it is my responsibility to do my best to help you solve the problem. Hee, don't worry, I'll try to help you too. Zhang Jia touched his nose and said, this AR game warehouse is indeed much stronger than the AR game helmet, and it is more stable and more comfortable. He has been playing it for a few days, and he is in good spirits. Not only does he not have any fatigue, but it is like a sleep. He can't help but secretly say, if the AR game warehouse is put into the market, it is estimated that after a period of time, it will be able to seize a lot of market share. Thinking of this, Zhang Jia couldn't help but get excited, and couldn't help but take out the phone and dial a number. Hey, Brother Kai's AR game warehouse has been made, do you want to take a look? On the other side of the phone, Kai Shukuan's voice was particularly excited. What? Really? Is the AR game warehouse ready? Where are you? I'm going to go right away, I'm going to try it right away. Okay, I'll go to you with the AR game warehouse. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Jia sat on the chair and lifted Erlang's legs, took a leisurely sip of tea, and looked at Celia. How much do you think our AR game warehouse is appropriate? Celia rolled her eyes and said impatiently, nonsense, it must not be too expensive, otherwise who will buy our AR game warehouse? Zhang Jia smiled and leaned phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Celia's ear and whispered, it makes sense, then sell them a friendship price, 10,000 yuan apiece, how are you? Celia clasped her hands on her chest, tilted her head proudly, and looked like a queen. I've decided, give it to players for free. Free? Zhang Jia plucked out his ears, a little suspicious that he had misheard. Why send it for free? I think even if our AR game warehouse sells for 50,000 yuan, someone will rush to buy it. Celia pursed her lips contemptuously. what do you know, we are here to open the market for AR game warehouses, and by the way, we will give Gifus Company a disadvantage. Alright. You win. Zhang Jie spread his hands, but he felt that what Celia said was very reasonable. Also, am I so smart that I can make a losing deal? The AR game warehouse is free, but you can only play our Source Universe World games. Celia shrugged her shoulders and chuckled. Oh, Zhang Jie suddenly realized, I see, I'll just say, with your character, how can you do a loss-making business? No wonder you just said that you gave it away for free, it turns out that you are deliberately pitting the company. Ha ha ha. Humph, Celia raised her chin proudly, who told that damn guy to actually want to block my Source Universe World game, it's really a crime to die. Zhang Jie nodded and said in appreciation, Celia, you are awesome. But if we do this, will we offend Gummy and Company? After all, they're the world's biggest tech companies. What are you afraid of? Celia didn't care, when we get bigger and stronger, we will buy his Gummy and Company. Chapter 109 Come and Play, the company's president's office. Kaishukuan's eyes widened in disbelief and looked at the green AR game warehouse. He pointed at the big guy and stammered, you really didn't joke with me to build the AR game warehouse? Zhang Jie sat on the sofa and crossed Erlang's legs. He lit a cigarette, spit out a smoke ring and said lightly, of course, otherwise I can fool you with fakes. I'll tell you, I built a batch of AR game warehouses now. Kaishukuan rubbed his palms excitedly, and he said excitedly, then I'll go and organize people to test it immediately. Zhang Jie shook his head and refused, no need. I've tested it. Such a powerful thing, are you sure you don't need a professional to test it and sell it directly? Kaishukuan said helplessly, although he was a little complaining, but he was happy in his heart. The AR game warehouse of Gifus Company is still in the concept stage, and they all have physical machines. How can this not make Kaishukuan happy? Zhang Jie waved his hand, he finished his last cigarette, threw the cigarette butt to the ground, and stomped it out with his foot. Then he patted the position next to him and said to Kaishukuan, okay, brother Kai. I have a bold idea, and I don't know whether to talk about it or not. Kaishukuan glanced at him suspiciously, tell me, we brothers, there's no need to hide it. I'm going to give away the AR game warehouse to players for free. Zhang Jie said with blazing eyes. Kaishukuan was stunned, brother, you're not joking. Free for players, how much does this AR game warehouse cost? Zhang Jie thought for a while, I don't know how much it is, in short, this is decided by the company, the AR game warehouse is free of charge, and players only need to pay for postage. Well. In that case, I can only respect your choice. Kaishukuan said distressedly. The official website of the Source Universe World game, there is a latest announcement. At present, the company maliciously blocks the Source Universe World game, so that players cannot enter the game through the AR game helmet. The company has developed an AR game warehouse for everyone to use. In addition, in order to make up for the loss of players, the Source Universe World game company is willing to give players free AR game warehouse. Players only need to pay the postage for cash on delivery, and nothing else. Shortly after the announcement, the comment area of the official website of the Source Universe World game exploded. African little white face, I'll rub, I'm not mistaken, right? Source Universe World Game Company has developed the world's first AR game warehouse. The Matrix, damn, this TM is too showy. The front foot is blocked, and the back foot builds its own AR game warehouse. Send done to the wall, I'll strangle it, what kind of fairy operation is this? We give away the AR game warehouse that is not on sale at the Valley Face Company, which is simply terrifying. The little white face of Africa, get rich. This AR game warehouse is at least the price of a car, which is directly saved. The captain of the crazy team of San Yanxian, wow, I can happily play the game of the Source Universe again. Kindergarten bearer, anyway, I like the Source Universe world very much, this game company is really handsome. AR game warehouse is free to give, does this company do charity? Zeiss decided to get pregnant, ha ha ha, if you want money, you will buy all the labor and capital. Zhaoing Jun, how to apply for an AR game warehouse? Zeiss decided to get pregnant, I don't know, I guess it hasn't started yet. African little white face. Lao Tzu is also going to grab the first batch of AR game warehouse to claim today. I flipped over your sign tonight, I want to join the Source Universe World Game Company, I don't want money. Selling heartwarming fairies, I'm curious, this game company doesn't open recharge and gives away AR game warehouses for free, doesn't make money, is it purely charity? Mermaid Island in the Source Universe world, after a period of adjustment, players can almost continue to sail on the sea. Suddenly, dark clouds were thick, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme was fierce, the waves were dozens of meters high, and lightning and thunder roared. The sea poured in, the huge waves were monstrous, and the sea set off stormy waves. Boom, the heavy rain fell into the ocean, stirring up huge waves. What's going on? Everyone looked up at the sky. Zhao Jun looked up. It turned out to be a rainstorm. He frowned, and muttered to himself, damn the weather, it was still sunny just now. Boom! There was a sudden muffled sound in the sky, and then an island ship on the sea sailed towards the land on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme and waves. Everyone looked up, and a big ship on the sea level was speeding towards everyone on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme and waves. It was like an angry dragon with its teeth and claws, roaring and rushing to the shore, extremely fast, like a fish, drawing an arc and rushing towards the crowd. Zhao Jun looked at the pirate ship approaching rapidly in the distance, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart, and he hurriedly shouted to everyone, hurry up and run. As soon as the words fell, the pirate ship crashed into the crowd, and there was a sudden chaos. Zhao Jun jumped onto a nearby reef, his hands clenched in a short knife, and he stared vigilantly at the pirate ship. On the deck of the pirate ship stood a large man with a burly build, dressed in black armor, his face covered, revealing only two scarlet pupils. The big man glanced at the crowd coldly, say, what about my brother? Did you kill me? The player was so frightened by the big man's fierce appearance that he didn't dare to say anything. When Zhao Jun heard his words, he instantly understood everything. No wonder he treats players like this, he wants to seek revenge on players. Zhao Jun scolded secretly, damn, this perverted murderer demon king is probably the Boo's brother who was killed. Your brother? What's your brother's name? I do not know. Zhao Jun hurriedly diverted Boo's attention. The big man glanced at Zhao Jun with a gloomy look, you bastards, quickly hand over my brother Edmund, or Edward will kill you. What Edmund? I don't know who you're talking about, don't mess around here, you go quickly, or we'll unite to destroy you. When Edward heard this, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, Destroy?